Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And man, have we got a boatload to talk about from a great weekend. It was a lot of fun this weekend. Okay, 2 games under 500. I'm going to ask you guys, can the Astros on June 24th, by the end of the month, can they get to 500?
They're playing Rockies now.
They're 2 games under 500 right now.
5 for 5. Today it's...
Dell, can they get to under 500? I mean, to 500 before the end of June?
Are you asking will or can?
Will they?
It's the Rockies and the Mets.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
They should.
They've won 8 of the last 11.
Didn't you guys ask me this question last week?
I didn't ask you anything. You were near death.
No, you said first place.
No. I said to 500 by the end of this month and first place by the end of next month. And you guys were like, there's no way they can get to 500 by the end of this month.
No way they can get to first place.
Right,
No.
Because you're coming in like this, Cup fan Tim already said you'd be insufferable.
I am
Monday
insufferable because you two are idiots.
So
you two you gave up on this season. They're back to playing, and they don't even have any. They don't even have any pitching.
They don't even have a chance to.
Okay.
They don't have pitching. Oh, how about this? The Astros in 6 of their last 7 have allowed 3 runs or less. Actually, they allowed the 11-run game with Jake Blott and all that. Whatever.
Every pitcher is hurt. They get one guy, a Jake Bloss. He pitches 3 innings, and he's out again because of Strami. Apparently, it's because of Strami.
The Butcher is.
I'm telling you, the legacy continues.
Okay, so
the guy hadn't been here 3 years.
You can't even get a guy to come up for 3 innings, and he's going to get hurt. This is the most injury.
Wait. Did Blott get hurt?
Yeah, Bloss is out.
He's got inflammation.
Shoulder.
I called him Blott. Bloss. Did he really?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why he only
left
pitched
the
3
game.
innings.
Shoulder
I watched
inflammation.
The first 2, and then I had to go. Since I'm on mom detail now, since my wife's out of town, and I got to take Marty everywhere.
How about just be a good dad? You're a
That's 'cause I am
parent.
being a good
You're
dad.
a parent.
How about read a website in the morning?
There's a lot of driving. How about being what?
Read a website in the morning.
I know.
Yeah.
Bloss. Well, the story for me was the Astros kept getting trickier. I turned back on when it was 14-6 or whatever it was, and then oh my God, 14-8, bang, 14-9, 14-11. Like, guys, can we just get out of this thing?
Oh, that was
Can we just finish this up and get out of here?
That was a scary game.
This is not great.
Thanks to Montero. I don't know how they're going to do this. But
Montero and everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody was doing their job.
No, there was only Montero and Hernandez, who they sent out.
Oh, Nick was
awful. That's the only reason. Those two. But they picked up 4 games on the Mariners in 5 days. They're 2 games under 500. You all had the tombstones on them.
You know they dropped 4 games in 7 days a week prior, right? So this is going back and forth.
But it's only you don't even know.
Seen this before.
It can only go up, right?
Only June.
It can only.
We've seen this.
I know you believe.
June.
I know you believe this team through 77 games hasn't proven they can be consistent at all. It's just going to continue to rocket ship up. But it's possible that there'll be a downturn
you know that,
at some point, right?
No.
So they won 7 in a row.
6 in a row.
You do know that they're the Astros, right?
Not.
Yeah.
Do you
I
recognize
the 2024 Astros?
from day to day? Can you recognize the lineup?
Yeah.
So what are we supposed to do?
Actually, I want to say this. Joe Espada is playing the guys that are hot. Chaz is hitting, he plays them. Loperfido comes back, he plays them.
How about the defense?
When Jake is hitting, he plays them. Yiner is hitting, he put him in the 4-hole. Bregman, then listen, Dana Brown told us, a couple of weeks ago? It was 2 weeks ago or so. As Alex Bregman goes, so go the Astros.
Longer than that.
Alex Bregman is on fire. Alex Bregman has been as good a player as anybody in the league this month. Alex Bregman is back to being Alex Bregman again, and guess what they're doing? They're winning, right? They're getting – it is unbelievable, all of the injuries to this pitching staff. The way that Hunter's pitching, the way that Fromber is throwing now. You can even count on Eric Getty, which is great. And Blanco's an all-star. Blanco's an all-star. He will be an all-star.
His ERA's in the 2.3s now. He really deserves to be.
No. Blanco has been fantastic. And this team, so they're down with Bloss going down and Verlander out, all the other injuries we all know about. Urquidy, Garcia, McCullers, all of them. JP France, everybody. They're down to 4 starters. Mm-hmm. They're literally down to 4 starters. So it looks like.
So you're saying this is the recipe for future success?
Well, listen, I want these guys.
I'm trying to reconcile your words a while ago versus what you're saying now.
Well, the way that Hunter Brown throws tomorrow. Eric Getty's going to throw on Wednesday.
Ew.
They've got today off.
Eric Getty's the weak link right now.
Yeah, well, okay, obviously. I mean,
and they have only 4 pitchers.
He's a rookie, okay?
I'm going to say no, they're not going to get to 500. The gods will smite you. The baseball gods will smite you for coming in here and being all sassy and trying to.
Well, you guys have been sassy about how bad they are.
Well, they've been bad.
You've given up on
about
them.
The record.
They're the Houston Astros.
You know what he's doing, Dale? What did we say we're supposed to do with this Astros? We go piece by
game
piece,
by game.
We enjoy the game by game. We don't go big picture. And John's like, they're going to be by the end of June and by the end of July. By
the end of June, they're going to be they'll be over 500.
You know what's enjoyable?
And then they'll lead the division by the end of July.
You know what's enjoyable? Watching them play day to day and win ball games. But instead of setting yourself for, well, they're going to do this, and then if they don't do this, then it's, I can't believe what is wrong with this team? Just 4 days, like a week ago, when he was about to die, I don't know what's wrong with this team. I don't understand them. They're not the Astros anymore.
You and the Astros died over the last week in Vegas.
Listen, I have been adamant that this team.
He was.
Al, are you kidding me? You guys have asked me 100 times.
You said it as a joke.
No, I haven't said it as a joke.
Yeah.
No, I have not said it as a joke.
When they were 9,
you guys said the same thing about Joe Burrow. Heisman Trophy,
when they were 10 back,
when
they were 10 back, you were not saying it serious.
I love my team.
He was like, I don't know what's wrong with the team. They're just not the Astros. They're not clutch.
You can't just enjoy the season. You've got to try to jam this narrative down our throats.
No, because you two have been negative. The worst fans ever.
Under 500 the whole year.
2 worst fans ever.
All you got to do is listen to the show in the first segment from day to day.
Anybody listening to this show, the only one that's had faith in this team.
Dana Brown
only person.
Sure. Dana Brown says Alex Bregman is like, the weather vane for this team of how he goes, they go. John fluctuates back and forth depending on the day. It's like, hey, these aren't the Astros I know and love. They're not clutch. They're not showing up. Oh, look at that. They've been the game.
It may be time to
back and forth.
Maybe time to. I don't know.
Staunch.
Ridiculous.
That this thing, you even asked me last week.
You will do the overarching picture, but from day to day, you're fluctuating on are they good or not.
Absolutely, because they lose, they win, whatever.
This is the point.
Now.
And if they lose in the next game, how are you going to feel?
So listen. So they go Brown and Eric Getty in these next 2. They got today and they got Thursday off. I don't know what they're going to do. They don't have a pitcher to pitch. They don't have anybody to come up right now because of Bloss's injury. They can throw, actually, Blanco on Friday on his regular rest, on his 4 days rest. And then they can come with Framber on Saturday on his regular rest.
Well, I tell you what now.
Brown,
I would keep my 2 best pitchers on regular schedules of rest. And everything else, if you need to, you just pitch, you do bullpen games.
Well, that's right. Well, here's the deal. They really don't need a 5th starter because of all these days off. They have had, after a grinding schedule, this last couple of weeks have been wonderful for them with all of these days off. They've got 2 this week. They really don't have to have a starter until Tuesday in Toronto. That a starter that would not be on regular rest. That's the first time that they would hit somebody that wasn't on regular rest. Tuesday in Toronto. And by then, after 2 games against Colorado, 3 against New York, and then 1 against Toronto, this team could be easily 3 games over 500.
Now, don't forget, you had to fight and scrap and claw your way to winning 2 out of 3 against the White Sox. You played literally to the worst team in baseball. Now, there's the Orioles,
You beat their ass.
That's a great series. That's a great win. You almost never win.
And at home.
At home, yeah, you're over 500 at home now for the first time in forever. So that is great. White Sox series was like, that was, you won 2 out of 3, but that was not awesome. You had to win late in one of the games, and they're not a real good team, and you struggle. But your pitching staff up to this point has done a great job recently, and they kept, other than the one game, they've really kept a lid on the Orioles offense. So there's a lot of really good things to take from that. I'm not getting into. I just want to enjoy it. I'm not getting into they're in first place by there, they're in first place by there. I just want to see them keep playing good baseball, keep sneaking up on the Mariners, keep sneaking up on the playoffs, and then somehow get somebody healthy. All you're seeing now is what a mega trade will look like, and Justin Verlander being traded, and that's the only articles on Justin Verlander. No one's talking about when he gets back right now. It's just about, there's a lot of articles about Verlander being traded, which is not going to be the case. I mean, it probably was never going to be the case. Unless Justin demanded it. It's definitely not going to be the case now.
What, trading Justin Verlander?
Yeah.
How many times does Dana Brown have to tell you we're not going to be sellers?
I know he's already said that a bunch
of times. Who's writing that they're going to trade Justin
the
Verlander?
The Astros-Tigers trade that mirrors Justin Verlander's swap from half a decade ago. They've got this about this has to just be a fan article where the Astros, they're talking about a mega trade between Seattle and Houston. Well, that will never happen. That's just a fan article.
Who's stupid? I mean, that's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Houston and Seattle, they're playing each other. Get out of here. I mean, get out of here.
Yeah, it would never.
Anyway, what a weekend for our club as they
was it for our club or for your narrative? Because you were less celebrating the club than celebrating your staunch fandom.
I'm the only one in this room. You two.
I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out
worst fans ever.
How great the club is playing, or how great John's prediction is going.
Yeah.
Both. Okay.
Let's celebrate both.
Make it about yourself. Congratulations.
Let's celebrate both. Let's just celebrate both.
Neither one has come true yet, by the way.
What? Did you hear what he said?
No.
Don't make it about you.
Yeah.
The one who makes everything about himself.
No, I just tell you when I can do certain things.
The guy who makes everything
about himself. Can you go out there and win against the Orioles? That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you when I can get 3 catches for 26 yards. That's me. That is about me.
No. You somehow, it doesn't matter what the subject is.
Tell me something.
So everything.
U.S. men's soccer team, I believe that I could get one stop.
I
personally believe that if they had a free kick and we had the wall in front of me, I could get a stop.
Well, you know how often free kicks go sailing over the.
That's right. That counts.
That doesn't count as a stop for you.
That counts.
An actual save is what you're saying.
No, I'm counting that. Doesn't have to be on target.
No,
I'm counting that.
Then everyone in the building could say that because they're so inaccurate most of the time. I'm telling you
right now, this has been an awesome week. John was completely wrecked. You sounded horrible from Vegas. We got to make fun of you. I have basically World Cup going on. Listen, do you know this is basically like World Cup? I've been sitting by a TV, 8 o'clock game, 11 o'clock game, 2 o'clock game. We've got Copa now is underway. So now I've got basically I've got a whole, we all have an entire World Cup going on right now. Between the Euros and Copa, you've got World Cup action where you can watch a ton of games. You got the Astros playing well. You had your guy, Scheffler winning a tournament. Didn't drag anybody. No one got hurt. No one got run over. He was still able to win a tournament.
He stayed within the rules of the land?
Well, except all of the protesters that came and ran on the course.
Well, apparently golf is lawless.
Who's worse?
I'm telling you, these climate people have
golf is lawless.
Wait a minute.
They've got to be hurt.
Listen,
they got to
would
be
you
punished
do
and
this?
Hurt.
Well, you got an ex-con standing on the green in Scotty Scheffler.
He wasn't convicted.
These people are coming at him. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but he's a white-collar criminal.
Mm-hmm. You don't think he's got a shiv?
That's a blue-collar
You don't
crime,
think he's got a shiv somewhere?
No.
Somewhere in his bag?
No, he paid for protection.
No,
okay.
He would have to get a swastika on his neck and join the
Aryan
Brotherhood.
You don't know he didn't. You don't know.
No, he paid for protection.
That's what I'm saying. He wouldn't be a guy doing the bad stuff. He'd be the guy.
He paid for it.
He would have his hand in someone's pocket.
I don't know. if I'd charge. I don't know if I'd rush agreed with Scotty Scheffler.
Nah, Scheffler's walking around with his hand in some dude's
people
pocket.
Running
He's
and
going to drag you.
Painting jets orange, thinking they're getting Taylor Swift, and they're not. Like, until you start hurting some of these people, they're going to keep doing
You
this.
are
gluing their hands to basketball floors.
That was
painful. You know what? It's fine to want to have a stance on something. Just quit trying to throw orange paint on planes and art pieces, and can you guys, all you do is piss everyone off. At some point, you need your asses whooped.
No, they're the biggest a-holes.
I
There's
mean,
no question.
I'm fine with you taking a stance on something you believe in, but don't involve me.
Don't involve my
my stuff.
My
sports, no. And don't go into art galleries to do this.
No.
All you're doing is making people against whatever you're doing.
Everything. Now you know what? I'm
We're
just gonna
bringing
buy,
awareness to this.
I'm buying oil and I'm just pouring it all over.
You're
everything.
bringing awareness.
You're just going to waste oil.
I'm just going to waste
in
oil
response.
now. Yeah, because of these people. That's what I'm going to do.
Are you just gonna
you know what they should? They should get oil poured on them. Directly oil from the barrels. They should get oil poured on them for doing what they're doing. Okay? That's how we're going to that's how they should be punished.
To be clear, you don't want a match lit, do you? Oh, okay. I was trying to
if
figure out.
Happens,
I was trying to figure out how far you wanted to go.
I do want you to talk about Zadig
Water
Jewelers,
cannons. That's what I want. Water cannons. I want to talk about Zadig Jewelers. It's a great time to get engaged. It's Marry Me Month, and plan that. You can figure it out. You and your girlfriend, if you're really serious, maybe y'all been together for a long time. Maybe you already have an idea of what month you'd get married in, and maybe you don't. You know, Zadig Jewelers has an upstairs, a complete floor dedicated to the bride and dedicated to engagements and things like that, and they can really help make that day a special day. It's more than just the ring. But when it comes to the ring, nobody tops Zadig. Nobody. Every brand, every maker that you have ever heard of, and probably if you're like me, you've never heard of most of them, and yet they've got them all. They've got exclusive pieces that no one else carries. They even have their own master craftsmen who make specifically in-house designed and created diamond jewelry as well. So whether you're looking for pendants, you're looking for bracelets, earrings, necklaces, or of course diamond rings, I promise you, the place to go is Zadig. You will not find a better ring, and you will not find a better store. Over 28,000 square feet right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's Zadig Jewelers.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN. What did you learn this weekend that we're going to have here today? Because we have got this is a great weekend of sports. All right, so the next biggest event I would imagine is the men's soccer team winning, right?
Oh, if we're
2-0
running through.
Well, yeah, the tournament itself, but yeah, they played last night against Bolivia. They won in Arlington. 2-0, comprehensive win. Probably could have scored three or four more goals. Well, 2 to 3 more goals. It was fine. They were fine. They were playing against an outmatched opponent who didn't challenge them on the other end of the pitch. So it was a nice entry into a big tournament that this country's hosting.
Probably that was a nice opponent to start here.
The group itself is one where if they handle their business and they're at least half of the way there, and I say that because they have Panama, a team they're very familiar with. Now, Panama can give them trouble from time to time, but at least it's at home. They shouldn't have to worry too much. And then by the time they get into the game against one of the South American powers, Uruguay, they may already be through to the second round, so it doesn't matter. They can just go in there and look for a result to try to finish in first for the group.
So they're playing in the first 3 minutes. It was a great start. This is an exciting time because the U.S. finally is going to really matter more than we've ever seen them.
Well, we'll see.
In soccer, it's kind of a lock.
They've gotten to second rounds in World Cups. That's kind of their barrier at this point, and winning a knockout round game is what's next for them in a major tournament. They haven't done that in quite a while. In fact, they haven't passed the second round in a major tournament really since the tournament that was here when you guys saw them against Argentina, got their ass kicked. But as far as the World Cup, they haven't made it to they haven't won a knockout round since 2002. You got beat
by that young Belgium team. You got beat
by Germany.
In 18,
and then
Germany,
Netherlands
and then
the last
they
time.
didn't make it.
No, they did. 2018 they didn't make it. 2022
22,
they made it to the second round and lost to the Netherlands. So this is another major tournament.
Oh yeah,
the ball guy.
Right. Yeah, he wasn't on that team. This is another major tournament. Now this one's at home, so it's a little different. We don't really count the Gold Cup, but Copa America, win a knockout round. You're at home. That should win a knockout round game, and we'll see how it goes from there. That's a step for this team. They haven't done that in a while.
So they play Thursday night at 10 o'clock in Atlanta. So that's kind of late, but we'll see. Got to stay up, got to watch them. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese had a great battle, and that ended up the Sky finally beat the Fever 88-87.
Fever had a pretty good-sized lead. And the big fourth quarter by Angel Reese and Chicago. My son was watching that. I was more in on some soccer at that particular point, but that was I ended up watching the fourth quarter of that, and it was a good game. Angel Reese had a monster game, 25 and 16. Have you seen her stats over the last 11?
Yeah,
monstrous.
Yeah.
Angel Reese is crushing it right now.
Yeah,
like her rebound numbers are enormous and points. She's locked in right now as Rookie of the Year. And she's performing really, really well. Now, Caitlin Clark had a really good game yesterday. Ton of assists.
17 and 13.
17 and 13, but she was looking to be more of a creator.
You think Angel Reese is going to be Rookie of the Year?
Oh, yeah. She's a big favorite right now.
Yeah, I don't. By the time it's all said and done, Caitlin's going to be the Rookie
Why?
of the Year.
Angel Reese is only getting better and better. She almost had another 2020.
Yeah. Well,
now, I don't know which site you're looking at, but according to Action Network, Caitlin Clark is a clear favorite to win that award.
Favorite. Yeah, you're off on this one.
FanDuel.
By the way, Arjen Robben, the bald guy for the Netherlands, was there.
On the 2022 team?
Yeah, he absolutely was there.
Did he play?
Yeah, he played.
Let's look it up because he's been retired from football.
I think he did play, but he was not the one who was the best.
He didn't score the goals, did he?
No, but he's been on that team forever. He's been a great player for the Netherlands forever. So we had that and we don't want to. We had Scotty Scheffler and Tom Kim coming down to the last hole. They're best of friends too, by the way. And Tom Kim, they're standing on the 18th green, and these idiots come down and they come with paint cans and they spray the paint all over
on the green.
Yeah.
because they're stopping fossil
I'm
fuels.
going to tell you what. You don't do that in Connecticut. Connecticut. Okay? You do not do that because those guys got...
Yeah,
Yes,
Let's
sir.
clean it up. He hadn't played competitively for the Netherlands since 2017. He was not on that team.
why are you
Oh,
lying,
I'm pretty sure
John?
he was. I'm pretty sure he was. And
John said that. You must have read that because you said
He
it.
was
So
very
of course he
confident.
was, Dill.
yeah,
Did
I
someone
think he was.
tweet you?
I'm pretty sure he was. Anyway,
No, he's not. He wasn't on the team.
oh, anyway, so ends up that Kim ties him on 18 after the delay, and then but then hits it in the bunker on 18 on the first playoff hole, and Scotty Scheffler wins his 6th tournament of the year. He's got over 27 million. He is by far and away, this is going to be awfully difficult for anybody to catch the money that this dude is making, especially with the way the money. Now, the money is probably going to get bigger and whatever. But he is just playing better. This is the best anybody's played since Tiger Woods. So we had that yesterday. What about this kid, Noah? Noah Lyles ran a 9.83 to win in the 100-meter. Quincy Wilson, 16 years old, has set the record for under 18.
Twice.
Beat his
Fastest
own
400
record.
meters twice, and he beat it by almost a second the next time around. He finished third to grown men
Yeah.
in the Olympic. I mean, he finished third to grown-ass men in the 400 meters. And he was 16 representing. That was not like an unders. That was the Olympic trials.
Right.
And he finished third, and he was right there running a sub 45 second, a sub 40, or was he in the low 45s? No, he was in the 44s, breaking the under 18 record. He's only 16 years old, was already signed by William Morris Endeavors, one of the biggest. I mean, that's where Carlos went there, right? William Morris.
Yeah.
Carlos.
Yep. That was his
Correa.
first agent.
And, he had to leave them. They handle movie stars. They got into sports.
Oh, no, that was his second agent, but then he went to Boris. Yeah.
And then they also own, like, the UFC. I mean, this kid is going to be a young superstar, a young superstar in our country. And he's 16 years old and already, and, will get faster. Will get faster. So keep your eye on Quincy Wilson. Finally, taking the name off the bad Quincy Wilsons,
I
taking
knew
the
this
heat
was coming.
off of the snotty Quincy Wilsons who are upset about their draft profiles where I was right on them, and taking the information back, taking the name back.
You made
Quincy
it about
Wilson.
yourself, by the
How
way.
was he making that?
You made that about yourself.
I didn't. I just
You
said
know, we're just
I
gonna
made
have
it
to
about
point
Quincy
that out.
Wilson. I made it about Quincy
my
Wilson.
you made it about yourself.
My draft evaluation of Quincy Wilson.
No, those Quincy Wilsons who don't play well and have bad years have now been usurped by a fast Quincy Wilson.
So we had that as well, and we have NBA draft coming up, and there's a lot to talk about with that as well. As a matter of fact, because the Rockets have only brought a couple guys in, according to it wasn't Shams. I forget who it was. It was a local writer.
Well, Kelly Iko.
Kelly Iko.
He has mentioned that the Rockets actually have had some issues getting guys in here, but like you said, there's only been a couple.
It's a huge pain now because if guys
Well, Bronny said he didn't want to, so he's out on number 3.
Okay, great.
Bronny's out on number 3.
Great, we dodged that bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Bronny didn't want to.
made the decision easier.
And one of the bigger events that happened, because we're playing the Mets this weekend, Edwin Diaz, 10-game suspension for substance on his hand.
It was
Did
so
you
much
see
stuff.
how much stuff he
Yeah,
had?
and then
he
they
was
were-
like, what?
Well, they were talking on the broadcast, and like, could that be from rosin and stick? Yeah, it absolutely could be. That's absolutely what happens. Is, dude, that it's like he had. It's like if you grabbed a cake and you had frosting all over your hands. That's what it looked like. You can't throw that on your hands. You know they check hands now, right? What are you doing?
Right. All right. 729 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Still ahead. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I've got one that I will
But
bring
10,
to the
10
table.
games for a reliever is a big deal.
That's a big deal. Well, that's what
Could be-
Blanco got.
Yeah, but he's a starter. He's going to miss 2 starts.
Oh, yeah. Right.
And for a reliever, that could easily be 3 games.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Well, right. 4 or 4
Maybe
or
4.
5.
Maybe
yeah.
4, yeah.
Time for you, my friend, to talk about John Daspit.
So, spoke with John Daspit this weekend. John is getting ready to jump out into his NIL stuff again. That's one of the things he likes to do. It's great for his advertising because he puts it on billboards, commercials. There's no question. If you watch sports, you've seen his commercials. If you just drive around Houston and really the surrounding areas, that's a big deal. But you'll notice a lot of times he's working with local athletes. He wants to give back to the community. It's local athletes. He'll put their billboards in the communities where they played high school football, things like that. And he works with local people on personal injury as well. He's got offices throughout the state of Texas. He's got 12 different offices, and he's got offices even expanding outside of the state of Texas. But his home base, make no mistake, is right here in Houston. And he does such a great job of representing people all along the coastline. People have been injured in offshore incidents, as well as just, bad accidents out on the roadway. If you've been hurt at your workplace, anytime through someone else's negligence, John Daspit wants to make sure that you get the type of representation that you need and that you deserve to make sure you don't come out of pocket for any bills, any type of bills or any type of situation where you've potentially lost work and you don't have money for that. He'll recover that for you. He'll recover pain and suffering for you. He will get you not only a fair settlement, but a big settlement to take care of your injury. And that's what John Daspit's done. He's done that for thousands and thousands of people. He'll continue to do it. He's the biggest here in the city of Houston. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to DaspitLaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We may have forgotten a couple of things that have happened over the weekend, like Texas A&M and Tennessee.
Yeah, we're 1-1.
Holy crap!
Did you know Jeff Kent's son played at A&M?
I heard. That's all I've seen all weekend.
I don't know if you saw Jeff Kent's there.
Have you seen Jeff Kent's homer to win the playoff game? And he throws the hat off. Yeah, I mean, holy crap! When his son got picked off at first though, and Jeff Kent I would imagine, you want to talk about a dad that is going to be as tough on a kid. And as he's walking back to the dugout after getting picked off at first, Jeff Kent just kept pointing to his head. just kept pointing to his head. And I was like, oh, I feel bad for the kid. I mean, that kid is grown up. I bet you the mom has had to step in and, Jeff, leave him alone. Jeff, leave him alone. Let him play. Let him have some fun, Jeff. The kid has actually played really well. He's got 14 RBIs in the postseason. So he's done, and he homered in game 1 of it. But game 3 is tonight for all the marbles. The Aggies haven't won. Okay, name the last major national championship for the Aggies.
We know the year, right? 1939. But what's the title?
They have one track. Okay, is that a major?
No.
It's not considered a major thing.
I don't think so either. Have they? And I don't know that
It's the 3 big team sports that we all consider. I don't know if they've done anything in women's sports, but the 3 we consider.
But you want to talk about the Aggies taking over Omaha? Did you see the line to get into the stadium?
Oh my gosh!
It was like blocks and blocks long.
Well, and if they weren't so egregious with their taunting, they would have even 2 more guys there.
They lost a couple. They did lose a couple of seats, but that was.
I was reading an article
that was early.
about college baseball. How college baseball has only become. It literally is only for
The South.
A few teams. The ACC teams, the Southeast. And
it was the
Texas.
Pac-12. You know, the Pac-12 has been pretty good when they no longer exist anymore.
Yeah.
But
they said, it doesn't even exist. Basically, baseball in the Big Ten doesn't really exist. Baseball in the Northeast doesn't really exist. Not really on a major level.
Well, you can't play all year.
It's like they're saying it's a battle between a couple teams in the ACC, the Big 12, and
half the
SEC.
field was the SEC
That's all it is.
at the World
well,
Series.
it was half SEC, half ACC, 4-4.
And it's a big deal in the SEC. Like it's a really big deal. Peter Burns and I were talking about, he goes and they do major broadcasts. It's a major deal for them. Kentucky baseball, LSU baseball, Georgia, like SEC baseball is a major deal there. In the it's kind of I guess it's a big deal for people who really follow their colleges.
Yeah.
For Texas and A&M, it's a really big deal. For outsiders, it's not a big deal.
No, it's huge. I mean, I'm hoping the Aggies win. I mean, I want to see them to win
I want
something.
the Aggies to win, yeah.
Win something.
And then you know what they could chant? SEC.
Well, they've been there for a
Well,
while. Maybe they just celebrate themselves.
Valid. Not like Texas.
Yeah, but
doing
it's 2 SEC teams playing for the championship.
Yeah, but then you're playing each other. You don't have to chant it if you're playing another SEC team.
This is SEC, the Texas branch.
Well, my question
this is like Dunder Mifflin, the Scranton branch. We're like, that's the SEC Bryan College Station branch.
But then you say Scranton.
No, but it's like SEC.
Aggies.
You say Bryan. Is in Bryan College Station.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know what
College Station.
I don't think they're going to be doing
I think it's called Omaha Station this week. Okay.
So many of them there. So you talk about how big it is. Is it big enough for Texas fans to revel in them getting to the final game and losing? Like how much laughing will be done?
Plenty.
That determines how big it is.
If Tennessee wins tonight, plenty of Longhorns.
Yeah, understood. A&M losing is part of the deal where you laugh. But how big is this? Because if the Aggies get to a title game, they get within 9 innings of a title, the first one since whatever, and they don't win it, I got to know the level of laughing Texas is going to be doing. That'll determine how big of a title
I think it's going to be pretty loud laugh.
Okay.
I think it's going to be pretty loud.
Okay.
Because I've already seen all these Longhorns, all the insufferable Aggies. I can't have them
Josh
win.
Tate said, he tweeted, you guys don't know what it is if the Aggies ever win a title. You don't know what this place will be like.
If they
think
ever
he's
win
right.
anything.
I think he's right to an extent.
Well,
but I would tell you it's going to be worse with Texas fans. Like Texas already, the Lamborghini stuff really hit home. Like, oh my God. And I think they're going to be really, really good. And like, if Sark gets them to where they're the new Alabama, or it's just Texas and Georgia, you want to talk about insufferable. Good Lord. Longhorn fans who've lain dormant since Vince Young, oh my gosh, is it going to be something else if they start winning? And they're just paying all their players $5.6 million a year and all this.
Yeah,
everyone's flying in private jets to vacation right after everyone pile on a jet before they fly after the Texas Oklahoma.
Have you been listening to this Tennessee coach? He said, and he one of the things that he said this week was, if you're coming here to play for money, then don't come here. Don't come here.
Yeah.
Because we ain't about that.
No.
You know what?
The baseball team.
Tennessee is a good baseball. That they came back yesterday, man. The Aggies have been so good. That starter yesterday was fantastic. They just shut him down. And unlike Wayne Graham would have thrown him 180 pitches. Schlossnagel took him out and said, no, you're done. And it cost them because late they hit a couple of homers and won the game. So game 3 tonight. Heads up against – this is the most excited I am for an NHL game.
Is it because
ever.
you want Edmonton to win, or you want history to be made?
I want history to be
Okay.
made.
The blowing
but,
of a...
But I've been watching this series. We were watching it in Vegas. You want to talk about fantastic hockey.
Well, I mean,
you want to talk about fast pace. Just Connor McDavid is fantastic. And listen, and Kachuk is excellent too. But this is awesome hockey.
I mean, Game 5 was good. 4 stunk, and Florida
6 wasn't great.
Florida didn't get going to like the third period.
Especially at Pick'em tonight. It's like 115 to 105. Like you both have to lay a little bit. But it's basically a pick 'em at home, and how could it not be? I'm still going with Florida. I think Florida wins at home.
This is the second
recovery. It's so hard to win 4 in a row.
When we saw a South Florida team go through this last year,
they figured something out though. After Game 3, Edmonton they are scoring goals at an unbelievable level.
Florida's been terrible in the first period. The last 3 games, that's been their issue. If they can find a way, they don't even have to lead. Just don't trail. They found a way to odd man rushes have killed them. Bobrovsky, who's their goalie, who's been great through the first 3. If he wasn't as good as he was, Edmonton probably already would have had the cup. How he was great in the first 3 games, but the odd man rushes have continued, and he has been able to stop them. They got to get through the first period, and their game picks up as the game goes along. But generally, they're already trailing in that one. This almost happened last year.
Game 5 was fantastic.
It was a great game. Florida's comeback at home was pretty good, and Kachuk made a diving stop, and then McDavid put the goal in seconds later. But this happened to a South Florida team last year. 0-3, Boston goes down there and wins the Game 6, and they go up to Boston. Everyone's like, it's got to happen. It's got to happen. And Miami goes up there and wins. So can Florida for it all, avoid history? I know someone who's driving down there. Doesn't have tickets yet. They're driving from the Midwest. They're going down there.
No way.
And they're going to see if they can get tickets.
No way.
That's how big of a hockey fan they are.
So
they're not even an Edmonton fan. They just love hockey.
Which leads into what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I went to the Sphere Friday night. The hippies,
Oh wait, what did you watch? It was
the Dead
Fish?
and Company.
Is
the Grateful Dead with
and Fish
John
also
Mayer.
Or just Grateful Dead? Oh,
it's
with John Mayer.
Well, but John Mayer.
Oh yeah, he's with them.
Yeah,
now.
but he just played. It was no John Mayer songs. It was just the Dead.
He just plays with the Dead.
He just plays with the Dead. He took Jerry Garcia's place.
Oh yeah, you mean you saw something with a bunch of Dead fans?
Well, it was okay. So what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Next, 713-780-3776.
Let's go.
You learned something this weekend that you want to tell us, and you only get one sentence to do it. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I right now am talking about the great people over at Air Team. What they've done for me, what they will do for you. I just love what they've done. And here's the deal: is they put in 2 air conditioners for me. And when you got to do that, it is such a hassle. It's so. And it couldn't have been an easier process. They were so good. They're so great at what they do. AirTeamLTD.com. AirTeamLTD.com. I'm telling you this. If you are somebody that is looking for a great way to get that air conditioner clean, you got to do it. AirTeamLTD.com. You got a no interest, no payment for 3 months deal going on right now. I'm at the website right now. The services are unbelievable. They'll install, they'll repair, preseason tune-ups, and this is what I'm talking about. If you haven't looked at your air conditioner in a while, you need to do this now, okay? Insulation. They will do the insulation as well. Filters. They will maintain all of or your air ducts. They will see how they're doing. You need to make sure that your air conditioner is air conditioning unit is working to its fullest potential. And this is what they do every single day. AirTeamLTD.com. They are awesome. I loved what they did for me, and I love what they will do for you. AirTeamLTD.com. 713-936-5346 or AirTeamLTD.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Time for Free Reign Coffees. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Free Reign Coffee. Thank you, Free Reign. We love you. Thank you so much for getting our day started. Let's go. Free Reign Coffee. It's the way to go. If you haven't tried it yet, you really need to. Pods or beans or ground, whatever you want. They've got it all. All right, I'm going to start. The Sphere is really cool, but don't go there if you're not crazy about the band you're going to see, because it doesn't hold up by itself. Okay, that's all. You got one?
No, I'll let the I do, but I'll let the listeners.
Dell's got one.
I learned that ex-football players, and maybe some current ones, hate when quarterbacks' wives do podcasts.
Oh my God!
And we'll have sound from
Good Lord.
We'll have sound from maybe her and a response from a different podcast featuring ex-football players later.
Yeah.
It's
Is this about
questionable.
Kelly Stafford?
Yes.
Yes,
we'll
it is.
talk
Of course it is. All right, 713-780-3776. As soon as somebody gets off, you get on. Daniel is first up. Daniel, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Good morning, guys. I learned this weekend that getting the neografting procedure with Dr. Linville is the best investment you can make for yourself.
Look at that.
How about that?
Look at that.
I'm telling you. So that's a confirmation from Daniel. The Doc Linville neografting is such a great process. Such a great process. So easy. 713-780-3776. Ryan, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that sometimes you gotta hop to it and sit on a thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, you did learn that this weekend? Okay. You're a little behind because that was last week we learned that.
Did he learn that
Maybe he learned it this weekend.
specifically?
Yeah, right.
Because, something might have happened.
Yeah, so I hope.
I sent a text to my wife asking her, and she's like, I said, how about I get that treatment? She goes, question mark, question mark, question mark. And I just said, our Twitters are different.
Hey.
She didn't even know what it meant. Like, we just have different Twitters.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
She goes, what are you talking about? I said, it's just nothing.
713-780-3776. I learned that if you hit a golf shot, Bryson DeChambeau hits a golf shot, somebody's going to hawk to it.
Bryce Harper, when he
That's the new Baba Booey, I
hits
guess.
a double,
Hawk Tua.
he'll celebrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Robert, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Good morning, fellas. I learned this weekend how to make a moist brisket and a damn good picanha steak by Mr. Doug over at Texas Star Grill.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Friday night they had you went to it, Robert. Nice.
Yeah.
How about that? That is a great learning experience. The
Yeah.
picanha
And they have that. They have barbecue people come in all the time for those cooking
and
classes.
brisket.
Not all the time.
You
but
should have gone for the brisket.
I don't
then.
need to.
Well,
I don't need to.
I just thought.
My John's on point.
Okay.
Your
I
what's
don't know.
on point?
Your
My
what?
John, that John?
I don't stop.
All right. I don't know what that means.
Stop talking like that.
I don't know what that means. Keith.
That's Cap.
That's because he got kids at home.
That's Cap.
Of course it is.
No cap. My John's on point, Del.
He's got
Stop.
jits.
Cap.
He got jits.
I know.
he
And
got-
kings and young kings, too.
Young
It's
Kings.
Skibbity.
What's up, Keith? What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend that Texas A&M women's tennis won the 2024 national championship.
Nice. Like we said, still haven't won.
So
it.
tonight doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They've
Yeah,
won, they've,
got
won,
there.
they've won their title.
Yeah.
They got a tennis national championship. Whoop. Congratulations. 713-780-3776. Tom on a mobile is here. Let's get Tom on a mobile with us here. Hey, Tom on a mobile.
Hey guys, how are y'all? Woohoo! Hey, so I learned you can't simply ask for the old Hawk Tua or you'll get spit in your face, if you know what I mean.
Delete that
Okay,
call.
wait a minute. So now
only-
I wanted to go to Tom on a mobile first because Tom is actually here.
Yeah, the real Tom with real stories.
713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one
Haters,
sentence?
here's the thing. People are so jealous
They're
of Tom.
jealous
Tom
of Tom.
owns this segment.
Yes, he does. He has since its inception. Tom, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned if you're going to have a basketball tournament to specifically exploit women, don't try to book a New Jersey high school to host it in.
It was nothing. It was called the Nothing But Ass tournament. It got canceled because
Nothing but ass.
NUTTIN but ass. It was canceled because in promoting it, there was women shaking their ass. I think either at the facility or in just promo stuff. So the
It
high
was
school,
a women's basketball tournament?
it was a Nothing But Ass basketball tournament, and in promoting it, they showed women shaking their ass, and I think the high school got wind. Wait a minute, we rented it out, but this isn't what we're looking for, so it's got to go.
That's a shame that they canceled it
Well,
because it would have been
nothing but ass.
shaking that.
Well, they would have played basketball, but certain parts would have been more exposed than you would see in the WNBA. And it would have been.
So wait, it was a high school?
It wasn't going to be high school girls. It was going to be held at a high school.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
and
Oh,
the
the high
school's
school
like,
said we don't
no,
want.
we
Yeah,
don't
wait a
want this.
minute.
Yeah,
that's not what we're looking for.
I got you.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's a shame. That's a shame
Is
you
it?
don't know what. That's a shame that they didn't go
What?
on. It
You
would
know
have
what?
made interesting Twitter.
What I learned is that Haley Welch, the also known as the Haktu girl,
Okay.
learned from past mistakes and scrubbed all of her internet as soon as
Oh, yeah.
she saw it going viral. She got rid of everything. There's nothing that
Somebody
you can
said
find
she was a
on her.
preschool teacher and she got fired.
That was not true.
That's not true.
That was a fake little story.
Because like what I tell you about
It was somebody-
preschool teachers,
Yeah, but somebody wrote a fake. It was a fake story.
freaks. Anyway, 713-780-3776. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Eli, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that the Astros did not purposely put Dollar Dog Night and Pride Night in the same day.
Okay, that's enough out of you. That's enough out of you.
It should have been the same day.
Enough.
Did you see Princess Day yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
That was sweet.
What, like Disney princesses?
It
Or
was,
just
Yeah, they could dress up
little
like that.
all
All
princess.
type of
Well,
princesses.
all the way up to there was a 90-year-old there. dressed up as
so-
a princess.
Yesterday was a huge daddy-daughter day. What do you want
I
to do?
guess princess doesn't matter as far as age doesn't matter. You can be a princess when you're 90.
Well, there's
Yeah.
lots of people acting like they're
I
princesses.
learned too. I learned something else this weekend. That Lance brought his daughter, daddy-daughter day, to learn how to make desserts from a hooker.
Veruca Salt from Sugar Hooker, a.k.a. Rebecca Masson. Yes. She went to a baking class. Highly recommended.
Did Monty
I
know
sat
her
there and
name
drank
was the
beer.
Sugar Hooker?
I sat there and drank, and then she was cooking with 7 other women / girls. Yeah.
She know her name's the Sugar.
It's just a nickname. I think she's outgrown it now.
She-
I don't think she mentions it too much more anymore.
I like that nickname. That's my favorite dessert nickname.
I caught my daughter listening to Kendrick Lamar. She likes to be judgmental, and then I'm like, hey, are you supposed to be listening to this, Mom?
Is she listening to the clean version?
No.
Oh.
There's no
Oh.
clean version.
You
I
can
don't think.
find a clean version, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure they play it on the radio,
Yeah.
but they just beep it out. But no.
Anyway, that's a pretty good. We had Tom and Tom on a
Look,
mobile.
you think regular
No La Raza. I think we need a wellness
or La
check.
Salsa. Oh,
or La
See,
Salsa.
last week. Oh yeah, you
he
were
was
on.
here.
Yeah,
he
you
was
were
near
on.
death,
When
but he
La
was here.
Salsa called on.
Yeah.
Called yesterday.
You think Tom rules the segment? I feel like fake Tom or Tom on the mobile's coming on strong as far
He
as
is,
owning the
hey
segment.
guys. And then Tom, to his credit, went, hey guys. What did I learn? I had to have learned something good. Like I had to have learned. Oh, I learned how expensive it is to use Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Repair.
Whoa. Wow, that's not.
It's accurate.
They're
Well,
actually.
you've stolen
It's
their
accurate.
you've stolen their jingle for Islands
Yeah.
for Kids, and now
It's
this.
way
Now this-
cheaper to go, Islands for Kids, Islands for Kids.
Wow. And finally, Isaac, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I learned that Queen Hightower can't stop her shenanigans.
He's referencing
Oh.
last night's episode of House of the Dragon.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I'm not done, so I got to take my
I
headphones
learned
off.
I'm kind of bored with it. There's
I
nothing
learned-
going on
I
really in the
learned.
show.
I think it'll. I think
I'm
it's gonna
thrilled
kick
with the
up.
show. I love conversations in rooms, so I'm cool.
You're getting a lot of that.
Yeah, I like it.
The one between Rhaenyra and what's his name,
Damon?
the wild card Damon. Yeah, that one lasted a while. I'm like, you're not. I don't know how this ends, but I know that Damon is not going to be controlled by anyone. So
No.
he's going to be a problem throughout this.
Wait a
whole
minute. Did you see last week's episode, John?
Yeah.
That happened at the end, and you saying nothing happened?
It took 50
Yeah, a kid
minutes
got
to
his head
finally
whacked
something
off.
to happen.
Hey!
No,
Well,
listen.
I just say.
Hey.
Yeah, I didn't say it.
And then
it took 50 minutes to finally.
and then you had the set piece fight
I
this
know,
week.
it took 50 minutes
There's not,
to get
there's
there.
not going to be a fight in Dragons
No, but
every
everything
episode.
is something happens. Then,
John,
then we got to hear this complaining about it and this complaining
Lance,
about it.
Hey, Lance, do you remember?
Well, let's get some action.
Lance, do you remember?
I want to see some dragons
Lance, do
killing
you remember
people.
Game of Thrones?
Yes.
The best parts of that
Always the last.
were the conversations.
Well,
Yeah.
No, the best parts of that were there was a lot of action going on. There was a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
the
action
build-up
going on.
of it.
And there,
Most
well,
of
there,
it was
were,
build-up.
there were different. Now you just got two factions. You had so many things, different things going
Well,
on.
they're
in
going
Game
to
of
be
Thrones.
traveling to the Riverlands and the Heights and other places. You heard they're going to go. You're
They're
going to see
coming to
other
the Heights?
places. No, not the Heights.
Oh.
The High Towers. They're going to go to Old Town, which is where they're from. You're going to see the Riverlands. We saw the wall in the first episode.
Mm-hmm.
We went to the Stark, so it'll expand. I like it. I'm in. But what's up? What are we talking about
boring.
next? Well, it's not more boring than Scotty Scheffler talk. But what are you talking about here, John?
Well, Lance is going to talk about Underdog Fantasy.
what I
And
wanted
thank
to tell
you to
you,
Free Reign Coffee first for sponsoring. What did you learn this weekend?
Shout out.
In one sentence.
For sure. I'm going to talk about Underdog Fantasy and the way that you can. Hey, listen. Why don't you jump in? You're going to watch this Game 7 on Stanley Cup. You say I'm not really a hockey fan. That's okay. You don't have to be. But I bet you're a fan of Game 7s. I bet you're a fan of high intensity, a winner take all. The history of a team being down 0-3 and that they can win. Why don't you jump in and play along with what you're watching? Because you can absolutely do that with Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. You're going to make your first deposit. First I want you to sign up for Underdog Fantasy by downloading the app. Make your first deposit. You can go as low as $10. And what they're going to do is give you a special mystery pick once you do in the lobby of the Pick'em Challenge. And it's basically going to be an easy winner for you. And you're going to use that as part of your 2 to 5 players you have to choose. You go higher or lower with stats. They have shots on goal. They have goals. They have assists. They have saves for goalkeepers. You then can also add, maybe you're going to watch Copa America or the Euros. You can add that as well. There's going to be the ability to play that as well on your Pick'em Challenge. They will have statistics there. You can find it on baseball. You can tie them all together, mix and match anywhere between 2 players and 5 players on your high and low. And from there, you got a chance to win 100 times your original play. It's a lot of fun, and you can make your own decision how aggressive you want to be. And I'm telling you, it's real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates to play. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncbgambling.org.
No. 805 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance here with you at 713-780-3776. Back to our Astros. Alex Bregman he's on fire, dude.
He is a good American.
Alex Bregman, I think he's hitting, I want to say 329 this month.
Yeah.
He is.
This is weird. He usually doesn't start slow and get hot, but for some reason, for the first time in all 7 of his career years in baseball, 8 years, he's doing the exact same thing he literally always does.
Always does. A 4 for 4 yesterday. He has just been, and you know what? And Dana said it, as Bregman goes, we go. And I was like, that's putting a little much on him, isn't it? In June, 364, 956 OPS. Okay?
I like it.
That's his June. This is what amazes me, dude. How good is Alex Bregman right now? For 15 years, Lance Berkman was a 943 OPS. For 15 years in the big leagues. And he's got a 943 OPS, just under what Bregman is doing this month. And we're lauding Bregman as just an unbelievably great player. And Lance Berkman did that for 15 years. That's how good Lance Berkman was.
I know. It'll make you mad.
It makes me mad.
You can't play the Lance Berkman game anymore.
No.
It's just going to make you mad.
It's good. At the first ballot, that guy's better than I don't know how many guys that are in the Hall of Fame. Anyway, so Alex Bregman, after the game, at sweeping. Oh, I learned this weekend too.
Yeah.
Do you believe this? Since Adley Rutschman has been on this team, 177 series, they were swept one time before this weekend.
What?
177 series that Adley Rutschman had played in. The Baltimore Orioles had been swept one time. That's unbelievable.
Wow. I mean, Adley Rutschman had to have played in it, but yeah.
Yes. Well, no, since he's been on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's unbelievable. And
he's so talented.
He is. But it ain't just about him. That's a good organization.
It's a good organization.
And then the Astros swept them this
Mike Elias has put together a great organization. And
And
the Astros swept them. And the Astros,
after they looked great.
and the Astros
in New
bats
York.
jumped on them quick. You know, they didn't score they scored a ton of runs in one game, but the Astros jumped on them quick. Like the Astros, that's been the big problem is the Astros. You know what they've avoided? The first 3-inning blues. Have you noticed that? I mean, they've avoided the first 3-inning blues for the most part. You had one. Who was it the other day that gave up the rocket? Wasn't Fromber? Was it Bloss? No. Oh no. It was Blanco. It was no. It was Fromber, right? Gave up the rocket early in the game, and then and then settled in, and there was no problem.
No. Fromber was yesterday.
No.
Who
was it? Was it Renell Blanco the other day? Gave up the rocket, the home run, and then he just really settled in.
Well, Hunter Brown gave up a solo home run in his last outing.
Maybe I'm thinking of. No, I'm not thinking of Hunter. Well, all I know is that Hunter has avoided the 3-run inning. Blanco has never. He only had a couple games in a row, and he's been fine. Fromber has really locked in. Man, Fromber has really locked in and dialed in where he's going with his pitches, and he's looked terrific lately. You're just running out of, the problem right now is the Astros may, unfortunately, may have to make a move, and it won't be a super costly move, but they may have to make a trade here pretty quickly and add an arm because you got some real momentum. You don't want to lose the momentum. You got Verlander, who is out on the IL right now. Garcia's going to take a while to get back. We can't keep mentioning him. I don't even want to mention McCullers until I see McCullers and he's healthy. So the reality is you do hope that Garcia comes back, and you will get Justin Verlander back at some point. But you have so little depth right now, and with the amount of – you just lost one of your better minor league pitchers, so what are you going to do?
Well, now it's only inflammation, so there's a chance that the kid comes back.
Inflammation where?
Inflammation in the shoulder.
Yeah. Nope, he ain't coming back anytime soon. Can't afford to.
Well, it's minor inflammation too. So
they pulled him out of a game though.
Well, I understand. He said he felt something that he hadn't felt before. So and rightfully so. Get him out of there, get him healed, and then get back.
But don't you think it makes sense, though?
Listen, you can't win it all with Jake Bloss anyway.
No,
you got to have Justin Verlander
couldn't
back.
you see?
You got to have McCullers.
Couldn't you see them trading for an arm, a back end, trading somebody from your A ball for an arm, a major league arm that maybe makes a little bit more. Why not?
Because you're $4 million from another tax threshold. Because they're just not doing that.
Well, then get somebody less than that.
Yeah, well, less than. Who are you getting for less than $4 million?
Well, I mean, you probably somebody at the Astros have scouted. Maybe somebody who's a very average pitcher who's on club control. Maybe a guy who's coming up with. I mean, I have to look around, but maybe somebody who's coming up on, on arbitration. Somebody that not only gets you through tough times now, but somebody you have on the roster instead of Nick Hernandez, who you can use as a long reliever /
Well, you already sent him down. Brian King looked really good. I felt so good for those kids yesterday. Brian King comes in. And his parents are in the stands, and the mom looked like she was crying there. He got through an inning in 7. You get through the Baltimore Orioles in 7 pitches. I mean, how awesome was that? And then Contreras comes in. I think they misspelled his name when he first came in. Then Contreras comes in, and he gives up the hit, but he's able to get out of the inning without giving up any runs. So they both got clean sheets. What a great start for both of their. How often is it that a team in June has got 2 major league debuts in back-to-back innings? That's how desperate the Astros are right now. In June and they're, make no mistake, they're in the thick of the pennant race. They're in the thick of a race and we're not even to the All-Star break, so we're okay. But this team is so banged up, is so snake-bitten this year, that they had, this weekend, they had 3 major league debuts. 3 major league debuts on the pitching staff. And you know what? They're probably going to have another one coming up. We'll see. I don't think you do that, Lance. I think they held Seth Martinez out. The reasoning of that Seth Martinez did not pitch this weekend, they like Seth Martinez when there's 3 straight right-handed bats coming up. And the Orioles do a lot of left, right. So Seth Martinez, as they're holding him back, I think they throw Seth Martinez, and then they maybe do Seth Martinez as a 3-inning opener on Tuesday in Toronto. Let everybody use their regular rotation, their regular 4-day rest. Tuesday you get to Toronto. Monday you get to Toronto, and you got your last starter on his 4-day rest. And you got that open spot, and you put Seth Martinez in there. And let Seth Martinez throw 3, maybe if he can get to 4 innings.
But what are you doing about depth? You can't have any injuries at all.
Well, no, obviously.
Well, you need depth somewhere.
Well, no, but you think people are coming back. Justin Verlander is going to come back. Luis Garcia is going to come back.
Justin Verlander has had 2 injuries this year that have kept him from 2 separate ones, a neck and an arm before the season even started that have cost him time. It tracks with his age.
A neck is better though.
And then Garcia, we don't know how he's going to respond.
No, we don't know. We don't know if how he's going to come back after all this time off. We have no idea. That is true. But what are you going to get for a $2 million pitcher though? I mean, honestly.
No, you're just getting somebody to bridge the gap and be a minor. I'm not talking about a great player. I'm just talking about a guy who can give you decent starts and can pitch out of the bullpen after that. I mean, I really am. I'm not talking about. I think it's a minor trade. I'm not looking for a major trade. It would be a minor league prospect for a guy that you take off somebody else's team and who they think is very, very average. These trades happen all the time. And I'm not. When I say trade, it's not going to be sexy. It's just a guy. It's just a guy to help you.
Okay.
It's somebody who would be like. It would be like Jake Bloss coming up from the minors. It'd be one of those situations. A guy that has some major league experience who can give you some innings, and that's it. So I don't want you to think it's going to be anything sexy because obviously you got the $4 million till you get to a threshold. I was looking at Fedde from the White Sox. He's a $7.5 million, and he's okay.
No,
he's the type of guy you'd like, but you can't. Patrick Sandoval from the Angels could be somebody you could look at, but he's got an arm injury. He's not good, but he's got an arm injury.
Well, let's get another arm injury in here.
No, and you don't want that. And I mean, he's he's been terrible.
Let's get another arm injury in. That sounds like a good idea.
We've got enough arm injuries ourselves. But can you go out? You know what I want? Garrett Crochet. Why not?
Yeah. No, on a rookie deal? Yeah. That'd be really,
why not?
really awesome.
If you're going to target, why not target him?
Yeah, no. The White Sox are probably looking to give him up for next to nothing.
No, they are going to move him, though.
Yeah, probably next to nothing.
Why?
No. They'll want a lot.
Yeah, they're going to want a lot.
Yeah, right.
But, he's
I thought you just said you want to just give up some.
He's 6-6. Well, I mean, if you're going to look at a guy like this, I consider
he's 6-6 because the Astros just beat
who's
his
coming
ass.
back for sure? Luis Garcia. They need to look at him.
Yeah. Ooh, you think they would like Luis
if they're
Garcia?
smart,
yeah.
Would you give up Jacob Melton and in a package with other players for Garrett Crochet?
I would absolutely.
I'd consider it.
I'd consider that.
I'd want to know what it looks like.
We don't even know if he can pitch without rocking the baby because we haven't seen it yet. We have not seen him pitch well without rocking the baby. That's for sure. All right, time to break. 713-780-3776. We have not gotten to that Rocket story because the draft is this week. So we will do that on the other side. Right now, though, we're talking about Canstead and Dublin. What? How about $11? You know what? The Hawk Tua thing. Here's the thing about Canstead and Dublin, though. When you're dipping, you spit, right? Hawk Tua spit. Not like that. No, on that. No.
Not like that.
Not like that. Yeah. But here's the deal. With Canstead and Dublin, you don't spit. You don't spit.
Canstead and Dublin?
Huh?
Can women do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They can dip. Have you ever seen a woman dip? It's great. It's really attractive.
I can't. Not that I can recall.
It's really it really is attractive. And here's the deal is you don't have to spit, though. Hey, ladies, if you do want to dip, or any guy you want to dip and you don't want to be gross and you want it not be dangerous and you want to do it economically, because how about this? 5 canisters for $11.25. What? Hemp in a pouch made of hemp. And it's the canisters. You open it up. You put it in a pouch. Boom. You've got that same sensation. You got the same flavor that you love. You love citrus, wintergreen, tobacco, all of the flavors. Now, you don't have any tobacco in it because it's got CBD oil in it. And you don't want to spit because you got CBD oil, which has got the healing situation. So if you're looking for a great way to change whatever dip habit you have, and you don't have to Hawk Tua, all you have to do is go to 975dip.com. That's 975dip.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Will you be mad if it's Reed Shepherd?
Mad? No, I don't think mad's the right word for it. No, I don't have room for. I can't work up any. I don't have anybody that I don't want or whatever. Reed is a guy who can shoot. He's an athlete who can shoot. I think he's a little bit limited in terms of how you're going to use him. I'm worried about the glut at the position. I think I've come around on the fact that Klingon's probably the guy that I would want. Just pure rim runner, gives you a shot blocker. I don't look at this draft as a draft that's going to have a big impact on your future as a Houston Rockets. Not every draft does, and it's not considered a good draft. I think what you're doing is you're adding another commodity that can be used in the future as a trade bait. That's not Daryl Morey. When he ever made a draft pick, other than Capella, most of them were used in trades. So most of the guys he ever drafted got traded.
Have you seen the stat over the last 5 years? The Rockets have the number one draft value in the NBA.
Yeah, they've done a phenomenal job
with
that.
Alperen
But they also
Şengün and Cam Whitmore.
Now
really,
they also
really
have been drafted. They've drafted earlier. Now not
15 and 20.
Not Whitmore. And Şengün was in the middle, yeah. But you also have to look at Jabari Smith. From a draft value standpoint, him and Jalen Green actually probably are not way up there. They're probably about in the middle. But they also have had 2 picks in those drafts, and they've done a really good job. They've done a good job. They also had 1 billion holes to fill. So they were going to get playing time. They were going to be developed a little easier. But they've done a nice job, a combination of a good situation to rebuild, but also doing a good job of drafting good players, man. Rafael Stone and Eli Wittes and the entire Rocket organization have done a really good job of drafting good talent. Yep. They really have. And talent that now have value. Is Tari Eason, are they going to stick around forever? I don't know. I think eventually you're getting to a point where you have so many commodities you can start to package and move, and you have draft picks on the way, and the Rockets are in a really favorable – this is a great opportunity for the Rockets to figure out how they want to go about this but it also is dangerous. Like, you could go in one direction or another, but if you make it in the right direction, if you take the right fork in the road, you could end up becoming a major force in the Western Conference for years to come because of the age of the team. And I'm excited. I just don't think this year's draft is going to have a big impact. Like I said, certainly not on this year's team, but I do think
if they get Reed Shepherd and he can shoot.
I just don't know where he's going to play. He's not playing ahead of Amen. He's not playing ahead of Whitmore, I don't think, as a rookie. I just think this is going to be a rookie year where he doesn't play a whole lot.
If he can shoot, he's going to get on the floor. They'll find a way.
Well, he better be able to defend.
Yeah. Well,
because Ime Udoka is not just playing a guy because he can shoot. He's got to be able to defend, and he's got to do what Ime Udoka tells him. So one thing we know about Ime Udoka is look at how he taught lessons out there to players. Like Cam Whitmore, electric scorer. I'll bet you that Reed Shepherd's not a better overall scorer coming into this league than Cam Whitmore, but, man, he was teaching Cam Whitmore some lessons out there, and that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't mind Klingon either because how long is Steven Adams going to be here? Right. I mean,
he's going to be here 1 year.
That's exactly. I would think that's probably the way to go.
What about trade back? I'm okay with trade back. You pick up commodities with trade back.
What more commodities do you need? You don't need more.
No, it depends on how the Rockets look. The Rockets have done a great job with Whitmore, who fell to him, Tari Eason, and Tari Eason, and Şengün. These guys are outside the top 10. They've done a terrific job. If they evaluate that effectively, man, drop to number 8 if you want to. Drop to number 7. Pick up a backup point guard. something like that. Maybe a shooter on the roster that you can have. Now, I also recognize the roster's getting pretty deep, but I don't know. I wouldn't rule out maybe get a future first. I just wouldn't. That's not lottery protected. I wouldn't rule out the Rockets moving back either. They won't move up. There's no real reason to do that.
No, there's nothing there that you would move up for. I don't know. I think they'll stick at 3, and I think I'm thinking it'll be Klingon because then you got a guy for years to come along with Alpe.
Yeah, and you look at it, and like I said, I don't think this year's draft is going to have an impact on this year's team much. But Klingon is a good you shouldn't be drafting for this year. You're drafting for the totality. And Klingon is the one that makes the most sense because you get a guy to run with Alpe who can do the shot blocking, who can do the weak side. That would make a lot of sense and can defend at high post, has a little quicker feet, so he can do the high screen and roll.
You got
stuff.
somebody that you can play when you're playing Minnesota. You got somebody that you can play even against Dallas with the addition of Gafford and P.J. Washington as well. I mean, I think he makes a lot of sense. Of course, Steven Adams made a lot of sense too, but he's just he's not going to be a long-term answer. Klingon might be your long-term answer.
I forgot about Tony brings up, what about next up, Forrest Whitley?
He's already been here and done. And
I know. Could he be the next? Could he be coming up next?
Yeah. No.
Why not?
Because you did that for about 12 years now.
He played. No, Forrest Whitley came up, pitched 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit, and that was it. Why not Forrest?
Where is he? He's on the IL.
Not still, right?
Yeah, Forrest Whitley. No, there's no Forrest Whitley. Stop already. Let's get Jared in here before we get.
Forrest Whitley has not pitched a lot late.
No. Let's get Jared in here before we get Dell's. What is it? Mean things that people say to each other or something? What's it called?
Ship talk.
Jared, what's up?
Hey guys, Dana Brown and Jim Crane don't run this team. Bagwell didn't even run it. Astros Twitter runs freaking the Astros. Since they all came on board in 2017, they got rid of Dusty. They control moves, and I have a solution, and a bunch of people, probably maybe 10% of Astros Twitter agrees with me on this, but a lot of people that I know outside of Astros Twitter, hey, I got a way that we can not only not get rid of prospects. It's not going to cost us an arm and a leg. And he's down in the Mexican League. His name is Trevor Bauer. And I don't care. I know that what's it going to hurt to bring a guy in and pay him league minimum and see what he can do? And I know that there's a lot of baggage that comes with that. But, Astros Twitter got their feelings hurt because he had to wear trash throws and all this other crap. But, hey, we've taken villains on before in this city and embraced them. You know what cures that? Winning. And if we can bring somebody in and not cost us prospects, I'm all for it. I don't know about you guys. I know I've heard y'all talk about before. There's got to be something that's going on with him, I guess, that it's blackballing him from the league.
Yeah.
But he was found innocent on that stuff. And
multiple
the
accusations multiple accusations of sexual deviance. That's what's actually.
Yeah, but they said that the girl.
That one, but he's got other accusations.
Are you supposed to be in his bedroom?
He's got other accusations against him.
Well,
not just that one.
But he doesn't have. Where's the guilty plea? Where's the guilty verdict on him?
Yeah, I don't have one.
I mean,
all I know is that we did it before.
And
why be the Astros?
Why should the Astros be the ones to jump out on that limb? Well, there's no guilty verdicts. The rest of Major League Baseball decided, you know what?
No.
We're not good.
Well, some of it too, Jared, I think has to do with the fact that he may not be considered the greatest teammate.
And not only that, okay, he had 18 strikeouts in A ball. That's the same league apparently that Robinson Cano is in. Is 450.
It's dominating.
Dominating.
Yeah.
And
he played Japanese league. He's played Mexico. He's doing everything he can. Look. I've seen a lot worse. I've seen bad. Deshaun Watson got $280 million guaranteed because he could play.
Yeah.
And the Cleveland Browns said we're going to take a chance on him. It's not like a major league
working out for them.
If the Astros didn't have their background, their baggage, yeah, absolutely. But I just don't think Jim Crane and the organization is going to risk
But
having
there are
that
other
kind of
teams who
backlash.
don't have the baggage.
I know,
and they're
I know.
not touching them either.
And I'm kind of curious as to now keep in mind also, I know this from talking to different organizations in different sports, in basketball and football at least. I haven't talked in baseball. There is a league-wide security group, and they do PI, and a lot of teams also have their own. I mean, all the NFL teams do. But they have league-wide security that will go do research on this stuff and get the intel. They get intel on this. Major League Baseball has intel on what happened with Trevor Bauer. They have intel on what the police reports say, and they'll share this with Major League teams. So I wonder, even though he's never been found guilty of anything, I wonder if there are teams thinking that he's a ticking time bomb, or maybe the combination of things like – the guy likes rough sex. We know that. He's into that. But there's a lot of people who are into bondage and S&M and things like that. That's their own bedroom. That's their own whatever. It's when it becomes criminal or violent or whatever that teams are going to be concerned. And if he does have multiple accusations, if they're worried that something's going to pop out of nowhere, every team's worst fear is you sign Trevor Bauer and then 2 more people come forward. That's their biggest concern, because then even if he's not found guilty, you're still dealing with the PR nightmare.
Yeah.
Why'd you take this guy on?
All right, we got to break it because Dell's Ship Talk is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by nobody right here on the show. Right now, though, Lance, you got Craig the Surface bringing it to you.
Yeah, Craig the Surface is bringing you great offers, great deals right now when it comes to what you are looking for in a vehicle. And that vehicle can be any number of things, really, any number of vehicles. But I'll give you an example of some of the offers that they've got going on right now. If you are into Chevy trucks, you're going to really like this one. A 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, luxury touring model with a 5.3-liter engine. Now is the time, because you can get a total cash allowance of $5,750. That's 10% below the MSRP, and we haven't even gotten into your trade-in value for whatever you're trading in. Find these deals and more at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They've got deals just like this on Chevy, on Buick, on GMC. They're all available. And if you love the Chevy vehicle, but you say, I don't want a truck, well, don't worry. How about the Chevy Traverse, which is what me and my wife drive? It is a great SUV. Check them out for yourselves at LanceZcars.com. That's LanceZcars.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 every Monday at 8:30. Well, 8:36. We start somewhere around there.
Who's talking? Who's chirping?
Turn on your mic.
Yeah.
Who's talking? Who's chirping?
We don't know who's chirping.
Who's got something to
He doesn't
say?
have his
Yeah,
mic on.
He's only been doing it for 20 years.
No, he doesn't know.
Who has something to say?
Okay.
Well, multiple people.
Yeah.
And I referenced this earlier. Last week it broke late that Kelly Stafford, she told a story. She went on a podcast and told a story about how she used the backup quarterback at Georgia to alert Matt Stafford to, I could be gone at any time. You better come correct. And he did. He did.
Well, now, to clean it up,
Eventually.
apparently he didn't want to be exclusive.
Well, yeah, he's a starting quarterback at Georgia. No kidding.
Right. And so she's like, oh, okay, two can play at that game.
Yes, but she used the quarterback, and then she told the story. By the way, it broke last week, but this isn't the first time she's told the story.
Really?
Me, being an intrepid producer, found a clip from her right after they won the Super Bowl. She was on a podcast before and told the same story. I don't know
so
why.
It just never got out.
I don't know why this one hit more. So I'm going to give you what she said and then play a response from the Pivot. That's a podcast hosted by Ryan Clark, has Channing Crowder and Fred Taylor, a couple Florida boys on it. But first, we're going to hear from Kelly Stafford and why a lot of football players and men in general are a little upset.
Wait, so was he trying to casually date and you were all in?
Oh, yeah, girl. Anyways, long story short, it wasn't that cute of a relationship at first. I hated him. I loved him. I dated the backup to piss him off, which worked.
Yes.
He was like,
that'll do it.
He was the bad boy, too. Like, Matthew's so sweet and Southern gentleman and all that stuff. And the backup was the complete opposite.
Yeah,
Trevor Bauer.
Ooh, and it upset him. So they lived in the same dorm because athletes lived in the same dorm, and he would see my car there. And so at one point, he, like, waited and followed me out and got in my car and wouldn't get out.
Stop.
And he was
You're
like,
this is so hot.
I was like, this is amazing working.
Yeah.
I was get out of my car, and he was like, he's not right for you. And I was like, what? You can't tell me that.
So men are upset everywhere. Stephen A. Smith has responded, Antonio Brown.
When does anyone care?
It's it's everyone's business.
It's
now.
everyone's business.
It's everyone's
They
business.
care because
It's
why
not
would you
her
embarrass your
right.
husband
Well,
by telling this story?
That's not embarrassing.
No,
you're not the husband.
I thought the same thing. I thought it was a little embarrassing, but he's probably okay with it. I mean, she's already told us. Now that you tell me that she's told the story before, he probably doesn't care, I guess. But I was thinking, why are you?
This is
the
the
only thing I'm
response.
thinking is that's a smash. Like, that's not, I dated the quarterback. You saw his car. It is. I just thought, and they've been married for a long time. So it's really.
They've been together around since 08. Obviously, this is 24, so it's been like a 16-year relationship.
I mean, it's obviously they're
fine.
This
They've
is
got
not
kids.
going to devastate Matthew Stafford. He already knows this.
But men in general were
But men have
perturbed.
decided this is, I'll be damned if I'm not going to get on and not mind my business. I've got other people's business to mind.
Well, a couple men who decided they didn't want to mind their business are Channing Crowder, Ryan Clark, and Fred Taylor.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's, and it did get
That's
viral and
Channing
everybody
Crowder.
wants to go viral and all that. But listen, Mrs. Stafford, what's the point of telling that story at this venture? Y'all are married with kids. Like, it just makes Matt look bad. Like, don't say things that make your spouse look bad. And there's things I've said and the stories I've told and everybody, the Kevin Hart stuff, where I had to go home and Ace was like, damn, you didn't run that past me first. You know what I'm saying? But that's not, I don't even think that's anywhere close to what she's talking about, going and giving the cakes up to a backup to make you jealous, and then now you come back around, so you done knocked it down, and your buddy done knocked it down, and you done came back around and jumped in the car. Man, that was unacceptable for me. And if I say it's unacceptable, you know it's crazy.
But to be fair, men can do that, and it's not the same.
Listen,
it's not the same heat that they take.
It's how they started their relationship.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's 16 years ago.
And so what? I mean,
yeah, but it did hit me. It did hit me a certain type of way. I'm not gonna.
Did it?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It
Lance
really
ain't
did.
unique. He's probably the more popular opinion.
Yeah.
Is that why would you tell that story?
That's what I just thought. Like, why are you putting that story out there? But
I don't know.
if Matt
Things
Stafford's
bother
good with
people.
it, Well, I mean, it's new to other people. It's not new to him, and he's probably fine with it.
Well, we'll move on to this. Apparently, the Celtics did it for America. If we're asking Nick Young and Gilbert Arenas,
Swaggy and the Thief?
The Celtics did it for America, winning that title. Here's Nick Young's reasoning.
Let's give it up for America, because we won, baby. America won, baby. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown did it for America. They put Luka ass out. Oh, my God.
Somebody's high.
I got so tired of everybody talking about these foreigners and shit. America is here, baby. It's America's league, baby. It's America's league. I hope y'all see it. Tatum here, motherfucker. Brown.
Oh!
What?
Dang.
Now what now?
Yeah.
It's whatever. You can hit the jump button at any time. So that's Nick Young saying the Celtics did it for America. I didn't know, considering how the voting went about who we want to win. America was strictly on the Maverick side, but according to Nick Young, they did it for America.
Most people did not want the Celtics to win.
Let's move to actual ship talk. If you don't know, the Olympics are in France this year, Paris specifically. And they want some of their free swim events, not, some of the races, but like some of the triathlon, swimming, maybe the 10K stuff to be in the Seine, which isn't a very clean body of water. In fact, it's kind of like a runoff. But they want to put Olympic swimmers in there, and there's a discussion about how clean it is, and there's a protest going on that may lead to it being even dirtier.
Food protest in Paris is happening tomorrow, and this is what the Seine looks like today. The government has spent over €1 billion trying to clean the Seine before the Paris Summer Olympics that start in 1 month, and it's not working. So Parisians have set up a website telling everyone to go poop in the Seine tomorrow on June 23rd, which is when President Emmanuel Macron and Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo both said they'd go swim to prove it's clean. The website even has a calculator so that people who live far from Paris can know when they need to poop in the river for it to flow down to Paris at noon tomorrow. But even today, without the poop, the Seine looks awful. It's even more green in person, and I saw people dumping garbage into it. Apparently, they've done multiple tests, and the level of bacteria in the Seine is 3 times higher than other open water swimming events allow. However, the Olympic Committee says there's no reason to doubt the swimming events for the Olympics won't take place in the Seine this summer, and they're confident the swimmers will be able to use it.
It's a dirty body of water.
Everybody go poop in
The
it.
French want the athletes to swim in it, and
so everyone knows this is going to happen.
Yes.
What's
at
going to
least
happen?
they're threatening. They're all going to poop in the Seine River.
Yeah.
And so everyone knows it's going to happen at a certain time. There's a website. It's now been put out in multiple sites. So the entire country knows this. They're going to try to stop it, obviously. But like where? How? How are they going to? Are they going to try to stop it?
I got a question though. Can all these people poop at will? I mean,
you go down there when you have to.
Well, yeah, you just okay.
No, you
but
just
wait
put
a
it
minute,
in
how
a bag
far,
and throw it in. Just put it in a bag and throw it in.
Oh no!
Who wants to stand there?
Gross.
Who wants to stand there like this?
Oh no!
I am not carrying a bag.
I would much rather stand there and do that.
You think you
than
can do that
put
on
it in a
command
bag
with everyone watching you?
I don't think
everyone
I
has
could
to be there.
actually
And
carry.
you're squatting over what water? You're going to fall in 100%. What? Don't throw up, John.
You're gonna make me puke.
No.
Okay.
That's what they're doing. They're going to be squatting over, and then what if? Oh,
No.
What
Carrying
if
it in a bag is worse.
All right,
if it's runny?
Let's go to a more wholesome topic. Lance had a nice daddy-daughter day. I know about this because he put it up on social media
you
for
have to
clout.
tell people how good you
He
are.
put it up for clout. Well, Sabrina Carpenter is a pop star.
It's my daughter's one of her favorites. Right?
Well,
Espresso.
Yes, that's a popular song.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you need to bleep a certain word in that song. But she's very popular, and she was talking to a fan, and the fan was there with her mom, and the fan revealed something that her mom would have preferred she didn't.
Who did you come here with tonight? I'm here with my mom. Hi, Paloma, Mom. I chose you because you told me that you were heartbroken, and I wanted to know what happened. Well, my mom slept with my boyfriend, and she doesn't know I know.
Oh my God!
My mom slept with my boyfriend.
And she doesn't know I know.
Well, how
she
did
does
that
now.
So
Well,
that
she
that
told
had
her
to
at
have been a setup. Like, how did she get a microphone?
Well, Sabrina Carpenter, she talks to her fans, and I guess during a break between songs, a fan might have told her she was heartbroken, so she said, "Let me stop by and talk to you. What's wrong?" And then the fan told her, "What's wrong? My mom slept with my boyfriend."
Have you ever heard of Sabrina Carpenter, John?
I don't know who that is.
How many Instagram followers do you think she has?
I don't. Probably 8 billion. No one knows.
36 million.
Yeah, she was a
Height 4'11".
She's a small person.
She rides horses.
You know who she's dating, John? She's dating the dude who was licking the bathtub in Saltburn.
No.
Wait.
Yes.
She's dating that guy?
Yes.
He's
She's dating
got the
Barry.
creepiest face in the world.
Yeah.
She's and the scuttlebutt as far as pop gossip is, he has a young toddler with another woman that he's not around with because he's hanging out on a world tour with Sabrina Carpenter.
Wait, what?
What a good guy.
That's what they say. I don't know if he's an active dad, but they're pointing out that Barry, but bathtub licker, Barry Keegan, is that his name, his real name?
Yeah.
He's hanging out with the pop star.
He does have a weird face.
No.
But he licks bathtubs. I'm sorry. If I'm a girl, I can't after
He's not.
watching
He
this.
doesn't just lick bathtubs. He does stuff to graves.
Yeah.
No, he does stuff.
And
Well, at least his character
does stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care.
I do
He
need
did
to
it.
remember
As far
that
as
thing.
I'm concerned, he did it. That's all. I can't get past that.
Barry would tell you, "I'm just acting."
No. Well, that's okay. I'm sorry.
You know, they probably just cleaned the tub after the guy got out, John. He probably did not lick up that substance.
You don't know.
Man, well, I don't even know if that guy did what he appeared to do.
You don't know.
I said I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
I said I don't know. Actually,
Well, they're good actors, then. Really good actors because it grossed me out.
Gosh,
The
she's
whole thing
4'11".
4'11". That's a time for you to talk about maybe QC Kinetics. Maybe she can grow.
No, they don't have. They're not taking growth shots.
Okay.
They're out there trying to help your joint health. And there are some people who have, from a DNA standpoint, just a genetic thing. They have joint issues with shoulders. I know it's run in my family. You may have shoulder issues. You may have issues with knees, degenerative hips, whatever the case may be. Did you know that my friends over at QC Kinetics, that's where their strength lies in regenerative medicine. It's the way to go. And they've got the top doctor basically in the world in that who leads the charge over at QC Kinetics. And that's why they've been so successful. You can read the reviews, but QC Kinetics attacks the joint with regenerative processes, and they take the body's healing power, they concentrate it, they put it back into the joint. And so what happens is it starts to immediately regrow lost tissue and restructure and repurpose the damaged tissue, so that all of a sudden, man, you're starting to feel that inflammation goes away. Well, the way you feel better is that you don't have the same pain. So the chronic pain begins to subside, the mobility improves, and before you know it, you're out doing the things that you always love to do. But wouldn't you love to get away from chronic pain? It's the worst, and it can have a big impact on quality of life. Don't put up with that. Go with regenerative medicine. The steroid shots are nothing but Band-Aids. Get a solution with QCkinetics.com. 4 locations around the Houston area. You can sign up for a consultation at QCkinetics.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Game 7 tonight, along with the Aggies and the Vols. That's going to be – we got a good night of sports tonight. Nothing better than Game 7. That'll be on the big TV, and the Ags get the side TV. Sorry, Ags. I mean, I know it's big. It's big for you. But you do have a women's tennis title this year. So, I mean, you should be, I think, at least you got that to walk away. If you walk away with that, okay, that'll be, you got yourself something that you can be proud of. I was rooting for the Ags yesterday. I wanted to see them win a title.
I did too.
Yeah.
I was too.
I was thinking, I feel bad for Jeff Kent's kid, though. I mean, it just seems like he's so tough. He's so tough. Now, Jeff Kent's kid didn't even play for most of the season. Somebody got injured, and he came in, and he's been lighting it up. And I don't know, Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jeff Kent was probably like, oh, you see?
They were showing the guy he took over his job. They were showing him, like, in the dugout.
The kid that's a first-round pick that got hurt. Yeah. But Kent's kid he's actually played pretty damn well. He didn't come through yesterday. He had a big situation, and he popped up with 2 men on in about the 6th or 7th inning, and that was a big play. I was hoping for him to be a hero because I know how it just looks like Jeff Kent is so hard to be as a dad.
He doesn't even look. He looks the same Jeff Kent in the stands. He's just.
I know.
He doesn't like. There's no. And maybe I didn't see it enough. Maybe I just saw a few shots of him. But even when his son got a hit, like he was moderately pleased. But he just, and from talking to some Matt, this, I don't know that they didn't dislike him on the Astros. He just wasn't like, he would not have done well on this iteration of the Astros teams that we've had since 2017. He wouldn't have really fit this locker room great.
No, he didn't fit that team.
No, that team was hey, this is how you play baseball. That was the team also.
No, that was a pretty close team. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was, but their thing was different. It was like, this is how you play baseball, and Jeff didn't get along with Barry Bonds. Like, he's just had issues getting along with different teammates because he's a red ass. But I get there's something else to him, I guess, that kind of rubs people the wrong way. Remember when he said he got hurt? What was his deal? Washing a truck, or did he get hurt washing a truck?
Right. He was he fell off. He was washing his truck and he fell off.
Did he say that? But he actually got hurt on an ATV.
Yes.
That's what it was.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. But he's standoffish. He's I don't know if he's conceited, but he's like he's not very congenial. Let's just put it that way. And you could see it in the stands. Man, nobody goes near him. He's eating peanuts watching the game.
Would you?
And no, I wouldn't. I didn't go near him when I was in the locker room.
Yeah, would you ever approach him to this?
No.
There's no reason to.
I didn't approach him when I was in the locker room interviewing people.
Who are the 3 worst people you've ever had to deal with from any time you've been in sports? You've been in Green Bay, you've been in Arizona, you've been in Louisiana, you've been like your worst people to deal with. Can be coaches, players, but somebody who is part of the game.
Jimmy Williams was the worst.
He was the worst?
He was the worst.
Why do you say that?
Because
you were doing pregame and postgame then?
I was, yes.
Okay.
And he was such an a-hole. I mean, just the way he answered questions, everything about him, I had no love for Jimmy Williams at all. That he was, and actually right after the All-Star game when he got booed, it was like, he's out of here. That's nice. Who else did I really didn't deal? Actually, I didn't like dealing with at all running back number 23 for the Texans.
Oh, Arian
Foster.
But you had him on the air for a while, right?
He was on with Sean. He changed as soon as
Sean
Pendergast.
Pendergast, okay.
He changed as soon as he signed that contract.
Yeah, they say he
changed.
And he also said social media made him different. He said that.
Yeah, I mean, he just did some a-hole things. He started speaking in a British accent, and just because he just,
not on the show.
No, in the locker room.
I like
in the locker
better
room.
now.
I was just like,
because he didn't want to do interviews.
Because he didn't want to do it. Yeah, and I really can't think of.
Well, there's got to be some Astros. You
Well,
spend a lot
I'll
of
tell
time
you,
in there.
Jim Mora was really, really difficult.
Yeah.
Really difficult because there was a guy, Ron Swoboda, who played for the Mets, who was a weekday anchor, a sports anchor in New Orleans, that asked the dumbest questions ever, and it really pissed Jim Mora off. And Jim Mora,
Wasn't
and he
Ron
brought
Swoboda
that.
a former baseball player?
Ron Swoboda was, he was a right
with the
fielder for the
Mets,
Mets.
right?
He was
Yeah.
on the '69 Mets that won the World Series. And he asked the dumbest questions ever. I mean, it was just, we all go, oh, my goodness. But he pissed off. He got Jim Mora in a bad mood all the time, and Jim Mora was just very difficult to deal with. Very difficult. But nobody worse than Jimmy Williams. Jimmy Williams was the worst. Anyway, I don't know why.
What
how we
about, there
got
was
to that.
well, you're bringing it up because I asked you a question, but wasn't there an Astros outfielder, was it Orlando Palmeiro, who if you got anywhere near
Yeah.
he's one of the ones I was thinking of. If you got anywhere near his little cubby hole.
Oh, my God, because Lance Berkman was next to his, and we would all clamor around Lance, and boy, Palmeiro would come over. But I never talked to Palmeiro. I was like, I'm not talking to you. It doesn't matter. Now, as far as an a-hole in the locker room, well, the biggest a-hole in the locker room was Mitch Molesky. Mitch Molesky was the biggest a-hole of any in the locker room.
Yeah,
he I don't know, Carl, the training guy, put his bats in not exactly the way Mitch Molesky wanted them, and Molesky took them all out of his locker room, all out of his locker, and threw them all over the floor, started throwing his stuff all over the floor in the locker room. Oh, Bagwell got in his kitchen, boy. Oh, my God.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Who was it that Molesky got into it with behind the batting cage?
He punched the right fielder in the face and behind the batting cage, yeah.
I thought he got his ass kicked.
No, Molesky punched
who?
Oh, it was a utility guy that played and played some right field for
Not our Bill Spires.
Not our Billy Spires.
He would have been.
No.
We would have.
God, I forget who it was. Billy. It's on the internet. I'll bet you. Anyway, he was the biggest a-hole in the locker room, and your boy that you sing about, bring rain hell below.
Oh, Brett Myers.
Brett Myers.
Yeah,
he was a piece of work.
Matt Mischke is who he punched.
Matt Mischke. Yep. Matt Mischke.
Those are some of the a-holes.
Yep.
And Tim Purpura.
No, Tim Purpura was a nice guy.
Was he?
Yes, very nice guy. Not to you, but
Didn't
he was
know
a nice
minor
guy.
league baseball. That's for sure.
Time to talk about HRP. Listen, I'm pretty sure at some point HRP is going to be calling me. I know it because it's just something that's going to happen. If you're looking for the best way for HR to take care of problem employees like me, HRP is here for you. HRP, I'm telling you, they can save you so much money. The thing about this payroll and HR thing is that's not your business. You don't know it as well as they do. It's something that you got to do because your business is growing. You're successful. If you're a CFO or a CEO of a company and your business is growing and you're starting to get more employees, well, we found that this company that we were with before HRP, they wouldn't grow with us. They wouldn't give us a break. We went from 25 to 75 employees, and they were like, no, that's what we charge. Sorry. And we were like, nope. When you buy in bulk, you should get a better deal. And HRP, hey, customize a deal for everybody. And your deal is going to be different than other people's deals. Smaller businesses, bigger businesses is going to be different because your business is different. So they're going to customize a plan that's going to be perfect for you, and then they're give you those the benefits packages a choice on those, as opposed to the admin companies that are forcing their benefits packages on you. See if you can save. See if you can. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Your Astros sweep the Orioles. And let's talk about some of the things that happened. Okay. First of all, the 9-run inning was fantastic. But then it got, that should be just let's cruise and nothing. And then Montero and Hernandez, which Hernandez has been sent down since. Montero, you can't. I honestly don't know. I mean, you put Montero in a game like that where you're up 11 runs and you just can't get, and you got to pull him. I mean, it's just so sad. Mm-hmm. It's just so sad. I'll tell you this though. I don't know who's better right now. Brian Abreu, okay, Josh Hader.
Hader's really turned it on.
Abreu and Hader.
Abreu has too.
Have been fantastic. Mm-hmm. Fantastic.
Well, they were not themselves early. It had to regress to the mean. In this case, the mean was a much improved bullpen.
Absolutely. No, you know what?
They were really bad. They had to get better.
They had to get better. They had to be better. Although Presley is still now, I will say this. There was a pitch that he threw that Yiner caught that Yiner is seriously, he might be the worst, and he is the worst.
And Caratini's so much better when you watch him.
And he's down too. But Salazar pitched, he caught really well yesterday. How about that Espada told him 5 days ago? He said, you're going to be catching Framber on Sunday. Just know this, Salazar. And so Salazar was able to get ready.
So just like we talked about, Framber's probably going to Framber's already going to have somebody other than.
Well, it's hard to blame him. It's hard to blame him with the way that Diaz.
It took so long for Dusty to get there.
You know what? And now it's showing. But Diaz has got to be in the lineup. He was 3 for 3 yesterday as the DH with a couple of runs and 3 RBIs. I mean, it's hard to get him out of the lineup, but it's also hard to put him behind the plate because maybe the guys were right last year. Dude is not good. He's not good at framing pitches. He's just got to be better than he is, and he's not. And you could see the frustration on Presley's face as he threw one, and it's like, hey, Diaz, you got to do a better job. Chaz with a couple of homers this weekend, which was awesome. Joey Loperfido, I really don't. This is hard. You're doing all this with Kyle without Kyle Tucker.
Are we going to mention? I don't know if you got to see it because you were out of town. Did you get to see some of the defensive gems from Loperfido?
Yeah.
Holy crap, was that good?
No, I honestly don't. Listen, Joey Loperfido, I know he's not responsible for this run, but and by the way, they're 6-2 now since 7-2 now since Jose Abreu's left.
Yeah. No, he was the jinx.
No, and you know what? I think it had a whole negative effect on the locker room. Mm-hmm. How you keep putting this guy out there, and it's all about money. And you know what? We're about winning. I don't know that you can take Joey Loperfido out of the lineup. What I love about Espada right now is if a guy is hitting, he's putting him back out there.
It's not new. He's been doing this all year.
Yeah.
And he's moving guys in the lineup. Like, I give Joe a lot of credit where he is trying to play the hand. There's something to be said. You also don't want to be too reactive and overreactive, and sometimes you got to let veterans, find their groove. But I also think a little too much is made about where guys are hitting the batting lineup. I think we act like their mental capabilities are tied directly to where they're hitting, and they couldn't possibly hit if they got moved down to number 5 or number 6 in the lineup. You still are going out there trying to figure out what the pitcher's doing, and you still have to have good at-bats. I think too much is made out of lineup-based stuff. I don't know if you saw what your boy Shohei Ohtani is doing from the leadoff spot. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no.
Hitting a lot of home runs.
Well, I mean, that team, that's just ridiculous. They lose Mookie Betts, and it doesn't matter. They had
Betts and Ohtani on the same team.
Yeah, I mean, that's just ridiculous. But Yiner's out. You know what? What are you going to do? You can't take Yiner out of the lineup right now. I don't think you can take Joey Loperfido out of the lineup right now. Jake has struggled a little bit. He's down to a 730 OPS. You know what? He's played great in the outfield, but Chaz is hitting now. I think you got to put Chaz back. You got to keep putting Chaz back out there. I mean, the difference between the two of them isn't all that great anymore. And Chaz was 0 for 4 yesterday, but so maybe Myers starts in the next game. Salazar has come up and done great things. Caratini, when he has been in there, has been great. I mean, it's unbelievable that you're just 2 games under 5. The way that you've played this season, you're 2 games under 500 and very much still in this thing, especially in the wild card. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And this team's still gonna win the division, so that's not a big deal. But Joey Loperfido, I think, has to stay on the field. Blanco's an all-star. I don't think Kyle Tucker. Do you think Kyle Tucker is going to be an all-star? He's one of the leading vote getters. He's actually the top 3.
I think he will be, but I don't know if he'll play.
I know. I mean, well,
so they'll replace him.
Hopefully, he's going to
doubt
be
he
back
plays.
by then. This is the longest bruise that we've ever seen.
No, I mean, I told you, Team Mom dug around on that one and said, "Ooh, this injury is considered 2 to 4 week injury.
Well,
it's going to be about 4 weeks.
It's already.
We're lucky it wasn't a fracture. It looked really, really, really bad at the time.
When's the last time Kyle Tucker played? We're going on.
No, it's been 3 weeks now. Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how he uses Joey Loperfido once Kyle Tucker. Obviously, Kyle Tucker moves right back in the lineup, moves into the top 3 in the lineup. Kyle Tucker is an everyday guy. Kyle Tucker's an all-star. But Joey Loperfido is a guy that might be eating up some minutes for Myers and for McCormick and for Jordan in left field. He can play first base, but I'll tell you this, Dubon is not only hitting, but Dubon is playing a real nice first base as well. He's making a lot of nice plays, and he's not afraid to put him out there. I love that he just doesn't put, and it was a right-handed pitcher, and he just doesn't put Singleton back out there when Mauricio Dubon is hitting. I think the team really likes Mauricio Dubon. He and Jordan are really, really close. I think that the Doobie's a big part of that locker room, and he's a big part of this of the environment. I like that Doobie's at first base, but I certainly wouldn't mind seeing some Joey Loperfido play for some first base as well. We'll see. We'll see whether or not. I think Jonathan Singleton is probably. We'll see. He actually likes playing Jonathan Singleton. Of course, he liked playing Jonathan Singleton when Jose Abreu was around. And you know what? I could see that. I could see where you'd say, I like that Singleton guy better. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for me to talk about bull-shirts.com. Bull-shirts.com is where you get your, I'm telling you, I don't care what it is that you need for your business, bull-shirts.com. It's where you are going to be able to get your T-shirts. It's golf shirts. It's jackets, hats, koozies, table tents, backpacks, whatever it is that you need. And it's mostly to promote business, right? I don't know what your business is, or if you've got championship trophies, or you have championship T-shirts that you want to make up. The Rockets did theirs with bull shirts. The Astros did theirs with bull shirts. They can do anything. Whatever it is that you need engraved, whatever it is that you need a screen soaked, whatever it is you need embroidered. They've been doing this for 40 years. They know everything about the business. They are going to do a perfect job for you. They've been there, done it. It doesn't matter how many colors you want to use. They've got everything so experienced that this is an easy process for you, and it's a one-stop shop. Whatever it is that you need to promote or to congratulate whoever it is that you want to do this for, bull-shirts.com, bull-shirts.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. A treat for Twitch because Melissa Blanco from 105.3 FM is with us now, Colombiana. And she has been partying.
It's crazy. It's way too many Colombian people in here visiting from all over the place. So you have to keep up with the people, show Houston and everything, the atmosphere.
So you have two Colombianas on the show.
Yes.
Yeah, and then but the girl in there today, she's not.
She's also Colombian. She's from a place called Manizales. It's a beautiful city as well, and she's visiting us today.
So your co-host, she said. So I drove down Westheimer yesterday at about I guess it was about 8:30 or 9 o'clock, packed with Colombians. The JW Marriott must be where the team is staying.
Yes, they're staying there.
It's all over the Galleria area. They shut down Sage. Police had shut down Sage. Like the whole street was shut down because there were so many Colombian fans at the Walgreens there, on the streets. It seemed like a big party. Like, is it going to be wild today? Because Colombia plays today. They play Paraguay. And I'm going to the match.
Yeah.
I'm excited with my Colombian friend, HQ.
So you're going, obviously.
Obviously.
And what do you do? Okay, so where's the party before?
Okay, there is a pre-party. It's in a place called Vida Garden on Midtown. It's going to be crazy. They're going to have Colombian music live. It's going to be crazy. And then they're going to have buses they're taking the people who's going to the stadium. They're taking them to the Energy Stadium. And there is other people who just staying there to watch the game. And after the game, we're coming back to the same place. You know J Balvin, right? The reggaeton singer. So his official DJ is going to be DJing tonight over there. So, yeah, it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be crazy. What's the name of it again?
Vida Garden. That's the name of the place.
Vida.
It's right, Vida. V-I-D-A.
Vida.
Vida. Like live garden. Vida Garden.
La vida buena. I mean, how many people are staying with you? How many family members came?
There is a lot of people who came from Atlanta. Other people came from Mississippi. Some other friends came from West Palm Beach. So there is people from all over the place. My brother came with his wife from Colombia for the game. So it's going to be crazy.
That is just so much fun. And you got it.
I'm living soccer. Of course, you have to.
But you're also an Astros. People may not know. You also you do stuff with the Astros too.
Yes.
Do you still do it this year?
Yes. I haven't gone as much as I used to, but I'm always there covering the Latino players. Mm-hmm. That's my people.
Your guy is managing well now.
Yes, they are.
Joe's
Finally.
Yeah. Have you talked to Joe?
I haven't talked to Joe, but I talked to Alex Cintron, the hitting coach.
Yeah.
Saturday, we went to the Mexican versus Jamaica game. Urquidy was in the game. Jeremy Peña was in the game. So, yeah, the guys are living the life.
Were there?
Yes. They were watching the game. They were supporting Mexico.
Oh, that is great. So, are you talking about on your show on 105.3? Are you talking about the game tonight?
Yes, of course.
But this is mostly a Mexican fan base. But you got a lot of Colombianos.
Well, I don't know your listenership. What is
your
probably
listenership?
All kinds.
We have people from El Salvador, from Venezuela. Venezuela won against Ecuador on Saturday, which is a huge
talking about
game.
all the games.
Yes, we talk about everyone because we have people from Honduras, El Salvador, Cuba. Like we have all kind of listeners.
Okay, so
it's gonna be crazy. But the amazing thing of this, and that's why Colombians are so turned on, is because we have a huge possibility of win this Copa America. The only time that we won it was in 2001. So this is going to be probably the second chance for us.
Yeah. So if Colombia doesn't win it all, though, will somebody die? Will they kill somebody or not?
No, it's not like that anymore, John. Yeah, I know.
It has changed a lot. I know that you're talking because Andres Escobar.
It's beautiful, like it's a place everyone goes to visit now.
Yes, it's good for us that it has changed a lot.
You're right.
Now you can travel, you can drive from one city to another. It didn't used to be like that 15 years. No, seriously. It didn't used to be like that like 15, 20 years ago.
You couldn't drive from city to city?
No. You were in the chances to be kidnapped or, like all kind of things. But right now it's totally different.
It is? Okay.
It has changed a lot. You should go with Lance to the game today.
To the game? Oh, I can't go to the game today because
to the after party
tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to leave the atmosphere.
But we got the hockey game.
Too much going on.
We got the Aggies.
But
Yes.
it's only 5. The game starts at 5.
5 p.m.
5
And then, after like 8:30.
Well, I don't have a ticket. Okay, so there is that. Okay, you have to have a ticket, right?
No, you just put money in your hand and just walk
Yes.
in, like give somebody a handshake.
no, not
how
like
you
that.
do it.
There is going to be people selling tickets,
Tick-
I'm sure, outside the
Oh,
Energy
I don't
Center.
know about that. I don't know about
What's
that.
it called? Vida
Vida Garden.
Vida.
Be the God.
Vida Garden. You,
And it's
you
in
guys.
Midtown.
In
No, we'll
Midtown.
find it.
I'm
I'll
gonna-
go with
I'm
Harold.
How
gonna
big
be
is
there.
it? It better be big.
The place is really big.
it is
yeah,
big.
it's
Good.
big and it's like outdoors, so it's a lot of like summer vibe. The Colombian atmosphere is not because I'm Colombian. I don't
Yeah.
want to sound, like
Are there any pretty girls that came to town?
you need to go.
Please.
You have to go. So everyone is like invited to go and join the Colombian atmosphere, and it's amazing because it's not only Colombians. Like people from other countries, they like to go because they know how we party. So
Right.
it's gonna be fun.
That's gonna be great. That'll
Yeah.
be great. We know you got to go back, right?
Yeah, let me go
Yeah,
work.
you got to go work. She's
Bye,
got
guys.
another plate right down the hall. Melissa Blanco.
That's
right
Vida
here.
Garden.
Now see. Oh
You see
wow.
this?
Did
Yeah.
you see that? I wish they
Yeah.
would stop.
He
doing
already
that. The
Googled
stuff
it
that
and
they're doing on there.
Colombianas.
Colombianas.
A lot of Colombianos too for the ladies.
they-
You know?
yeah, the ladies.
It's not just about you guys. It's about us too. Colombians are pretty hot too. So you ladies need to go.
Go
You're
get
gonna
it.
love it.
Ladies, you too. Go get it. Melissa Blanco, thank you so much for
Thank you,
stopping
guys.
by.
Bye.
Good luck, Colombia.
Thank you.
All right. And if not, man, I hope it doesn't. It's not going to get ugly out there, is it? Oh no. I hope not. Let's go.
No, we're fine.
Speaking of which, of selling tickets, dude. So I went to the Sphere to see the Grateful Dead on Friday night. I slept all day, and I went on Friday night, and I shouldn't have gone. I didn't. I felt terrible. But
Hey, why are our Twitch numbers dropping like a rock now?
Oh, they just dropped right now.
Oh yeah, they're just.
As soon as she came on, they all went, Let me see. She's a very pretty girl, Melissa Blanco.
She's awesome too.
Yeah, she's
we
a great
talk to her
girl.
all the time.
Great
She's
girl.
great.
She is. She's great. So I'm going, and I went beforehand on SeatGeek to find a ticket because we had 4, and JT with me and JT. I wasn't planning on going, and so I said, well, let me grab a ticket. And there were all kinds of seats available. Then JT said, no, just take mine, Dad. I don't want to go. I'm going to go play poker. Okay. So we're walking in, dude. There are hundreds of tickets on, and there was nothing but hippies. I mean, real hippies, dude. Not people playing hippie.
This is, dude.
No, not people. I mean, not old people. I mean, some old, but a lot of young.
This is Grateful Dead.
This is, I really, really, really thought this is over. Like it's an act. It's not an act. There were real hippies out there that were like holding things, and there must have been 40 of them or so.
They're asking how the shrooms were there. Do you think anyone was on mushrooms at the Sphere?
I want to tell you this: if you were, I saw a couple of people being carried out.
Yeah.
If you were, that place is too much of a sensory overload. If you could not, you would have tripped out like you've never tripped out before because the whole Sphere was psychedelic over and over, and rails and rainbows that you were. It was the most colorful and wild ride.
Is it overwhelming? Like, does it distract?
Well, no. It was at one point. It was really cool because they started at Haight-Ashbury at the house in Haight-Ashbury, and then they pulled out, and then they kept pulling out, and it actually looked like this. I thought the stage was moving when it was just the whole
Everything around
it, and it went from Haight-Ashbury to a view of the whole world from outer space. That's how much it moved during the song, and it was actually, I was like, wow, this is like one of the coolest things I've ever seen. But again, the music has to carry the day, and I'm not a deadhead. I'm just not a deadhead. I'm not into the music. Every song is about 20 minutes long.
It's all a jam.
It's
a jam.
That's all it is.
I've heard their concerts are like 6 hours long.
It was. I left. I was like, okay, I can't do anymore. And I left, and there was another hour and a half left.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't do anymore. And yeah, it's a jam band. It's just every single song is all solos, and it was just like, and I don't know any of the songs,
Right.
But everybody in the crowd was having a good time. They were all having a good time, and they were really, really stoned. And I was so sick, I haven't drank, and I haven't drank, and I don't smoke anyway, but I hadn't drank anything. I haven't drank in 5-6 days. This is like a record for me, other than Lent. I'm on a record.
Other than Lent.
Other than Lent, I'm on a record pace. So you should congratulate me.
For what? Not drinking? I should congratulate you for not drinking.
I'm being actually. I'm trying to get better, Del, for the show.
No, you've decided that drinking doesn't help your illness, so you're not going to drink. I'm not crediting you for trying to live.
Yeah. No. I mean, there was a time John didn't care if he was sick or whether or not he would live.
When was there a time that John cared about this show?
Today. One in a row. One in a row.
See, I just want to point out to people where you think, hey, Del, leave John alone. He's not washed. Listen to how vibrant John is when he decides not to, indulge. Listen to him this morning. You see what the John we could get if he actually cared?
No, that's not true.
Lance, look how energized he was.
Well, during Lent, I'm not this energized.
I know, but you hear him. But yeah, because you're depressed because you're looking at all your buddies drink.
I do know that there is drinking ahead.
Yeah, there's an end to this at some
point.
There is an
end.
He sees light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing it to pay penance. That's why he doesn't drink. That's different than what you're doing now. But you see, John, he came here all. As much as he was patting himself on the back about the Astros, he was exuberant. He was excited. Yeah. This is the guy you could get less clearing of the throat. You could get this guy all the time if he cared enough.
He really hasn't cleared his throat at all.
No.
You didn't have any coffee or anything?
Nothing. No, I haven't water or nothing.
You still don't sound perfect.
No,
Well, he's never getting there.
You still sound like a bad person.
Oh,
what?
We heard him. You have a nice woman in here discussing her passion for her team, and he goes, if they don't win, is someone going to die?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, historically, there was a murder in the 90s.
Well, it did happen quite a bit ago.
There was a murder in the 90s on an own goal.
Excuse me.
Yes, it was 1994.
It's called Escobar.
It's called history.
The two Escobars.
I'm aware.
One Escobar maybe had another one killed.
That was 30 years ago now?
Yes, it was probably 94-ish. Yeah, 30 years ago.
Yeah. So
when Roberto Baggio sent the free kick over the
penalty
kick over the
it was a penalty
goal.
kick.
Look at me. Look at my soccer knowledge.
You said free kick. You're wrong. It was a penalty kick.
Penalty is a PK.
Look at my soccer
Baggio,
knowledge.
Look at all my soccer.
How about you get the actual kick right before you start congratulating yourself?
Obviously, a PK.
Well,
not a free kick. It is a free PK.
They're different.
They are kind of different a little bit. But anyway, don't go to the Sphere. I mean, it's a great place, but don't go unless you want to see the band, unless it's the band that you want to see. That's my one advice if you're ever going to go to the Sphere in Las Vegas. It's worth going, and it's the best concert venue place I've ever been. Red Rocks is probably still my favorite place.
Red Rocks is awesome, but you can be a little far back. Like, you can be a little far out of it, though. I don't like. You're not necessarily. It's a great concert venue. You're right, but it's like, you can also sit a little far away from the action. I guess like any concert venue, really.
Yeah.
How big is it? How big is the Sphere?
Not that big.
20,000?
Not. I think probably 17, 18.
So about like a Toyota Center?
Yeah. Because it's only half, and then the Sphere takes over. So like if it came around, I think it would be about the same as the Toyota Center. Have y'all seen
those movie theaters? The whatever they're called. I don't know if they're actually I don't know where they are. Have you seen the one where people are watching a movie and there's apparently a fire going on or something like that, and it looks like a real fire is on the roof and on the sides of the. Have you seen that? Have you seen it, Del? Oh my gosh, it's like a lifelike. I don't know. It's supposedly some kind of lifelike theater.
I don't know.
Oh, it's wild. I'll try to see if I can show it to you.
Neat stuff.
No, it's not neat stuff. It's really good stuff.
That's what I mean. It's neat stuff.
No, when you see it, you're going to see.
Oh, look at these guys. Steve Levy and Mark Messier. They don't have to wear suits. Look at them. Look at
No, NFL Network. I got to wear
Well, they
suits
wear them
during the draft.
on the broadcast.
they wear them during the
They wear
broadcast?
them during the actual game. I've seen that.
They have?
Yeah.
Yeah. They do. Yeah, they do. Tonight, I'm so excited. Game 7. Game 7 is going to be totally sweet. It's going to take you forever to get out of that stadium. Just by the way, you know that, right?
Well, we'll be able to party, right?
I'm thinking about taking that bus.
And
going to Vita. What does she call it?
Well,
Vita Guerra.
What does she call it?
Is Vita
Vita Garden.
Vita Garden.
Well, you know who I'm going with, Harold Keano. So HQ is going to turn everything into a party. It'll be a good time. But yeah, maybe not drive.
He's Colombiano?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh yeah. Big time.
Papi.
He's the one that got me into UFC. He got me into...
He won big at my house last time we played.
Yeah. He always goes big.
He won. No, he's lost. Yeah.
Man, I got drunk as a skunk with him at Uncle Freddie's birthday. We were just slamming tequila shots. This guy's a party. So I gotta get to my daughter's qualifying meets after the soccer match is over. So I gotta figure this whole thing out. You're right, getting out of there. Like the Lance move would be, all right, we're leaving at 75 minutes into the match. I mean, if it were just me, it's not a problem. I'm getting out of there before the problem. But I got an actual Colombian with me, and if the match, I need this to be 4-0 Colombia, so we can get out of there early.
Nice.
Because it is going to take a long
I
time.
got one question before you go to break. If you suggest leaving early, will he kill you?
No, see.
So murder doesn't always have to be associated with Colombian soccer.
Come on, we're not leaving. That's how he'll do it. One more shot. How are they going to stop him from bringing alcohol in? I have no idea.
No idea.
That guy's unstoppable.
Time for me. You know who else is unstoppable? Patrick Chastain over Chastain Ford. Chastain Ford is the place to get your Ford on. I'm going to get mine. I bought 2 of my vehicles there. My daughter bought her vehicle there. My daughter and son-in-law drove it up to Oklahoma City because that's where they got a much better price here from the Chastains than they could possibly get up in Oklahoma. So they drove the car up there. And they'll be back there. If you buy from Chastain Ford, you're going to go back because first of all, the service that you get. Secondly, the price. Third, the knowledge that you're not a number. The knowledge that you're part of the family. The knowledge that they're not adding on. The knowledge that because the first thing that they're going to ask you is where do your payments have to be? Now let's find the car, okay, and then. Customize it the way that you want to customize it. We don't have to add this certain air to the tires or tint the windows or leather seats or sunroof or all of the things that other dealerships want to add on so that builds let's build that price up, build that price up, build that price up. Because that's profit. That ain't the way they do it at Chastain Ford. Let's get you in that vehicle where you feel comfortable with your payments and get you the vehicle that you want at exactly how you want it. Not the way that we want you to have it to make more money. That's not the way they do it. So you'll be back. You'll be back buying your vehicle from Chastain Ford. And then you get the service that's second to none. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck. There's one way. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How much trouble is Dave Grohl in?
None, but he's going to take a bunch of crap.
Do you want the Swifties after you?
No, I don't know what's considered the worst thing to have against you. Turkish basketball fans, the Swifties.
Well,
Chinese basketball
fans, or the Beehive.
Ooh.
The Bayhive, whatever.
Well, at least in our circumstance, the Turkish basketball fans kind of petered out over a weekend.
I
at least for me,
would put Chinese basketball fans.
Well, they did threaten
Chinese.
to do stuff to you.
They actually tried to get you fired with fake.
Didn't you have to
They
fake tweets,
racist slurs, photoshopped it, and sent it to the Hearst newspapers, trying to get me fired from the thing I was doing with Houston Chronicle, my blog with Houston Chronicle. They went hard in the paint. Turkish basketball fans just got mad at you on Twitter and just said, Dell's a suck ass.
Well,
trash-ass Dell.
They weren't thrilled with you either.
Mm-hmm.
They just called you trash-ass Dell.
No, they never said that. That's a moniker for you and you alone. But what John's referencing, Dave Grohl's at a concert. You know, the guys are vibing.
In London.
They're vibing, and Taylor Swift might have been. I don't know if she was in London, but she's
she's
Europe
in London
right now. She's in Europe as well. But I guess the basis of this is that Dave Grohl's daughter criticized Taylor Swift's use of her private plane, and then the Swifties went after the daughter. So this isn't about Taylor Swift attacking anyone. It's about her fans and Dave Grohl reacting, which I found. Look, I get it. There's someone going, great to hear. Even in the audio, they're subtitling it so you understand what he's saying, because he's not greatly mic'd up. He
basically said, I don't want to call it Eras Tour, even though, because they've had different eras too. They've been around longer than Taylor Swift has.
Yeah.
Well, about the same amount of time, actually. No, a little longer.
No,
she's been around since she's a teenager.
Since early 2000s, but
Well,
they've been around
since the 90s.
since late 90s. Yeah, so a little bit earlier. And he said, not eras, but errors tour. But even though we've been through errors, we've been through lots of errors, and then he goes, but what does he say?
Don't you guys want to hear raw live music? To imply that she doesn't play live, which she does.
We even play live music. What? He does that. And
no, she'll play the piano. I don't know how much guitar she's playing live.
Her followers are the worst. It's usually not the people. Like, I don't even dislike teams. It's teams' fans.
Yes.
You find that out really quickly. There's a lot of people who now don't like Caitlin Clark because they don't like Caitlin Clark's fans.
Yeah, but he started off, you don't want to see the wrath of Taylor Swift. Does he believe she directed her fans to attack his daughter? Because if you, like I said, as you mentioned, you don't know.
Might have.
I mean, we haven't seen that. Maybe she just did it subliminal in a fashion that we don't know, because she puts that stuff in her own songs, subs people all the time. But we didn't see that. So he started off like that, and then he went on for another 30 seconds or so talking about the differences between them. Well, he's inviting it. He thought the wrath was bad before. He's probably going to catch it now.
Yeah.
No,
because he said she's lip syncing everything.
He doesn't care. Ultimately, if you don't follow social media, it literally doesn't exist.
Well, he knows it exists because his daughter caught the wrath.
Yeah, she's going to keep catching the wrath.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's definitely gonna catch.
Stay out of grown folks' business, Dave. And by grown folks, I mean people like my daughter. Although my daughter's not that way. She wouldn't care if somebody said anything. She's really nice, except whenever she's dealing with me and my wife.
That's the only time that she's not?
Well, she just gets defensive. She's a sweet, sweet girl, but she also told me, I got some new people I think on the hook. She goes and hustles babysitting jobs by meeting the kids at swim pool, talk to them like, hey, if you ever need another babysitter, let your like, she'll play with the kids in the pool, and then, hey, let your parents know. I'll be more than happy to babysit. So she's already got 6 families. Like, she's stacking thousands babysitting. She wants to open a CD. I tried to put her in DraftKings. She wouldn't get in. That's okay.
Well,
you could have a chance to make some money. You should have bought the dip, Marty. I tried to teach her to buy the dip in the stock.
Just put her on the website and have her make bets. Use the money to make bets. I mean, that's the best way to double your money.
That's basically what the stock market is without juice.
Right. So that's exactly right. I mean, as opposed to waiting all that time for a stock to go up, you can double your money today. Let's go. I mean, it's almost guaranteed. Almost. It works for everybody, just about everybody. That's why all those wonderful, beautiful casinos are built in Las Vegas.
Or when they do have a gambling ad, then they have a disclaimer about if you have a gambling problem, call one.
That's every time.
Yeah.
You have to have a disclaimer on any gambling story. Speaking of gambling, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. That's the place to go. That's the place to go get your bet on. mybookie.ag. That's everything you could possibly need. Look at all the games we got tonight. I mean, you want to bet on your Ags? You got it. You want to bet on the NHL? You want all the prop bets for both of them? You want your Astros are on a run? Have you jumped on? Have you bet them these last 5 games? I mean, it is incredible what you can do and how awesome it is at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. You're looking for so much fun. You're looking for live in-game betting. You're looking for a way to cash out early. You're looking for a way to, stop your parlay bets, to cut your parlay short. You can do that as well. It's incredible. You're looking for a live poker dealer? Yes. You're looking for a live blackjack? You're looking for a live roulette dealer? You've got it all. You got everything you want. Not poker, I don't think, but you got all the other ones. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. It's so easy to navigate. You're going to love MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Okay, well, a lot of stuff happens here in the UP, Upper Pring. I don't know how to say it.
Where's the UP? Where is it?
Upper Pringasha, or right? Yeah, a man cremated his wife in Gorakhpur, only to find her alive 600 kilometers away. They're wondering, okay, who did you burn?
Oh boy. Well,
Uttar
they were dead.
Pradesh district, Uttar Pradesh, Gorakhpur. She found her about 600, and then, hey, do you know who you? No, I don't know. Although I just burned you just a minute ago. Apparently, a man was on trial in British Columbia. The judge ruled that his genitals did not accidentally fall out of his shorts. Do you feel like your genitals could accidentally fall out of your shorts?
I could absolutely see that.
You could see it?
You have to wear short shorts. Yes, because years ago when I was in my mid-teens, I was at in Denver at family members, like some kind of distant cousin's house or something, and we were there, and this is in the 80s, so there were some short shorts, and we're all sitting around outside. I don't really know this family all that well. It's on my mom's side, and there's a guy there. He's probably like 19 or 20, and sack was out.
So I know a female
sitting there, and I'm trying to keep my, like, oh boy, how do I? And I'm not old enough to tell another grown man, your sack's out, bro. Like, what are you gonna say? I just had to sit there and I'm like, oh my god, this is terrible.
Gosh, dog, the big right-hander for the Astros in the 80s had the heart attack.
J.R. Richard.
J.R. Richard. I know a female announcer who, you know, when he was homeless, she went and did a story on him and sat down, and they sat down. And the whole interview, JR's everything was just hanging out the side of his shorts. She was like, it was the hardest interview ever.
I mean, shout out, but at the same time, that's unfortunate.
No, that's not something you want to see while you're trying to interview somebody.
No.
JR.
I mean, it's a good problem.
Apparently, in North Carolina, the hottest ticket in golf, llama caddies. Do you want?
Where is this?
In North Carolina.
This is in our country?
Yes. How about that? A llama caddy.
And you just drag it
along? You
along?
put your clubs on.
You would never do that.
And I would too.
You would walk with a llama instead
I
of
would
taking
walk
cart?
with a llama.
You complain about cart path only.
Cart path only is worse than walking. Walking is fine. You go straight down. You got to go to the cart, then you got to go to the ball, then you got to go back to the cart. Stop.
You
Okay?
stop.
Cart path only is the scourge of man. I want a llama caddy. You don't want a llama caddy. You're the worst person.
No,
okay.
I want a llama caddy.
A San Francisco home is selling for $488,000. That is news, right?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, that's nothing in San Francisco. But you can't move in until 2053. Do you want a house for $488,000, but you can't move in until 2053?
Yeah, if you're buying it as an investment property. Now, I'm not.
That's a long time from now.
Are you 100% sure that our society is going to be that everything's going to be working here in the
San
U.S.
Francisco?
in 2053?
Yeah.
Do you feel completely confident that everything's going to be burgeoning? It's like everything. I don't know. I used to think, in my lifetime, I'll be fine. Like now, I'm like, I think in my lifetime, I'm going to be dealing with some pretty bad stuff.
A Polish game developer has got a problem. He developed a studio by the name of Spectrum Studios.
Yeah.
But he's got a little bit of a steamy situation. Apparently, he demanded naked sauna sessions with his employees. Do you feel like if you want to work in a Polish game developer studio that you should take naked saunas with him?
No.
I mean,
I wouldn't.
I don't know.
That's just me. Maybe you would, John, but I wouldn't.
No, I just don't feel like I really want to take a naked sauna with my boss. What if Todd asked you to go take a naked sauna? Are you going?
Yeah.
Why am I being asked? You got a guy right to your left. Why am I?
I don't know, because you haven't been in on the segment.
But they do have. But there are movies where you see guys hang out, like the old dudes hang out with.
Yeah, and they're hanging out. Yeah,
just like if you ever go to a YMCA locker room, it is.
But to answer your question,
it is aggressively.
No.
The gravity is aggressive.
What if Todd
in those
told
places.
you don't have a job unless it's mandatory?
Does Todd know what being sued feels like?
Does Todd know? Has he heard of HRP?
Yeah, he might want to take a gander.
Apparently in Florida, They have found that 70% of beaches have too much fecal matter in them.
Does that surprise you?
No. I mean, I just wish. Okay, the urine thing I understand.
Yeah.
If you're going to go in the ocean, you're going to go. You go. Okay, but you're dropping deuces in there.
Yeah.
Do we really need to drop deuces in there?
Apparently we do.
Oh my God! Speaking of Florida, Ron DeSantis has signed a bill making it legal to kill crack bears in self-defense. Do you want to kill a crack bear?
I do think that's actually makes sense.
Do we need a bill? If a crack bear is attacking you, don't you feel like you should be able to kill it?
I feel like we need a lot of bills
Is
now.
crack bear
You never know what kind of crazy stuff
a
is out there.
nickname for something, or is it actually an animal? Because I don't know. It's Florida. Could he be talking about a person named who we call crack bears?
A person
Cocaine
named crack
bear.
No, people named. I know, but it's Florida, so I'm just assuming they got a nickname for people and they call them crack bears.
No, this is real crack bears.
Okay.
This is real crack bears. Yeah. And those are a real thing. The Crack Bear movie was about a real thing. A crack bear. He was on
So
crack.
the name comes from bears who have dabbled in crack?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Right?
I don't
dabbled in crack. You're going way deep on this. I don't think crack bear is probably not a real problem in real life. It's probably not a huge
It's
problem.
just bears who are aggressive.
Yeah. That's probably a nickname.
Yeah, it's a nickname for the bears
Do you
who
think
act
the
like
phrase, and look, I don't want you to, earmuffs, but the phrase fire crotch.
Whoa.
It's not actually on fire.
Oh, well,
Whoa.
but
It's
no.
just a name.
But there
That
are real bears who are doing cocaine.
Man, he's like a guy on. This is like
they
this on
break your door
steroids, but they're not actually on steroids.
They break your door down and they're standing in your living room growling and tearing your house apart. Those type of bears. It's not because they're influenced or on drugs. It's just that they're bears invading your territory. Now it's legal to kill them.
Well, right. Kill them.
Yeah,
Way
because
too much time. They're not actually on crack.
well, have we done a drug test on those bears?
Yeah. A Singapore man who squirted a mixture of urine and flour on a woman's dress to try to chat her up was fined.
Wait. He sprayed urine and flour on her dress to what?
Because to start a conversation.
Strike up a conversation? Why did
Do
you
you
do
find
that?
that's the
I'm
be-
glad you asked. Hi, I'm Quan. What's your name? Or whatever name. It's not going to be Gary in Singapore.
Quan Cosby?
No, not that Quan. No.
Which Quan are you talking about?
Or
Quanell?
he could have been
Quan
Ping
G?
or
Quanell?
Quan G?
Pong or whatever. He could have been any of those.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Rich homie Quan.
Well, what happened when he tried to start this conversation up?
apparently she was none too pleased with this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with this start of this conversation.
Urine and flour?
She had him arrested, and he gets a $1,200 fine.
Excuse me, what's that scent? Oh, it's a mixture of urine and flour.
So, why did you squirt it on me?
To get your
I
attention.
just don't like the word squirt, too.
Instead of saying, hey, I doused you with urine and flour.
You like the word douse with urine and flour, John?
Better than squirt, I think.
That's better than squirt. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. But apparently it was in some kind of spray bottle.
I'm going to try different mixtures going forward. Why'd you
And
do that?
see-
Just
and
see
see
how
what-
it works.
See how this
See how
goes.
they respond. I just want to talk to you for a little bit.
Urine and flour to start up a conversation.
Why would you want to talk to a person who smells like urine and flour?
I don't know.
Right? I want
Like,
to.
after I throw this on you, now I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah. Or maybe he.
Or maybe he likes
maybe
that
he
smell.
liked that.
Yeah.
Even better.
He's
Yeah.
about that.
All right, we're done. Delbert and
I don't know why you're so confused.
I don't know what
the
the name of the show
Olaleye Show / Smopey and Mapes is next.
Okay, is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody.
Not Delbert.
Welcome to the show. We begin on a Monday after a dominant weekend for the Astros. If I remember this correctly, they only trailed for half inning and it wasn't even really a half inning. Not the Ravens, another Baltimore team, the Orioles took a 1-0 lead in Saturday's game, and then the Astros cleaned that up in the bottom of the second to tie it at 1-1. So it very dominant, man. The pitching was good on Saturday and Sunday. The Jake Bloss inflammation is unfortunate, but it does come with only shoulder inflammation. But of course, it's the Astros, and despite Joe Espada saying it's good news, who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? But Jake Bloss was a guy this show was just hoping to give us whatever he could with the Astros still being in the game. We didn't expect he'd leave the game due to injury, but maybe we should have put that on the ledger, mostly because that's how this Astros season's gone. But that was really the only negative part of what happened. A good baseball team came to town, and they rolled in here and felt what a lot of good baseball teams have felt over the last. I won't use last year because the team wasn't great at home, but over the course of this run, they left here feeling pretty. They came in feeling pretty good, left here feeling, wow, the Astros are a pretty good baseball team, and that's what the Astros look like. So they're now 2 games under 500 as they try to make that climb before the end of the month, and they got a really good shot with the Rockies and the Mets coming up here. 5 wins in a row. They are one off their longest winning streak of the year. We talked about this last week, how they could never string anything together. And the expectation, at least because of what we've just seen from them, was that it wasn't going to begin with the Orioles, and it did. So you got to credit them. The clutch hitting, and really, yet even yesterday, they put up 4, and at that point, it felt like the game was over. Fromber was on the mound, and you can get good or bad Fromber, but you certainly got good enough Fromber yesterday. He gave up the 1 home run, and that's it. It was for the most part, other than Friday, when you were up big, and then it's like, oof, how many guys are going to come in here? Are we actually going to be able to get out of this game? The hope was you could get out of there without using anyone of value, and placing value on people like that's probably not the best thing to do. But I guess guys you want available in what you might suspect were tougher games the rest of the series. And Montero. It got shaky. It got shaky. 14-11 after how big that lead was. It had to be kind of a miserable experience if you're sitting in that ballpark. You're thrilled with how the team's playing, and then the runs keep getting tacked on. Wait a minute. I thought I was going to get out of here pretty quickly. Nope. We're going to keep you around. Enjoy your Friday night here at the ballpark.
You're like, okay, they're up 14-3. Cool. Gonna buzz through the rest of this. Thank God for the pitch clock.
Yeah.
Get some Friday night fireworks.
Maybe
go home happy. Maybe get some ice cream.
Maybe head out to one of the places around the ballpark. Maybe go to Kobo's or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Get a late dinner.
And then instead you're like, wait, Gunnar Henderson again?
Well, how many times have I seen you today? How many at bats are you gonna get?
I reached that point where guys would come up. I'm like, they're already back up. Adley Rutschman's already back up.
Way faster than I thought was going to happen.
He's batted 7 times tonight, and they're still losing somehow.
Thankfully, your team had a great start to the game. So yeah, you can't be more dominant than only trailing for half of an inning, and then immediately getting that back in the bottom half of that inning. So you credit this team fighting through injuries, and as we talked about, another one pops up. But it's all good. We're a 1 game at a time show, at least until they get to 500. Then we start having bigger picture conversations, and the bigger picture at some point might be, okay, we're 500. How do we find a way to make it until some of our starting pitching gets back? Because right now they're like down to 4 guys. What are they going to do when it's would-be Jake Bloss's turn in the rotation? We'll see. I don't know.
It's going to be a big hole to fill.
Yes, the rookie from AA who pitched 3 2/3.
Bloss-sized hole.
Yes. I don't know his measurables, but it'll be a cutout of that size.
It's big shoes to fill.
Yes. Yes.
Big shoulder chin. For him.
Simply because he was healthy.
Yeah, that really was.
That's what you're looking for, a healthy arm that you can put out there.
At this point, until for the next few weeks, it is just, are you healthy? Great, love it. Get out there.
What's that? You've been with the organization for how many days? It doesn't matter right now. We need you. We're gonna need you to throw, and that's where they are. But hey, the bats were enough over the weekend, so it did not matter. Now the pitching was good Saturday and Sunday, so it was a combination of good hitting, good pitching, and you'll take that. Now we'll move to something, and mostly this is because I have a question for Sean. We'll continue to talk Astros certainly. I asked this question before, but these guys weren't Texas guys. They weren't tried and true burnt orange people. Tonight, the Aggies have a chance to win their first title that most of them care about. Look, I know we had someone call up and say, they want a track title or swimming title, whatever, but this is one they would actually care about. They will toot their own horn about, because if you are in the midst of a online conversation and people are telling you haven't won a title since the 30s, and then you roll up here with, wait a minute, remember that track title we won? No one's gonna care. It's not good enough in these conversations. A baseball title is still on the lower rung of the major titles, but at least it's something that gets broadcast on ESPN on a Monday night.
It's on ESPN.
ESPN has so many channels, but at least on May,
it's on big ESPN.
It's on regular ESPN while the Stanley Cup Finals Game 7 is on ABC. You have regular big time ESPN. It's going to have this game. You can toot your horn. You're beating another SEC team for a title. Sean, as a Texas fan, where would the laughter rank if A&M gets to the final game after having a 1-0 lead in the series and doesn't close it out? Where will your Texas people be in terms of, look, you're going to laugh if they lose because it's just fun because of how much they thought this was going to happen. But it doesn't rank more. It wouldn't rank higher than, say, losing in a title game or in either of the men's basketball or the college football playoff title game. Is it enough to make your night if they lose? Because your A&M hate is strong.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see how the Stanley Cup final go. Maybe it offsets my night. But yeah, the laughter will be there, and also I have the built-in of it's baseball. Like we're doing this with baseball.
What do you guys get so excited about? It's just college baseball. Oh, and we say that the SEC treats it like a big deal. We'll see. Texas, I know, big time baseball program.
Fire their coach this morning.
Will it go up another level now that you're in the SEC?
I guess.
Well, you have to match the energy that the SEC schools provide.
I think the energy would have to we'll have to ratchet up. I don't know if the program I don't know if there's like when we talk about football teams moving up the conference power spectrum, and they're gonna need some more big bodies. I don't know if they're gonna need more big bodies,
more
for
big fast
baseball.
guys on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, they need more pitchers. I don't know.
But the investment maybe is a better way to put it. Well,
they already invest a lot.
I know. Texas is Texas.
Hey, 3 Directors' Cups in 4 years.
No, we're not going to use this. That's like
wait, no one cares about that?
No one does.
It's all the sports combined.
Yeah, but no one cares about that either. No one cares.
Okay, but baseball,
when you
we're
have
all in. We're all in on baseball.
This is what I'm asking. Will you
play with metal bats?
If they even win, will you scoff at them winning a baseball title?
I played baseball with the metal bat. What are you talking about?
I'm not even. I'm certainly not a D1 athlete. Yeah. Yes, this is my level. I know it's a big deal.
Championship games being played in Omaha.
No, I guess. I mean, the women's college World Series played in Oklahoma City, so I'm not
better than Omaha.
Yes, it is.
They have a basketball team at least.
Yeah, Omaha's never getting a basketball team. They'll just stick with Creighton, I guess. So you don't think it's that big of a deal if they win?
I mean, personally, no. I don't. I'll say that even if Texas won, I'd be sick.
Awesome.
Love it.
Go about my day.
Yeah, just go about cool. To tip my cap.
Yep. Nice job, guys. When's the football
Again,
season?
they fired the Texas fired their baseball coach, and I was just like, good, I guess. I don't know. They didn't make the College World Series. Good, fire 'em.
It's late June. Football season's right around. Camp is right around the corner.
Also, do these kids get a summer break at all, or are they taking class right now? Is it online only class? How are we still playing college sports on June 24th?
Yeah, the final day.
These kids are students.
Yeah, we care about that now. The final day of the college baseball season is June 24th. That's late. Of course, everything's bigger because you had TV, you had more games, and people feel like college baseball's profitable or entertaining enough to put it on TV. So now you get the chance where you get a 3-game series, and it goes down to the final day.
These
the last
vacation plans.
The last possible day that it could go to, it has, as Tennessee will play A&M for a chance to call themselves champion. We will certainly talk about it tomorrow. The show will be more entertaining if they lose because we'll have not so thrilled, but a guy who will laugh at an A&M loss. I'm not rooting either way because I'd be phony if I'm like, you know what? I really hope A&M wins. I don't care if they win. If they win, cool. If they don't, whatever.
I'm not at whatever because I think just winning the first game is funny. Winning the first game and then losing the next two would be funny. But even that, I just can't get it up for college baseball. Sorry, I just can't do it.
Phrasing. Understood.
My metal bat doesn't swing for baseball. All right.
And those things can't. Well, there's no real limp joke you can make about metal bats because they're just going to be there.
That's why they're metal.
But I get your point. I grew up watching college baseball. When I could. Mostly it was on CBS. It wasn't like it was now, where you can see games on ESPN3 whenever you want. So I cared about the College World Series. But at this point, kudos to A&M for getting there. If they win, cool. If not, we'll all survive.
I would just ask, who won last year's College World Series?
Was it LSU? I think I remember that. I think.
All right.
Maybe because of Paul Skeens, I think I remember it was LSU. I can't be sure.
Okay.
I'll look it up. La Salsa, we see you. We'll get to you on the other side. But before we get to him, when we come back, we'll hear from one of the stars of the weekend, one Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman heating up. He's heating up a little later than usual, but it's about that time for Alex Bregman to get going. And he's been part of this Astros recent run of playing good baseball. We'll hear from him when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
No, it's awesome. Debut is always special, like you just said. It's awesome to see them come in and compete like that in the strike zone. Sally did a great job of executing a game plan, and very happy for both of them.
You had a great day at the plate, but there was some serious offensive performances by you guys, not just today, this series. What do you think?
No, I thought the offense came and showed.
Got cut off there, but that's Alex Bregman discussing the weekend that was and the debuts. Like guys like King came out there and did the job. The Astros have gotten contributions from guys either you've really heard of because you are big into their minor league system, or you're just watching the transactions roll through as they're trying to replace guys who get injured. We know about Salazar, who was big last week. King came in. Yeah, he wasn't in a high pressure situation, but he came in and got the job done. And the Astros go on to sweep the Orioles. As I always say, if you call in with a fake name, you have to wait. Calling with your real name will get to you as quickly as possible. So La Salsa has some Astros comments. What's up?
Hey, buenos dias, Del Ventito. I want to congratulate the Astros on a 5-game winning streak. But hey, have you ever seen this movie called Bone Tomahawk on Hulu?
I have not.
You need to watch it, man. It probably has the most brutal death scene I've ever seen in any movie. Watch it, man. Later.
It's gotten good reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, over 91%. So it's not just an obscure, hey, look at someone die in a really awful way. Kurt Russell's in it, Patrick Wilson, Matthew Fox, Lily Simmons. I just look her up. I could name some of the stuff she's been in, but you probably wouldn't know unless you watch Banshee. If you've seen Banshee with Anthony Starr, who is now Homelander on The Boys, you would recognize Lily Simmons. David Arquette is in there as well. So a lot of people who are, you would probably say, on the B to C level of Hollywood right now, you'll know them. You'll recognize their face. Hell, the dude from Lost, Matthew Fox, is in it too. So a lot of people who probably couldn't lead a movie on their own, but you put them all together and it looks like you get a good movie. It's about the Old West, and Kurt Russell is a gunslinger, and there's a big death in it. So maybe I got Hulu. I might take a look. It is, a little over, what would you say, 72 hours away from the NBA draft. It's on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
I'm terrible with the hours away.
Yeah, I'm bad with that too.
It's Wednesday night.
Yeah. We got plenty of time. There is no countdown clock on ESPN, but the draft is coming up, and we've kind of chronicled all the reports regarding the Rockets, and this is a time where the rumors will start to fly, whether it be about who they will draft or whether they're going to use the pick. And almost a consensus, it feels like, is if they don't trade the pick, it'll be Reed Shepherd. There's another report out on that, and if you listen to the show, you kind of know how we feel. It's much like how Sean feels about the World Series tonight, the college World Series in baseball. Whatever. If it's Reed Shepherd, I would chalk it up to a lack of high-end talent in this draft. And they've decided to pick a guy who has a particular skill set they felt is needed, which means they won't tell you this because no team is going to openly say we're drafting for need, but they're drafting for the need of shooting. This is a team who lacks people you can depend on to knock down shots. Whether Reed Shepherd's shooting is enough to keep him on the floor with Ime Udoka, that's up for debate. We know about the depth chart when it comes to the backcourt as it currently stands. You've got guys who you would think would play over him, whether because of age or just out and out being better players. That'll be something to be worked out if he is the pick. But yeah, this comes from it's on not really pro basketball talk, even though it's kind of what it is on NBC Sports. But Kurt Heelan puts it out there. He has his mock draft, and he talks about the Rockets and their need for shooting. Reed Shepherd, good from three, or you might say great from three, and he thinks he can be a good defender. The question is, can his ability to disrupt offenses on the college level transcend to the NBA, where he's going to be, for the most part, one of the smallest people on the floor night to night. He's just an undersized shooting guard. Those guys generally don't fare well. And can he get his own shot? Will he be a screen merchant, a guy who will need screens to get open, or will he be a guy who's simply a corner shooter? I don't know how much value there is in that. If he can be a great movement shooter, cool. Are they going to run him off screens to get him looks, or is he going to have to do it off of ball screens? Those are some things that will be determined no matter where he goes. The other stuff coming out are the Rockets looking at veterans that they could acquire. The names that are coming really fast and furious at this point. Jimmy Butler and Kevin Durant are two guys the Rockets are allegedly looking into to see if they can acquire one of them as they try to fast forward this rebuilding process. And the other one is Paul George. Paul George is a guy who many believe is going to opt in and then ask for a trade. He would have 1 year left. It'd be a player option if he doesn't want to reach free agency. The problem for Paul George is, can he bully the Clippers into trading him where he wants? He's a guy who may have less leverage than he thought he would, because the Sixers, at least the reports, are being public about not craving Paul George on the roster, which means there's not a team who can sign him to cap space that he might want to go to. So the Clippers are like, why would we honor your request to be traded here if they're not going to offer us what we want when you don't have any other place to go? It could be very contentious, or it could be very easy if it becomes a bidding war. So that's a name that the Rockets are allegedly interested in, and the thought here, at least for me and Sean, certainly we can hear from you as well. If you're the Rockets and you think Paul George elevates you to, and that's the problem. Paul George isn't a franchise-changing player. He's not. He's a fine player. We talked about this. Top 20, 25 player in the league. Cool. What it will take to acquire him, what does it mean for your team? This was a question certainly when Jimmy Butler was floating around back 5 years ago. Could he change the complexion of a franchise? And he surprisingly did. People didn't think he could do it. He did it. Paul George is older than what Jimmy Butler was when he was traded by the Sixers. I don't know if I'm giving up a lot to be the 6th seed in the playoffs. I think that's where Paul George tops out for this team if nothing happens as far as internal growth. I think if there's great internal growth, Paul George can be a good piece on a team that it might compete for a 4 or 5. I still don't think they're better than the top 3 we saw this past season. And that's not even thinking about where Memphis will be if they're healthy.
Mm. Or any of the other young teams
that might get better
around, in the same neighborhood as the Rockets. But yeah, I think most important thing is internal development.
Is Paul George the Kirk Cousins of this offseason?
I like it. I like it when you spring something like that on me, like a weird comparison on me, because I get what you're saying. Where he's not like a top level.
He can't be the
star.
best. He's not the best player on a title team.
Yes,
but is he the?
But
he's
the best player available this offseason.
Yes, is he the best player on a team that is a top 4 seed? This version of Paul George, or does someone else on the Rockets have to be better than him?
I mean, I kind of hate, or it's not anything like specifically against you. I kind of hate is he the best player on a X team? Because is Jason Tatum the best player on a title team? You go, maybe. And then they easily won a title this year because it depends on how good all the other guys are.
Well, this is my point about Paul George, or in just this particular thought process of acquiring a veteran. You're acquiring guys in their early to mid-30s. The names I mentioned, Butler, Durant, Paul George. What's the end game for these guys? To shepherd the young guys, to let them understand what it means to make the playoffs, and then when these guys inevitably get too old to be real contributors, these guys are ready. That was my confusion with the Falcons taking Kirk Cousins. He's going to take it to a level that's going to be better than what you are, but it ain't the ultimate level. So acquiring Paul George does what for this team?
I think it
makes them a playoff team.
Yeah, it puts you in the playoffs and then you have Paul George and a bunch of 22, 23-year-olds in the playoffs. So there is value in just kind of having the certainty that your young players will be able to get their feet wet in some big boy basketball games. There is definitely some value in that. It's also, we got to talk about the price of adding Paul George. If we're talking about just upgrading the Dylan Brooks spot and then some matching salary to do it, send it in. Let's make it happen. Or just the number 3, the Dylan Brooks spot, just because you need to make the money work, and having a $20 million chunk of it being the guy he would be replacing in the lineup, that makes it easier. Do that. I don't know. The Clippers want Jayshawn Tate, Jock Landale. Sweet. Love it.
You think the Clippers are a soft touch?
Number 3 overall pick.
They're probably going to want that. If the only players they're getting are the Londales or...
Oh, they love themselves some Jayshawn Tates, and so they have PJ Tuckers, Jayshawn Tate.
Yeah, why would they
older.
want another one? This is a team maybe will delude themselves into thinking Kawhi plus whoever they can get back, and if they re-sign James Harden, can be a contender.
And Dylan Brooks was born to be a Clipper. Let's be honest.
to be underwhelmingly disappointing at times.
To be the running mate with James Harden.
I mean, Kawhi is there. The running mate with James Harden.
Oh, I'm sorry. To be the running mate of Kawhi Leonard for 45 games a season, and then not the playoffs.
Great.
Because Kawhi Leonard has not played the last Clipper playoff game since 2020.
Yep.
He just does not play. Like, he gets hurt in the playoffs.
Didn't stop them from giving him that extension, which is one of the points of contention with Paul George.
Yeah, and now they're like playing hardball with Paul George.
Paul George, wait a minute.
What?
When we're getting eliminated, I never see this guy out there. He's always sitting on the sideline.
I have some slight injury. Like, there's always every year there's a injury with Paul George. He's like, at least I'm out there most of the time. Like, at least I hover around 60 games. Kawhi Leonard just never plays in the playoffs.
And yet,
hey, got to sell out the new arena.
We'll see how many Clipper fans.
I'm sure. I don't know how much they'll love it when injury management Kawhi's out. Sorry, Clipper fans.
It'll be a nice place to watch a ball game or not show up to it, depending on how they feel, depending on how Kawhi Leonard feels on a certain day. So those are the guys that are out there, and of course, the price always matters. Not only what you're giving up, but you're going to give Paul George a max extension as well.
Yes.
If you make the trade, particularly if he opts in, that'll be the next step in the process. It's much like what you did with Chris Paul. It wasn't a max, but you told Chris Paul, hey, at least that's the rumor that we're going to trade for you, and wink, wink, once your contract is done, you're going to get a big deal.
Yeah. As far as the guy, is Kevin Durant even available? Like,
I don't know why
the Rockets can want Kevin Durant all they want.
Yeah,
is he available?
It's a lot of, we're going to check in and see if the Suns would even consider it, but the thought of him actually worming out of there would be feels crazy to me, mostly because this is now the third team, well, mostly the second team that he has asked or he has chosen to go to after the Golden State Warriors experiment didn't fail. He won his 2 titles, but he had to get out of there for whatever reason. I can't see him telling Phoenix, "Get me out of here." They may try, just if they decide to reset. It doesn't feel like it should be a thing to do. But but even him, Kevin Durant, he's in the same mode as Paul George, just a little bit older. He's a better player, but we've seen Kevin Durant with Devin Booker, badly constructed team. But he had Devin Booker, and we make our jokes about Bradley Beal, and that team was a first-round swan dive out of the playoffs. So it's all about price for all these older guys. Can the Rockets get them at what they would consider a reasonable price?
Yeah, I just don't think Durant's available because you look at how he left Golden State. Everyone knew he was leaving since like the All-Star game when him and Kyrie were openly talking about what are we looking at. So for 6 months that he's leaving, when he left Brooklyn, he demanded a trade in July and then rescinded
And then ask for it again.
And then ask for it again in February. So there's normally a long lead up to the I think if Kevin Durant wanted out of Phoenix, we would know. And I don't think Phoenix is going to trade Kevin Durant until Kevin Durant would want to be traded, because they're kind of pot committed with this team that they got. So I don't even view him as available. And then if we're just doing, or if we're looking at either George or Jimmy Butler as far as the target, I would prefer Paul George just because of the shooting. It's literally just the shooting and slightly more durable than Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler shot over 40% from three, but on low volume.
He doesn't take enough.
He doesn't take like 6 or 7
because his percentage would go down.
Yeah, it's about I think it was maybe around 3 per game this past season. Devin Booker's 27. So if we're talking about the Suns wanting to kind of revamp, it's not like he's 31. So I could understand if they had a conversation with Kevin Durant and you go, look, it's not going to work here. We would send you to a place you might like. We just need to recoup some things and we'll be honest with Devin Booker and say, hey, for a year, probably aren't going to be what you think you should be, but give us some time. I could see that because of his age. He won't be 28 until October. That's a guy you don't want to because he's in his prime. That's a guy you could take a year off as far as contending for a title, maybe contend for a playoff spot, and let him know we're going to be right back in the fold. We're still always trying to win. That's the Suns' one thing they have. They have a young in their prime superstar, not one of these older guys we're having a discussion about. So as Wednesday approaches, I'm sure there'll be more news, and if anything happens, we'll let you know about it. There are a couple other things we're going to get to as far as what happened over the weekend. The USMNT won their game, which there's a problem with their nickname, mostly because it's not a nickname. It's just an acronym. When you have teams in the world called the Azzurri. Like, Italy has a cool name. The fact that we are the USMNT speaks to why we're not a serious soccer playing country. We'll talk about what happened in Copa America when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome. This I was talking about over the weekend, at least to myself in my head. When we get calls about this specific show, how do we handle it? I've decided that we will have spoiler discussions during that Michael Carroll segment because, we're talking TV, we're talking movies. We danced around some of the stuff last week. But I feel like if we're going to talk about House of the Dragon, we're going to do it in that show, in that segment. It makes sense to do it there to save people from what's trying to happen here. Julian wants to talk about it, but Julian, I'm warning you, we're not spoiling the show for people. So if you do want to call back,
I'm only going to talk about episode 1.
Well, even still, I've already laid it down. We're talking about that show Fridays at 11:30 because I don't want to do that to people.
Okay, so Fridays at 11:30 is when we. So, but what I'm curious about is it used to be 48 hours.
Yes, but this show upsets people when it gets spoiled more than normal. So I get the 48-hour rule, and normally I would. Like, I will use 48 hours when I'm talking in my normal life about something. But, I don't know when people schedule. So I'm setting it aside.
Also, it's been a week.
Look, I
Episode
get it.
1 was a week ago,
but
brother. They ain't watched
I
this.
get it. But
Are they ever going to?
We actually have a segment dedicated to TV. So if you want to talk about that show, House of the Dragons, you know a time and a place, and everyone knows. So that's the time if you don't want stuff spoiled for you. I don't want you to tune out, but you know better.
Case, I'll see you on Friday, and we're going to rock out with the Brock out. Peace out.
That's another almost bannable.
Okay.
It's terrible.
Getting too comfortable.
Yeah, I think he's done that before.
I feel like another suspension is around the corner.
This is what I'm saying.
Just with the nature of the call, throwing a little slogan in there.
Yeah, he's parole. He's already.
We're watching you.
He's on parole. Watch yourself. Make your next appointment. Make sure you got a job by the next time we talk to you. Show up on time. So yeah, we'll do that with Michael Carroll because I don't want to have people have that spoiled for them. So we'll do that then.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something that isn't spoiled because there's been 2 action-packed episodes to start the season.
John said there's too much talking. I was like, wait a minute. Have you seen what's gone down? How much of that do you want? I said, me personally, I love all the conversations in rooms because a lot of that stuff hits and it leads to stuff that's going to happen later in the series. And then we had 2 action set pieces as well.
Yeah, and I was just saying, so much has happened that I don't know what could be the something to mention that isn't a spoiler, in some way.
Yeah, I don't even like dancing around it.
Yeah,
I'd rather
it's
just
like
talk
hard
about
to talk about because it's all so condensed and action packed. Maybe if we're gonna get upset about talking, if they're gonna talk in rooms, talk like Otto does, talk like Agan does, where they're making stuff happen, they're throwing stuff.
Yeah, people are saying words that are impactful. And they're leading to consequences. I appreciate that. So yeah, we'll set that aside.
Those sailors though, keep that.
Yeah, I don't know where that's.
They better pay off on that storyline.
I imagine book readers know that that's a thing. I don't know, but it does seem out of context for all the stuff we're seeing. To see these 2 guys talk about
2 guys we
carrots
don't know,
carrots in their pots and stuff like that. It better lead to something. But you heard him say what he said about what is owed to them. So we'll see how that plays out. I didn't want to get to this before we were distracted. Just the comparison between watching the Euros earlier in the day and then Copa America, and the broadcast is the same company. Fox does it, so it's not like you're looking at very different ways of putting on soccer. But I think it's just the environment. The U.S. win last night. They beat Bolivia 2-0. It was fine. They're fine. They scored early. Weren't really challenged. Probably should have scored 4 or 5 goals. Just missed some opportunities in front of that. It was a dominant, no worries performance. Fine. And they got Panama up next. That's a game they should win too.
It was like Astros Orioles.
Yeah, pretty much. There was nothing to worry about throughout. They should beat Panama and then go into the Uruguay game. Not worrying. going to try to win the group, and we'll see how that plays out. But did you watch this game, Sean? Or
No,
even catch a little bit of it?
No, I did not. I saw the goals.
Yeah, the environment, they're playing games in Arlington. They're playing games around the country, clearly. And I think the biggest issue is they're just playing in places that aren't soccer specific. Like Germany, another host country, was playing earlier in the day, and the difference in environment. Mostly because we couldn't do any better than calling ourselves the acronym of the team. We're not serious, I would say. I mean, Greg Berhalter would imply we're not serious, but besides that, it's just the difference in the atmosphere for the Germans in a game where they were down for most of it, and then they eventually tied it up late.
I saw that one. That one was sick.
Compared to the 100,000 seat stadium that's built for Super Bowls, it's not built for soccer.
Wine and cheese crowd.
Yeah, I mean, you got your American Outlaws, which. It's a crappy name too, but you got them, and they stand up throughout the match. But it's just the vibes aren't the same. You can't get them. You're playing in soccer specific stadiums that are bigger than the ones we have here. They're bigger than 20K. They're in the 40,000 range to 50,000 range, depending on the stadium. So you're gonna get great environments, and sure, it would sound better if you're playing what's the Dallas FC Dallas play, but you're not going to put a Copa America in a 25,000 seat stadium. It's just not how it works out.
Part of it is that the Germany can have soccer specific stadiums that are big enough because the German league has they can just support more soccer, like they support soccer more.
Yeah,
where that's just not the case with the U.S. That it actually is hard to get 100,000 people in a stadium in Arlington that are all going to be passionate, because like we heard with John when we had on someone from NRG to talk about the Mexico-Jamaica game, you're going to have a lot of John Granados who just want the free tickets.
Sure.
Or just, talk about a wine and cheese crowd. He's just going to sit there. He doesn't know any of the chants.
No, not a chance.
So, but there is a little bit of like, oh, hey, look what's in town. Sure, I'll swing by. Where in Germany, you don't have that class of fan where it comes to the Euros doesn't exist. Sure, that's interesting.
Yeah, the Dutch aren't just going to Netherlands, going to Germany just to check out a game and see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess in Arlington there's a few people that are just like, yeah, all right.
It's a
can get some from our work or something. Yeah,
it's an event in our town. They're gonna try to fill the place up as much as they can. The crowd wasn't bad. It's just you know what you're getting. You're not going to get the level of passion, so it just sounds different. But hey, it's been a problem for years, and it has to do with a lot of things. It just doesn't help that you're playing in stadiums built for Super Bowls, and that's where they're all going to be. Like I think they play in Atlanta next. That's a stadium with the Super Bowl in mind. It's new. It's going to be it's great. They play SEC title games there. They play national title games there. They play Super Bowls there, but it's not specific. And they get great crowds for the Atlanta team in town. You're not going to get that type of crowd for the U.S. versus Panama. It's just different vibes, and it's something we have to do. We have to deal with as soccer fans in this country. But we'll take the win, and we'll see how the Panama game goes. And I think my standard for this team, they haven't won a knockout round game in a major tournament in a long time. I mean, I think it's been since 2016 when you exclude like the Nations League or Copa or the Gold Cup.
I was gonna bring up Nations League.
Yeah, I said a major tournament, Sean. And sure,
Nation League doesn't matter, Dale. Nation League champs.
Back to back, I think at this point. I know the Gold Cup it crowns the champion of CONCACAF. So what?
Oh, come on.
So what? Go win a look, it's even in your home country. Go win a knockout round game. Please, at some point. It's gotta happen. They haven't done it since 2002 in the World Cup. And they like I said, they were the last time I think it happened was the Copa that was here, 2016, I think. Let's pick up the pace, guys. Let's win a game where it's win or go home. That'd be a nice first step. Forget about all this golden generation stuff. Win a knockout round game.
I do feel like golden generation implies that you win at some point.
Not if you're Belgium. They got that. Well, they won. They were more successful, but Belgium never won anything of any consequence. Like you could call Croatia. They've never won a World Cup or a Euro, but they've been in the final.
Yeah, they made a final, and they're Croatia. Like not. I don't mean that offensive. I just mean that they're a small nation that made a final.
And yeah, they played well. They've had these guys. In fact, they're starting to cycle some of those guys out now because they're older. We'll see what they do today. I think they have to win. I think to advance. I think that's how it works out for them today in the Euros. But hey, Pulisic scores, Balogun scores. Cool. I don't really care about beating Bolivia so much. You're at home. You should beat Bolivia. Whoever you see in the second round. It would help if you win the group because
you see a worse team.
You see a worse team. Let's get that done, and then we can have a conversation about what this team can accomplish.
So need a win against Paraguay, right? Is that who's next?
Panama. They play Panama, which is a team from CONCACAF. They should be able to handle in Atlanta.
And then need a result from Uruguay.
Uruguay won their game, so who knows what they'll need? But they're probably going to have to win if Uruguay beats Bolivia, which they're expected to do. That might be winner gets into the gets it because they're both +2 in goal differential right now. Who knows what it'll be and how game 2 will go for each team? But it might be if you win the group. Anything less, you could possibly be facing a much tougher opponent in the second round. And I don't really trust Berhalter.
No,
in the second round against anyone who you might consider tough.
Is there a way that U.S. can draw like Brazil? Like who are the teams that they're likely to?
I'll look that up. I think there's I don't know if there's an Argentina possibly on the other side.
Yeah, I just want to know is there some monster on the other side where if they don't win their group, it's like sweet. Now they play. Oh, I guess they got a result from against Brazil, but you're playing some team that
I think there's a chance of a monster South American country if they don't win the group. Okay. As long as that team does and the U.S. doesn't, there's a chance of that. I'll figure it out. We are way late. We will continue with other things beyond the beautiful game. There's a story about the Olympics in France that I want to get to involving dirty water and how the people there want to make it dirtier. It's weird, but we'll get to that. We'll get to some of the notes from the Astros weekend as well. We talked about them. We'll get back to them. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is where you go to if you have thoughts on who's going to win this Game 7 between the Panthers and the Oilers. Will the Oilers make history? Will the Panthers become infamous? You can put money down at MyBookie. No Astros tonight, but maybe you think the Aggies will win the College World Series. Go to MyBookie for that too. And of course, you've got soccer all throughout the day where MyBookie will take care of you there too. Remember the sign-up bonus. Just use promo code BET975. Use that promo code, and you get a sign-up bonus. And with that first deposit, up to $1,000. If you're an existing customer, that it works for you too. So you got sports betting, you got the live casino. If you like blackjack, you have a chance to deal with the live dealers giving you the cards. So it gives you a really great interactive experience. So you got the live casino, you got the live betting, you got the experts who can help you out. Maybe you're not an expert in the world of soccer or hockey. The experts will walk you through it and get you set up to have a great night tonight. Remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. sometimes you do things you don't know if you should feel bad about. So I'm going to need you to be the judge here, Sean. Earlier today, before work, I stopped at the gas station right up the street here. Or trying to direct myself. Maybe it's that way. Whatever it might be. I stopped there to get a couple drinks. Not alcohol, just drinks. And this kid comes up to me. I was the first person he approached, but when I pulled up, he comes up to me and goes, "Hey, do you have any change?" I guess I thought he might have said so I can get some chips or a drink. I immediately go, "Sorry, man, I only have my card." And that's how I react anytime I don't have any change. I go, "I don't have my card." It happens a lot when everyone knows you're paused at a stoplight, and someone will come up to you and go, "Hey, you got any change?" I'm like, "I don't have any today," and usually I don't. I'm mostly a person who operates just with a card. Rarely have cash at this point. So he approaches another person who's getting gas, and the woman goes, "Sure, you can come in with me." And then she pays. I guess she buys him some chips, and she puts that on the card, and she puts her gas on the card. And I realized, wait a minute, idiot. You've got a card. You could have bought him some chips or a drink if you wanted to. But my initial reflex is, nah, man, I don't have anything. Because he asked me for change. I don't even register that I could have just given him. I could have just walked him in there.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, the attendant there was giving the lady who was trying to buy him stuff. She was telling her not to do it.
Really?
She goes, "Don't do it," because I guess she didn't want the kid hanging around. Like, he was at the bus stop. He approached me, he approached someone else, and he approached her. So for like 10 minutes when I was getting prepared for the show, I felt really bad. I said, I could have got that kid some chips. Why didn't I register that it doesn't matter that I don't have any change?
But that the cashier would have gotten mad at you.
Yeah, I don't need that in my life.
Yeah. So now I guess you would be in, a better. You'd be in a position where you could feel better about yourself, being like, yeah, you know who's the bad guy in the story? That cashier who wasn't buying.
And the cashier, and the woman who got the kid some chips was lecturing the cashier. The cashier told her why you shouldn't do that. He's hanging around. She goes, "Well, ma'am, I'm a grown woman. He's a kid. You don't know what he's going through. He may not be able to eat or whatever. So I'm an adult. I can pay for this. It's okay." So I don't know if I would have handled that.
Yeah, the pushback. I don't know what you would have.
I don't know if the pushback would have struck me. And you know what? You're right. Kid, beat it. I don't know. I don't know what I would have done.
You're right. And you take the donuts or whatever.
Yeah, whatever he wanted. Just slap him out of his hand. Give me that. You don't need that.
Because I also think you mentioning that it's chips and a drink is what he wanted. It's crazy because this story takes place at 6 a.m.
Yeah, it was about 6:35 or something like that.
That is just like,
it's really early in the morning to be eating chips. But
some sour cream and onion. Like,
I didn't see what he got. I just know that it wound up being chips and
Takis
and the woman was like, "I'll get him."
The break of dawn.
You know, it's a place. It's the place where they have a grill, but it wasn't. I don't know if that one was willing to wait, or just pay for an $8 sandwich, whatever it might have been. But I felt dummy. Just get the kid some chips, and I'm glad he got something. But I didn't know.
I wasn't gonna get him.
I would have. It just didn't register to me because he asked me for change, and I was being honest and saying I didn't have any. It just didn't click. That
so now the next person that asks you for money
depends if they're a kid or not.
You have no excuse.
No, depends if they're a kid.
Okay.
Like, I'm not. If you're an adult, maybe a different circumstance.
You had your chance.
Yeah. The universe gave me an opportunity, and I screwed it up. And for any adult approaches me, you'll be one of those guys. What are you doing with your life? You're an adult. Go get a job.
Yeah. You got bootstraps. Pick yourself up.
Yeah. Pull those bootstraps and get to work. Dang it. Had an opportunity to be somewhat of a good Samaritan. I mean, it was just chips, but still. The change thing got me.
If you really want to help him, be like, this is really unhealthy for you.
I mean, if we're going to start
judging, maybe an apple.
If we're going to start judging, no, you don't. You can't tell the kid to get an apple. He goes, I didn't ask for an apple. I can go get an apple anywhere. I asked for change for some chips. As you mentioned, maybe some Takis. I don't know. It was early.
It was so early. It was 6 o'clock in the morning.
You want me to be those kids who do, when like you want me to treat the kid like when unhoused people come to people and go, hey, can I get something for just a couple bucks? I'll walk you. We can go get something. You want me to do that? Walk them to a restaurant and get them something to eat?
I mean, that's basically what you would have to do with a credit card.
That's true.
Or unless you want to just, here's my Chase card. Pin numbers.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
No, the card wouldn't have left my hand.
You're gonna have to walk them no matter what. So.
That's true, but
so maybe just I don't know, maybe some sun chips.
some what do they have, like a tomato version that I don't remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even with the sun chips, he could have got some sour cream and onion. I would have felt better than just some Takis.
Doritos. What about Cool Ranch?
Nah, not that early.
Nacho cheese, though, I think that's fine.
You put cheese on breakfast items,
yeah,
right?
I think nacho cheese Doritos. That's
corn.
That's more acceptable to have at 6 in the morning than Cool Ranch for some reason. I don't know why. I can't explain why.
Because there's cheese in the title, and
yeah.
cheese can be used as as something you eat in the morning. I don't know, but I'm glad that kid got something to eat. I don't know if this is his gimmick, where he just approaches people.
Yeah, free lunch or free breakfast before school.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going at 6:35 in the middle of the summer.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, but I hope that kid's doing okay. I'm a little disappointed in myself that my brain didn't click over.
I hope he's listening right now.
He's not too busy hustling some other person out of their chip
Yeah,
money.
It's almost lunchtime. He's got.
Yeah. Hey, can you get some change for a sandwich?
He's standing outside this Subway right now.
Is he at Chick-fil-A right now? It's just his move.
Chick-fil-A is probably the better. Yeah. Chick-fil-A probably has a higher hit percentage of, I'll buy you something.
Yeah, sure, kid. Yeah, it was great. Nice kid. Just came up and caught me off guard. Sorry, man. I gotta get in and edit some sound about Kelly Stafford and all the men reacting to her. Sorry, man. Got my mind on different things. Can't help you out. So that happened to me. Hopefully you guys respond better than I do, because I did not handle that as well as I should have. And something that is less important, although we were just talking about chips, there is a battle going on in college football about who has the cheapest beer. Apparently Tulane tweeted out they have the cheapest beer in all of college football, and all the accounts decided, no, you don't. Louisiana responded with, actually, we have a cheaper option. It got to, in fact, they quote tweeted the picture. BYU responded with, actually, we have the cheapest chocolate milk in college football, because the Mormons ain't dealing out beer at their stadium.
They have to be the only team that sells chocolate milk.
The coldest chocolate milk in all of college football.
Coldest. Yeah. I was also gonna say the cheapest. Like, no, you got a captive audience.
Yeah,
jack those prices up.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Who else is giving out chocolate milk in their building? So it continued, but no one was appreciative of Tulane setting themselves up as the cheapest beer in all of the land. Texas, did that happen relatively recently?
They do not have cheap beer.
No, I know.
They don't have the cheapest.
No chance that anything in Austin was going to win that award.
I knew for a fact that Texas football was not going to chime in.
They weren't going to chime in. In fact, hey guys, let's stop talking about having this conversation right now, because you're going to make us look bad. Texas,
cheapest what?
In fact, they probably take pride in not having not selling cheap beer. I'm sure the people in California feel the same. I'm sure USC ain't standing on business about how cheap their beer is. It's not how we make any money. We just did renovations in this place.
Yeah, gotta pay for some buyouts.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, the United Airlines field ain't enough, which is, I think, is what they've named their field. People are worried about the commercialization of college football. We've already got fields named after companies, stadiums named after companies. Now a logo on a jersey is a step too far. Relax. I don't know if you've paid attention to your sport, but we're already going down that path.
Yeah, we already have the Tostitos Bowl. I think we're good.
The Duke Mayo Bowl is a thing.
Yeah.
I think you guys are standing up for the wrong thing. You should have made that stand long ago. When the Rose Bowl fought it for so long, but even they decided to let City get involved.
When it became the Rose Bowl
presented
by Vizio,
yeah,
I think that's when we lost.
I think that's when whatever fight you think you were having ended when the Rose Bowl got involved. But the Rose Bowl's so funny. Their stance was you can't put your name in front of the bowl game.
No, it's presented.
But you can be presented by. Okay. All right. Sure. Just make the name longer, I guess. It's been Vizio. It's been City, I think, at points.
Yeah.
But
I think, like, Prudential has been one. It's like some boring. It's always boring stuff. And Vizio.
Yeah.
But it's boring stuff and Vizio.
Oh, Vizio doesn't get into the boring stuff.
It's TVs.
You're right. TVs kind of do
life
Trump
insurance. Keep it, Rose Bowl.
Yeah, the Rose Bowl presented by Prudential isn't going to make me go get Prudential.
Yeah.
The Rose Bowl presented by Vizio, show me a couple commercials, I might be in.
Yeah.
I might be in.
The only I like Pacific Life just because of the whales.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's the only one I'm in on. The rest of them, don't care.
You and Greenpeace, the only ones in on that one.
Well, at least it's something different.
Sure.
At least it's not a talking gecko or Flo, who, by the way, needs to get a real job. The actress who plays Flo, get out of here. You had your time in the sun.
What do you mean? You don't want her doing that anymore?
No, I'm good on the progressive people with their white aprons.
Well, I don't mind Flo. I didn't need
the extended universe.
No, I didn't need the P. What would it even be? The PEU, the extended the progressive extended universe. I don't need that.
We're like now there's ones without Flo in them. It's just
what are we doing?
The other people.
I'm not looking for that.
It's just junior mafia of the it's just all these other guys. I don't care.
I barely care about Flo. I accept her under protest, and now you're giving me them. I know you're all out on Flo. I let Flo keep cashing checks. That's all. I don't mind it at all.
We need to start shaming these people. Like, hey,
you want people just out of commercials.
Just I want creativity, Del. Come up with the next.
That ain't
flow.
about Flo.
Come up with the next flow. Progressive.
So you want it to be like a farm system. Like, all right, Flo's had her run. She's washed. Who do you got next in the pipeline?
Yeah, or scale back the commercials. I just don't want to watch the same thing for my entire life.
Yeah,
in every commercial break.
It is a little weird that our lives have been like half of our lives have been Flo.
For 20 of
half
my 28
of our lives
years.
have been Flo. Yes. You know. Even the AT&T woman decided to start directing. She directs those now.
Yeah, and she took a break too.
Well, yeah, the creeps online
Yeah.
got to her. Yeah, some of those guys are my friends.
The gecko, at least he again is animatronic or not animatronic, but
he's animated.
Animated, and I feel like he also takes a break. They scale back the gecko every once in a while. They had the cavemen. Remember the caveman?
Yeah, I do. I didn't know. I just did not know Flo was a point of contention.
Just something about her.
Don't
like her.
There's a subset of Flo's pretty hot. Subset of people who think that. I am not among them. I don't think of her that way. I think of her as a competent pitch woman.
That's the other thing. Is like what makes a good insurance commercial? Nothing.
I've never used one of those to make a decision.
Like what they're obviously looking at data, being like, gotta keep pumping out the progressive extended universe. People love all the underlings too. What data is showing that? Like,
who asked for this?
Who's sitting here being like, love these guys?
No one. No.
Maybe Mayhem. All right.
I do like Mayhem. Mostly because I know him from other things, and that's the guy I've seen in Oz or whatever. He's in this.
Like Mayhem's like overqualified to be Mayhem.
But those checks got to be pretty
Same
good
with
to be Mayhem.
The Allstate guy, the deep voice guy,
Dennis Haysbert.
Yeah. Fake Denzel. Yes.
I don't know if that's his official title. Fake Denzel.
He kind of looks like Denzel. He was also the president in 24.
I'm aware. And he was in Major League 2.
Oh yeah,
Serrano.
Yeah,
he was just bold in that, so people forget sometimes. Yeah,
It was him. Now I remember. It was definitely him. We'll come back with things that actually have to do with the world of sports. I had to work through some. It wasn't trauma. I had to work through some regret before we got to some other stuff. So we'll come back with Case Keenum. He discussed his once and now current teammate, Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs, big topic of conversation, and we'll hear from his former quarterback when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Mate Stephon Diggs. What's it like to be reunited with Stephon? I know he's excited. He's fitting right in.
Yeah, it's really cool to get back out there and to see Stephon on the practice field and to watch him just absolutely do some dirty things with some routes that I haven't seen anybody else be able to do. He's a dynamic player, and he has not lost a step. If anything, he's got more savviness with some stuff that he could put some extra sauce in some routes when he needs to, but when there's not time to take patience, he's got to go right now. So he's done a great job of continuing to build his craft and work his tool set. So I'm excited to see what he can do in the fall.
You're back for year two. Obviously, a lot of fun last year, and you contributed to.
Case Keenum, he was at a camp, I believe. A lot of guys are doing that before they get to their actual camp, as training camp will begin. This is the time to maybe not just hang out. If you want to help the community, because you're not going to have that time coming up. So this is the little break between whether it be mandatory minicamp or OTAs and training camp to get
give
that stuff
back.
in, to give back.
Pay it
Unlike
forward.
me when it came to a little kid who wanted chips.
Case Keenum would have whipped out that.
He probably would have had a couple bucks, or maybe invite that kid to the camp. I don't know.
Here's a 20. Go crazy.
Yeah, buy all the Takis you want.
I really wish you saw what he bought.
I did not see.
I'm now interested.
Yeah,
just Takis and a red Gatorade at 6:30 in the morning. Wow.
Hey, life is tough sometimes. Just trying to get yourself through the day.
Honestly, I mean, the craziest part for me, if to put my self in that kid's shoes, would be being up at 6:30 on.
Yeah, I don't know where he was going.
June 24th.
He was at the bus stop, so he looked like he might have been in the uniform. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I just saw a blur of a kid asking me for stuff, and my immediate thought was, I ain't got it.
But that definitely would have been a Sean Mapes 15-year-old, 16-year-old meal where it's just like, yeah, some sour cream and onion and a Gatorade. Let's do it.
Yeah, with age comes...
That's fueling me for the rest of the day.
Yeah, true. When you get older, it's like, I'm not going to start the day with potato chips, am I?
Do they have a Cliff Bar or something?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You set a standard for yourself and like, yeah, well, I'll go with this because the other thing means I'm down bad. But he's 12, so eat what you want, kid. Eric wants to talk about a couple of Astros who are injured right now. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, does anybody know when Garcia or Junior are going to come back? They just keep getting us like garbage updates, but are they actually going to pitch this year? And I kind of like the Flow commercials. I think the other characters are pretty funny. And Del, have you seen The Pope's Exorcist? Is it good?
I have seen The Pope Exorcist. It's not good. It's fine. You can watch it and be somewhat entertained. It all depends on your level of good. If you like Russell Crowe, watching him play an exorcist, I think that's him. It's fine. It's fine. It's a fine movie on a Friday or whatever day it is if you don't have anything else to do. I'm not telling anyone to wrangle up some of your favorite people and make it a thing where it's a watch party. It's fine, Eric. As far as the McCullers and Luis Garcia thing, we've heard July for Garcia. The Lance McCullers thing feels like, who knows? It always feels like that. I wouldn't count on either one of them, and I would just make McCullers the guy you count on less. We don't know. We hear that Luis Garcia is closer, and if we're expecting one of those guys to come back, I would look to him. What was
is it because Junior is Junior too busy running his coffee shop or what?
No, he's trying. I don't think Haven Coffee is the reason why he won't come back. I can't speak to Lance McCullers' recovery time. We just know that it isn't great. Yeah, there's a report from the Chronicle, and you mentioned the garbage updates, but what I can give people who don't know, there was a report from the Chronicle that Luis Garcia faced live batters on Saturday in the minor league facility in West Palm, and if he responds well to that, he will likely start a rehab assignment at rookie level down there as well. That's according to Joe Espada.
Who's working the Houston Nationals medical staff? Interns or what's going on?
Well, I'm sure
Junior's over there throwing frappuccinos instead of fastballs.
I don't think all he does is use coffee supplies to train. I feel like he's throwing actual baseballs. It's just he doesn't recover well from injuries. We know this, and that's all we can say. Look, Luis Garcia. If what he did on Saturday and there are no problems, he's going to start a rehab assignment. So probably means sometime in July, we're going to hear that Luis Garcia is going to be back with the Major League Club. I got no idea about Lance McCullers.
Well, Garcia doesn't have any issues braiding his hair. He needs to be throwing those fastballs, dancing on the mound instead in the streets.
Eric's really leaning into, I don't want to see these guys do anything but train and rehab. Thanks, Eric, for the call. I appreciate you being really upset about the absence of Garcia and McCullers. He wants his guys back.
Yeah. Quit grinding those beans, all right? Get back on the mound.
Quit writing Jennifer's name on a cup. And
stop misspelling the names of these people.
Yeah. get back out there. Don't screw. Make sure that's a vanilla latte.
Hey, Lance, it's Del with one L. All right.
Exactly. If I ever drank coffee, I that would definitely be a problem for me. If I would tell people it's Del with one L, and I still get the 2 L's.
You'd probably get like a longer name too. It'd be like Del with one L. Like
Yeah, there'd be some real
There'd be
funny,
a W
funny barista who's, you know what? Oh, is that your name? I'm gonna write that whole thing. All right, I just want some coffee, man. Just why are we playing games? Just give me my coffee.
Give me my damn coffee.
Yeah, well, I'm not here for this. I just want my coffee with my correct name on it. So yeah, if you're frustrated, I get it, Eric. It's just the way it is. And garbage update or not, Luis Garcia feels like he's getting closer and closer. He just has to respond well, and whatever that might mean. If he responds well, I guess if his arm doesn't fall off after Saturday rehab, then we might see him.
I want to. Yes, it's his body responding well, not him emotionally responding well to it.
I think he'll recover from Saturday's outing. It's just about the body. I don't think he'll be broken mentally by it. Hopefully,
hey,
not.
Those West Palm Beach kids were taking me deep.
And kids is probably correct. Probably some high school kids that ain't got nothing to do during the summer who are out there taking cuts.
Yeah, eating Takis at 6 in the morning.
Look, that kid was 12. He wasn't even of high school age, I think. Maybe he was going to summer school to make sure he got into high school. I don't know. Now I'm casting aspersions because I didn't do what I was supposed to do. I'm insulting him because I feel bad about myself. That kid, I'm sure, is great.
I don't know
why he's going to school on June 24th. I can't speak to that.
I don't know why he was working the corners. You know,
that's aggressive. Huh? He's working the bus stop at least.
I've seen The Wire. I know what happens.
Oh, wow. He didn't have a backpack on either, so I don't know what he was doing, but he was at that bus stop. Hopefully, he got to where he needed to go, or he's got a hustle going where he just gets a bag of chips at a time. Maybe need to upgrade the game if that's the end goal. Every couple hours, he gets a bag of chips. Eric, we welcome you. Appreciate your passion. Your Astros have overcome all the things you're worried about, though. McCullers, Garcia not around, overcomes a little strong. What they've done the last month or so is play pretty good baseball. They have done that. They sweep the Orioles. Even another pitching injury couldn't keep that from happening with Jake Bloss now going on the IL with inflammation. They say it's minor, but as I pointed out in the first segment, nothing can be taken for granted when it comes to the Astros and their injury diagnosis. Be minor inflammation. That doesn't mean he won't be out for 4 months. It's just how Astros and their pitchers have rolled over the course of the last maybe 18 to 24 months. So we hope Jake Bloss is okay, and the Astros have the day off. They will play Colorado and then see the Mets. So we'll see if they can get over 500 by the end of the month. It certainly feels like the favorite now because of the way they're playing and because of who they're seeing the rest of the way. We know they dominate the Rockies, particularly when it's in Mexico. We'll see if they can do that in this country. And then they get a Mets team who lost a closer because of a foreign substance. We know what that's about here. We can talk about that when we come back. There's some news it's not news, but Brian Windhorst commented on the Rockets and what he thinks they're going to do. It's more of the same, but Wendy, maybe a trusted source, maybe more than others. We'll hear from him when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Niall points out, Niall noted archivist of Astros history and big into their minor league stuff, that Kendall Graveman may make a surprising return. At least that came out over the weekend, maybe late last week, that Kendall Graveman isn't a lock to not come back. So, Eric, there's another guy working hard to try to get back for your Astros. Kendall Graveman will certainly have that bullpen. If he comes back, maybe we see less and less of Montero, which I guess would be welcome, considering that even in a game where there was very little pressure, Montero could not avoid being Montero over the weekend. Astros overcame that, won that series, swept that series, and now are just 6 games back of the Mariners. The Mariners lose 2 out of 3 to the Marlins. And it's funny, a lot of Marlins people were like, or Florida people were like, could we trade this for one Stanley Cup win, one more? The Marlins could lose the rest of the month or the rest of the year. Just give us a win, and we'll see what the Oilers and the Panthers do tonight, as the Oilers try to make history and the Panthers try to avoid some infamy. So I think they're on a run in that town where the Marlins and the Panthers haven't won on the same day in like a month. So
they want the Marlins to lose
tonight, definitely.
Panthers to win.
Yes. The Marlins, maybe they did the Astros some favors. If you believe in superstition, they did the Panthers no favors, as they played better over the last couple days, and we see what happened to the Panthers. So
Marlins are in KC to take on the Royals.
Well, that's a good team, but they were hosting a good team over the weekend, and it didn't matter. So who knows? Those games are going to be going pretty simultaneously, so you can't lean into one. Oh, the Marlins won,
yeah,
so bet on the Oilers.
I looked it up, hoping they play. And they probably wouldn't play a Monday afternoon day game, but I was hoping that they played a day game just so we could lock it in.
Yeah, lock in an Oilers win. But those games are going to be going at the same time. Trying to look at the exact start. Maybe it's 8-0 through 1, and then you'll know. The Marlins game, first pitch is 7:10, and the finals will start about that same time too. So you're not going to know. You can't use that as an example. But those two have not really. Well, they've sunk. They've not been able to win on the same day. So here's hoping, if you're a Panthers fan, that the Marlins do lose. We do have I mentioned some Windhorse sound to get to. Brian Windhorse. He's on the hoop as I continue to get text messages. Brian Windhorse, part of the Hoops Collective. It's his podcast. He has multiple ESPN personalities on that, depending on the week. He is a guy who knows some things. We remember the meme. In fact, I think Sean, I don't know if you did it today, but you did it last week, maybe. What is going on? Brian Windhorse thinks he knows what the Rockets' plan is, and it's something a lot of people have reported, but not bad to get it from someone in the know. Here's Brian Windhorse on the Rockets' plans for 3 and their plan for this offseason.
Certainly, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that anything is guaranteed. That said, McMahon, the Rockets are being active, and it looks in the conversations that I've heard about that they're looking to move out of 3 and maybe even stay in the lottery. But no matter what they do, they are looking to acquire a veteran player that is going to immediately help them now.
So more of the same. That's a team who is not sitting back. They don't want a slow rebuild. When Ime Udoka got here, we know he's come from winning spots, whether it be an assistant with Spurs. He was, I believe, an assistant on those Nets, a couple of those Nets teams when they were trying to get their big 3 together before he took the Boston job, which is a team who made the finals in his one and only year there. So he's not looking to be bad or even mediocre. And I think the Rockets are done with a full rebuild. They're not going to trade away all their young talent because they think that talent can help them win a title, but they're going to at least entertain the aspect of trading some of it to acquire a big piece. So it'll just be about what they look. The thing is, let's just say the pie in the sky players are not coming. Whether you think Jimmy Butler would help, whether you think Kevin Durant would help or Paul George would help, and I think I'm about to remove Donovan Mitchell from the equation. Kenny Atkinson, former Rockets assistant, has been hired by the Cavs, and the Cavs believe now that the coach is in place, Donovan Mitchell will sign that extension. That's yet to be seen. So let's say we remove him from the equation too, where you're not getting a clear star to superstar type player. I don't think that precludes the Rockets from adding another veteran. Question will be at what price and who's out there. I don't know if there's anyone out there that would make me feel great. Like I've seen Chris Middleton's name being thrown around. And I'm like, okay, sure.
Okay.
I mean, he's fine. He's older. He plays less and less games. Is that someone I'm looking to grab to help my team? Is he going to be available when I need him?
Yeah, I think the fact that they have the third pick, that helps them in the, like you're saying, adding someone without necessarily giving up the farm to do so, where they have matching salary and the third pick in this draft. So they can, yeah, and like Windhorst was saying, they can even just like trade down. Where
that was interesting to hear too.
They get, I mean, it's been talked about them being interested in Marcus Smart.
But then I saw the Grizzlies, a report said the Grizzlies have no interest in trading Marcus Smart, but it's someone of his caliber.
Yes, and I'm just using the Marcus Smart example of they can trade 3 for Marcus Smart and 9. And so you're trading down 6 spots and adding a rotation piece.
Getting a real piece. Yeah, I
so,
see that as plausible. Maybe even more than some giant trade that gets you superstar, because a lot goes into that. The preference of the star, whether you're willing to give them an extension. So I could see that something on draft day or leading up to it where they're trading and using the discrepancy between picks to grab a player they really like.
Yeah, maybe someone on Portland at 7, maybe Malcolm Brogdon, someone
Speaking
like
of guys
that.
who never play.
Yeah, well, or Anthony Simons.
Jalen Green's like, excuse me, I'm sitting right here.
Okay. Yeah, that's really. I mean, you have San Antonio at 8.
But I get what you're saying. A player on a team that
Chicago at 11
can shake loose. You can shake that player loose, and all it costs you is a couple of draft spots, and particularly in a draft where there may not be much difference between 3 and 9 or 8 or wherever it might be that you fall if you do make the trade. So I kind of think that's more likely some draft day thing where you find maybe a 6th or 7th guy that can be solidly a part of your rotation. What does it mean for your upside? I don't know, but you also have your 9th pick as well, or whatever the pick is you might get.
And there's always the chance that, I mean, the draft needs to actually play out, and like you said, it's so kind of flat at the top where there's not yet because there's not a clear number 1 or even top 2, that there's not like an accepted order where, last year's draft, everyone knew Wembanyama was going first. Like, that was just like Wembanyama's first. The year before that, it was the top 3 of Jabari, Chet, and Paolo in some order. And this year, there just isn't that. There's like 5 different guys the Hawks might pick them at 1. And so for a lot of the teams that Houston would be trading down with, they want to wait until the draft to see, is the guy that we're trading up for even going to be there? Maybe they really they would love Donovan Clingan, and they have to make sure he doesn't go number 1. They would love one of the French guys, and they have to make sure one of them doesn't go before the 3rd spot. So that's why I really feel like we're going to be kind of in a holding pattern until Wednesday night when it comes to what the Rockets are going to do.
Yeah, it might be something where we hear where Woj breaks some news or Shams breaks some news in between the 2nd and 3rd pick.
Yeah,
it's very possible. Something about the Rockets and whoever are working on a trade that would send insert player and the pick swap. The Rockets will make the pick for so and so, and it won't be finalized till whenever. You know the terminology for that.
And I hope they do it with the way that they'll sometimes do it, where like they're trading up. Like Team X is trading up with the Rockets for whatever, and you're like, now just refreshing, being like, oh, what are they trading? Like, what are the Rockets getting? Why are they just trading down?
Yeah.
There? And then you let your mind wander. You're like, oh, maybe John Morant? I don't know. Desmond Bain?
And how far? I guess the question is, how far will the Rockets drop to pick up a player they really like? That's an existing NBA player.
I like 3 for Caruso and 11, but the Bulls had other plans for Caruso.
Yeah, they just wanted a point guard that they really liked without any extra picks.
Yeah.
They made a trade for Josh Giddey when they were trying to acquire multiple first rounders for Caruso until, Josh Giddey became available and that was enough.
Hey.
Maybe they can flip Josh Giddey for something. Who knows? The Bulls, one of the franchises, no one understands what they're doing, which it also means that they can't even attach Caruso with Zach LaVine to help people swallow that contract better.
No,
Zach LaVine's another guy who's on the move, who could be on the move.
Giddey, LaVine, DeRozan, Vucevic.
I don't
to Chicago Bulls basketball.
I don't think Zach LaVine is someone the Rockets are looking to acquire. He is one. He would be a veteran, but his knees are older than Kevin Durant's.
We've been talking a lot about the Rockets, making a trade. Even the deadline, I think even last offseason, there was a little bit of like, well, they're in phase 2. What are the big swings that they can make? And they haven't actually made any.
Make a move, Rafael Stone. We've been talking about you guys for months.
Yeah, I mean,
something.
They signed Brooks and Van Vliet, but that's not like.
And did you the report? There's a report that they told Brook Lopez.
Yeah.
That if you sign with Milwaukee, they're going to trade you. And now Brook Lopez is on the trade block.
Yes.
Milwaukee's looking to move Brook Lopez, and apparently the Rockets told him this was going to happen, just because of where Milwaukee stood as far as their build right now.
Yeah, but the Rockets still haven't made like that chips all in. Like they haven't traded a core 6 guy. Like they just haven't. They haven't actually done that.
Are you going to do this? Are you going to lean into Rocket fans' nonsense and call them a core 6?
No, they're a core 6.
Now a core 7 if they keep the pick and take Reed Shepherd. So Wednesday is when we'll actually have, well, not for this show because it'll be after, but Wednesday is when you guys will eventually get some real concrete news about what the Rockets are doing, and then we'll talk about it after that. We got one more segment to go here. I'll mention the player who won't be available for the Astros-Met series. It's about a foreign substance, so we know it happened to Ronel Blanco. It's happened to a Met. We'll talk about that, and we'll get into, I'm not sure. There's a basketball tournament that's been canceled for reasons. I mean, the name should have been a clue. And we'll get into USF, South Florida, trying to mimic what Texas did, but doing it poorly. We'll get to that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we were going, and we'll probably still get to it, but something popped up on the timeline and just started me to ask questions of Sean during the break. So I was unaware that Bill Belichick's girlfriend, somehow I missed it. I knew she was a cheerleader. I didn't know she was still competing in events as like a competitive cheerleader. Hell, I didn't know they had competitive cheerleading events and a season for adults. So I asked Sean during the break, what are the friend groups like? Because we know the age difference, 48 years. Do what you want, Bill. If you can do it, you can do it. Who am I to judge? But the conversations that have to be had, who are in these friend groups and what are the conversations? Because if you are in, her name's Jordan Hudson's friend group, do you at any point go, what the hell's going on here? Do her friends have that conversation? And do Bill Belichick's friends group have that conversation? And Sean said, who's in his friends group? And I thought Romeo Cornell would be in his friend group. Longtime defensive coordinator. Guys like who else would be in Bill Belichick's friend group? Maybe Bill Parcells?
Bill Parcells, Charlie Weiss.
Charlie Weiss, possibly. Do they?
Joe Judge.
So, maybe. So, and I guess his only friends are people he used to coach with. We don't know his friends.
I don't know.
So,
Nick Saban.
Nick Saban? So
I would love to know Nick Saban's thoughts on this relationship.
So what is happening? So Bill Belichick does a sit-down, long-form interview with Pat McAfee, a weekly appearance on a Tuesday, and then he's going to Jordan Hudson's competitive cheerleading on a Wednesday. They've already been spotted together. He's already been at her events. We know this to be the case. So is this his life? Is he showing up at competitive cheerleading events, supporting his girlfriend? Or at some point, someone gets a hold of Bill, like, look, we understand what you're doing, but you ain't got to make public appearances. That's a step too far.
Will Pat McAfee ask him about this?
If he has any guts, if he's got any, he will. I don't know if he will. He likes his very important and news making friends. Maybe he doesn't want to do it.
It's tough because I feel like if he was on like tomorrow with Pat McAfee, you have to ask. You absolutely
but
have to ask.
But a couple months from now during the football season, he doesn't ask.
It's also like more real of a relationship than.
Yeah, now you're not making fun of the guy when he's still with this woman.
Yeah. And also there's real football going on. Like now, I don't know what they would even talk about with.
Yeah, what's the point other than this particular relationship? There's no point to have them on right now. I'm always into logistics. But I'm just thinking about the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce thing. A big friend group shows up, but it's people you expect. Oh, Blake Lively's there. Ryan Reynolds is there. Okay, I get it. That's Hollywood people. They're supporting Taylor Swift. They're in that group. I can't imagine Bill's football guy showing up to support his girl at a competition. I can't see it. Is Tom going to be there? No, they're not friends. Can't be there.
No. Josh McDaniels.
Well, Josh is just around hoping
got
Bill takes another job.
Yeah, he's hoping if he stands next to Bill Belichick again, he'll get another head coaching job. Yeah. Actually, Nick Saban, number one, who I want to know his honest feelings about this. Number two, Brian Flores.
I don't even want their feelings. I want the shots of them sitting in the crowd with Bill while she's competing. I just want those guys lined up. Them getting excited like I'm trying to think of all the people who have been at those. Like a Ryan Reynolds is when Shake It Off comes on. When she hits whatever, I don't know the terminology for the flips. When she hits one of those and sticks it, pretty good movie from the aughts, Stick It, with Missy Peregrine. Ryan should call about that, about his OnlyFans thing. By the way, it wouldn't happen, Ryan. She's on that FBI show. She's been on it for years. Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen. That's what I'm looking for. Those shots of Bill's friends, mostly football people, because that's all we know, celebrating Jordan winning a competition. And not Michael Jordan, Jordan Hudson. We'll see. I need picks. And not the ones you would normally say I want to see picks. I need to see those guys out there celebrating her accomplishments.
At the Bring It On competition.
Whatever it's called, in Orlando, wherever it is.
The Bring It On Invitational.
At the Wide World, what's it called?
The Wide World of Sports.
Wide World of Sports in Disney World. I need to see it. Bill hanging out, supporting this girl, and Steve Belichick hanging out too. All his guys.
Oh yeah, I wonder what's
Michael Lombardi.
Steve,
isn't Michael Lombardi like a Patriot, like a Bill Belichick guy too? You show up there too. Get them all in the building. Come on, you know it'd be great.
I wonder what Robert Kraft. I wonder if Robert Kraft's had
Robert
any.
Kraft, older guy. He has a younger wife, not this young.
I'd see. The thing is, I don't want to know. I don't want the friend. I'm not that interested in like the friends, and what they say to his face. I want to know about like the car ride back when they're talking. When again, Brian Flores is talking to his wife about this. Like what?
Well,
what are they saying behind Bill's back about this?
Yeah, those are answers we're never going to get, but we can guess.
What is Nick Saban telling Miss Terry?
About
does Miss Terry and
when Bill
Nick
invites them both to one of her competitions, and Miss Terry's like, "We're not effing going to that thing, Nick. We're not showing up at that thing.
It's just a 6-hour drive. I don't know.
We're not going." I don't think Nick would even ask her. He knows better. Miss Terry ain't having it. She's too busy raging against the new recruiting world and why her husband had to take a step back. That's her thing.
Oh, she's against the new recruiting world?
Didn't we hear that story that Miss Terry would talk about how things are different now? It ain't the way we used to do things.
Now I remember that.
Yeah.
I was like, was she on Feinbaum or something?
No.
And I missed it?
No. I need all those guys. Like Michael Lombardi has his own podcast. Whoever does that with him, you need to ask him about what he thinks about Bill Belichick and going to those cheerleading competitions, competitive ones at that. Okay, a couple things before we wrap it up. Edwin Diaz, Mets closer, won't be available if consistency is a thing, because he should be suspended 10 games for having a foreign substance on his hand. We know Ronel Blanco suffered the same fate. Of course, Diaz is a reliever, so he may get hit possibly with missing more games, not more than a 10-game suspension, but because of his status as a reliever, it could be 3-4 instead of the 2 that Blanco got. If you haven't seen the picture, find him. It's obvious all over his hand. He got ejected before throwing a pitch against the Cubs yesterday. And the other thing, Sean, have you heard of the Nothing But Ass basketball tournament?
Yes, I have heard about it.
Well, it's good that you've heard of it because it's not going to happen. It's been canceled. You can imagine what it would be. It's just a tournament with women who have, well, they're not nothing but ass.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But women whose I guess whose backsides would be highlighted because of what they look like and their size. The unfortunate thing for the tournament is that no school or district official approved the activity depicted in the video. The video is a video of a woman who might fit into the tournament, twerking, dancing in a way to promote. And apparently the high school was like, wait a minute. We didn't know the event would be at one of our school. We didn't know the event at one of our schools would include such activity. So we were okay with the name. I guess we were okay with the basketball tournament.
Well, because they just say NBA.
That's true. They don't tell you what
It's an
NBA
NBA
stands
event.
for. Acronym. It's like USMNT. If you don't know what it means, hey, okay, whatever. They tried to get away with just an acronym, but because of the content of the video and the content of the would-be tournament, it gets canceled. And I gotta say, I understand it, but what happened to freedom of expression? That's not actually something. It's freedom of speech, but I would use expression as well. It's during the summer, right? Just let the basketball tournament go off.
Twerking is a version of speech. It's not. I don't think
it speaks to me.
I don't think it's what the
founding fathers
pictured, but they also didn't picture Twitter.
It's true. They also didn't picture some people having the same rights as others until later on.
All right.
What?
All men are created equal, Del.
The problem was they didn't consider some people men.
In principle.
Yes. I mean, not in practice. But we will write it into law. When we actually enforce it, that'll wait. That'll wait a couple years.
Not my job.
somebody else's job. I won't even be around for that. But unfortunately for some, the Nothing But Ass tournament won't go off because the school officials realized what it was actually about. We're done. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. And what do we do today, Sean?
We did it!
That's right. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bregman hits that ball hard. That's a 4-hit game. Alex Bregman on base for a 5th time. 4 for 4 today for Breggy.
Many have said that I am the greatest baseball mind in Houston, Texas. Many have been saying this for a while. And once again, my divine sight saw the future. Whether it was the 10-7 2023-2024 Houston Texans or the Houston Astros winning their first World Series of 2024 via a sweep of the supposedly red-hot Baltimore Orioles, I have the sight. You're welcome for seeing the future. You're welcome for making sure that you watch the games this weekend.
Paul, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You called your shot. You demanded the sweep. I cowardly asked for just 2 out of 3. You are right. I am wrong. You are burnt. I am not.
It's okay. You don't have the sight. We're not all blessed with this talent, with this just really like burden of knowing more ball than anybody. But, oh, man, that was a great weekend for the Houston Astros. So Friday with Bloss, the boss, on the mound. Somehow they survived him on the hill. He didn't look out of place.
No, he looked okay.
But he gets pulled with the shoulder injury, and then the Astros scored a bazillion runs in the 6th inning and held on for dear life.
Held on for dear life.
To get to Saturday.
The Orioles just kept scoring in the 8th. And I was like, this is going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
Disaster weekend if they lost that game Friday. But they held on.
You weren't feeling good from Friday into Saturday because, okay, Bloss does not go far. You used all of your relievers, and 2 of them, Nick Hernandez, I don't really ever want to see him again. Sean Dubin actually looked good. Rafael Montero gave another Rafael Montero show. So I'm thinking going into Saturday, okay, well, maybe they'll be able to get 2 out of 3. But then I remembered, wait, no, I have the sight. I saw a sweep, and the sweep is coming. So Saturday, Ronel Blanco gives the Astros 7 innings. It's not brilliant, but it's enough. 4 strikeouts, 4 hits, 3 walks, just 1 earned run allowed. And Chas McCormick finally had a good game.
That game was fun. That game was very fun.
You were there, right?
That was the game I was at. And Blanco was, it wasn't, you're right, it wasn't his best stuff. But he was super effective the entire game. He had control. I mean, you look at the top of their lineup, what they're doing right now with Henderson, Rushman, and O'Hearn, and those guys had 1 hit. That's it.
You went to go see the Orioles on Saturday, and they disappointed you.
I went to see young, good baseball players. I went to go see the Astros and some good young baseball players.
We had a little Joey Loperfido action on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Mauricio Dubon, 14 consecutive starts. And then yesterday, Framber Valdez goes out there and does exactly what he needed to do as well. He gives you 7 innings. Cesar Salazar catching him, I guess, works. Anybody but Yainer Diaz catching Framber works. Yainer Diaz, meanwhile, he steps in. He has a 3-for-3 day. Alex Bregman had a 4-for-4 day. He is suddenly batting .259. They had 15 hits, and there were some of the same old with the runners in scoring position issues. They were 3-for-13 with runners in scoring position. But from the start, Altuve hits the home run first pitch of the game, and you're feeling pretty good. They get the early lead. They hold on, and they get a sweep of the Baltimore Orioles, who, going into this weekend series, had a strong case to be made as the best team in the American League with what they had done recently with series victories over Philadelphia and over Atlanta and over New York, and you took 3 from them. And the pulse is back. They're 38-40, just 2 games under 500. I'm feeling pretty good about this team right now. And I guess the question for today's show, Joe, and for everybody listening, 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. The Astros looked back, but are you back? Are you back on this team? Listening to the boys of the morning, seems like John is back.
John's fully back.
Dell is not back.
And Dell and Lance, they seem a little skeptical.
We have a video on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel of them discussing this series sweep over the weekend. Where are you at?
I'm back.
You're back.
They
How back?
100% back.
100% back?
100% back.
Doesn't sound like you're 100%
I'm 100% back. I'm trying to not be too back.
I need a little more gusto. Well, hey, you're 100% back, and then you're saying you're not trying to be too back. What do you want?
I'm 100% back. They're gonna make the playoffs.
Again, more gusto.
They're gonna make the playoffs, Paul. They're gonna make the playoffs.
Okay.
The Houston Astros are gonna make the playoffs.
I kind of believe you a little bit more.
I'm shocked, honestly. I did not think that this really was how the series was gonna play out. Like, you think back to the White Sox game, that first one, that is such a disaster. And then what they've done since. Yeah, they had to get lucky. The day we were at Gentle Bend, the White Sox were a disaster. The Orioles they had some weird plays. That one with on Friday night when Gunnar Henderson dove and stopped the ball, and then he like lollipopped to third, and everyone was safe. That was a weird play. The right fielder in Saturday's game had a couple chances for some great plays. Missed both of them. First the triple, and then the home run later in the game where he hurt his neck. But you dominated the best team in baseball. They have been the best team in baseball this year. It's them and the Yankees. They're at the top in the American League. And you went in and they came here and you dominated them. Yes, besides Montero, Nick Hernandez, don't ever bring him back. No, he's a local kid.
Might not have a choice.
Don't bring him back. Please don't ever bring him back.
I don't know, man.
Montero really sucks still. You almost lost that game, but you held on. There's no reason to not be back on the Astros right now. All they did this weekend was show us everything that we have talked about since the beginning of the season of what the Houston Astros can be. The back end of your bullpen, Abreu, Presley, Hader, awesome. Your lineup, incredibly good without Kyle Tucker. All 3 games was good, even with the runners left on base. You had so many guys on, you're going to leave guys on base. They dominated them. The pitching, Dubin, like you said, and then you have Blanco and Fromber. It was incredible what they did. And you think back to last year, this is kind of a similar vibe of when they played the Orioles last year. The Orioles came in, one of the best bullpens in baseball, and you handled them.
Yeah.
And your season went in a much different direction than theirs, and that's what this moment can be for the Astros. Is finally you're playing your best players. It's one of the things I heard John say this morning. They're playing their best guys. Finally. Joey Loperfido should be in the lineup every single day. Over John Singleton. Dubon should be in the lineup every single day. Chaz, great. Good performance. You can sprinkle him in here and there. When Tucker gets back, you finally have a core group of guys that need to be out there, that deserve to be out there. And when you do, you're getting rewarded. Because that's what this feels like to me, Paul. Is finally they just put the best team, their best foot forward, and it worked out really, really well for them.
No Jose Abreu has been a huge help. Over the weekend, the numbers, 35 hits, 27 runs, and on the pitching front, the last 18 innings after that 11-run allowance on Friday, just 2 runs allowed in the last 2 games. They never trailed at the end of an inning. I mean, it really was a dominant sweep, not just a sweep where you're winning games by a very close margin, or like last year's series against the Orioles where their bullpen collapsed in a lot of those games, and honestly, it was probably a coin flip in just about all of them, at least off the top of my head. But with no Kyle Tucker, with no Justin Verlander, with Bloss already on the 15-day IL, Caratini might be out for a month, and I don't even know who any of the relievers were on Sunday.
Oh, wait, at the end of the game? Me
Yeah,
either.
I have no idea who those guys were. Bless their hearts. Congratulations on making it to the show. But it's a resilience that was beyond due. Because we know what this team has been capable of in the past. It's great to see that. They're going to have to maintain this resilience, though. They have to keep this up. This was great this weekend, but they're going to need to keep doing this. And that is going to be hard with all of those injuries. I mean, you don't even have a full starting rotation right now. You DFA'd Blair Henley on Friday. Bloss you brought up from AA. So I'm assuming that the guys that you have at the AAA level are not people that you're particularly confident in. Doesn't matter. They're going to have to be the next man up. They're going to have to step in there and do well. And at the very least, you do feel better about the veteran cast around those young guys with what they did this weekend. It was a very impressive series victory. You should be happy about it. I do not know what it means for the rest of the year. All I know is that to take down a team like Baltimore at home like that, it must be a massive, massive gust of wind in your sails, if you will, when it comes to confidence, especially since the rest of this first half, you play teams you should beat in every single series.
100%. And that one of the benefits of at least the bright side of whatever's going to happen on Friday when you face the Mets is the Astros don't play today. They don't play on Thursday. This is a super weird schedule this week.
It's a very beneficial one, though.
But they were talking a little bit how maybe Sean Dubin could get stretched out and could be your starter on
like
Friday.
a long start.
Try to get like 3 innings out of him, maybe.
Dana seemed resistant to the idea of a bullpen day, a bullpen start. So
Yeah.
I guess more Sean Dubin. We'll see how that goes.
So, yeah, we'll see how Friday goes. Now, positive, Edwin Diaz will not be there for the Mets. They're closer.
Yeah, he got suspended.
Before he even touched the baseball. He got thrown out before he even got to the mound. in that game. So he won't be there.
I wonder what it takes for an umpire to feel confident doing that, because they don't check their arms or hands every inning, right? It's random. It's like a random TSA check.
I think they check it when you come into the game, because they don't show it on television. But I think they do a slight check as you walk to the mound.
I think they do it sometimes. I don't think they do it every time. I could be wrong on that front. Whatever the case, good job by the umpires reenacting what we see at TSA with the random screening.
But I'm
sure it was very random.
But you're right. This is the moment. Like this is the Astros moment. You play the Rockies, the Mets, who are rolling since Grimace threw out the first pitch. You play the Blue Jays, the Twins, the Marlins. Shout out to them for taking 2 out of 3 from the Mariners this weekend. And then you wrap up the first half with the Rangers. This is the moment for the Astros where if their season's truly going to turn around and really go away from just projections, like they projected to make the playoffs 28% going into the Orioles series or going to the White Sox series. It's up to a 44% chance according to Fangraphs. Cool. But if they're going to do it for real, like this is the stretch that you've started and need to continue to finish it out and to really turn this thing around. Do you believe? Are you 100% back?
The Astros gave me that Hawk Tua this weekend.
No, yeah, they did.
So I'm back. But was I ever gone? The fearless leader, the man with the sight? No. The broom is still here.
I never left, actually. Paul was so confident that the Astros were going to sweep. He left his broom here.
Yeah.
Said, I don't need it this weekend.
The gauntlet was laid down, and the Astros picked it up, and they beat those stupid little birds that could be eaten by a cat with them. I don't understand why a team would name himself the Orioles. They're like black and orange sparrows.
It's probably a state bird.
Get a better one. By the way, there's another team in town with smart birds, the Ravens, who are carnivorous, who are known for their memory. They will remember a human's face, and they hold grudges. There's videos of Ravens messing with cats and stuff. And the Baltimore baseball team is nicknamed after something that speaking of cat, a cat would kill and leave as a present on my doorstep.
They killed him.
And the Astros left that as a present on my doorstep. 713-780-3776 to call to text. The Astros looked back, but are you back? And is this guy's absence the reason that things are better now? It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
And he may have just allowed his fourth. Chaz McCormick deep to left field. Train number 20 has just left Union Station. It's 4-1 Astros.
The meatloaf. That is my favorite Jeff Blumism. That's the best one.
Man, Chaz not giving us a lot of those this year. It's nice to see too this weekend. He
in the same game.
About time he did something. Because one of my biggest takeaways from this weekend is Joey Loperfido has to play every single day. Every single day. And I don't ever want to see him at first base. Never.
That play that Loperfido made on Friday night was one of the best catches I've ever seen.
Yep.
Because,
great catch on Saturday, too.
I mean, you're running 1,000,000 miles per hour, and there's not a lot of room on the warning track in left field. And, I mean, this is his first year playing out there, so he doesn't know the dimensions 100%. He makes that catch, slides along. Do we want to hear the call of that? Do we want to relive the glory of Joey Loperfido, Joey the Rope, showing that Joey the Rope's got some legs? Here's Joey Loperfido making plays.
3-2 delivery is sent down the line in left field. Long run, Loperfido diving intensity makes a great catch. Joey Loperfido steals one from O'Hearn.
I thought he was going to run and slide headfirst into the wall and break his neck.
Yeah.
And which the Astros would call discomfort.
They do love that word. I think back to that play and then the first game when he came up. When there was the bounce off the Crawford boxes and he caught it one-handed
the guy down.
and threw the guy out at second base. Those two plays, he is your left fielder. And it shouldn't change. I like Chaz. Chaz did a lot of great things for the Astros. But I like Loperfido's bat more, and I like his defense more. Jake Myers, your center fielder. Kyle Tucker will be back soon, I hope. And Joey has just done enough to where I don't ever need to see him play first base. He's your left fielder. They can if they want. Like, they'll try it out, they said eventually. They might see it, not this time that he's up. But I don't need to. Figure out first base elsewhere.
Dubon is doing a more than capable job at first. You need to get those guys out there every single night. The question that we had in the last segment, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, or on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston. Eric the driver says, the moment the Astros become a 500 team again, I will be 100% back. They're only 2 games under. The schedule, the remainder of June, does set itself up where it's possible, Joe, that they could be back above 500.
100%. The question mark is really what happens on Friday, because you don't know who's starting. And what kind of Arrighetti do you see on Wednesday against the Rockies? Like what kind of bounce back performance do you get from him? But my expectations for the Astros, they are winning. I'm back, and with that comes expectations. I expect them to go 4-1 over the next 5 and to finish the month above 500.
Oh, okay.
Those are the expectations now.
Heavy-handed expectations?
I think they're fair.
Are you going to are you going to threaten them with something? I mean, you expect 4-1. What are you going to do?
It's not my 3-year-old. I can't put him in timeout.
Well, I mean, you can have a strongly worded tweet that expresses your disappointment.
I could do that.
You could cancel them. You could do something.
No, I'm not going to. I'll do a strongly worded tweet.
A strongly worded tweet?
If they don't go 4-1.
Oh, wow. You're like the UN.
I'll say I'm disappointed. Not mad at them. Like we've all been there. We'll get,
really high
sanctions.
stakes. Yeah, sanctions?
Oh, what kind of sanctions do we
I don't know. I mean, if you want them to be nervous.
I won't attend another game.
You did go on Saturday.
Until they make the playoffs?
Until they're 5 games over 500.
All right. If they don't end the month above 500, I will not attend another Astros game until they are 5 games above 500.
Damn, dude. That's
in
heavy-handed.
Yep.
That's heavy-handed.
Boom. Lock it in.
Astros,
now you know the score.
He means business.
Yeah.
Okay? On the Twitch, DBLG99 comments, the Twins are the only team that the Astros face with a winning record in the next 3 weeks. That helps.
That to me is where they can really win back some trust, is not just again, 3 games against the Orioles. You win all of them. That's good. But ultimately, to get back into this, they need to be consistently a very good baseball team to dig themselves out of the hole that they're already in. And, we, for the early part of the season, we always looked at the easy games being like, the bare minimum is you have to win these games, and they wouldn't. They just didn't do it. So now they actually need to win these games to win back any trust and to actually get back into the thick of the race.
I would include the Mets series in that. The Mets are 37 and 39. They're in the same position you are.
Yeah.
They're 2 games below 500.
They're playing a lot better now, too.
They've won eight of their last 10.
So are the Astros, though.
So,
Astros playing better, too. 2 of the hottest teams below 500 in baseball.
Ooh.
The 2 hottest teams below 500 in baseball are playing.
Is this the play-in regular season game?
Yeah, exactly. This is the in-season tournament right now.
They already won a World Series. Now they have to win an in-season tournament.
They did win their first World Series of the year.
World Series.
They did.
Yeah.
So I asked the question, is it as simple as someone's absence as far as the Astros all of a sudden looking like the Astros again? The Astros, as a texter writes in at 713-780-3776, are 23-14 without Jose Abreu, 15-26 with Jose Abreu. I saw somebody put together a more detailed spreadsheet of how the Astros have been with Abreu when he was in Florida, etc. So before Abreu went to Florida, the Astros were 9-19. When Abreu was in Florida, they were 15-10. When Abreu came back, they were 7-9. Since Abreu was released, which is where we gave our final reset of the season, Joe, the Astros have been 7-2. Simplistic to pin it all on Jose Abreu, much like it's simplistic to blame it all on Joe Espada. There's been lots of guys who have been underperforming to this point this year, but I mean, the numbers are night and day with and without Jose Abreu.
They're playing their best guys. That's what they're doing. They're putting their best foot forward for the first time this year. Dubon at first is a better option than Abreu and Singleton at first base. He's just as good defensively, and he's way better with the bat. I think he's still hitting 348, I think it is, with runners in scoring position this season. He's been a great baseball player for this team, and they consistently were taking him out of the lineup for those 2 guys. Singleton is your backup first baseman. It should be Doobie every single game at this point. He's the guy. And then, with Loperfido now, since Chaz has been struggling, you have a better option in the outfield too. So while it's, probably unfair to pin it on Jose Abreu, the facts are the facts sometimes. And you're 7-2 right now since you DFA'd him because you put your best foot forward. Your lineup scored a ton of runs this weekend. They scored, 27 runs this weekend?
35 hits.
You can't ask for much more from a team. And an offense that's struggled all year with runners in scoring position and getting guys home, and they have all these hits, and they do nothing with it. And finally, they're starting to have success. And is it coincidence, or is it just that they're playing their best guys?
They're playing their best guys outside of the guys that they are missing because there's no Kyle Tucker right now as well, which makes what they were able to do offensively this weekend against a team in Baltimore that did have, I believe, the second best ERA in baseball, in addition to all those gaudy offensive numbers that they sure showed they are capable of on Friday night with that rally that they had. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call and to text in. We are basking in the afterglow of an Astros sweep of the Baltimore Orioles. Maybe we'll give you some trombone over the course of this morning. Afternoon. Maybe we will give you the Astros cocaine song, which we all love so much because it's just so high-paced. And also a person asks a lot of critical questions about baseball along the way. Speaking of, what are the Houston Rockets going to do? One, in the draft and after the draft, some very interesting rumors over the weekend that we will discuss next. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Jordan smokes one to center, sending Cedric Mullins back. Mullins is at the wall. It's gone! The big man has done it again to straightaway Central. Astros lead 3-1.
Oh, I like that.
Dana Brown in the booth with the boys yesterday.
I was going to say, I didn't realize Dana Brown was in the booth yesterday.
Or wait, maybe that was Saturday. I forget. Again,
That was Saturday.
All the winning blends together. But yeah, Dana Brown sat in there, and I believe they started talking about the next extension for Yordan Alvarez right after that home run happened.
Hey, always about the next one.
Yeah, it's the next one.
Not Kyle Tucker, Jordan. Think about Jordan Alvarez.
Might have to be thinking about Alex Bregman in the not-too-distant future, seeing as he's been on a tear this month. I think his OPS is in the 900s in June. Been good to see him back. All the Astros were back. That was a beautiful sweep of the Baltimore Orioles over the weekend. The question of this hour, look, they looked back, but are you back on the Astros being back? Did you get on? Are you piggybacking on their back after it seems like they might be back to being back?
Yes. A lot of it starts with Alex Bregman. He had a 577 OPS for March and April.
Oof.
In June.
George Springer-esque.
And then May was 719. And June was 956. He's been one of the best baseball players in the sport the last month. Dana Brown, you got to give him credit when he deserves it. He said it a month and a half ago. At this point, a month ago, this team goes where Alex Bregman goes. And we kind of laughed him off a little bit. But so far, he's right. With Alex hitting in this lineup the way he has, it's completely changed the dynamic of this roster again. If you could just find a way to not start so slow. Not that even if he was hot, it would have fixed all their problems. It wouldn't have. But it's been a huge part of what this recent stretch is since they've DFA'd Jose Abreu and before that as well.
I relate to Alex Bregman's procrastination skills, but at a certain point in life, we all have to give up procrastinating. I have yet to do that. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. NBA draft, it's on Wednesday. The Rockets have the number 3 overall pick. They also have pick 44 for what it's worth. We heard some interesting tidbits about the Rockets over the weekend. Specifically this one from Mike A. Scotto, who is a senior NBA insider and host of the Hoops Hype podcast. He wrote, the Houston Rockets are big game hunting. Huh. Wow. Are they poaching? A little poaching here?
Shoot her.
One of the many notable names on their radar is Paul George, league sources told Hoops Hype. George could potentially exercise his $48.8 million player option to facilitate a trade to his next destination. But currently, the chances of Houston landing George are unlikely, sources said. Okay, well, what's the point of this report, Mike?
They're hunting.
That word is cool.
They're not landing. They're not killing anything. But they're hunting for big names.
Meat is murder, as they say. Or as I would say to any theoretical vegan item on the dating apps now that I'm back on. I'd pretend for a little bit. I mean, the first time we eat out, I'd say, oh, I thought this steak was gluten-free, vegan-friendly or something like that. But so Paul George is on the Rockets' radar, and I guess this isn't the only star that they're thinking about. This is from an ESPN mock draft, which has the Rockets taking Reed Shepherd at number 3. They did meet with him, and I believe for most websites where you can place a wager, he is the odds-on favorite for the Rockets to select in that 3rd spot. But I was really intrigued by this paragraph in that article with a little extra tidbits in addition to the mock draft. The Rockets are clearly in win-now mode and would love to add star power to their roster, with players such as Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, Mikal Bridges, and Brandon Ingram, as well as role players, including Brook Lopez and Marcus Smart, being some that other teams say the Rockets could have interest in targeting. The Rockets are clearly in win-now mode? Hang on. No, they are not.
I think they are.
They are not.
I don't. They probably shouldn't be, But this goes back to the phases thing when they introduced Udoka about phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3, and the reports we had at the deadline that Ime Udoka was thinking about trying to speed up the process on this thing. He wants to be the coach of a team like the Boston Celtics that he took to the finals. I don't think he wants to rebuild the baby Rockets. And I really, they got to make the right moves, but I really think they're going to try to hit the fast forward button here pretty aggressively.
And look, all the credit in the world to them because it's been an unwatchable product for the most part the last couple of seasons. Last year, this past season that we just saw, that one, okay, they actually were watchable. So I understand that, and there might be some pressure from ownership to get back on the winning train sooner rather than later, or at least be competitive/relevant. But at the same time, you got to be realistic with yourself. Can you land any of those players, first off? Do you have enough to land any of those players that are listed right there?
I'd say yes, 100% yes.
You think so?
Yeah, I think with the young players you have on your roster.
The core six, as some are calling them?
What a joke.
Yeah, the young players and the picks. Like, you can go and get a lot of these guys.
Like think about if you're Phoenix. Let's say Phoenix is actually going to entertain the idea of trading Kevin Durant. They gave up all their draft picks through like 2029, I think it is, or at least through 2027 to make that deal. In a season which didn't go very well. You can't trade Bradley Beal. You're stuck with him until he retires, basically. And you don't want to trade Devin Booker. So if you're going to unload and try to restart the process a little bit, the Rockets have the assets that you might want to make it roll with. Same thing with the Pelicans. If they don't believe in Ingram and Zion, same thing with Jimmy. Like, I wouldn't. They have the assets. The Rockets probably have the best assets in the NBA outside of Oklahoma City. And because you can keep a star player here, unlike in Oklahoma City, you probably have a better chance to land one of those guys.
Theoretically. I guess in terms of, yes, realistic to be traded assets, the Rockets are certainly up there. Because you could argue, well, what if this team trades X, Y, and Z? But you trade for any of those guys that I listed. You're getting those guys, at best, in the twilight of their peak. Are you really expecting Kevin Durant going into year number 18 to continue this? Is Jimmy Butler going to be Himmy Butler in the playoffs next time around? I like both of those players. They would certainly be much more interesting, the Rockets, if they got either of those guys this coming season. But are they all of a sudden going to be in the same conversation in a loaded West as Minnesota, Denver, Dallas, who's obviously the defending champs? Maybe they're closer to Dallas, I guess, who doesn't have the deepest of teams, but I don't feel like making a move to get one of those guys is going to put you in the same conversation as those teams. And that's why I just think if the Rockets think they're in win now mode, I suppose they are in win now mode, but they shouldn't think that they're in win now mode.
No, to me, win now mode means that you believe in what you have and that you believe that, let's say, Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün, somehow you can keep those guys. That those two guys are ready to take the next step in their career, and that adding Durant, Butler, or Paul George or Ingram to those two guys elevates you. I don't think to what you're saying, Paul, you're not acquiring one of these guys to put you over the top. Kevin Durant played in 75 games this year. That's the most he's played in since 2018-19. His previous years, he played in 47, 55, and 35 games. Jimmy Butler hasn't played in more than 64 games since 2018-19. They don't play basketball. Paul George, same thing. I guarantee you. Don't even have to look it up. They're hurt. They're rest days. They're old. You can't view them as the piece to win you a championship. They are a complementary piece if you think you're in win now mode.
Yeah, the whole thing with the Rockets is like the best player, if they're going to win a championship, has to be someone who's already on the team. Like you need those guys to develop. They're not like Toronto was when they traded for Kawhi Leonard, where you just swap out DeRozan for Kawhi Leonard and now you win the championship. They're not that close. Like it's someone where it's using the spot you're in right now to add someone who makes a lot of money before you're paying the young players on your team a lot of money, and you're hoping to, as they develop, you're also getting the last bits of, great Paul George or great Kevin Durant, and you're getting that overlap with the young guys coming up as these guys are holding on to their prime.
So maybe we shouldn't call it win now then.
No. I mean,
we should call it contending.
Win now is just what
adjacent.
Mike Scotto called it. Like that's the thing. Like, it gets framed as just because a reporter says they're in win now mode, where it's like, no, they're interested in star players. They're interested in star players and veterans to add to this team. Which again, we've been hearing about for over a year, that they're going to throw in chips to get a star player. They haven't done that. They signed Brooks, Van Vliet, Jeff Green, Jock Landale, win now player Jock Landale.
I get triggered by the loaded language there that's used because people know it will probably blow up in some sort of.
You gotta get NBA Central to
exactly
to
aggregation.
It.
Yeah, but win now.
It's also, we talk about Kevin Durant. Like, does Kevin Durant want to be traded? Because
good question.
Phoenix isn't going to trade him unless he wants to be traded. And normally, when he wants to leave a team, we know ahead of time.
Want to be relevant now. That's what they should
make
be
the
saying.
play. Because if you do, it matters on the deal. But if you could just do something like Dylan Brooks, number 3, and matching salary, the Jay Sean Tates and Jock Landales of the world, the number 3 pick, Dylan Brooks, for Paul George, where yes, you're essentially just taking out Paul George or taking out Dylan Brooks and replacing him with Paul George. You are a playoff team at that point. You will make the playoffs. It's just, would it cost more than that? And that's where you get into the I don't know if I want to throw in Jabari Smith to make this deal happen, or if I want to throw in Cam Whitmore to make this deal happen. It's all about the price to get one of these guys.
Be very interesting to see what that price would be. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros swept the Baltimore Orioles over the weekend. They looked back, but are you back on the bandwagon? And up next, the United States will never be defeated by something like this. What is this? You'll hear it next. Stick around.
For that, we'll tell you about our friends at LaBerge Lake Charles. Myself, Sean, Brian will be there this weekend doing the bullpen from 12 to 3. We'll be out there watching the Astros on Friday and Saturday, watching the UFC fights on Saturday. We're looking forward to being out on the sportsbook patio as they have the massive TV going this weekend. Also, 24 TVs throughout the entire sportsbook, 19 betting kiosks. You can download the ESPN Bet app while you're there. So if you wanted to bet on a Texans future, a Rockets future, an Astros future, if you are all the way back in on the Astros and want to make a wager on them making a run this year, you can do that at LaBerge Lake Charles. I can't recommend it enough. Great food, great drinks. You can Carbox Crawford Bach while you're there at the sportsbook. It's an awesome place to go and bet on your Texas team. So when you want to leave Texas, make sure you do it at LaBerge Lake Charles.
You're back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
That ball towards the corner and left. It's going to be trouble. Off the wall. In comes Yainer Diaz. Singleton to third. RBI double for Doobie. It's 12-3.
Double, who's been very good. And here the Astros are having one of their best offensive games of the year, and it's going to continue. Run 13 scores. Run 14 scores. Run Joey Run. He's into second base with a 2 RBI double. The hits keep coming. Second double of the inning.
At that point, I thought about turning the game off. I didn't.
I did.
And oh boy, that was quite a hold on to your butts finish. But the Astros did prevail on Friday, 14-11 over the Baltimore Orioles en route to a 3-game sweep of arguably, at least based off of the way they've played of late, the best team in the American League.
Yeah, I turned it off. I turned it back on when I started to see what was happening in the 8th inning to see if there was going to be a full-on collapse. But I was like, oh, they got this. They're fine.
We had just served dinner. I cooked some homemade spaghetti and homemade pasta sauce. Hey, gabagool. Gravy, as we call it in the old country.
Yeah.
For a couple of my friends. They've just had a second kid, so basically just helping them out. And
nice, Paul.
It was a fun time, and we had the game on in the background. TV's on mute. And at one point we noticed, oh, wow, the Astros are up by a lot while we're sitting at the table eating and talking. And then we look up again, and we're like, wait a second, I was at 14-8. And then me and my buddy, we sit down on the TV because we realized it was getting a little bit serious. And I think we had our hands in our head, or in our hair, essentially, for the next, half inning? I mean, they're bringing out Brian Abreu again.
And he should not have pitched because that was his 3rd day in a row.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 38 appearances on the year. It's a ton to this point. So they were able to get through it, thankfully, and get the sweep. And that just 2 games back of 500 before a 2-game series against the Colorado Rockies that starts tomorrow.
Can Jim Crane, DFA, Montero now? Are we there yet?
That's the next one up.
Like, isn't it time? Is it really that different than Jose Abreu?
I don't think it is.
I don't think so either. Like he gives you 1 good appearance out of every 6.
But the problem is you don't have replacements, do you?
That's the way it's different. Is that he doesn't have to play almost every game like Abreu basically had to play, or you can't just throw him in when you're up 8 and barely squeak by.
You know, the most expensive, wash-up man in the history of baseball.
He puts on a show.
He does. He. You can't turn off the television when Rafael Montero's in the game.
Space City Home Network show. They loved that the audience couldn't leave.
Yeah, your audience retention rate is at an all-time high.
Numbers up
when
on a
Rafael
Friday.
Montero is up in the game.
Numbers up.
Get rid of him.
I mean, it's a lot of money, but hey, at the very least, it was the kind of game that had drama. Maybe you don't want drama on a Friday against the Orioles. We're very good, but they gave you drama. Space City Home Network. We know drama. So, the United States of America is the greatest country on earth.
Fact.
And the reason that we stay number 1 is because we go the extra mile. Whether it's storming the beaches at Normandy or providing that extra bit of mustard in World War I at the very end, bringing tanks into the equation, or anything else that we've done over our history. And on top of that, we will fearlessly be bringing air conditioning units to Paris for the Olympics. Our long national nightmare is over. Our Olympic athletes will not sweat at night in 73 to 79 degree heat, because while the rest of the world might be trying to save the environment, we care more about winning. And that's the America I want to live in. They're going to be bringing air conditioning units to Paris to undercut the Parisian environmental plan in the Olympic Village. So when all these athletes are boinking each other as they do during the Olympics,
They won't be sweaty,
they will not be sweaty,
at least when they start.
and they'll be rested the next day, and then they will be in tip-top shape for every single event. We're winning all the gold, baby, because we don't listen to all you frogs and all you fake pandering, what's the word that we use to describe all these people online who want you to believe?
Lemmings?
Well, you could call them that, but these people that want you to believe that they're doing good.
They had a great plan though. You ever been in a house where they have cooling underneath the floors to
No.
cool the entire house?
I have not.
Neither have I, because it sounds like a stupid idea.
mean, heat
but that
rises.
apparently was their plan.
Oh, actually, I've seen one where heaters are at the bottom. Like
Yeah,
where the
Like
vents are at the bottom.
Like the first college I went to, they had heaters underneath the sidewalks.
Yeah.
So that the ice would melt as you walk. So your feet would just get, flooded with water, but it would be cold water. But it wasn't ice, at least, right? So, it worked out great. But that was apparently their plan, is to run, cooling pipes underneath the floors, and that's how it's going to bring the internal temperature of these living situations.
Like the opposite of what they do to Lambeau Field, where there's a heater underneath the field, but it's a cooler.
There's an AC under the field.
I thought their plan was just like the thing that went viral or goes viral every summer, where some local news is like the state of Texas is recommending that you set your thermostat for 78 when you're
my ass.
when you're in, and when you leave, just crank it to 85.
Heat rises, so generally, I'm not an engineer or a scientist or anything like that, but the idea of air conditioning with cooling floors is the same kind of virtue signaling that a country that has a ton of nuclear power plants but still uses a ton of carbon fuel and it's having a bunch of people, I don't know, fly into the country on jets so that they can participate in games that are not real world championships like a Super Bowl or a World Series or an NBA championship. It's virtue signaling. That's all it is. So the American Olympic team is going to bring AC units to Paris for the Olympics. And also, the United States destroyed more climate protesters on Sunday at the Travelers Championship. The 18th green, some protesters from a group called Extinction Rebellion, an activist group with a history of disrupting events around the world, they ran on the 18th green with smoke grenades, it seemed like.
Yes.
And on top of that, some sort of red and white paint that they were dripping on the green. I thought it was honestly about to be a pro-Palestine protest, but some of these guys were wearing T-shirts with the words "No Golf on a Dead Planet." Extinction Rebellion released a statement after its protesters were tackled and subject to $5,000 bail for disrupting the peace. Quote from Extinction Rebellion, "This was, of course, due to increasingly unpredictable and extreme weather conditions," the statement read, talking about an electrical storm that took place nearby this golf course on Saturday. Golf, more than other events, is heavily reliant on good weather. Golf fans should therefore understand better than most the need for strong, immediate climate action.
I mean, I guess, but
No, I don't guess. There was an electrical storm on Saturday. Oh, and so on Sunday, you decided to protest a golf event.
That's
so a thunderstorm happens? Oh, okay.
The world is ending.
The world is ending.
No golf on a dead planet.
We've never seen a thunderstorm before. I like that people were cheering when the security guards that were running things there decked.
Well, it's one of
these
the best
protesters.
parts. Like when someone runs on the field during a game and the security guard gets a sick tackle. The cheer is always great.
These were good tackles. I mean,
were.
They lit them up.
There's some UFL quality football players playing security this weekend. What do you think about the golfer that said he was scared for his life, though? Soft boy?
Soft boy.
Definitely.
Who said he was scared for his life?
Was
it Scotty Scheffler?
No, I can't say this guy's name.
Scotty Scheffler was scared that the cops would
that's
abuse their
true.
power.
Oh, no. Scotty Scheffler said it again. Gotta tackle him.
It's Oxy Batia.
Why couldn't you say that?
It sounds like a Star Wars name.
That's racist.
What? It does. Feels like somebody you'd meet in Acolyte, as the show's awful.
Okay. So now you're turning on the Acolyte.
You were trying
the
so
biggest
hard.
believer.
I decided to rewatch it this weekend, and I'm like, maybe it's not as good as I thought. And I thought it was mediocre at best. But yeah, saying you're scared for your life, you could tell they're soft boy protesters. Like, they're not there to hurt anyone. They're just holding some smoke grenades.
What I wonder always with stuff like this, do you think that people are going to be on your side when you do this?
I think
this is what I think always gets lost in the shuffle. These protesters, when they go and do something like this, are almost always going to annoy everybody. There's not going to be somebody who sees a couple of dumbasses run onto the green at a golf course and say, you know what? I'm going to start doing my part to save the environment. Just like if somebody is blocking your traffic on the way to work.
Yeah, I'm more likely to be fully against your cause.
Exactly.
Even if it's for the betterment of myself and my children and the future of the world, I don't care anymore because you're sitting on the highway. This is like the person who tried to glue herself to the floor at the Grizzlies game.
That was fantastic, though, because they were doing it every game. And
Yeah,
so
'cause
the
there
entire time you're watching, you're like, when's the protest
It was like
gonna
3
happen?
straight games because you had someone chain themselves to the hoop.
Yeah, with
And
the
then they
bike lock or something.
And then they tried to glue themselves to the court. Now that was a specific protest against the owner and something to do with chickens.
Yeah, there's a bird flu went around, so he just killed every chicken that he had.
That's right.
Because he owns it's not Tyson chicken, but it's basically Tyson chicken.
But at least like that, those were like directed. But I'm with you. Like, I see stuff like this. I'm like, well, whatever you're supportive of, I probably hate you more now.
Yeah, it legitimately is working against you doing this stuff. They continue to do it. Eric the driver has a hot take that, well, maybe this is actually big oil sending these protesters out to make these protesters look like doofuses so that everyone still relies on oil. Okay, well, maybe that is some 5D chess being played by big oil. I don't know. All I know is I like the oil companies here. Keep on drilling, baby. Drill, baby, drill.
Right, jobs are jobs.
Support the local economy.
Yep.
Burn that fuel. Burn that air conditioning. Burn that jet fuel flying the Olympic team over to the Olympics with the extra cargo underneath with those air conditioning units. Hell yeah, baby. USA. USA. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. The Astros swept the Baltimore Orioles over the weekend. Who deserves the most credit? Let's power rank the heroes of the weekend. Gallant and George, stick around. Astros swept the Baltimore Orioles over the weekend, and they kicked their ass, especially the last two games. Game 1 on Friday, 14-11. The Astros hang on. Saturday, 5-1, thanks to 7 solid innings from Ronel Blanco, and yesterday, 7 strong innings from Framber Valdez. They win 8-1. They have now won 5 straight. It's their second longest winning streak of the year. It's their second sweep of the year, which I demanded and then predicted after talking myself into it. They're 2 games below 500, 6 back of Seattle, 14-6 their last 20, 7-2 since releasing Jose Abreu. You got to be feeling, at the very least for a day, very good about this team. Lots of ground to make up. They're going to need to show more resilience than they did this weekend with all the injuries that they are playing through. But what we saw this weekend deserves a hearty pat on the back and a slow clap, Joe.
Big time. It was, well, about time. About time that something like this finally happened. Yeah, if you're not all the way back, yeah, I get what Eric the driver texted in earlier. Wait till they get to above 500, at 500. I agree with you. I understand where Eric's coming from, that you want to see the Astros get there all the way. It starts with sweeping the Rockies in this 2-game series. You should annihilate them once again. They are not a good baseball team. You should be a good baseball team. So it's about time. It feels nice. It feels nice to have positive vibes.
Who's the number 1 hero of the weekend?
It's a good question.
I feel like with the way Bregman's playing of late, Bregman has 2 hits on Friday. Bregman yesterday goes 4 for 4. I'm going to give it to Bregman.
Yeah, I would lean Bregman too, because I mean, look, and he got a walk yesterday too, so he gets on base all 5 times. He comes up, he goes 0 for 4, on Saturday, but you're not going to be great every single game. So I put him. I think that's fair. Put him number 1, absolutely on this list.
If we're going to pick one of the pitchers, I will say Framber's 2, because I think Framber doing that after Blanco had done what he had done the game before. Obviously, the Astros had a little more run support for Framber on Sunday, but they needed Framber to go 7. And we know that even if Framber is a very good pitcher, for the most part, that he every now and then has his off games. And also, you have to think about this, maybe some unfamiliarity with Cesar Salazar behind home plate, because Yainer Diaz and Framber is never happening again.
Yeah, apparently that's just over.
Done.
Now. Like there is no coming back from that relationship. What a bizarre thing with Framber. You can only have Maldi last year.
So bizarre that it's just consistent with who Framber is.
Yeah, but then you go Caratini instead of Yainer. You have a couple good starts with Yainer. The first start of the year I think was pretty good, thinking back to it. And then now it's you go right back to Salazar. It's just weird. Like he can't, for some reason, he's not okay with Yainer back there.
It's something that I know this is. I mean, there's still 2 games under 500, but like, if they make the playoffs, like, what would they do? That you're either game 1 or game 2 starter just like can't pitch to your starting catcher.
Caratini or Salazar.
Salazar's just gonna start a
is
World
your
Series
catcher.
game?
Diaz is your DH, and Alvarez is your left fielder. Well, no matter if you're at Minute Maid and it's a good ballpark, or you're in the worst left field in baseball, Jordan's gonna have to be your left fielder.
Sick.
Like cool. That's just, it is what it is.
Love that.
I mean, the thing people were surprised about the most yesterday wasn't even Framber's hair came back, that he got his extensions done. It was the fact that he wasn't wearing his blue jersey. So like they were talking about on the broadcast. Like, when's the last time he hadn't wore his blue jersey?
It's a sign of growth.
I hope so.
Can you pitch to Yainer though?
Yeah,
like, can he grow into like? I'm cool with the jersey. I don't care about the jerseys.
Well, hang on, guys, because just like we know, the Astros got a couple of big acquisitions coming at the trade deadline. We're not just talking about Lance McCullers. We're talking about Luis Garcia. You're also going to get another trade acquisition at the deadline in the mind of Dana Brown. Victor Caratini.
Boom.
He's going to be back because it seems like he's going to be out for 4 weeks.
I kind of like Salazar as the back.
Salazar's looked pretty good to open up. I did not expect this at all. I mean, his batting average right now is 500. You like to see that? Will it last?
Keep that up,
yeah.
Cesar.
Probably not. I read it. I want to say this was in the Houston Chronicle write-up. by Matt Kawahara, but it also could have been Chandler Rome. Whatever the case, Cesar Salazar has that veteran savvy, and reading about what he brings to the table, a focus behind the plate, I was reminded of someone that we've got to tip our hat to and pour one out for. Forgotten hero, who we did we get to, oh, we did get to see him. He didn't look very good in white. It made him look kind of fat. Martin Maldonado.
Yeah, he did a podcast with Will Kunkel. Cesar Salazar did.
He did.
And he talked about the how great Martin Maldonado was behind this.
Well, he was.
He's the new Martin Maldonado.
No. I think.
Why not?
No, I think
Why not?
like when Michael Jordan retired, or like when LeBron James retires, or Tom Brady. We can't just anoint someone the next Martin Maldonado.
Fine.
We can't go, oh, he's the next Tom Brady. No. You're not the next Martin Maldonado.
I
Need some pelts on the wall.
I can't anoint someone who's like statistically one of the worst defensive catchers in baseball and hits like 120 when he's an Astro.
No, because of the leadership.
You're right.
That's what you're saying.
Can't replace that.
You're saying it's the leadership.
No, you're right. He can't replace that.
You say you can't replace that, but then
Did you see what happened last night?
Throws 7 innings, 7 strikeouts on Sunday.
It looked like there was tears happening last night. Okay, when whoever pitched the 9th inning and Salazar hugged at the end of the game because they were so excited to be together and reunited.
And they weren't sad tears like Travis Scott's tears in his mugshot. They were happy tears.
Yeah. So maybe he can replace the leadership. I mean, look what the Space Cowboys are doing.
You know what? Prove it to me, Cesar Salazar.
Look what the Space Cowboys are doing. They already won. They already made the playoffs. The season's not even halfway over. They already made the playoffs once.
They already clinched.
Salazar, that's their catcher.
And by the way,
winning mentality.
Don't forget. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Listener night, Thursday. At the Sugarland Space Cowboys game, the defending first half Pacific Coast League champs.
It just occurred to me that we're setting ourselves up.
For what?
For if the Sugarland Space Cowboys don't win the second half championship, that there might, like Jose Abreu, there's some when Jose Abreu's on the Astros versus when he's not, the record of the Houston Astros. I don't want any Space Cowboys record before Paul threw out the first pitch. The Space Cowboys record after Paul and Jeremy threw out the second pitch.
I like this. I do want that. You're
No,
wrong.
I don't.
Wrong.
I don't.
You're wrong, Sean.
I don't want that. I want the record to get even better.
The only record that matters is that the Astros are 3-0 since I predicted that they would sweep the Baltimore Orioles. No one in this city has the sight like me. No one has the chutzpah like me. The same kind of chutzpah to take off a shirt while playing flag football, and despite having the pastiest skin in the world, getting sunburned, did I still go and play flag football on Saturday morning, score 2 touchdowns in broken cleats that I played through at the end and probably shouldn't have, and I think I popped a hammy on?
Yikes.
Absolutely.
So you were burnt before the game or during?
I burned in the middle of the game because I was getting a little hot, so I took my shirt off.
Could you tell, like as it was happening, that you were cooking a little bit?
These little bastards who were trying to cover me couldn't. Made some comments that I was starting to get a little sunburnt, and I was like, yeah, like I've been doing to you every play, huh?
Okay, so
I trash talking a very young person that was out there. I don't know how. I feel like this person might not have been college aged.
Okay, so they're like Josh Giddey age.
That's a weird way to put that. That's a very weird way to put that. But yeah, after I burnt him 3 times in a row, this kid said like, yeah, you weren't gonna catch it because a pass was overthrown to me running deep downfield.
Yeah.
And I got very angry and I lit him up talking about how the only thing that you have more than the drops you've had today are the times that you went over to go get water, soft boy.
Ooh, got him.
But no, then I'm like, why am I yelling at a 16-year-old? Anyway, sorry. Let's bring it back to the Houston Astros sweep.
So Bregman 1, Fromber 2. I'm good with that. Can I go Blanco 3 then?
Just
to kind of roll both pitchers?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. You want to put Ronel Blanco in a very special class. I think we're going to talk about that next. He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George with a very sunburnt Paul Gallant. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
You're back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Astros got a sweep over the weekend. Your boy predicted it. Was he pandering while he did it? I would never do such a thing, he said while holding a broom. That is very, very dirty.
It's a non-pander show.
No, I would never do that, ever.
Everything we say is 100% and always serious.
Mm-hmm. Sarcasm, it's illegal here.
What's that?
We don't do that. So, Joe, Ronel Blanco has been very good this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's been surprising how good he's been. And on Saturday, when the Astros pitching was clearly lacking in depth after Bloss almost gives you 4, gets pulled out of the game, and shoulder discomfort, whatever that means.
I do feel bad for the kid, though.
I do, too. He's out. The Astros were going to need another great performance from Ronel Blanco on Saturday. And I don't know if it was great because statistically it certainly wasn't the gaudiest stat line. But Blanco once again went out there, gave you 7, only allowed 1 earned run along the way. Does this put Ronel Blanco in the conversation for American League Cy Young?
It should. He should be in consideration, at least. I mean, when you look at him statistically, there are certain areas where he is not going to match up as well as a guy who's going to win it, most likely, right? But he is second in the American League in ERA thanks to the Astros and what they did to Corbin Burns this weekend. Tanner Houck is the only one from the Red Sox who has a better ERA this season. He has 8 wins. The only pitcher with more than 8 wins this year is Seth Lugo, who has 10 for the Royals. He's just been a great pitcher this year. His whip is incredibly low. It's a .97. Blanco has made the case. Now, the argument against him will be his strikeout numbers. Just like, for example, against Corbin Burns, he has 15 less strikeouts than Burns does. He has less quality starts than Burns does. But he has the no-hitter. He's been consistently good. And he keeps having performances like this, where even if he's only striking out 4 guys, he's going 90 to 100 pitches. He's giving you 6 or 7 innings. Ronel Blanco absolutely should be in the Cy Young conversation right now. I don't know if he should win it this year. There's a lot of season left to go. Fromber was in it last year at this point. He was the betting favorite probably at this point last year. And then we all saw how that ended. Like, at some point, Blanco is going to pitch more innings this year than he ever has in his career. So he could struggle mightily in the second half if his arm starts to wear down. But just statistically, he belongs in this conversation. He's a Cy Young candidate. He's a top 4 Cy Young guy right now. And if the Astros turn this thing around fully and they keep going and Blanco keeps going, I think it also would be hard to ignore what he's just meant to this team throughout the whole season.
What do you mean by that?
As everything that's gone wrong, all the injuries.
I don't think they're going to ignore it. Do you feel like there's something that should come as a result of
I feel like Cy Young's less narrative driven. I think it's more.
No, do you feel like he should earn a contract or something like that?
No, but just like here's recognition from for the voters. That even if his stats aren't totally there. I mean, Blanco contract, I'm not worried about that stuff. Play these guys while they're cheap. Who knows what he really is long term? This could be a one-hit wonder kind of a thing. But yeah, I think Blanco should be. He's an all-star for sure. No questions asked.
I'm gonna piss you off.
Oh no.
So there's an article written by ESPN, mid-season 2024 MLB awards. They gave these out on their own. The person who puts this together, his name, in case you want to get after him via mentions, is Bradford Doolittle.
That doesn't sound like a real person.
He sounds like he was a baseball player in the 1920s.
Bradford Doolittle with another dinger.
Yep, 100%.
He invented the slider.
This highlight presented to you by Lucky Strike. It's so safe for your kids now. The Cy Young Award, top 10 in his midseason awards. I'm just going to read them off. Number 1, Tanner Houck. It's not pronounced Huck. Tanner Houck for the Red Sox. 2, Garrett Crochet, the Chicago White Sox. We saw the Astros take him down last week. Yeah, fraud. Seth Lugo, Kansas City Royals is 3. Tariq Skubal from the Detroit Tigers is 4.
Bum, another guy the Astros touched up.
Yeah, I'm just hearing a bunch of guys the Astros just like kick the ass of.
Eric Fetty, Chicago White Sox, 5.
I think the White Sox won his start against the Astros. So as much as I want to call him a bum, I don't think I can.
Cole Reagans, 6, Kansas City Royals.
Okay.
Tyler Anderson, 7, Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. 8, Jack Flaherty, Detroit Tigers. 9, Corbin Burns, Baltimore Orioles.
Bum.
10, Logan Gilbert, Seattle Mariners. Ronel Blanco's name not mentioned in the AL Cy Young top 10 in the midseason awards for ESPN's. I will say his name one more time. Do what you may with that information. Bradford Doolittle.
I always find these lists interesting because I just wonder like what stats they pick and choose from outside the traditional stuff that you're like this guy deserves it so much more than what Ronel Blanco is. Like Tyler Anderson is a great example. Both guys have given up 10 home runs. Ronel Blanco has walked 7 less guys than Tyler Anderson. His ERA is better. He has more wins. His whip is lower. Like every statistical category, Ronel Blanco is better than Tyler Anderson in. Like statistically, he's better than most of those guys on that list. He's better than Cole Reagans has been this year. Really, Seth Lugo is because the wins will matter for sure. But I always just wonder like what people are thinking when they look at this because it's statistically Blanco's better than all. Now it might have been very different before yesterday or before Saturday to be fair in terms of like ERA. That was a great start by Blanco. You know, we know how pitcher ERAs work. They can inflate and deflate just in one game. But statistically, if he's not in the top 10 right now, I think that list is crazy because statistically he's better than most of those guys that were named.
This midseason awards article that Bradford Doolittle wrote also features another category.
Ooh,
there's only one negative category in these midseason awards. Most disappointing team, which is not an award that is given out at the end of the year. Houston Astros. Writes Bradford Doolittle, quote, "This did not figure to be the season the Houston dynasty crashed, and perhaps that outcome can still be avoided, as the Astros appear to be catching fire right now. If the current surge doesn't continue, the Houston title window might be slammed shut by the time we hit the trade deadline. Of course, there are plenty of non-Houstonians out there that wouldn't exactly be disappointed by this. But in terms of expectation versus results, the Astros have fallen way short." All of that article is true. However, what's up with there are plenty of people who wouldn't hate to see this comment in there.
Still just
Bradford Doolittle.
The John Boy Army. That when the Yankees fail in the playoffs, the biggest thing they'll be celebrating is if the Astros also don't make the playoffs. Like if the Yankees get knocked out in the first round, they'll just deflect and be like, "Well, the Astros didn't make the playoffs."
It's never
That's what
happened
they'll be
before,
hoping
though.
to. Like he's not wrong. There are a lot of people that will be very happy if the Astros continue.
But that doesn't seem to be, as the kids say, unbiased journalism. You know, it seems to be a little fake news.
Agreed.
A little misinformation here.
I don't understand how the Astros can be the most disappointing team in baseball. They didn't win the World Series last year.
Oh.
And that team is worse than the Astros
That's
this year.
true.
How
That's
is it
true.
not the Rangers? Just be trying to be as objective as I possibly can.
Maybe the injuries that they have on the pitching side of things.
Okay.
Or they going Mickey Mouse title.
Yeah. I mean,
Astros have been good for years. Johnny come lately. Rangers fans, they're used to their team being bad.
People didn't really believe in the Rangers title.
Yeah.
They think they're frauds.
Yeah.
That's why the Astros were the most disappointing team. That's fair.
Could be that. Certainly could be
I
that.
mean, the Astros are probably number 2 on my list of most disappointing teams in baseball. But it's the Rangers won the World Series this year, and they're below 500.
Listen, I have no issue with him saying they're the most disappointing team in baseball. The Astros have been very, very disappointing to this point until this weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he wrote this article before Friday night, he's 100% right.
He would still be right even after this sweep. My issue is more, what's up with the random, lots of non-Houstonians will love to see this. Kiss my grits, sir.
Well, that's just true.
It is true, but still, you don't need to write that. You don't need to say that. Bulletin board material. Cut that out. Ronel Blanco, cut out the top 10 Cy Young Award winning per
Paste it.
Bradford Doolittle, baseball is scribe of the 21st century. Put that on your bulletin board. You need fuel for the fire.
You don't need team meetings. You need bulletin board material.
You just need haters. They hate us because they ain't us. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm holding on to my broom because I predicted a sweep by the Astros over the course of the weekend. We're getting closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. In fact, we are 73 days away, and we will remember one of the most terrifying players in NFL history that you probably don't think about as a terrifying player. Next, Gallant George, stick around. "73 days away from the start of the NFL season. Larry Allen, Cowboys guard, is someone who passed away earlier this month. Very sad. This is one of the best offensive linemen in NFL history. I don't know how many people remember this moment in a Cowboys Saints game with Al Michaels on the call, but you guys need to do yourself a favor and look up the time that Larry Allen ran down a linebacker who looked like he had an easy pick six.
2nd and 9. Under 5 minutes left in the hand, and it's not in the air and picked off by Darian Connor. And Connor is inside the 40, the 30, and tackled at the 16-yard line.
Larry Allen.
I can't
believe that. Give me a break. The rookie from Sonoma State. This guy weighs 325 pounds.
Wayne Martin batted it. We think Darian Connor with the pick, and Allen saves the touchdown.
I can't get over that. He runs down a very speedy linebacker. A little bit of an angle, but this is a huge man. This guy's got a rocket booster strapped to his back.
I don't know who that color commentator is. This is 1995 football we're talking about here. He was blown away by how fast Allen moved. But I was too.
I'm watching it right now just on loop, and like he's moving.
He's moving. And this is also one of the strongest players in NFL history. He would throw defensive linemen around regularly, and we're talking like the biggest name defensive lineman in the 1990s. One of the toughest players too. He almost died at 6 weeks old with meningitis, and he got stabbed 12 times while protecting his brother when he was 10.
I didn't know that.
I went down a deep rabbit hole looking at Larry Allen's Wikipedia today. Rest in peace, Larry Allen, one of the best and toughest offensive linemen ever. Also a shout out to Patriots guard John Hanna, who for a time was the greatest player in Patriots franchise history. As we continue our countdown, oh my God, you guys, Taylor Swift was at a concert in London.
Uh-huh.
And she brought Travis Kelce on stage.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh. It's so cute. In her Kelce era, it was so cute. Why are you laughing, Joe? Why don't you have a take on this? This is the iconic celebrity couple.
Yeah.
It's true love.
It's true love. I hope one day they get engaged.
Well, you don't necessarily need to be engaged because, that involves
think it'll
diamonds.
be like the royal wedding? Like how everyone tried to watch the royal wedding. Do you think like the Swift-Kelce wedding will be televised?
Yeah, they'll find a way to monetize that. I mean, Taylor Swift, she knows she's got those fans on her hook. And look, I have no issue with that. Taylor Swift, I think, is an incredibly talented musician.
Is she?
Yeah, she is. What, you don't think she is? Her songs are incredibly catchy. Her fans are psychos and would storm a Capitol. But they would have a much more organized Capitol storming if they were to do that.
I'm laughing at the idea of the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift wedding live on Peacock.
Yeah,
like it's like she could sell it to a streamer.
It'd be great. You know, so many people would watch it.
Amazon Prime presents.
They better have a good
Swift marriage.
They better have a good security detail because I 100% could see a Swiftie going Gavrilo Princip circa the beginning of World War I, going and capping him like he's the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Could see that. That's just a thought. Swifties scare me. They really do. But congratulations to the love that is now in front of everybody and being used as part of a concert.
I was watching. I can't believe the video that just actually stuns me a little bit from that Taylor Swift concert is the Paul McCartney one, where he's just in the crowd dancing and there's people all around him and he's not just being overrun in that moment. Is her audience that young that they don't recognize Paul?
Yeah.
Even though they're there,
or even if they recognize him.
It's Paul McCartney.
Yeah, but they're at a Taylor Swift show.
Yes.
I could understand completely somebody not knowing one of the front man for a band that was popular in the 1960s in 2020. I mean, that was a very long time ago.
It was.
He's like an 80-year-old man.
Yeah.
Beatles.
No, you're right. But
there's 5 Beatles movies coming out soon. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I was named after Paul McCartney.
They're making one on each person in the band, and they're going to come out
there's a Ringo movie?
Yes.
Good for Ringo.
They're making one on each. They're filming them all at once, and they're each going to be 2 hours.
Is there going to be a Yoko Ono movie?
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the 5th one?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I guess it's 4, yeah.
Okay.
My bad.
No, I want to see the Yoko Ono one.
Or maybe it was 5, and the last one was a movie about
Avengers?
them all
They all get their solo.
That's kind of what it feels like. It's like they get
the
the story of each of them and a story of them all together.
I can't
remember if it was 4 or 5.
Continuing to go around the National Football League. You know who's not coming together? Yeah. The New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers, because Aaron Rodgers refuses to show up for mandatory minicamp.
Still?
Super Bowl MVP Julian Edelman was on with Colin Cowherd and had this to say about Aaron Rodgers not showing up for mandatory practice.
If I was in that locker room and Aaron Rodgers wasn't there for 3 days on the mandatory minicamps,
having played 4 snaps last year,
having played 4 snaps off of an injury when we have 2 new receivers, we got a bunch of new linemen that we added to the team with a CBA that doesn't allow us to practice a lot. You know, I guarantee there's 4 or 5 guys, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in that locker room sitting there like, where's he at?
Where's our star quarterback?
Where's he at? Now, you know, if they start 4-0, no one's going to care.
That's right.
But that's the NFL. I think it's a bad look for your leader, for whatever reason, to go and miss an unexcused absence. I mean, I was with Tom Brady in his 25th year or 23rd year, and he started missing OTAs here and there, but he was still there, never missed a mandatory minicamp. And, you know, I just thought it was a bad look.
I don't think it's a huge deal that Rodgers isn't there. It's more about the way that the Jets handled this, where they said he didn't have missing minicamp excused. They could have just said, yeah, he was excused to go. And then everybody found out that it was about ayahuasca. I don't know that a couple of minicamp practices are going to make the Jets gel a little bit more going into the regular season. But all that said, it's not like the Jets have really had that much of an opportunity to work together, considering Aaron Rodgers is going into his second year with the New York Jets. There's a degree of familiarity that other quarterbacks across the NFL certainly have much more of going into the 2024 season than Rodgers does with his own team.
Honestly, it's why I think that some of that roster looks the way it does, is so he doesn't have to go to stuff. Having Lazard, Randall Cobb on that roster, just guys he threw to in Green Bay, just because so he knows them. I mean, but you've got, you know, who he's probably not practicing because he's always hurt, but Mike Williams is there now from the Chargers. You have Garrett Wilson, and you've thrown how many passes to these guys? I don't get why he's not there. I understand why the Jets are saying that
he's a massive douche. I mean,
Yeah,
that's why.
It's not.
He's a very selfish person.
It's not brain surgery why he's not there. It's very easy to
If I
understand.
were in his shoes,
you're right.
I might be the exact same person, but this is 100% a guy who is more about himself than he is about the team, and that would piss me off if I was his teammate, no matter how good he is. He better have a great year this year.
And that's why they know they can't say it's excused, because he's going to do drugs. like even if it's legal where he's going and you're fine. I would never do ayahuasca, but like I smoke sometimes. Like I have no problem with drugs. But
whoa, damn, Joe, you're a father.
Wow.
I don't do when he's there.
Gallant the junkie.
I visit. Yeah. I go to places where it's legal. Why do you think we go to Illinois? What else is there? It's just you can't be his teammate and be like he's literally sitting in a cave doing drugs, and like that's okay with us.
And puking and going Tuesday too.
Like it's just this is so Aaron Rodgers, and then he's gonna come back from camp or from his drug trip, and they're gonna go, "Why weren't you here?" And he's gonna play the victim card and say, "Everything I do, you guys try to make into a big deal." If it was any other quarterback in the NFL, they would be treated the exact same way.
A friend of mine's actually done this, the ayahuasca retreat, and I love him to death. And he took he wrote a journal of his experience, and he explained it to me. And the amount of talk about, let's just say, purging that happened, don't want to gross anybody out in the lunchtime hour, made me say, I love you, buddy. There's no way in hell I will ever do this. Yeah. I hope that it brought you peace. Sounds like it brought him some peace. But I don't want to be sitting in the pieces, if you will.
So you would never do it?
0 chance.
Sean?
Like 10% chance? I could be talked into it.
I'll do anything for money.
Oh,
so if someone pays you.
If it's Joe George here for ayahuasca retreats.
That would be awesome.
Use promo code 975 on your first order.
So it's only $9,750 compared to what it probably is.
Oh,
you gotta fly to some random country to do it.
I didn't think about how expensive it probably
is. Yeah, it is pricey. Be a large endorsement check, though, I'd imagine. So maybe we should look into this.
Yeah.
Fair point.
I will be willing to
Gallant George.
Put my name on it.
This weekend we're at LaBerge. Next weekend, join us on a trip to do ayahuasca.
I'm in Peru.
Oh boy.
Maybe the Jets will play in Peru next year.
I mean, that 100% is on the table.
Yeah.
Fireman Ed at a yurt.
It's just he's got a pan flute. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. 73 days away from the start of the NFL season. Coming up next, is there anything better than a Game 7 in the world of sports? Because we've got one tonight in the Stanley Cup Finals. Or could a College World Series Game 3 be better? It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So we've got a Game 7 tonight in the Stanley Cup Finals. The Edmonton Oilers were down 3-0 to the Florida Panthers. That series is now tied at 3 games apiece. So with the Astros off tonight, you've got some interesting options. You got that. You've also got the College World Series finale. The Texas A&M Fighting Aggies are playing Tennessee. Neither team has won the College World Series before. I feel like I'm going to go out and about to watch these games. I don't think I should, given the way that last Monday went when I watched my Boston Celtics clinch the NBA championship.
Yeah, but you're not going to celebrate as hard.
I don't think I will. I'll be watching with a lot of my friends who are Aggies. I am curious, though, about what the TV setup is going to be like. Because I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit disappointed that the NBA Finals game did not have the volume on at the bar that I went to go get wings and watch the game. Instead, they had the volume on for the College World Series game. And I imagine that for this, it'll also be the College World Series game that gets the audio. If I have to pick between these two games tonight, even as somebody who does not follow hockey the way that I used to when I lived up in the Northeast, I am definitely picking Game 7 in the NHL. There is nothing quite like playoff hockey. A Game 7 to decide the Stanley Cup Finals, especially with a team that was down 3-0 in this series. Oh, man, this is, I think, a very fun watch, especially considering supposedly the best player in hockey, Connor McDavid, is on the ice for Edmonton, who has cool uniforms.
They do, and cool fans.
Yes, one very big-chested fan.
They also, I mean...
And a cool name.
He probably... That's a good point. He's probably going to... He could win MVP of...
Connor McDavid, not the big-chested fan, yes.
Of the Stanley Cup Finals, even if his team loses, he's been that good.
That's incredible.
I still watch hockey as much as I can. I'm like you. I don't watch it as much as I used to. For me, I'll always choose a Game 7 over something college-related that doesn't involve my team, unless it was a college football game. Even though the timing really doesn't match up for that for anything. But like if this was the end of March Madness or the men's basketball tournament happening the same night, I would still probably choose the Stanley Cup over that, because I don't care about college sports outside of football as much. It's a cool thing. I've gotten more into college baseball since I've moved to Texas, because in Illinois it's not a thing.
No one cares about it in the Northeast.
No one cares
at all. It is a bummer because the environments that some of these places have for college baseball, I'm sure that if I went to a school that had it, I would have been a part of it too.
Yeah.
I love when Texas A&M fans get under the skin of the opposing pitcher when they start throwing a bunch of balls in a row. Ball 4, ball 4, ball 5, ball 6. Because it clearly does get in that guy's head.
Like I love going to the ones like it's not a tournament, but when they have all those games at Minute Maid to start the year, I think that's always a great time. It's cool to see different teams from across the country come and play baseball. I've gone to that the last 2 years, I think. It's a cool thing. It will be on. I will have it on in some capacity tonight.
Okay.
But the Stanley Cup Game 7 will get the primary TV.
Primary TV, got it.
It's Game 7.
Game 7, guys. Game 7.
It's the first Game 7 in sports since the world shut down.
Really?
True?
For a championship?
There has not been a Game 7 for a championship since 2019.
Wow.
So they're rare.
That is actually surprising. I would have thought that there would have been at least one in basketball or in baseball, but now that I think about it, yeah, these have all been rather convincing. I guess Astros-Phillies was maybe the closest.
Yeah.
There's been some 6s.
Yeah, there's been some 6s. And there's been Game 7s in, rounds leading up to the championship round. But to decide it all, one moment, one game, and to me...
You got two. I mean, you do have two of those tonight. If College World Series lasted a little bit longer, I mean, this is the equivalent of a Game 7. But no, at the same time, this is a good night with the Astros off. This is one of the last good nights.
It is a great sports night because after this it's all we have is baseball. I guess the Olympics, but even then that doesn't start till the end of July.
Yeah.
So
and since it's I guess you could just watch it tape delayed, but since it's in France, it'll be happening in the afternoon, not really at night. So if the Astros are off, it doesn't help you at night.
As someone who's a not very diehard fan, but as someone who supports Florida hockey. And by Florida hockey, I mean the Tampa Bay Lightning. I mean, it would be nice to see our rivals from the South blowing a 3-0 series lead.
The 3-0 lead is really that's the most compelling part about this.
Yeah.
If this was like a Game 7 or a 7-game series where it was 2-0, 2-2, 3-3, but the fact that it's like, no, you might be the 0-4 Yankees. Just that you have that hanging over one of the team's heads is crazy.
And even then, it's just so much worse. Because I know the Yankees lost to the Red Sox.
I mean,
but to be up 3-0 in the championship series,
in the championship,
and to blow it,
I mean, it's literally worse than 3-1. Like it's as bad as it gets.
In Stanley Cup playoff history. Prior to this year, 210 teams faced a 3-0 deficit. Of these teams, only 4 overcame the deficit. And only one of those overcame the deficit in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Oh, wow.
The Oilers are the 211th, and they've come back from it. I believe the last time that it happened, the 1942 Stanley Cup Finals. So we're talking during World War II.
Crazy.
Yeah, asterisks.
I guess it was technically
Some of our best players weren't playing. We're doing more important things than playing hockey.
And some of the other best players probably too.
I'm actually very curious because it was 1942 and the United States did not enter the war until 1941. I don't know if Canada was in the war technically at that moment in time
Russia.
because of their relationship with England. But so it's only happened in 1942. That's it.
It's just
Maple
Game
Leafs
7's
over the
awesome.
Red Wings.
Like we get so few Game 7s in sports. Like to really have everything come down to one moment like this. But to your point, the College World Series, it is their version of a Game 7. Game 3 tonight. That's gonna be really cool too. I am gonna watch. I watched the last 2 games, and I haven't really watched much of the College World Series, but
I watched it on Saturday.
Yeah, I watched Saturday as well, and I'll be watching tonight. I feel like you have to.
A bunch of my buddies are going to be out, and I feel the FOMO. So I think I'm going to go there. Porch Swing Pub, hell yeah. By the way, guys, the Edmonton Oilers, they keep winning, but Edmonton Oilers gal, remember her? For those who don't know, there's a Edmonton Oilers fan who went viral for lifting her hockey sweater up and showing her lovelies to everybody in the crowd. She just posed for Playboy.
Well, good for her.
Which apparently still exists. I did not know it still existed. I thought that they transitioned to being a magazine for the articles and away from for the pics, if you will.
I still don't understand the video. The video we played last week where she went after the haters.
She was mad at the haters.
I still don't know what haters.
You're always gonna have haters.
You're always gonna have haters.
I guess.
Even if you're saving
kittens from a tree or whatever.
Burning kittens from the river, right?
Yeah.
It was something that involved a lot.
You're like that.
That
no
video
one
was
does that.
so weird.
Good
for her.
In one of these Playboy photos, she is giving the double birds out.
I like that.
To the haters.
To the haters. And also, you know who else is winning? Hawk to a Girl. Hawk to a Girl, there's merch. She's got merch.
Okay.
People were trying to figure out who she was online. They discovered her first name. Smartly, she deleted her social media before, I guess, people found out who she was.
I feel like that happens every once in a while where someone's gets ahead of it so well.
She got ahead of it very, very well. She must have known that what she said was the most hilarious thing that anyone has ever said. And she deletes her stuff. I guess her name is Haley, and she has now merchandise. There is merchandise that you can get.
Good for her.
Yeah.
I saw she was autographing some of it.
You can buy Hawk Tua 24 hats that say, what else she was talking about as well. I'm not sure if I can say that on the air. Where she spat. Can't talk about that. But Hawk Tua 2024.
It is a new era of can you say this or not?
You just have to contact the owner of Fathead Threads.
Should we get some?
Get some hats?
I do owe Joel a hat.
That's the hat to get.
For a wager.
That's the hat to get.
That would be very funny.
That's the hat to get. It's for a good cause.
See if he wears it.
It's to support your local
Haley?
TikTok stars.
Yeah, to support Haley.
Joel might not know what it means.
No, he'll know what it means.
You never know.
Come on.
Some people don't know these things.
I know Lance knows what it means.
What does that mean?
Lance Zerline has been tweeting about it a lot.
You're right. I saw his tweet.
No one has tweeted about it more than Lance Zerline has over the course of the weekend.
Hey, Lance got a Lance. He knows what he's doing. He knows his target audience.
His ADD went away for this one key figure in American society.
He can laser focus on
laser focus is here. Day One Donna comments, her parents must be proud.
We
That
talked
is
about
tacky.
that on Friday.
Listen, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. The way she did it is very charming. It's very charming. I would certainly want to ask her out on a date, not because of what she is intimating she did. She just seems like a fun person.
She does seem like a fun person.
Right.
I don't know if Mr. the Papa Hawk to a Girl.
Hang on. His name
is
is Pookie.
Is it really?
She says,
No, he's talking about
I
his
love
dad.
you, Pookie, in the video.
Oh, no, her dad.
Oh, her dad. Yeah, her dad's probably not happy.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's like, well, she is charming. And she's talking about where to spit on it.
Do you think that Sean?
I just said where to spit on it. That's
Oh.
fine.
Yeah,
do you think
look,
people,
Kyrie Irving spit on Lucky, right? Come on.
Yeah, you could spit on all sorts of things.
Do you think that, like there was like an email going around his work, like in his office, being like, "Have you guys seen this girl?" And then he had to tell everyone to stop because it was his daughter. Like, hey guys,
I want to know that. I want him on. I don't know. I was gonna say Good Morning America, but they wouldn't ask the questions I would want them to ask. I want him on here. I want him on Gallant George, because I have so many questions about his response to seeing this video.
Yeah. Who doesn't? Look, she's making money off of that. She could probably pay a little more of that college tuition now. Look at the bright side.
College is expensive.
It is really expensive.
Sell a couple hats.
Sell a couple of hats. The next thing you know, you're gonna be fine.
Those better be really expensive hats if you're gonna pay for college.
Well, you're buying one for Joel, so I hope they're not expensive.
Yeah, buy a lot of them.
We'll see what the delivery.
She just has to sell 10,000 of them.
Yep.
He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's City Girl Summers, guys. City Girl Summer, right? Whether you're showing them at the arena or you're talking about things in a very charming manner. It is City Girl Summer. Coming up next, the Astros took 3 of 3. Sweep. The sweep that was promised. They delivered. We're talking about that 3-game sweep over the Baltimore Orioles. Stick around. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant and George. Yep. We have some breaking news before we get to that Astros highlight. Joe, what happened to our princess?
Yes. Sources say, a.k.a. article I just read, that Hawk Tua girl was fired from her job. She was a preschool teacher.
That's not fair.
She got fired.
That's not fair.
I mean, she didn't do anything to the kids.
I'm taking a knee in solidarity.
She just expressed her feelings.
I do always find it weird when teachers get fired for basically going viral is like what they get fired for.
Yeah, like it's not like I get the OnlyFans teachers, right? I get the ones
That
who are
even that one. I'm like,
I kind of get that one. Like you make an OnlyFans, like
Pay
your
'em more.
students can find.
They don't make any money
pay
though.
more. Pay more.
That's a good point. Pay the teachers more.
What?
But she didn't even do it. She just was in an interview and lost her. Like that sucks.
It is a reminder to always be wary of what you say when there's a microphone near you.
Oh yeah.
I've been very lucky on that front for a lot of my career. But this is a tragedy. Anyway, let's get people back.
Bring
let's
the vibes
lift
up.
spirits. Give me an Astros highlight, baby.
Walked 5 Yankees in 3 2/3 innings and gave up 3 earned runs. And here we go.
Altuve, first pitch swinging, and he puts one off the community leaderboards for a home run. Altuve's third leadoff home run of the season. Didn't waste any time. Only the second home run allowed by Suarez.
Captain Ambush got him.
God.
Got him.
Jeff, what are we doing?
He's like doing a D's Nuts reference now.
Is that a D's Nuts reference?
Yeah, I think so.
Captain Ambush?
No, the got him part.
Oh. Well, there's a lot of usage of got him.
Yeah, I think that's the most.
In the world?
Yeah. But Captain Ambush, that's new, right?
That sounds new.
He hasn't called him that before.
I've never heard that ever used.
I haven't
before.
either.
Did someone now that Crane and Tillman own Space City Home Network, did they tell Blummer, hey, we need nicknames?
He's always done it.
But I feel like it's gone to a new level this year.
I think now it's like every single one of them has a little tag. Maybe that's new. But he would drop. Yeah, I mean, Mom Meatloaf
that one's
a
great
staple.
because that's from Wedding Crashers.
Yeah, and Air Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
He does that one.
But yeah, there's no Captain Ambush.
No,
there's no superhero in the Marvel universe, the DC universe, nothing.
I feel like Captain Ambush would be a bad guy.
Yeah,
it does sound
nefarious.
Yeah, I think yeah, they're on the wrong side of history.
But you know what? In the eyes of many, especially the Baltimore Orioles over the weekend, Jose Altuve is that bad guy.
Good.
Yeah. He's ours, not yours. It was a great weekend by the Astros. I demanded a sweep. I eventually predicted a sweep. For them to do it the way that they did it, without Kyle Tucker, without Justin Verlander, with, honestly, out their backup catcher, with a ton of injuries in the rotation to the point that you brought up a guy who probably should not be pitching in the major league level in Bloss, and the poor guy also injured with shoulder discomfort. But the offense carried the load. 27 runs, 35 hits, and Framber Valdez and Ronel Blanco on Sunday and Saturday helped the Astros pitching get a bit of a breather in a week where they're going to have 2 off days. You got to be feeling really good going forward. I get it. They've been a disappointment to this point this year, but I feel like we should all have a little bit of our mojo back. The Astros seem to get their groove back over the weekend.
Yeah, it's a good time. The vibes are good for a reason. And I think back to conversations we've had throughout the year when people talk about like they're beating nobodies. How are you excited about what the Astros are doing when they're beating teams that are below 500 and that's all they're doing? And to go in against the Orioles and the Orioles come to town and you sweep the series, there's every reason to feel good. What they've done is a huge accomplishment in a season in which it's a struggle. If the Astros were good, we would still be talking about this series in I think in a similar way. And I think it shows, Paul, that the expectations for this team, that they haven't met them, that they're still there. This is what we expect the whole season. We expect them to beat good teams. We expect them to beat bad teams. And the hope is that this can just continue. That the post-Abreu life will be a good thing for the Astros.
7-2 since they DFA'd, cut, released Jose Abreu.
Mm-hmm.
And they have just been a significantly better team without him this year, both with the Florida stint and this too. It's very strange that his absence has directly seen the best Astros team, and it makes you wonder about last year as well. Obviously, last year they still were able to win the American League West Was Jose Abreu costing you multiple games? I don't know. Maybe he did. But to what you were saying earlier in the show today, Joe, now that Jose Abreu is gone, the Astros can play their best lineup every day, although for now they're still waiting for a return of Kyle Tucker.
I thought this injury wasn't that serious. Didn't they say he was going to play like the next day?
I mean, let's be honest. Whenever you hear them say talk about injuries, do you believe them at all? Like, where do you stop listening, zone out, and think to yourself, they're giving me BS again? I mean, 15-day IL already for Bloss with shoulder discomfort. I don't even know what the word discomfort means. I thought I was dealing with discomfort because I got a little sunburn.
But you're here.
I'm here. This is discomfort.
Yeah.
Discomfort, I think, is generally something that you're able to play through and deal with. It's not optimal. Discomfort for the Astros is much more serious injury than that.
What if Bloss does just have like a shoulder sunburn? Makes it hard to pitch.
It would.
It would make it hard to pitch because I imagine those jerseys are not very comfortable on a burnt
and just
body.
Having to turn it all that.
They said 15 days. So I guess he could be back in 15 days.
No, I mean, but if we're going by the Kyle Tucker, he'll be back this weekend, and he's still not back. 10 days. If they start with 10 days, this guy may lose an arm. Like,
Well, and that, for Tucker, it's just it's obviously just more severe than they thought. But I believe that they were talking about him playing that Friday, that he could be back in the lineup. And the fact that
they had a day off. They had a day off, and then they're like, yeah, with the day off, he'll come back after the day off, and he has not come back.
Still limping. Like they're saying he's like Dana Brown said yesterday that he's feeling a lot better, but he's still sore. I mean, there's a chance. Best case scenario might be he's playing in Sugarland on Thursday. That'd be nice.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, I mean that'd be great. We saw Yordan Alvarez last year.
Listener night, baby.
Yeah, Yordan Alvarez showed up to listener night last year. Maybe Kyle Tucker will show up this year. That'd be great. But that's one of the things that's remarkable about this weekend too. Is it's Verlander, it's McCullers, it's Garcia, it's Tucker, it's Caratini, and so you're having to rely on someone like Salazar to catch the game yesterday. That through everything that they've gone through this season, they're 2 games under 500. They gained 4 games on the Mariners. To what Dana Brown was saying, by the end of July, we got to cut it in half. They're almost there technically. I mean, it's not even July 1st. So if they can do a lot of damage because the Marlins are. I mean, the Mariners fell apart a little bit this weekend, losing 2 out of 3 to the Marlins, losing 2 out of 3 to the Guardians before that. They've given you a window of opportunity where they're the team that's now not playing good baseball. So if you're going to make a push, you got to make it now.
I think we'll do this tomorrow. The theme of tomorrow's show is already going to be hunting because the Rockets are hunting big names. Paul George. Hey, Sean, that's not cool, man.
Well, they're hunting.
But we don't shoot them with the gun. We shoot them with dart. There you go. That sounds experienced dart shooter.
Sounds like a hawk too.
No, it doesn't.
Will I keep my job?
Bad, Joe. Bad. Bonk, bonk. Bad, Joe. Bad. Hey. When we're sorry, I got sidetracked for a second on that one.
Yeah, I got lost.
In the hunt. I started thinking about that, and now I'm back to reality. So we're gonna have to do a in the hunt segment for the Astros right now because the Seattle Mariners still got 6 games on Houston, but we also look at Seattle's inability to score runs. They do not have much of an offense. That is going to keep the Astros in this thing, ultimately. How close? I don't know. But, I mean, you're in a significantly better position than you were expecting to be after this weekend, thanks to a little bit of help from Seattle. But we're also going to be looking at the other teams that they're competing against in the wild card. I still think it's going to be really hard to catch up to Baltimore, who still has 11 more wins than you, even with you sweeping them over the weekend. But the teams that right now you're competing with for a wild card spot are basically these ones. Toronto, kind of. Toronto is very far out of it. Technically, they are in the American League in, I think, do my math right, 12th or 11th. when it comes to the wild card. Then you got Detroit. We don't take Detroit or Toronto seriously. But after that, you got Texas, Tampa Bay, the Royals, Red Sox, and Twins. And if you're taking a look at the division standings, it's hard to imagine the Cleveland Guardians are going to go away anytime soon because they're 49-26. Maybe they'll fall back to earth. But those are the teams you're competing with. And because of that pedigree that you have, you feel pretty good about being able to hang in with all those teams in a marathon. Boston has weirdly been good. I can't really explain it. Minnesota's playing very well of late. Kansas City, though, is definitely falling back to earth.
Very quickly.
And you seem to be catching fire right now with a 5-game winning streak, the longest of all wild card contenders in the American League. And also just tied for the longest streak in the American League with the Cleveland Guardians.
Honestly, I still wouldn't be surprised if you look at the wild card standings at the end of the season and it's the Astros and the Rangers are both wild card teams.
Oof.
I mean, Max Scherzer was awesome yesterday. He didn't have to go very deep into the game. He only threw in the pitches in the 50s, but he looked awesome coming back. You never know with him health-wise, but they've won 4 straight games, so they're playing good baseball too. I agree with you about the Red Sox. I'm not sure what they really are. The benefit of what's happening with Minnesota and Kansas City is, Cleveland has 49 wins, but theoretically they could just beat each other up a bunch and kind of keep you in that wild card race, so you can at least catch that. But the expectation still and the hope would be that you still win the division this year. That the Mariners, it is interesting looking at their their run splits. They've given up less than 300 runs this season as a team, but they've only scored at 314. Their run differential is only plus 17.
Their run differential sucks considering where they're at. And it's a direct reflection of what we saw. Their pitching is awesome, but their bats are inconsistent, and their best player's not playing well this year. Julio Rodriguez.
So the Mariners have their runs allowed is 297. If you look to teams with similar, you look to the Yankees and the Orioles. The Yankees runs allowed is 290. Well, their run differential is plus 109. The Orioles, their runs allowed this season is 292. Their run differential is plus 111.
That's insane.
So the Cleveland Guardians, their runs allowed 275. Their run differential plus 104. So you have 3 teams in the American League besides the Mariners whose run differential is over 100, and they've also allowed under 300 runs in the season. Where the Mariners, their pitching has been great, but they don't score. You can absolutely catch that team this year if they don't figure out their offense. That winning formula is not sustainable in baseball. You have to be able to score runs. You cannot win every single game 2-1, 3-1. It's just not going to work.
Gallant and George. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Are you back on the Astros bandwagon after a sweep of the Orioles over the weekend? And I guess who's the biggest threat in this wild card race? I can tell you this poor guy, he is getting smeared online, and I'm very curious as to who is behind it. We'll talk about that next. Gallant and George, stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
We do Soft Boys on this show every Wednesday at 12:30. We nominate people who have been soft in the world of sports. I believe we had a nomination today. The golfer who felt threatened by the protesters at the Travelers Championship yesterday. Well, not a soft boy from the 409. Hey, guys, we forgot to give a shout-out to Cesar Salazar for taking a ball to the throat and staying in the game because we had no catcher behind him. Soft boy? Not.
Tough boy.
Very tough boy.
Tough boy.
Hard boy?
Yeah.
I guess.
It's
hard
the
boy.
opposite of soft.
I mean, his body is clearly hard because
his throat's hard.
His throat just took a ball to the neck, and he stayed in the game. Here's the thing.
Unlike the umpire who had to leave. That's mean.
Soft.
That is kind of soft.
Concussion.
Gotta say, discomfort. You can't really use that as an excuse going forward. You're gonna have to hobble it out if you're an Astros pitcher in particular, because they only have 4 starters. This is a very, very fortunate week for them because they have today off and they have Thursday off. I mean, great. But you still need to find a 5th pitcher for your rotation because you don't have that. Discomfort is not going to be, I would imagine, an acceptable excuse in the near future. And I don't know if that means do North Dallas 40 things, which means taking pills, taking shots.
Well, injecto.
But you're at a spot right now where you are going to be testing the limits of everyone in your lineup, in particular pitchers, and that could come to bite you in the keister come September, come October, but you don't really have a choice anymore.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot. I mean, at best, Justin Verlander, could come back against Toronto, but he's still not throwing. So you can't have Dubin be your long-term answer. Like, as good as this weekend went, we've seen the Astros have been forced to rely on certain guys in the bullpen a ton. Brian Abreu leads baseball with appearances. Going to a bullpen game just seems not feasible for this team. But now with Bloss on the 15-day IL, they DFA Blair Henley off the roster. I'm not even sure they have another starter on their 40-man roster that could come up. You'd have to cut someone again to make that happen. The Forrest Whitley's back for the Space Cowboys. We might see him on Thursday night at the ESPN 97.5, 92.5 night. Can't wait. But
Forrest Whitley's back. I'm excited. He better start because I want to know that he's a real person.
I think he's just a relief pitcher, though.
What if you're throwing your first pitch to Forrest?
Oh, that could be dangerous. I don't want to cause him any discomfort.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I actually think he's not
hurt
allowed.
his hand.
I'd imagine he's not allowed to do those things.
You got to stay away.
Yeah. Like you might get hurt doing that.
Baseball injuries are the weirdest injuries.
Honestly, I might if he goes out there, I might have to try to put a stop to this. Like I can't have Paul Gallant and Jeremy Branham.
Just
I can't have some schmuck Astros locker room podcast be like ESPN 97.5 host hurt Forrest Whitley.
Just like we don't want the headline of this is the Space Cowboys record before and after 97.5 day. You also don't want the headline radio host injures Forrest Whitley.
Don't want that. I
His
mean,
first pitch was too hard.
Yeah, like BK tried to hurt
It was
Corey
very
Lee.
impressive.
BK tried to hurt Corey Lee last year, tried to make him pull a quad. But
well, really, he just hurt our station's credibility.
Yeah, he definitely did. But
I don't know if we're ever going to get back.
Yeah.
We lost it. Wow, we are the most unathletic losers ever.
Which is funny because that's not true, but it does appear that way in that video. From the 409, can Seth Martinez give you 4 innings? Possibly. Like that could be an option where you try to get 3 or 4 innings and do,
I guess,
the Jake Bloss game, but they might need to go to something a little more drastic here if they're not really sure about Verlander.
They don't want to do the opener thing.
Well, if you don't want to do the opener thing, then you're probably going to have to trade for someone. Because if Justin Verlander is still not throwing, at what point does he have to do minor league, at least one minor league start, which means he's a ways away. JP France had a setback recently, so he's not on his way back either.
There's a pitcher in the minors right now who they signed this offseason, and I believe he has an option.
Eric Lauer?
Yeah, July 2nd is his option, so you almost need to potentially have him pitch to keep him on the roster in case he can actually help you out.
But like they could have called him up for all of these.
Exactly.
For the Bloss start, I think Eric Lauer was scheduled to pitch on. I think he pitched on Thursday.
And then there's the tricky thing where they're $4 million under the second threshold for the collective balance tax. So there is an element of penny pinching going on too. But you can't really tell me that the window is always open while I'm here and pinch pennies over a random minor league guy that might need to come up because everyone keeps getting hurt in your pitching staff.
What's Greinke up to?
Zach Greinke, I don't think that he would be up to anything good if he were back in the major leagues.
It's also tough because you need him to pitch like this week.
It's a good point.
Yeah, you're gonna ramp him up.
Yeah, you can't do the Roger Clemens ramp up.
You can't just like throw him out there. Say, hey man, give us 5 innings.
I mean,
throw it till your arm falls off.
His ERA last year was 5. So
can they bring back Blair Henley? Is it too late to?
I mean,
to Uno reverse.
I feel like
DFA?
we got to stop bullying Blair Henley and let him find his footing elsewhere.
Are we sure he should have just been on the mound instead of
The
Bloss?
city needs him again.
Yeah.
Joe bullies him. The Astros release him. Yeah, come on.
I'm his biggest supporter.
He needs a fresh start somewhere else.
Oh, he got DFA'd. Haven't seen any Blair Henley news on the wire, so not sure that's coming, Paul.
Bullying.
Well,
That's bullying.
Speaking of the wire, remember how last week we discussed Justin Timberlake getting arrested for DWI in the Hamptons? And
Yes.
It was pretty clear that there were lots of things in his system. There was an article that was written about that, and it started off saying the cop who arrested Justin Timberlake didn't recognize him, as if that's an important story. But this is the internet.
Yeah.
It's 2024. It's one of those articles that makes someone like me, like Joe, like Sean, to a lesser degree, feel a little bit old.
Which is
because we grew up, and Justin Timberlake was one of the most famous men in the United States of America when he was a part of NSYNC, and then when he did his own little solo venture afterwards.
Hey, it's weird because I still view him as very relevant.
He is very relevant, no doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing a worldwide tour, but for some, probably not quite as big of a deal. But this story was about how a Gen Z cop, they're slandering Gen Z a little bit here, didn't recognize him. Well, now there's actually an article that has been written about the man who pulled Justin Timberlake over, who seemed, at least per reporting, to have lots of things in his system, but I don't believe was actually tested to prove all of that. This cop, a 24-year-old man, has been nicknamed the Sag Harbor Nazi and a little red-headed dipstick among the wealthy residents of the Hamptons. There was an actual article written about this poor cop, about how he is upholding the law a little bit too forcefully in this little quaint rich people town on the beach.
I like that it's the Hamptons, that they're like, oh yeah, there's this one cop that's super strict, and it's like just the richest people you can imagine. I mean, literally a place where Justin Timberlake is vacationing, and they're like, oh, but we have this cop.
Someone definitely had been arrested by this person and felt the need to, you know what? I'm going to do my tell-all. I'm going to throw this poor man, we back to blue, we're going to throw this poor man under the bus.
Because he pulled over a DUI.
This article's got like photos of him as a kid with his dad.
It's insane. It's insane. And I don't know if this is Justin Timberlake who's behind it or if this is wealthy people from the Hamptons, but this is what the rich people do.
And this photo of him is so mean. You can tell he just shaved, so he's like breaking out all over his neck in the main photo of him here.
Oh, yes.
This is tough.
That's not great.
This is so mean.
I think the good thing
doing
is
his job.
A lot of people seem to realize that Timberlake's PR team and or wealthy a-holes that live in the Hamptons, probably Yankees fans too, what a surprise. It's pretty evident to most people out there that somebody with money is behind this smear job of a police officer for doing his job in a DWI.
Yeah, some CEO who probably got pulled over while he was with his mistress at his beach house in the Hamptons. It's like, no, oh, that guy pulled over Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
I got something. I got something for this guy.
This is why. Because this is a real, true man to the badge. Okay. This article says that when he was in high school, he was a traffic cop, making $15 an hour, less than $15 an hour. So you're right, Paul. He is this, telling people to stop and go, give her the whistle. Clearly is pissing people off in the Hamptons.
Yeah, I mean,
going back to when he was 16.
Let's be honest, traffic cops often slow things down. But
The ones in the Galleria, they all suck at their job.
But well, listen. All I'm saying is, that's their job. They have to do it. It's not an easy job to do. It's a crappy job, I would imagine, if you're a cop. Like, that's not where you want to be, being the traffic cop, unless it brings you some sort of inner peace, or maybe you've got a little Napoleon complex or something like that. But this guy just seems to be like a young cop, and that was how he paid his dues on the job. And Justin Timberlake's legal team and PR team are like trying to slander this guy who, again, pulled over Timberlake for a DWI, and it seems pretty clear that he was doing something wrong.
Yeah, this isn't the where was Louisville cops with Scotty Shepard.
Exactly.
Like, where it's like they're both sides are kind of in the wrong.
I mean,
the
that
police
cop
did not react in a way that you would want. Also, it's ridiculous that he's complaining about his pants ripping. This one is like, no, he had a DWI. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
It's ridiculous. Someone on the Twitch has a conspiracy theory that his ticket sales are down, so he got busted on purpose to cancel the tour and collect insurance money for the tour. That seems like a little bit too tinfoil hat.
I think if you're gonna manufacture something like a DWI, I don't think is what's a crime that no big deal, but it's big enough to cancel the tour. I don't think they're like drunk driving. Should he drive drunk?
I will say, if you watch some of the videos of him at his concert, he looks a little bug-eyed.
This seems like reckless speculation, Mr. I have a casual opinion about drugs earlier in the show.
I'm just saying, he looks a little bug-eyed. Just an observation.
Some people have larger pupils than others.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
they do.
Maybe his allergies were acting up.
Good point.
Could
Also,
have been that.
He has a great concert.
Coming up next, Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got another soft boy nomination. The French keep taking L's before these Olympics. And if you want to talk about the Astros sweep of the Orioles, you can. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hits this ball pretty well to left field. Austin Hayes back at the track. He can't get there. It's off the wall. 2 runs are going to score. Bregman and Diaz score. 2 RBIs for Jeremy Pena. And the Astros pick up 2 more runs at 7-1.
Jeremy Pena had a lot of hits over the weekend after getting Friday off.
He looked good this weekend, which was very, very, very nice to see. Because I think he was, 0 for 13, 0 for 14?
Yeah, he was slumping.
Saturday's game.
So they sat him on Friday, and then on Saturday and on Sunday, multi-hit games in each of them. Yesterday, 2 doubles.
He looked good.
3 doubles since the off day.
He's another one of those guys where when he's going, what he does to the bottom of the order, it really just it makes them so dangerous. Like this is the stuff that you would talk about early on when we first started doing the show about the lineup and expectations, and 5 runs a game is realistic for this team. And then look what they've done this 5-game win streak. They've scored 4 more runs in all of them.
Yep, 14 on Friday, 5 on Saturday, Sunday, 8, and they got a little bit of help with some of the runs that they scored against the Chicago White Sox on Thursday. But you got to be feeling better about them right now. How long this continues, I don't know. I mean, they're going to have to remain resilient, remain tough, but to sweep the Baltimore Orioles over the weekend, as I predicted, in spite of all of those injuries, is truly impressive.
I mean, what they're setting themselves up for, if what their schedule looks like, the first 3 games of the second half of the season are against Seattle, in Seattle. If you do what you should over the first half of the season, the rest of it, through June, July, halfway through July, against a bunch of mediocre or bad teams, you should be in position to overtake or get within like a game of Seattle after the All-Star break. Because if you win 2 out of 3 against Seattle, you should be in position to do more than that. You're going up, they're going down. You're playing easy opponents. You should roll through much of this schedule and just be able to put yourself in a position to where you can really start the second half of the season and try to put the first 2 months disaster way behind you. I think that's a fair expectation.
They have to keep doing what they're doing. And I think, yeah, we should hold them to that, but they also deserve a hearty pat on the back, a slow clap perhaps. This is a follow-up story to something that we've touched on before. For those who don't know, the 2024 Olympics are taking place in France, specifically Paris, France. We talked earlier in the show about how the United States is going to be bringing air conditioning units to France for their athletes, even though France is doing a little virtue signaling and saying, hey, we're not going to do any of that in the Olympic Village. There was a story about thousands of French citizens that were planning to poop in the main river that runs through Paris, the River Seine. But since Emmanuel Macron and Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo, who had said that they were going to swim in the river because of the cleanup efforts that are taking place, have said that they will not swim in the river for, quote, political reasons, end quote, the citizens planning to do what the French do best, protest, are no longer going to float the river, if you will.
I was looking so forward to that story.
Officials called off the event, planning to drop the kids off in the River Seine while the president and the mayor swim in the river.
I mean, I think that's probably the wise move. Just even the threat of being in the water when that happens, don't want to be there. Especially if you're not a great swimmer. You don't want to be stuck there, doggy paddling your way out of it.
I feel like, though, if you're so about the environment and you believe that you've done your due diligence to make the environment better, and you've made some bold claim about how you're going to swim in this river that you've spent apparently $1 billion cleaning up.
Yeah.
It's this disgusting river that's been there for like 1,000 years, essentially, just accumulating gross stuff, because that's what a lot of these cities essentially do. When they're there for a really long time, sorry, that river, you do not want to swim in that. You are not going to the beach on the banks of this river. if you say you're going to do something as a politician, you got to do it.
Yeah.
I understand that they don't always do it. I mean, you can be quite the politician by making lots of promises and delivering on none of them. But if you say you're going to swim in the river that you've spent $1 billion cleaning up, you got to get in it. And I feel bad for these French protesters who are looking forward to protesting. It's a sport in France. They would take home the gold, silver, and bronze if protesting was an Olympic sport. And the politicians of France have taken it away from them.
Do you think that the river's just, it's still really dirty?
Yes, it is definitely really dirty. There's no way you can clean a river with dangerously high levels of bacteria, no matter how much money you're throwing at it. It's a river, and it's still got, so I'm assuming it's flowing, and it's got tons of bacteria in it. Oh, the bacteria's going nowhere.
And they are swimming in it in the Olympics, to be clear.
Oh, really?
Yes. The Olympic marathon swimming events will take place across 2 days.
You're going to wear two
with the women's
wetsuits?
10K held on August 8th and the men's a day later on the 9th. The events are, for now, being held in the River Seine. Yeah.
They should poop in the river those days.
Probably should.
The river's always going to be there. You can poop on it whenever it's the most inconvenient.
You could hold the swimming event somewhere else. It's okay.
That is true.
Find somewhere else to do it.
Oh, like a different river?
Or, just like different country or state.
No. Because it's being done because the president and the mayor said that they were going to swim in the river. So it has to be in that river. And if they're not going to do it, maybe you should just do it anyway. Just add to the bacteria. You may as well. If you said you're going to do this protest, at least hold up your end of the bargain.
No, I'm saying they should wait until the day before the swim meet, or the swimming.
But you don't want to do it to the swimmers.
Come on.
They're your countrymen.
There's going to be French people.
Only one of them. Or two of them, maybe.
Yeah.
Still, you don't want to. No, it's not about the athletes.
And you don't want to start World War III because you pooped in a river.
That'd be funny though. It'd be so funny.
I mean, it would be a funny way to start in World War III.
No, but then,
you got to look at the comedy in it, Joe.
Kids in 9th grade would have to learn about how they pooped in a river, and that's how it started the World War.
That's how it started. But yeah, I mean, you're doing this to punish the politicians. I'm just disappointed that this protest is not actually happening. To say you're not doing it for quote political reasons end quote. Come on. Because you're cowards.
I also
Soft boys.
The Olympics are weird, man. It's all of it is weird.
Why?
Did you see what happened with what's happening with 2028?
No.
They're not playing softball in California.
Oh yeah.
They're playing in Oklahoma City.
So?
But the Olympics are in California.
I thought it was like in the entirety of the United States.
No, that's the World Cup.
Gotcha.
No, the Olympics.
It's in Paris. It's in Beijing. It's in
So softball and whitewater events in 2028 are going to be in Oklahoma City.
Well, for all the foreigners who hate on our country, I'd like them to have to go to Oklahoma City.
So you're like,
I want them to be stuck in Oklahoma City. And I want them, all those people who hate on our country from the outside, I want them to experience what they think our country is.
Oh, the Russian softball team's going to love OKC, I'd imagine.
I get that. I mean, they host the college
the Big 12
softball
championship
World Series there.
Yeah, every year. The College World Series, I believe, are there every year.
There has to be somewhere closer or better that you don't have to send. You don't have to send these people to Oklahoma City. Like, is there one in Phoenix? They can't.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you couldn't do Vegas. Like the Olympics every 2 or 4 years, depending which one it is. It always seems like it's just a total disaster, and you spend all this billions of dollars like for this river, and then it's time for the Olympics, and everyone's just like, "Oh, we're not ready yet," and then you just abandon all the buildings when you leave. It's a great business model.
I kind of like it. Just abandon buildings. It's a little tribute that we pay to ourselves, the grandeur of humanity.
Yeah,
because these buildings last forever, just like flags. Flags fly forever. Buildings last forever.
Yeah, no one's like, the pyramids. They just built them and left. You know?
I mean, they could still be.
That's what people are gonna do to the softball field 2,000 years from now.
We don't know if the pyramids are still active or not. If aliens really are inside there, they're still moving and grooving.
Wait. We don't know if the pyramids are active. Aliens are inside it.
There's people that think aliens built the pyramids and they're like, super high technology and they're still in there somewhere.
They're still in there?
Yeah.
It's still, they use bricks.
It's their operational
It's not like it's the highest technology. They use bricks.
I got to do a really weird podcast. Like 2 months ago, I got out of it because I was like, this is too far.
How long were you in it?
I mean, I used to do like a lot of driving, so I needed to find podcasts, and I found this podcast.
Well, damn, how much driving you doing?
I mean, I used to do 4 hours driving a day.
4 hours a day?
Yeah.
From League City?
I used to, when I lived in Kingwood, I would drive to League City to drop off Joseph with either my parents or my wife's parents. I would then drive to the Galleria, and then after work, I would drive back to League City to pick him up, and then I would drive to Kingwood to go home.
They couldn't drive to you?
They work.
Oh.
That's how we didn't pay for daycare for so long, was doing 4 hours of driving a day. That's why we left Kingwood, because we go back to League City.
And so you're listening to these.
Dude, so I was listening to every podcast I could find. I got tired of music, and I found this conspiracy podcast, and one of the first episodes was why aliens built the pyramids.
Why did it like start getting like crazy? Is that why you stopped listening?
It wasn't crazy there.
No, I think at one point they did like a time traveler killed JFK, and I was like, I'm out.
What?
Oh, that's where you left.
I thought you were gonna say like it started getting anti-Semitic or
No,
like,
nope.
No.
I was like,
it sounds like it was getting fun.
Too dumb of an idea.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was like, aliens, yes. Time travel, out. Can't handle it.
All right, Joe George, you got some interesting, some would call eclectic podcast taste.
That's true.
Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros swept the Orioles over the week, and if you want to get any final thoughts in on that, coming up next, we wrap things up with Garbage Time. And in Garbage Time, I had no idea what this famous Houston celebrity, who's in hot water, actual name was until this past weekend. It is quite the name. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Make sure you come out and hang out with us listener night at the Sugarland Space Cowboys game on Thursday. And if you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel or join us on Twitch. So the Astros swept the Orioles over the weekend. They have tonight off. They play the Colorado Rockies Tuesday, Wednesday, and another day off. We'll see what they do with the rotation, seeing as Jake Bloss is at least on the 15-day IL with shoulder discomfort. I really wish that they would find another word than discomfort. I understand that the Astros this year have proven that they like to say the same thing over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
They fall into some bad habits, the back of the baseball card, among other things that they have said. But can we say something other than discomfort that's involving a 15-day absence?
Yeah, they clearly go with discomfort is just he's hurt, and then they tell us the truth once a little bit later. Like Victor Caratini was discomfort. And then it turned in, I think it was a quad, I believe they said.
Why don't they just say his leg is hurt? How about that? Do they have to say, like, sore quad?
I think
hurt
they're
leg.
Let's go to hockey.
Yeah, I think they're trying to do the hockey thing where
Yeah.
they're just like, his shoulders, he has discomfort in his shoulder, so he's
In hockey, they just say upper body, lower body.
Yeah.
You can nearly get decapitated, and they say upper body injury.
Upper body.
I think that's what they're
Like this
trying to
one,
do.
fine.
I think they're just trying to say, like, this hurts. And you know what hurts? Having a torn rotator cuff. Turns out he has a torn rotator cuff. He's out for the rest of the year.
I think it's the follow-up that happens that annoys people the most. Like with Bloss, he has discomfort, and then they do Dana Brown does an interview, and they go, everything's like good results from the MRI, and then should be able to start throwing as soon as his 15 days up. But it still feels inevitable that like his shoulder is going to fall off and he's going to be out for the season. And look, I know they can't predict Tucker. He clearly either had a minor fracture or just really bruised the hell out of his leg from hitting the ball off of it. But we went from him playing Friday after an off day to still not being ready for baseball activities.
Yep.
It feels like it's been 20 days.
And even in other sports, like they just say what's hurt. Like
yeah, they're just honest.
They just say, like, he has a sprained shoulder, so he's out. He has a hairline fracture in his leg, so he's out. Like, they doesn't go like, well, we'll see. Well, he'll join us for the road trip, and then you see him limping. Like, why are we pretending? Like, that, I think that's where it all boils down to. It's like, I understand you don't need to actually tell the truth. I don't really understand what they're gaining from
saying discomfort all the time.
Well, no, discomfort I'm okay with. It is what Joe is saying, where it's the discomfort. He'll be back soon, and then actually he won't be back for several weeks.
Well,
like it's like why are you lying to me? Like if you want to say discomfort, sure, and that's like a catch-all term for like if you have knee discomfort, it could be sore, it could be a sprain, it could be a torn ACL. That's fine. Just don't tell me it's a sore knee and then it's a torn ACL.
I wish it would be Bill O'Brien who used to say day to day all the time.
He did.
I don't know what day to day means, but day to day could be something bad and could be something not that bad, where discomfort, I'm assuming, is not that bad.
I mean, the new version of this, though, is just straight up being wrong or lying to us. I mean, Victor Caratini, they said he had a quad injury. He's out. He has a left hip flexor strain. Those are not the same. Okay?
Two different body parts.
Christian Javier.
Well, the quad's close. The quad bone's connected to the hip bone.
I'm sure it is. And then
that's a muscle, I know.
I didn't even hear that. Christian Javier had a neck injury and then had Tommy John. So like now it's like they're telling us A and it's Y.
Maybe they need better imaging technology.
Better doctors?
They're using an X-ray from like 1935 that's giving these guys like massive tumors when they use it.
It's just so hard to find, a good hospital here in Houston. Who can blame them?
That's so true. All right, time for garbage time. Any of you guys familiar with Jack Berman Webster? Ever heard of him?
Definitely not.
That is Travis Scott's real name.
Oh.
I found that out because he got arrested at Miami Beach Marina.
What did he do?
Well, it seems that at some point he cried based on his mugshot, where he does seem to have tears in his eyes. I don't know if he got pepper sprayed or something like
Soft
that.
boy.
But he was trespassing at a Miami marina, as one does, and charged with trespassing and disorderly intoxication. Police were called due to a disturbance on one of the yachts, and when they arrived, they found Jacques Berman Webster II yelling at people on a boat. The arrest report states officers asked Scott to sit down, but he kept standing up and ignored their requests. They could smell alcohol on his breath. The person who called the police said he didn't want to press charges. He just wanted Scott to leave the boat. Authorities warned Scott to leave the dock or he would be arrested. Scott walked backwards, yelling at people on the boat, ignoring the officer's orders, eventually returned to his car, told security to get out, and threatened to fight anyone who got into the car. A little street cred, at least, from Mr. Musical Theater.
They haven't had a smear campaign on the officer here.
Oh, don't worry, it's coming.
Yeah,
the Justin
I'm
Timberlake one.
sure Tony Busby will be on the other side of this one too.
Yeah.
It is Miami, so perhaps things are easier to hide there than in other cities.
Isn't that where Tyreek Hill slapped someone? Wasn't that Miami?
Yeah, people get in trouble in Miami.
Things happen in Miami,
especially on boat docks, apparently.
Yeah. So Jacques Berman Webster II.
I didn't know that.
Travis Scott.
Stargazing. For some reason, I thought Travis Scott was actually his name. I know normally like rappers and musicians don't do that, but Travis Scott just seems so simple. Maybe I'm just a dumb. I don't know.
We're stargazing. I'm dodging civil suits. George Springer, guys. Worst OPS in baseball. Yikes. Move aside, Jose Abreu. It's George Springer time.
It's better than. It's worse than Martin Maldonado.
His OPS right now is the worst among qualified hitters. 566. Well, I don't know if he qualifies. He's batting under 200 as well.
Yikes! What happened to him?
I don't know. I suppose a player in Pittsburgh by the name of Jared Triolo has actually overtaken George Springer with a 562 OPS, but Springer is batting 191 on the year. It's a bummer that he left. We all like George Springer, but
the Astros, for the most part, have gotten most of those signings correct.
Yeah, Garrett Cole's really the only one who's been great.
And even then, I think it was always clear he didn't want to be here. Like he didn't want to stay here.
I wonder what would happen if AJ Hinch used him in Game 7.
He would have wore a different hat.
They would have. Yeah, he would have worn the World Series champion hat, and then he would have.
If he wore the Scott Boras hat after winning the World Series, that would have been the most hilarious thing ever.
Yeah, that's when you tried to defend him. It's like, well, he obviously was upset. That's why he wore the hat. Like he would not have done that if they would have won.
And so, speaking of the Washington Nationals, who won that World Series, the Washington Nationals lost a game last night on a walk-off pitch clock violation, the first time in Major League history. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congrats to the umps. Great weekend.
That's not the ump's fault. That's the pitcher's fault. Pitch the effing ball. I like it. Speed the game up. It's the regular season. You're the Nationals. It's the Nationals Rockies game. Who wants to watch more of that?
That's good point. I've always just wondered what they would do in the playoffs.
The playoffs, I think they would ignore it.
I would hope so.
I would as well on that front. That's going to wrap up today's Gallant George. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass, to Joe George, and to the Astros who made my prophecy come true with a sweep. A sweep, I said. A sweep happened. Coming up next is the Killer Bees. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Brian's already shaking his head. It's less than 30 seconds into the show, and he's already disgusted by something. What is Brian disgusted by?
No, Sean just said something on the way out. It was nothing to do with this show.
Did it disgust you?
No, it didn't disgust me. I was just
It was a look of
shaking
disgust. It was a shake of disgust and
I
a look of
wouldn't call it
disgust.
disgust. No, I think that's overselling it.
Okay. 713-780-ESPN. Why is Brian already disgusted with the Bees? 713-780-3776.
Aggies playing for a title tonight.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a Texas guy. Mapes is a Texas guy. Texas fired their baseball coach.
Did they?
David Pierce got. Go Cougs.
Really?
Former Cougar. Yeah. There's some rumors that one of the coaches managing tonight's game will be the next Texas head coach.
So because you obviously know this way better than me, but so as I'm following this, so the former coach at TCU is now the coach at A&M.
That's Schlossnagel, yeah.
And his old assistant is the coach at Tennessee.
Yeah, Volatile or whatever, how you say his name, Tony V. They call him Tony V.
So Tony V's the potential new coach at Texas?
That's what everybody's saying. That's what everybody's saying. There's a couple of names that are out there, but he's one of them. The timing's kind of suspect. I would have a tough time thinking that Tony V leaves Tennessee for Texas, but
the number one team in the country and have done pretty well there, right?
Yeah, I'd be a little surprised. There's other names that are out there,
and
like the Clemson head coach is out there, but
former Astro pitcher Kurt Sarloos is the head coach at TCU now, right?
I think that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was the pitching coach under that guy.
Leading college baseball with the Bees. My bad. All right, Astros win the series at Baltimore. I just sold it shortly there too. They didn't win the series. They swept the series. They low-key dominated that series. Outside of a couple of mop-up relievers, Nick Hernandez, Gunkungs, and quite frankly, Rafael Montero at this stage of his career is a mop-up pitcher. Outside of two mop-up pitchers, the Astros dominated one of the best teams in baseball, sweeping the Baltimore Orioles, closing the gap in both the divisional race and the wild card race. And all of a sudden, the Astros are kind of back into things. 2 games below 500, first time in a long time. The Astros feeling good. The fans feeling good about where they are. And as we always do each and every Monday, the good, the bad, and the ugly from the Houston Astros. I imagine most of this will be good. 713-780-3776. We'll talk a little bit about the little bit of bad throughout as well, though. But let's start it with the good. They deserve the good. They deserve all the praise. Astros sweeping Baltimore. What was your good, Blankers?
Got lots of them, obviously, because there's tons to choose from. I'll start with the fact that we got the real Framber Valdez back. I mean, Framber looked really good yesterday. If you just want to say starting pitching, aside from Bloss on Friday night, who wasn't bad. He didn't do the 4-4 like we talked about. But Framber and Blanco were just fantastic.
Yeah, he was Framber's been mostly good. He just had a couple of blow-ups this year. Look, maybe that had something to do with it. I've never seen the Astros, and like Framber usually wears the blue, but I've never seen the Astros, and correct me if I'm wrong, 713-780-3776. I've never seen them wear the white on white with the blue hat and the orange bill.
I think that's true.
That's the first time I've seen it. Because that's their road hat.
You're right, because it's weird that in a lot of locker rooms they put right there by the door like the dress codes for uniforms, tops with bottoms with hats and whatever. But yeah, the road hat is normally the orange with the blue visor. The home hat is normally the solid blue with the star.
Yeah, I think it was the first time they wore that. Not that it matters, but Framber was fantastic. Renel Blanco continues to be incredibly good. Where would you be without Renel Blanco? Gives up the 1 run. I thought TK nailed it with the call. Like, he gets stronger as he goes. Like, I don't know why. A lot of pitchers, third time through the lineup, they start to struggle. A lot of pitchers, the deeper they go into game, they start to fatigue. They start to have command issues. Renel Blanco is like Benjamin Button on the mound. Like, he's better when he leaves games than the first inning. But he's been an incredible story. All-star, Dana Brown, Renel Blanco, whoever you want to give credit, Murphy and Miller, et cetera, et cetera. Renel Blanco, and we talked about this a little bit last week, story of the year. And to do that against one of the best offenses, if not was the best offense in the league coming into the series. I don't know how it all fell out since the conclusion of it. But Blanco, unbelievable story.
Yeah, and the funny thing, I heard Joe and Paul talking on the way in about how last year on 97.5 night at the Space Cowboys, Jordan played. Well, what he forgot to mention was Blanco started that game, and there were a lot of guys watching to try and figure out, could he still be a starter? Did he have stuff to be a starter? Would he end up being a relief pitcher in Major League Baseball? And there was just a ton of question marks all around,
his future with the franchise. We even knew going into the season, we didn't know what he was going to be. And at best, we thought maybe he was going to be a long reliever or a relief pitcher in the bullpen. And then, as you mentioned, I mean, where would you be without him? The guy has been just lights out. He has been the ace you never thought you were going to need with all the guys you had coming into the season, and he's been unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch his progression. Give a lot of credit to Brown. Give a lot of credit to the pitching coaches. My good is the Jose Abreu record whenever he is not on this team. I've been keeping track of where they are post Abreu since they released him 7-2. I had a few people commenting on Twitter at Jeremy Branham or my TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham saying, what is the record for Jose Abreu or for the Astros when Jose Abreu is not on the roster? So when Jose Abreu has not been on the 26-man roster, the Astros were 15-10 first time around, minor league assignment from April 30th to May 26th. Was not on the 26-man roster. The Astros went 15-10 in that span. He got brought back up. The Astros released him on June 14th. June 14th through present time, they played 9 games. They're 7-2. Add it up. The Astros are 22-12 when Jose Abreu is not on the 26-man roster. What is the winning percentage for that, Branham? .647. What is that over 162-game pace? It is 105 wins. The Astros in the 34 games they have not had Jose Abreu wasting a roster spot on the 26-man roster are 22-12. That's a 105-win pace. That's one of the best teams in all of baseball. The Astros without Jose Abreu, one of the best teams in the league. The Astros with Jose Abreu, one of the most disappointing teams in the league. So it's interesting. I don't know if the Astros are really this good. I don't know if they were, having to live through the black cloud of Jose Abreu, but it's nuts that in the 34 games that Jose Abreu has not been on the 26-man roster, they have won 22 of those 34.
That's crazy. And when you think about it, too, it's the fact that, as we had discussed in the past, it's one thing to say you were being force-fed a guy that was lesser than, so you get him out of the lineup, but the addition by subtraction means you get guys that can actually hit the baseball that are in your lineup, and you can see how much better that lineup can be. Offensively, the explosion was all weekend. The crooked numbers, the ability to have multiple guys, really hitting the cover off the baseball, and you have a problem again, and it's a good problem to have because you've got a surplus of guys that can actually play the game and hit the baseball that you can rotate through to put at different positions on this team, and that's not what you were having when you had Abreu doing the things he wasn't capable of doing anymore, and on top of that, Chaz was struggling mightily, and he was in the lineup all the time, and now suddenly it seems like you're putting your best lineup on the field, and you're seeing the success.
I mean, Jeff Bagwell told us whenever he sat down with Brian McTaggart, the only beat writer that Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell will talk to, but it's because Brian McTaggart is great, go Cougs. He said that we're in win-now mode. He said whenever we released him that we're in win-now mode, and the reason that we had to get rid of him and couldn't allow him to see if he could get out of this was because they were in win-now mode. So, is there a correlation between the Astros record and the Abreu release? Maybe so. I think a lot of people would believe it. Is there correlation to the Astros record and being in win-now mode? I think that's probably more likely, although you can't dismiss the 15-10 record the first time around that Jose Abreu was in West Palm Beach. But, yeah, they flat out said that we're in win-now mode. They activated win-now mode earlier than they have at any other point in the Golden Era beside maybe the COVID year, because that year was crazy. And they've been playing a lot better baseball. They've won 3 straight series. They've won 5 of their last 6 series. So the Astros are playing better, and their record without Jose Abreu has been really, really good. What other goods do you have?
Plenty. I mean, when you start looking at just this lineup overall and the fact that Alex Bregman was 6 of 13 for the weekend. I mean, you're almost hitting 500 with a third baseman that's been, kind of almost quietly now, but really, really hot. Had a 4-for-4 game. It's kind of showing the Bregman that we all were wondering if he would ever get back to again after such a slow start and really just, dragging his feet for the majority of the first part of the season. He's starting to really rip the cover off the ball as well, and he's a big part of the reason why your offense is putting up big numbers. So, yeah, I'll give him his flowers. I mean, I was questioning where he was and what this was doing to his chances to make money at the end of the year. Looks like he's resurrecting a whole hell of a lot of money back in his pocket with the way he's playing right now.
He's been good for about a month. He's been really, really good. And he's been the old, Alex Bregman. He's been the Bregman that you expect to have 800 OPS type of years. Gives you a Gold Glove level defense. Maybe not Gold Glove, but top 3 level defense. Pretty elite defensively. So, yeah, it's good to see him get going. For the 2024 season, that's big. That's massive. If Bregman continues to play well, maybe your chances of going to the playoffs increase. The big picture view on that is maybe he's pricing himself out of the Astros' range again, although I would take that trade-off. If it meant Alex Bregman's going to be a top 10, top 15 player in Major League Baseball, but it means that I can't sign him in the offseason, I would take that trade-off. Give me 2024, one final year on your way out. I'll shake your hand, say thank you for all that you've done for us, and wish you well in your future endeavors. How about the new guy? Joey Loperfido has flashed the leather. The catch that he made on Friday, excellent catch on Friday. I've been a little worried about his jumps, especially in center field. That jump he had on that play, fantastic. Really, really good defensive outfield in the 3 games that he played. Played a little bit of right. I don't think that's the best position for him, but also collected 4 hits. Now, 3 of them came on Friday. He did strike out 3 times in the last 2 games, but he's going to do that. That's who Joey Loperfido is. He's going to strike out a lot. But the youthful enthusiasm that he gives you. He gives you the diving play. He gives you a couple of base knocks. He gives you that hustle play into second that was ruled a double that, led to a run scoring, that led to him acting like he was shot, laying down around the bag at second base. It is nice to have youthful enthusiasm infused into this old Astros team.
No doubt. And one of the strikeouts, I think at least, he might have been the victim of a rookie strike zone. He was getting squeezed on a few calls, but you know what? It didn't faze him. On the one that he got a couple of bad calls early, he stayed in the count and ended up turning it into a base hit. You love everything about the kid. He plays the game the right way. He's not the power hitter he was in the minor leagues. It doesn't matter. I mean, you're 4 for 10 over the weekend. You can play multiple positions. You got good speed, and he's really a plus to have in the lineup. I don't know about you, but I was thinking when he went down at second base that he hit the hand again. I was really concerned about that. I saw the ball hit
him, and I saw where he was holding, so I didn't really have that thought.
I waited to see the replay, and then when I saw the replay and saw that the ball actually hit him in the torso, I was like, okay, I'll actually take that more so than him re-injuring the hand when you kind of need him now since he's been back up.
He acted like Sirhan got him. He was over there rolling around at second base like he was gone.
Yeah, he did. But look, I love everything about Joey being available to this team on a daily basis. He's a guy that you got to start wondering if he has to play almost every day because of the fact that when he's in there, good things happen and he's hitting the baseball.
Yeah, he is. We'll get to Brian's good on the other side. We're not going to let him talk in this first segment because he was disgusted with us less than 30 seconds into the show. We'll get to your goods, your bads, your uglies as well. 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. Kelly Iko is going to join us at the top of the hour. Final conversation with Kelly Iko before the draft on Wednesday night. A lot of rumors coming out today, too. A lot of star names mentioned in the same sentences as the Houston Rockets. Should we be buying into that? Well, we'll have Kelly in studio for 30 minutes joining us at 4 o'clock to talk about that. Mailbag Monday. Astros are back. And a serious question, y'all. Is Paul Gallant a baseball savant? We'll talk about all of that throughout the show. But coming up next, you're good, you're bad, you're ugly. 713-780-ESPN. It's The Beast on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Good, bad, ugly, 713-780-ESPN. The bad, Montero and Hernandez, says 3283. Don't talk about my Cougar that way. Go Cougs. He's not a long guy. He's never been a long guy. He's been a 3-out, 1-inning guy. He's being misused. That said, the Astros have to use him that way because their bullpen's been a little upside down, which is even more miraculous that they swept Baltimore.
And the frustrating part was the fact that you just needed some guys to mop the game up, and suddenly you were in a nail-biter at the end of the game. And Montero, no matter what you say about Hernandez, the fact is Montero's the guy that should be able to get outs. Now, he did get jobbed on a check swing, I think, and maybe that was because they were down an umpire. But regardless, that was way too close at the end for a team that put that many runs on the Orioles.
Yeah, it didn't hurt you, though. Like, it could have. It had the potential of hurting you. Like, if you needed your high-leverage guys and the high-leverage guys weren't available, like Abreu was done after that day for the rest of the series, quite frankly. If you had to go back to those guys, they're taxing you, that's when it really could have hurt you. So it's like whenever you experience that on Friday and leaving the ballpark Friday night, you're like, son of a gun, we had an opportunity to just go with our mop-up guys, not use our leverage guys, really position ourselves nicely for the rest of the series. But when the rest of the team picks you up and they sweep the series, it doesn't hurt you. It didn't cost you. It cost you nothing. And then you have a day off today. You have a day off on Thursday, so you can get the bullpen back in, healthy spot. So it didn't hurt you. It had the potential to hurt you, but it didn't. 713-780-ESPN. Brian, your goods? What are the goods you got?
Someone we haven't had a lot of good things to say about this year, but Ryan Presley had another scoreless inning on Saturday, and he's quietly had 5 scoreless innings in a row in his last 5 appearances. So hopefully he's rounding into form. And Yainer Diaz had a couple, 3 RBI yesterday and a hit in every game. So
yeah,
Yainer Diaz hitting again.
He botched a strike.
I was going to say he should be on the good and the bad.
I was just talking about what he did as an offensive player.
See, I come across sounding very critical to Yainer because I do point out that he is a poor defensive catcher and the poorest defensive catcher the Astros have had since Evan Gattis. And because you brought up Presley's what triggered my mind. I wasn't going to bring it up. But Presley was an 0-1 pitch. When did Presley was you Saturday?
Yeah,
Saturday. 0-1 pitch, looked like a slide piece. And Yainer was set up on the outside part of the plate, and the pitch was yanked inside. It wasn't a great pitch. He missed his spot, but the pitch was in the box, in the zone. And Yainer, I don't think he got a glove on it. Like maybe he got the tip of the glove and it grazed off the tip of the mitten to the backstop. Yainer Diaz flat out whiffed on a pitch that was in the box. In the box. As a big league catcher, and people were in my comments on Twitter. Well, you've never caught. You don't. Well, I hit 400 in high school. What did you do? What did you do? But it's like, oh, you've never caught. You don't know ball. You don't know how to play baseball, et cetera, et cetera. He missed his spot. I'm sorry, but any big league catcher, I don't care where you're setting up, should catch a pitch that is in the zone. Or if you get crossed up, that's one thing, although it's tough to get crossed up nowadays in PitchCom. But he flat out whiffed. He whiffed.
That's the biggest thing is we see a lot of times umpires basically they don't want to call the strike because of the fact that he got crossed up a little bit. He catches the ball and drags it out of the box, drags it out of the zone. But the ball's right there, and that's his glove hand. I mean, at least gets, I think he got the glove on it, but it sure did whistle through that zone quite easily. And you're right. I saw your tweet, and I went back and looked at it again. Presley's face did not look very happy with the fact that ball wasn't caught.
I do. Maybe I should have put it in my opinion instead of like talking for Presley. I'll concede that. But Presley usually when he's mad at himself is more animated. Like he's usually he yells at himself. Like he'll like slap his hip. Like he's usually pretty animated when he's frustrated with himself. He was kind of biting his tongue after that pitch. And, to Brian's point, he got out of it, no problem. But just store that away.
There's 2 guys I had that could be on that were on good and bad.
What's that?
Because the other one was the Chas McCormick bunt.
Yeah. I didn't like that inning.
Thinking?
I didn't like that inning, really.
You don't like the sacrifice bunt either?
I think that Dubon was trying to drag. And if he doesn't, drag well, then it works as a sacrifice. No, I hated the sacrifice there in that spot for 2 reasons. Mauricio Dubon's your best contact hitter. In fact, he's one of the best contact hitters in the game. Like I'm not worried about Mauricio Dubon not putting the ball in play. Secondly, you're getting second and third one out for Joey Loperfido, who does what now? Strikes out a lot. The runner at third base with less than 2 outs, and the batter coming to the plate. You want somebody who's going to put the ball in play, not strike out 50% of the time. So I didn't like the situation. I'm fine with Dubon bunting in that spot if you have a contact guy coming up next. If he's batting ninth and Altuve's up. I don't like it at all when you have a guy who whiffs a lot batting in that spot.
Yeah, and it just doesn't make any sense from a Chaz perspective. 2 outs, 2 on in scoring position, and you're trying to bunt.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if he's going to try and claim that he was trying to like pop bunt it over the pitcher's head.
He was not.
That was
a
horrible bunt. It was a horrible attempt. It was a bad idea, and it brought me back to him trying to slap the ball out of France's glove at first base for Seattle. Like sometimes he just brain farts. Just a dumb. I don't know what he's thinking there.
Yeah, it's hard for me to compare the two. I would say that kind of mental gas is fair. Like running at first base and slapping France's glove, that was Bush League. Trying to bunt was like,
dumb.
okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to bunt for a base hit. He thinks he has a chance to get one down and beat it out for a hit. I mean, he's trying to bunt it just down the third base line, just fair, just foul, as the old adage is. But it was a bad bunt. It was a really bad bunt. I don't like the idea there too, especially after he homered twice the day before. Like he's okay. Is his bat getting hot? Like if he was in the midst of an 0 for 14, okay. All right, I can see what you're doing. You're trying, and he did that actually in that slump. He bunted for a base hit, and it's like, cool. You're struggling right now. Let's see you bunt for a hit, but he homered twice before in the game the previous day. I didn't like the bunt there. I thought Dubon's bunt was pretty bad too. Both were trying to drag, and neither one was a very good drag bunt. Dubon now, does get the sacrifice, move the runners over, but I didn't like it because Loperfito's up next, and he strikes out a lot. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rupert, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Rupert?
Yes, sir. How you doing? I got a question for Jeremy and Joel. I was at the game yesterday, and my question to you guys is, what are y'all thought about Joey Loperfito's throwing arm? It seemed kind of off to me.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Rupert.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think he's got a cannon by any stretch of the imagination, but I mean, I don't know what play he's exactly talking about, but I mean, you have a lot of guys in that outfield that don't have great arms. You got Chaz, you got Jake. I don't think he's out there known for his arm. I think he's speedy. He made some good defensive plays, but I don't know where you put his arm.
I think his arm is really weak. I think Joey Loperfito's left-handed, quite frankly. That's how weak I think his arm. And he throws funny. Like he throws from like his shoulder at like somewhere between like a sidewinder 3/4 slot, and he kind of shot puts it on top of that. It's almost like Phillip Rivers throwing a football. Now Rivers does have a good arm, but and Joey Loperfito hits left-handed. Like I wonder if Loperfito, this is out there. I wonder if like at a young age Loperfito like broke his left arm and like learned how to throw right-handed. I really want to know that because Loperfito, he does not have a strong arm. It's capable, like it's fine. He's not a right fielder. It's why I think he needs to be either a left fielder or a center fielder or a first baseman, although his athleticism gets lost a little bit at first base. But yeah, I agree with Rupert. I think he's got a poor arm. I've noticed that since the first time I saw him throw because these old eyes don't lie, baby. The first time I saw Joey Loperfito throw a baseball, I was like, ooh, boy, that guy can't throw the baseball. So I agree with Rupert. I have noticed that.
I don't think Jake has a great arm.
No, he doesn't.
And I can't stand his throwing motion either, but you're right, because I actually noticed it in the College World Series that more outfielders don't have the right kind of fundamental form with the way they throw the baseball. But now that you mention it, yeah, Loperfito falls into that category too, just from the release point and where it's coming from. It's awkward looking.
He throws like a little leaguer. Like, I really do think he's left-handed. Like, I'm not kidding, like, when I say that. Like, it sounds like I'm insulting him, and I am whenever I say that. But I legitimately think he's left-handed. I mean, he hits left-handed. Like,
yeah.
he hits left-handed, so why does he throw right-handed? And I know that there's people that do that. It's just natural to them or whatever, but they usually have a story. And because he throws so awkwardly, I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering.
I swing everything right-handed. I throw left-handed, but that was just because in the backyard, my dad said, whatever you feel comfortable doing. I can't throw right-handed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know it's...
But you throw well, so...
But it's a challenge. Like, I mean, and I know you're half kidding, but at the same time, I'm sure it's a possibility, but that's just... You would think somewhere down the line, whether it be in college or as he got into pro baseball, they have the time to kind of work with him and understand, hey, you're losing a whole lot, not coming from more up the, over the top and the way you're getting on top of the baseball, but...
Yeah, I mean, some guys just can't. Like, it's just their fundamentals. And, like, when they try, it's worse. Like, they're not accurate or they're losing something. And let's be honest, Joey Loperfito is not on a team for his defense or his arm. He's on a team because of his bat. And at Duke, he played mostly first base and a little bit of second. So, like, you don't really need a strong arm there. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Any other goods?
Just the fact that we mentioned a lot of them, but Chaz did have the two bombs. You sit down Pena on Friday night, but then he goes 4 for 8 over the weekend and had some big clutch hits and some RBIs over the weekend. So I would give him some love on his offense.
He was. Chaz has always had power going the other way.
Mm-hmm.
When he yanked a fastball at 96 out of the park to left field, okay, you were probably sitting fastball, but hey, credit to you for sitting fastball, getting the pitch you thought you were going to see, but then yanking it out of the park like 400 and something feet to left field. Chas McCormick doesn't have many pull home runs.
Right.
Chas McCormick has very few pull home runs against fastballs above 95 miles per hour. So seeing Chas yank a fastball out to left field that was plus 95, I thought was really impressive.
I heard their
Really
radio
good sign.
guys who said the exact opposite of what you said, because I was thinking more along the lines of the fact when he pulls a baseball, then I think he's back in the zone. The radio guys, and it was Kevin Eschenfelter sitting in with Ford.
Go Cougs.
And they were talking about how Chaz is really on it and he normally does go to right field a lot. So when he yanks one out to the right side, that's when he's on it. I'm thinking, no, when he actually can turn on a baseball and barrel it up, that's when you know that he's seeing the ball well.
Yeah, it's usually that case for like a normal hitter, but like Chaz is like the inverse of that. Chaz is the opposite of that old baseball cliche. I would admit, I would agree to that. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Mike from Cyprus, you're in the Hive. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I just want to give a little 2 cents on the throwing motion thing. So my son is a natural left-hander. He's 4 years old, and he can throw with both hands. So I was having a conversation with my neighbor about which way I should throw him. He played college ball, and he said, hey, you should try to push him to throw right-handed. And he can hit lefty because baseball's a right-handed game, right? So past middle school, unless you're an absolute stud, there's no high schooler in the country who's left-handed at third baseman, shortstop, or second base. So if you stick left-handed, then you're forming yourself into a pitcher or an outfielder. So because of that, I'm actually pushing my son right now to throw righty so that he has more options. So that might be why he bats left and he looks a little funky throwing right-handed. So
we're talking about Mike coming from a left-handed perspective too. But if he can pitch at all, your chances of being fast-tracked if he can pitch as a lefty are pretty darn good.
Yeah, no, for sure. The thing is, if you could throw gas as being a lefty, I mean, you got a shot right there, at least being a mid-level bullpen arm. But you just kind of you're putting all your eggs in one basket. So I'm still up in the air. We'll see how my son does. When he gets older, he might push himself into a true lefty, and then we'll switch that way. But just wanted to share that.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mike, and you might be onto something with that because he's right. Like it limits your defensive positions. If you're right-handed, you can play literally every single position. If you're left-handed, you're going to play first base or the outfield, and you could be a left-hand pitcher. Now, I would say that it's different now versus 20 years ago, because 20 years ago you had the loogie. You had left-handed guys that were specialists that would face one guy. Now the 3-batter minimum, it's diminished the importance of a loogie, quote unquote loogie. There are some pitchers though that do the dual thing. There's been a couple of guys that called up. There's a guy from Mississippi State who's going to be a first-round draft pick whenever the draft is next couple of weeks that throws from both sides. Now he's way better right-handed. They don't think he's got a big league left-hand arm, but it's kind of like. Still, like, what if he's your mop-up guy left-handed? Like, he's one of your starters as a righty, one of your 5 starters, and then, okay, you're up by 8 runs, down by 8 runs. Hey, go give us an inning with the left hand.
I want to say it might be in the Astros farm system, but I know there was a guy like that they designed a special glove for with the two thumb possibility, so he could pitch to different hitters with either right or left-handed, depending on the matchup. And that he's in the minor league somewhere, too. There are guys that have done that a little bit more frequently recently.
Yeah, there's a guy in the that made the bigs. I don't know his journey to the bigs, but there is a guy that pitched for the A's that was dual-handed.
Ambidextrous.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. I tried to put a baseball in Branham Baby's left hand because I wanted him to be a loogie. Didn't work out. 713-780.
But my 4-year-old, Maddie, because Taylor's a natural right-hander, and so I think, well, at least I'll luck out and I can just hand me down the glove and everything to Maddie. And then Maddie starts throwing seeds both ways. Weird. And I go, wait a minute, time out. And then I start saying, well, you got to step with this. She's stepping with the right foot to throw with each of the hands. And I'm going, I'm not touching it. If she can throw with both hands that way right now, I'll take it.
Did you all catch Mike's flex, though? The caller? Mike, the caller, his flex?
Which one? The neighbor caller?
No, my baby. He can throw with both hands.
Oh.
Both hands strong. Both hands.
The kid's 4.
Flex. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't start.
I mean, if he's throwing seeds.
I'm a dog. Yeah. Mike's baby's a dog. 713-780 ESPN.
Is that Angel Reese already?
That is, yes.
It is, yes.
That is. She's a dog. She's beat Caitlin Clark in a basketball game yesterday. I was disappointed there wasn't a hard foul in that game, though. Far more interested in that than who won the game yesterday.
Well, you are known for liking bounties.
Well, liking bounties?
Yeah,
I am a Bounty Gate fan.
you are a Bounty Gate person.
I do like
so.
physical contact and violence.
Did you watch it?
No, of course
I
not.
was going to say, because it sounded like you were actually watching
but
it on
I would have
TV.
I would have known if there was a hard foul because of the internet.
That's
like
true.
it would have went viral on, one of the social media platforms. All right, 713-780-3776. A lot of people want to get on the good, the bads, the ugly. So we'll get to our final good, bads, and uglies. And you're good in the bad. More good than bad, obviously. 713-780-3776. B's, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a few words for Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the Neograft procedure and also does PRP treatments. Essentially, let's just think about this like your lawn. And at a certain point, your lawn gets burnt spots, dead spots. You don't have any more coverage, and you got to either resod or you got to put some fertilizer on it. Well, that's exactly what Doc Linville does for your hair. Instead of the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem, he actually does something about the problem once and for all. Essentially, the PRP is like putting fertilizer on grass. Maybe you've got the follicles still there, but they're thin and they're brittle and they just don't look like they're going to be around much longer. The PRP actually rejuvenates and gets nutrition into the hair so that it gets stronger, it gets thicker, and you get better results on a daily basis in the way it looks. If you're too far gone for PRP, then you need to do what I did. That's the Neograft procedure. Doc explained it to me because I was not familiar with this procedure or the genetics of your hair. You never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So he takes some of that hair, repurposes it where you need it, like resodding. And in no time at all, that hair kind of takes shape and gets down into the roots. Next thing you know, you've got great-looking hair, and it's going to be with you for a lifetime because he's taking it from a spot where it never goes away. As a listener to ESPN 97.5, if you want more information, you get a consultation with Doc and his staff for free. It normally costs $150. Just go to 975hair.com. You go, set up a consultation, go in and talk to Doc and his staff. They're going to answer your questions, explain the procedures, and he can tell you right away, you need PRP or you need the Neograft. Either way, they'll explain all the details. It costs you nothing. No signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitment, just a question and answer session so you're more familiar with the procedures he offers. He's the best in the business. I did the procedure. I couldn't be happier with it. You might be the next in line to do it too. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Good, bad, ugly. 713-780-ESPN. 4488, good. We learned that Fromber can pitch to anyone. He pitched to Salazar. He didn't pitch to Yiner.
Oh, from a catching perspective.
He's talking about
I thought it was the
receiving.
lineup of the Orioles.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Didn't pitch to Yiner.
That's true. I mean, look, one of the kind of unsung goods has to be Salazar too. I mean, he's not only a fill-in catcher that's been doing a decent job, but he hits the ball too.
I like him.
He's small.
He's tiny.
Yeah, he reminds me of the kid that they let go that went to Stubbs, that went to Philly.
Yeah, you can see that from a
Smaller
stature point of view.
stature, catcher, but you can get it done.
There's a lot of short catchers, but they're usually fat.
Stocky, yeah.
They're usually fat. That's why Brandon Baby's going to be a catcher.
Your Tony Eusebio types?
He's taller. Eusebio's a bit taller, but yeah, pudgy,
What's
yes.
the big catcher
I mean,
in
Christian
Toronto?
Vasquez. Oh, you're thinking of, what is his name? Is it like Alejandro Kirk?
Yes.
that's it. 2 years ago, he was really good.
Of the Blue Jays.
Remember I went to the Rays game and I caught the foul ball because I'm an athlete. They show the height and weight at these games.
Mm-hmm.
He's like 5'6", 280. I think I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I'm not exaggerating by much.
Yeah,
he is
that's
a
wrecking
short
ball
man
right there.
that is very, very big. He's listed, and you know how these listings work. They usually make the guy out to be better, right?
Right.
5'8", 245. 5'8", I'm a couple cheeseburgers away from that.
That's a beefy boy.
That's a catcher's frame. Christian
mid-season,
Vasquez, Martin
he's more than
Maldonado.
245.
Probably.
Yeah.
Get a couple spreads in him.
Yeah.
He's probably coming in not necessarily in shape either.
No,
Like
probably.
If you're going to be 5'8", 245, I don't think you have an off-season diet.
No, but at the same time, coming in when the media department, they, like you said, they pad your stats early, and then there's no way to hide it by the time you get to midseason, and the buttons are being pressed every day on your uniform.
The only chance you have to being a short, fat athlete is to be a catcher. Maybe a golfer. Although there is a question if that is an athlete.
Yeah.
By the way, I was going to say you can be short in soccer, but you certainly can't be fat in soccer.
No, God, that's one of the best athletes in the world.
Columbia's staying right there at the Marriott.
Is that why they were all wearing the jerseys? I saw all the jerseys.
They were around they were waiting like across the street from the team bus, ready to get a look at their favorite footballer.
Huh.
Yeah, they played a night here. Good. The offense showed up against tough pitching. Bad. More injuries to the pitching staff. Ugly. Being up by 11 and still having to bring Abreu in for the save. Eric the driver. That was potential ugly. They avoided the ugly though because they didn't need Abreu or the big three the rest of the way.
Right. No, it could have been a lot worse than it was. And the fact that you end up walking away from the weekend with a sweep makes you feel a whole hell of a lot better than even if you win that game, it could have set you up for disaster the rest of the weekend. So thankfully, it did not get to that point.
Yeah, so you can't really use that. You can use it as a potential ugly, and it certainly was an ugly going to bed Friday night. But the Astros picked them up 6-9-2-7. I've said before that Jose Abreu, is a bad teammate, not necessarily attitude, more so ineptitude. The rest of the guys were tired of it. See, I would like to not believe that, but the record being the record, what it is without him, it's hard not to.
We touched on it at the time when we were trying to debate when he would be officially done, that even if you think he's the best teammate in the world and a great dude and a locker room guy and you're pulling for him, at a certain point, because you're chasing instead of being chased this year and every game seems to matter, if you're not putting your best possible lineup out there every day, you're actually setting yourself up to start games behind the eight ball. It's got to piss people off.
Yeah, I think there's something to it. I really do. 0002, you forgot goalie. No, I didn't. You can't be short and fat and be a goalie in soccer. They're usually tall and lean. That way they can cover more space. Like, you got to have range.
I think they're talking hockey there, Jeremy.
Can you be short and fat in a hockey goalie?
Well, I mean, fat.
You still got to stand on your head.
You fill up the goal. You fill up the box there.
That was well played.
Thank you.
I still feel like I'm a hockey noob. I'm not even a hockey casual, so I can't really defend myself here. I feel like there's not short, fat hockey goalies.
I can't think of any. Like, you think about back in the day, Patrick Waugh was one of the greatest goalies of all time.
That might be the only goalie I know. Okay. Patrick Waugh.
Yeah, there've been. I just can't think of a fat goalie. It used to be like the whole concept in junior hockey was just get a fat goalie that can basically clog up the entire goal area.
I think that's the joke, but like when I think of best goalies, at least in the modern era, I think of a guy like Dominik Hasek, and he was a mobile athlete that was fluid and moving everywhere. He wasn't just a short, fat guy that's just taking up space.
Yeah, I don't think that exists. You got to be
not
fast
that
on the
casual
skates.
because you didn't call him Patrick Roy.
Patrick Waugh. 60-36. Can you switch pitching? Can you switch pitching whenever you want during a game or an at bat? You have to declare before the at bat. So you can go batter for batter, lefty, righty.
But not pitch. That's what I was gonna say. Not in an at bat switch. You can only do it at the start of each at bat.
You have to declare at the beginning of the bat, like kind of the wind-up stretch when there's a runner at third. 6030, no one has more painful-looking throws than Hunter Pence. So gross. Pence was pretty bad.
He was very, not even mechanical. It was just awkward. Everything he did. Even his running was very weird.
Yeah, he was unorthodox.
Yeah.
5658 bad. Espada putting Bloss back out for the fourth after a 30-plus pitch, 30, what was it, like 34, 36 pitches? What did you think of that move by Espada, putting Bloss back out for the
I
fourth?
tell you, what I was watching, because I give the kid a hell of a lot of credit, because he actually did come out and pitch his tail off. I thought he got squeezed a little bit. But at the same time, whether he brought him out or not, I saw him wincing and grabbing his shoulder a lot in the second inning. It just looked like something he didn't feel comfortable. It didn't feel right. And it's a tough position for a spot on those guys to be in because they haven't seen him pitch nearly enough. But when the velo drops about 4 or 5 miles an hour, that's got to be the flag that sends you out to go get him anyway. But that was a tough spot because you don't want to tax your bullpen at the start of a series. And, he finally looked like he was settling in a little bit. He obviously wanted to be out there. But, yeah, I in retrospect, if you look back, I understand. After that big of an inning, you could have taken him out. Mm-hmm. What was his max pitch count for the year? Was like 84.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the 80s.
So he was pushing it anyway.
I'm okay with leaving him out there for the fourth. This is one of those arguments where I'm not going to die on the Taos Hill. Like, I totally understand the get him out after 3, protect the young arm. I also understand it's Friday. Our big 3 pitchers have already pitched back-to-back out of the bullpen. We're not going to have these guys available. Found out you did have Jose Abreu. This is one that, in my mind, goes both ways. I don't give Espada grief for leaving Bloss in. Now, I totally understand the argument that is opposite of that, though.
Now, the baseball savant did mention that,
Paul?
that Bloss wasn't a guy that they were going to consider for any kind of major league anytime soon. And I think that's not true. I think that
what?
He goes, Bloss is not a guy that's going to.
You talking about Paul?
Yeah, Paul Gallant said.
You said it today?
Yeah. That Bloss isn't the kind of guy that should get in the major leagues anytime soon, that they were counting on being in the major leagues. I was like, this is one of your better pitchers. He just threw out. In the minor leagues, look, as quickly as he has developed, because he was just drafted recently, the fact is that he's been climbing his way through the ranks pretty quickly because he's got a 5-pitch repertoire, because he's got a good fastball. He can do some things. That's a guy you want to protect if you can.
Oh, so he was saying, like, who cares? Throw him out in the fourth. You're not planning on using him going forward?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he might not be familiar with Bloss's game.
Right.
Yeah. I thought it was more like that was their mindset at the start of the year, like we're not expecting to use Bloss. Because, luckily Bloss, if you believe the Astros, which we're not going to believe, but if they are right this time, they said that they found nothing structural, just inflammation. They're not going to let him throw for 5 days, and they're going to build him back up after that. They're even thinking that as soon as his 15 days are up, he might be pitching again. Now, you can never trust the Astros, but if that is the case, yeah, I think Bloss makes more starts with the Astros this year.
Oh, no question. Especially because you don't know about JV, and then you're counting on 2 guys coming back. You don't know what their status is going to be, and because you've had so many injuries already this season, he's a guy that you feel more comfortable now, can plug and play. He's got that first start out of the way. His stuff actually translated fairly good to a really good hitting baseball team, to where you think, yeah, I can feel at least comfortable putting him out there, thinking he can keep me in a ball game for a couple innings.
I thought he looked pretty good.
Oh, he's got great stuff.
Yeah.
He works the plate very well. Like I said, I didn't think he was getting calls early on. You could tell he was a little nervous.
Soft contact, too.
But, yeah, that's the thing. He wasn't getting barreled up, and it looked like he knew what he was doing. I loved the interview with his dad when he was talking about the degrees and all the things and how it translates to how much he breaks down spin rates and everything on every pitch. You could tell he thinks through every pitch.
I'm going to call him the professor because he's a nerd.
That's a good call.
He looks like a young Phil Mickelson, too. You see it?
A little bit.
He looks like a young Phil Mickelson. I liked Bloss. I thought that he was good. Hopefully he's all right. One more bad, and if y'all have anything, actually one more good and bad, and it's health related. Luis Garcia looking that he's going to get a start in the Gulf Coast League soon. Okay. So that's good. The bad is JP France resumed throwing and then was shut down.
He's going to he just needs to take care of it, whatever it is. He's done for the year.
I think he's done for the
year. But
year.
Lance McCullers did throw in a uniform on.
He's another again? Did he post it on IG?
Yeah.
Man. That guy, Maven Coffee's own.
He's getting some work in, man.
All right, any other ones we have before we say goodbye?
Brian, you got anything else?
As far as bad, it's really just the bullpen.
All right, here's my fault. Say that again, Brian. I read this text and I was offended.
No, I'm not going to read it again. You're setting me up again.
Okay, 6269 said Bloss is getting TJ. I saw this tweet so many times when Bloss left the game. Let's have this lesson one time, because Dr. Branham's in session here. Whenever you have a shoulder, you can't have Tommy John. Shoulder's labrum, it's rotator cuff. Whenever you have Tommy John, it's to fix the UCL. the ligament in the elbow. Tommy John elbow, labrum, rotator cuff, shoulder. Stop when a pitcher leaves a game with a shoulder. Stop saying he's going to get Tommy John. Okay? All right?
Lesson learned, kids.
That triggers me. It triggers me because neck bone connected to the UCL. We all know that. 713-780-3776. Kelly Eco's going to join us at 4 o'clock. But coming up next, one of us is, well, we might both be back in. But who is back in? Are the Astros for real? Is this the start of more to come for the Houston Astros? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Sinlon is back. Sinlon never went away, though. In fact, if you want the best yard all the time, it's Sinlon. You might be saying, well, I got my yard back. Why would you ever let it go? Have Sinlon. And if you have Sinlon, you're going to have the best yard year round. Look, you're wasting. You probably mowed this weekend. You could have been inside having a pop, enjoying the AC, enjoying the family. You're wasting your valuable time dealing with your yard. The weeds, the dead spots, all these chores you don't want to do. Well, stop doing them. Sinlon is here for you so you can stop doing all the things you don't want to do. Sinlon, the evolution story of the AstroTurf, was made popular by the Astrodome, and now Sinlon, S-Y-N Lawn, wants to improve your lifestyle. Stop mowing, stop pulling weeds, stop throwing money into an ugly yard that you're embarrassed of people seeing anyways. Sinlon artificial grass is the best on the market. Look, use 30 minutes of your time. Half hour of your time. Get them out to the place. Have them take a look at your yard. Get a free consultation. They're going to give you an estimate before they even leave. Equip yourself with this information and then equip yourself with Sinlon, the best lawn you can have. It's the highest quality job with the resources to get it done quickly. That is Sinlon. It all starts with quality, top-shelf products made right here in the USA, fully insured, fully bonded. Sinlon even has their own in-house crews. You don't have to contract anything out. They don't contract anything out, which is a headache. We hate dealing with that. You don't have to with Sinlon. And they back it up, too, with their lifetime warranty. They put their money where their mouths are. And Sinlon's number one priority is making their customers happy. Perfect for your yard, whether it's your patio, kids' playground, your pets, the putting green you've always wanted. You'll have the perfect yard year-round without the stress and hassle. Get them out to the house. 30 minutes of your time. Equip yourself with the information, and you're going to be happy that you did. Head to 975sinlon.com right now to learn more. 975synlawn.com to get them to your place this week. And get started on the yard of your dreams, too. Sinlon, artificial grass, never looked more natural.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. 713-780-ESPN. Blankers is back. He's back in on the Astros. Blankers, why are you back?
I told you guys before the weekend I was going to wait till after the Orioles series. I did not expect a sweep by any means, but if they were somehow, some way able to take a team as good as the Orioles and win the series, that I would be back. And if I was impressed, that it would be even more so. Now when I'm looking at it, I'm like, I'm fired up about this team again because you didn't need Justin Verlander, but you got starting pitching, and we mentioned how good Blanco's been, but Fromber's back to being Fromber. You've got Hunter Brown pitching really, really well right now. And then you have just so many more options offensively for a team that we were critical of, that even when the pitchers, both relief and or mainly the starters, were good, the offense was struggling, had difficulty putting up, any kind of run totals that were impressive. Now you're looking at the run totals. You're looking at all the guys we talked about offensively. You're looking about Loperfido as a possibility. Chaz is hitting the ball again. I'm like, this is the team we expected from day one. And as crazy as it sounds, because of the fact that they gained, 3 or 4 games on the Mariners over the weekend, that suddenly they're right back into this Dana Brown, we got to cut that deficit in half by the end of July. We haven't even entered July yet, and you just knocked off a handful of games almost from the deficit just to win the division. I think between that and narrowing the gap for actually a wild card spot, my number goes way up on this. I'm definitely back in.
Yeah. What does Blank's graph say?
The blank graph is, I was thinking about where to put this right now. I'm going to put it conservatively at 37.5%, but I could go higher than that.
Yeah, I feel like that's low.
I actually got, you know what? Because I thought about it on the way here. I'm going to go 50%.
Well, that was a big jump really quickly.
That was very quick.
because I wanted to be conservative. Because I know that they're capable of falling off the planet again. But I just feel like this is it. This is the run that they're going to start. The schedule's not that tough. The Mets are playing better baseball. I think that they can go on a run right now as they're getting healthier. And I think that I think they're going to be a playoff team. I think they're going to be a playoff team one way or another.
36.5 to 50.
Yep.
With a little bit of pushback.
Yeah.
You're more impressionable than I am.
No, I was going conservative because I still wanted to. I want to keep continuing to see more. But what I saw from in the Orioles series, I'm totally fine. Say that's fine. I'll go. I think they're going to make the playoffs. I'm back thinking they're going to make the playoffs.
All right, so we're at 50.
Yeah.
Final answer.
Final answer.
Do you need a lifeline?
No.
All right, 50%. Blank graph. 713-780-3776. Where are you on the Astros making the playoffs? What do the Hive graphs say? 713-780-3776. I'm going to think about mine. I'm
here worried
about
about. I'm curious on Brian because Brian's so out that I just wonder if he's going to change.
Yeah, where's BMAC graph?
Well, I mean, I was at 0 last week. I am above 0 now. I mean, you can't ignore that they made up a couple games on the Mariners. But I still would put it well below 50%. Probably like 15, 20%. I've come up quite a bit over the weekend.
That's
but
a good jump, though, for you.
It is. I still have it low because
he jumped 15%. He did it in 3 days. You did it in 3 seconds.
I did.
But, I mean, obviously, we're going to feel, hopefully, really good after the Rockies and the Mets series coming up. But you look at July, they've got the Mariners, the Rangers. You go to Minnesota, you got the Dodgers. It's not a cupcake schedule in July.
Oh, but you could also think about it from the standpoint you could actually handle your business and make up even more ground with Minnesota for the wild card and in your own division with the Rangers and the Mariners.
The Astros are a 105-win team without Jose Abreu, guys. I mean, the math is mathing here. The proof's in the pudding. When the Astros don't have Jose Abreu, they're one of the best teams in baseball. Let's see what the Fangraphs projection has them at. The Fangraphs projection to make the playoffs, 44%.
Oh, really?
44%. So it's kind of in the middle of your 2 that you had, but it's far greater than the 15% that Brian might be the
pessimist. 15 to 20, but he definitely
might be the pessimist
the
of
black
the show.
Cloud of the 3 of us on this one.
Yeah, I think he might be the pessimist of the show. But it is crazy how the Astros, they jumped Brian up 15 to 20%. They jumped you up, what were you, like 15% last week? 18. So let's just do math easy because that
20.
helps me. That's 30%. No, if you're at 50.
If you round up from 18, I was at 20.
Yeah, 50 minus 20 is 30.
Okay,
yeah, so 30. And then, I think everybody's idea that the Astros are a playoff team have jumped up about right around that percentage. So what they did in one weekend has certainly curried a lot of favor for the Astros. But yeah, Fangraphs has them at 44% chance to make the playoffs, 23.5% to win the division, and then a 21% to make the to win one of the wild card spots. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Elpon, you're in the hive of the bees. Elpon, what's up?
Hey, yeah. So I was just wanting to call. Last week, you guys were talking about, if you would watch this season for a chance to make the playoffs next season, would you still be willing to do that?
Oh,
with, the chances of the Astros making the playoffs now.
Good question. Good question, Elpon. Appreciate the call.
I'm not scrapping this season. I believe that now the guys they got back and the fact that it looks like they're a fully capable offensive lineup again, I'm all in on this team making another playoff run, and so I'm not scrapping this season for the chance next season because I think they're going to be in both.
Yeah, Fangraphs ruined my computer. It won't move now after I went to Fangraphs. Thank you for that, Fangraphs. That's why I rely on Branham Graphs, these old eyes. I'm with you. Like they've done enough to convince me in one weekend that I'm not going to wash away this season. It was much different last week when there were 10 games back.
It really was.
And they lost the first game to the White Sox. They won 5 in a row since then. The Mariners lost some games. You're within 4 of the wild card. Give me 2024 back again.
And I kept saying, like, the barometer to me is, if it got 10 games and more, then it could get out of hand in a hurry. And they were playing bad baseball. They were finding ways to lose again. And suddenly you come in and you face a team that was as hot as the Orioles were, putting a 17 spot on the Yankees in the final game of that series, looking like that they were just red hot, and you just basically tamed them all weekend.
Dominated them.
And beat 2 really good pitchers of the 3. It was impressive to me.
Yeah, it was. 713-780-3776. What do you think the Astros playoff chances are? 713-780-3776. Kelly Eco covers the NBA, covers the Rockets for The Athletic. The draft, Wednesday night. The Rockets drafting number 3. What do they do? What are they doing in free agency? Some big names like Paul George, Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler have been mentioned in the same sentences with the Rockets today. We'll talk to Kelly Eco and have him break it all down when we return. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I'm excited for basketball. You have the draft coming up. And look, the NBA Finals just finished, and I'm still excited for basketball. You have the draft coming up on Wednesday. College basketball is right around the corner. Your kids are going to be trying out for the high school, middle school teams here pretty soon. AAU's year-round. You need to get your kids a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. The highest quality basketball goals you'll find, tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware, height adjustable, rust proof. You have to have the rust proof in Houston, and Pro Dunk does. But you can lower the goal all the way down to 5 feet, raise it all the way up to 10 feet, and their new Goal 4, you can do all this with a drill. Yeah, you just put the drill in there, lightning adjust feature. You can raise the goal from anywhere between 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. You're going to love doing it, and the kids are going to love the goal too. Their accessories are next level. Look, it can be a little hot in Houston in the summer, just a little bit. You might not want to play until the sun goes down, or maybe you have work. You can't shoot until you get home. So get the LED light kits for night play. Backstop nets. Don't chase the basketball around. And you can order everything, including professional installation online. Did I mention it's hot around these parts this time of year? You don't want to be outside installing the goal. Let the pros from Pro Dunk install the goal for you. They'll do it at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't have to mess with a level. Don't have to mess with a ladder. You just have to mess with the pros at Pro Dunk. You don't install. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do the work for you. Give them a call right now, 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Colt fan Astros will crap the bed here shortly. Don't get too excited. Signed, Colt fan. Nice. Go enjoy your politically incorrect AAA team, Colt fan. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Kelly Eco covers the Rockets, the NBA for The Athletic. Very busy man. It is draft week. Rumors are heating up. Kelly, what's the latest you're hearing from the Rockets as it relates to pick number 3?
In terms of what I'm hearing lately, the Rockets are now seriously contemplating the prospect of moving down to number 3. It's the flurry of calls coming in the trigger from teams trying to move up to 3 in hopes of getting either one of Reed Shepard or Donovan Cleveland. The Rockets understand this, and now they're prepared. They're trying to see, obviously the concrete offers won't come in until actually on the clock, but they're trying to see what teams are going to cough up enough future assets to get them to part ways with the number 3.
Kel, from the standpoint of, we've heard that they were dialed in on Klingon and Shepard previously, and you've been great about reporting stuff leading up to the draft. But the fact is they've got a ton of young talent on this team already. Is it one of the situations where they feel like what they're getting by whatever player they draft, they can still find for their needs, whether it be with a cheap free agent or, like you said, trading down to go about it a different way if one of those two guys isn't available?
Yeah, it's a combination of a number of things. Number one, the reason why they've had trouble bringing in top guys to work out for them is because, like you kind of alluded to, the Rockets already have their young core in place, and these agents of these young players, they don't feel like there's a ton of playing time for these guys coming in, this week. So, in terms of, if they were to move back and get someone in the draft class that's considered, pretty wide-ranging, the impact is not going to be that substantial, given that we're talking about maybe the 9th or 10th guy in the team. So, if it happens to be Reed or Coleman, great. They can also continue to get similar impact to somebody on the free market. They can somehow get that impact from someone if they move back to, 6, 7, 8 or onwards. There's that level of confidence in their young core to move up from a season where they were on the cusp of making the swing, now going into the next season where you kind of have to add something and you hope for internal growth and development. But you're not in a situation where you need the number 2 pick of this draft to come and say.
Kelly Eco hanging on by a thread on the HR&P guest line. Kelly, what if they stick at number 3? The Vegas odds right now say it's IRS. Reed Shepard. If they stick at 3, you feeling that Reed's the pick?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
If they stick at 3, Kel, are they taking Shepard?
Honestly, I think it's still Reed or Klingon. It all really depends on what the Hawks are doing at number 1, and that's kind of what's led to some of the hesitation and some of these draft rumors amongst the top 4 or 5 teams, because if the Hawks take Klingon, that could send off a shockwave of events from the Wizards on down to Houston, the Spurs were picking at 4 and 8, the Hornets at 6. Like, there are different things that depend on what the Hawks are doing, and because the Hawks have kept everything close to their vest, it's kind of hard to say this is going to be our guy. It all depends on really what happens at number 1.
So what's the package look like? If they're looking to trade down based on what they need, depending and we're talking about a draft that wasn't exactly highly rated coming in, but what's a package of what they might get in return look like if they do say want to trade down and get out of 3?
So what they're looking for is future picks that are either with no protections ideally or very loosely protected. The idea there is to have enough assets in the cupboard so if a star on the market becomes disgruntled, if someone like Donovan Mitchell, who's probably going to stay in Cleveland, but like a guy of that ilk, if there's another star on the market who wants out of the situation, they have enough young players, they have enough assets to pounce and add a guy to that mix.
Yeah. They'd be punting. They'd be punting, trying to collect some draft capital for a star potentially. 713-780-ESPN. If you have a question for Kelly. Kelly joining us on the HRP guest line. Kelly, I saw two rumors out there today, whether it's free agents, whether it's guys that might be moved in the trade market. Mike Scotto mentioned that Paul George as a potential option for the Rockets. Draft Express mentioned the Rockets could potentially have their eyes on names like Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler. How much do you think the Astros are the Rockets rather are looking for stars?
So in terms of someone like a Paul George, that's someone that they've discussed, but in reality, they don't really see the age and the contract, the timeline really fitting with the young core. Paul George is a guy that you add if you're in phase 2.9 trying to get to phase 3. He's not a guy that if you're coming off a 41-win season, you're trying to go get, right? He's a guy that you already add to, like a Clippers team or a Sixers team that already has, Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. The Rockets are not at that stage yet, so he doesn't really make a ton of sense for them, given this point, in their career. As with a guy like a Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, even like they need players that, if they're going to add a guy, it needs to accentuate the skill sets of who they already have on the roster and who's on a timeline that's pretty similar to what they have in place.
See, Kel, that's where when looking at this, it just seems like the guys and the names that are being floated out there don't sync up with, from an age perspective. Look, I think Jimmy Butler would be a great big brother to all the kids on the Rockets roster, but I don't think that they're going to be chasing chips. And you're talking about phase 3. I don't know that they can even think about phase 3 until after they move on from Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks because of all the money that they're consuming, regardless of what they're trying to do.
Right. So they're not anywhere near phase 3 yet. They're still firmly in phase 2. They just come off of a season where we're still a 41-41 team. Like, it's not like we're talking about a Rockets team that was on the cusp of 50 wins. This is a team that had a hot month. They ended at 41-41, but prior to that month, there were a lot of questions, remember, about this team and the progress or the stagnation that was going on. So they're still in a situation where they need to figure out what works best for them and what they really have in those young guys before they make any big moves.
Kelly Iko joining us on the HRP guest line. You can follow Kelly at Kelly Iko, NBA reporter for The Athletic, covers the Houston Rockets as well. Kelly, the Rockets, they picked up a couple of options on a few of their players, Jayshawn Tate, Jeff Green, Jock Landale, no-brainer decisions. How many of these three guys will be on the roster come opening night?
I will go into say 2 of them. I think 2.
Which one's gone? Yeah.
Which one you said?
Yeah, which one's gone?
I'm gonna say Jock and Jeff.
So with that being said, when you're looking at that from that perspective, are they any closer to making a decision on one or both of Şengün or Jalen and thinking about the kind of money and locking them up at all?
No, I don't think so. I think it's way too early. There's still, a big summer ahead in terms of what free agency pretends and what kind of trickle-down effects around the league, come on their doorstep. So I think we're still a ways away from that.
So we saw that there was inquiries about a Brandon Ingram, Şengün type move. Is there anybody on this team that's untouchable right now? On the flip side, we've heard now a rumor with Şengün in it. We've heard back and forth over the last year, trade Jalen Green, or they should be, or are they looking at, are there offers with Jalen Green? The way they look at this nucleus and this core, are there guys that are untouchable for this team, or is everybody a possibility?
So I would look at it from 2 ways. If you were to ask the front office, I'm pretty sure they have an idea of who they don't want to let go of. But if you were to ask Ime, I don't think he would have any untouchable on that roster. Especially, watching a team like the Boston Celtics win an NBA championship in the last couple of weeks and the team that he spent some time around. I don't think if he's comparing those two teams, there isn't anything that you would say that should assume that there's an untouchable on the Rockets roster.
Well, Kelly, should be a fun week. First time with the NBA draft going 2 days. How do you feel about that, by the way?
Well, the 2-day setup?
Yeah.
I think it's a money ploy, but, I mean, we'll see. I don't expect that to be that exciting at all, given second round.
You're not going to be following Bronny James?
You never know. You never know.
Yeah, it's so weird that it's an afternoon start, too. Second day, You're right there in the afternoon. Kelly, safe travels to the draft. I'm sure we'll catch up with you afterwards.
All right, thank you.
Kelly Eco, at Kelly Eco on Twitter, NBA reporter, Rockets reporter at The Athletic, and I think on a cricket. I think he was on
early on. It was not good.
He went from cricket to T-Mobile in a matter of seconds there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are your thoughts on Durant, Butler, Paul George? Is there any credibility to that? Also, let's make mock drafts great again. Let's make a pick for Rafael Stone. Who would we pick at number 3? Given a few options, we'll tell you next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
NBA, mock draft, ESPN. These are the 3 names we're operating with today. Just store this in the back of your mind. We're going to get to it in 7 minutes or so. Reed Shepherd, Stephon Castle, Matas Buzelis. 713-780-3776. 3 options. Which of those 3 is your pick? First, let's talk about these rumors that are out there. Mike Scotto. Have you ever heard the name?
Never.
I've never. He actually, he gets published by ESPN. He posted the idea that the Rockets are clearly in win now mode and would love to add star power to their roster with players such as Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, Mikal Bridges, and Brandon Ingram, as well as role players including Brook Lopez and Marcus Smart, being some that other teams say the Rockets could have interest in targeting with some names more far-fetched than others. So kind of word salad-y. They might like these guys. Some of these names might be far-fetched. So keep that in mind. But Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, obviously going to grab attention. Mikal Bridges, that's kind of been like this ongoing thing. I don't think the Rockets are offering anything what the reports are. Brandon Ingram, we heard last week that they were trying to get Alpi Şengün for Brandon Ingram. The Rockets hung up the phone on him. They were in, negotiations with Brook Lopez last summer. And then Marcus Smart, a guy that played for Ime Udoka. What do you think of those names and the, I guess, realism of those names?
I think the only realistic name is Marcus Smart, and I don't think he's a huge impact player for this team. He's the least priced of those guys. I don't see the fit with those guys. Like I said, I think that also those guys, when you start thinking about what they want, and Butler's looking for an extension, and he's going to look to be a hard negotiator, and he's also going to be looking for a guy that puts himself in the right position that he wants to be in. I don't think he wants to be that big brother around a whole roster of young guys and trying to make them better. I think that all those guys are hunting championships as well as big money. And I don't think they make sense. And if you have a Şengün, I don't think you want a Brook Lopez. And I don't think Lopez was a fit anyway. So when I look at those names, and especially the age differential with a lot of them too, I don't think they're good fits. I don't think that they would want to come here. I don't think that you would be best suited to have them on your squad. And yes, I think that individually they would make you better. But as a team, I don't know how much that they actually help you in the short term. So I hope they're out on all of them. I understand that Smart is an ex-Udoka player that he might want to have back.
Yeah, the Memphis trade kind of makes sense, where you trade 3 for 9, Smart, in a future first that doesn't have draft protections, and then you would have to fill in the salary, which would be easy to do. Rockets have tons of players that are making decent money on expiring contracts that they could use as trade filler. Those names I don't really do anything for me, like Durant, Butler, even Lopez. Like, is he an upgrade over Adams? Maybe slightly, but how much capital are you moving to make that happen? I think Ingram's not going to happen because I think they want Alpi. And then Mikal Bridges, like, I think if that were going to happen, that would have happened a while ago.
I also don't think that he's the caliber you're looking for. I don't think he's a tier 1 superstar type player to add to your roster.
I don't think they think that, though. I think that they look at Mikal Bridges as an additional piece to what they have.
But is that enough to do a whole lot more than phase 2-y?
No, but I mean, I don't think that exists.
Yeah,
to me, the best way that you get above phase 2-y is you develop your own. Like, that to me is the easiest path to winning, because what are the names that are available? Those names we just talked about. Are any of those names getting you to past phase 2-y? No. What will? Developing your own.
Well, that and the fact that you got 2 years left on both Van Vliet and Dillon Brooks. When those contracts go, now if you do what you said and you start developing your own talent, now you'll have the financial means to go out and start stacking the kind of guys that you're missing. If you find out these guys develop, but I'm missing shooting, or I'm missing, a guy that can do this, or a guy that can do that, or a 5 that can give me more in terms of rebounding, blocking shots with the ability to shoot the ball. Now maybe I can go out in free agency and kind of use my money I got back to go get those players, because I don't think that the fit is right. The synergy would be right with the age difference and everything and what they're looking for and what you want. So I think that this is who the Rockets are going to be for the next 2 years.
Yeah, that was Draft Express that mentioned the Durant and Butler. It was Mike Scotto who mentioned the Paul George as an option for the Rockets. This is one that actually intrigues me. Like, of all of them that intrigue me, this is the one that does. Now, price matters. Like, I'm not trading any of my core players. I'm probably not even trading the 3rd pick. But if I could get a Paul George for Dillon Brooks and, like, future picks and stuff like that, I think that's an upgrade. I think that makes the teams better.
It is for them.
I'm intrigued on what a Paul George trade would look like. Maybe the Clippers would be intrigued by a younger defensive version of a 3 as opposed to having Paul George, just to try to mix it up a little bit. So if I could get something like that, Dillon Brooks, first rounders in the future that are protected for a Paul George, that is something I would be interested in, because I think it does make you better. I think it adds more veteran-ishness to the Houston Rockets, and I think it's an upgrade that gives you more wins.
Look, I think that he is the most in his prime type player that could still get buckets and just be one of those kind of superstar type players for you. But I think that if you're the Clippers, you're going with a complete rebrand into a brand new arena where you are trying to, make a mark to try and take LA and surpass the Lakers and take them to another level. I don't know how you're walking away from Paul George and James Harden and kind of taking Dillon Brooks in a package that tries to make you somewhat better as a team. I can't see it happening. And the rumors that I've heard are the Knicks now are trying to get in on Paul George. The Sixers want to put Paul George with Embiid. So there are teams with winning aspirations that are ready right now to go to chase a championship that want Paul George as well. I have a hard time believing the Clippers would want to trade with the Rockets, except for the fact that they don't care where Paul George goes. I don't think the package coming back for the Clippers is what they want. If you can make it a three-way, maybe it makes sense.
You think the other teams can put together a better package than the Rockets? I don't think that they can. Now it depends on the Rockets' willingness to. I think that's where the line in the sand is. I think the Rockets could easily put together a more attractive offer than those other two teams, but who would they make available for George? I, for one, am hoping not many.
I think New York's going to offer Julius Randle to whoever would take him.
Yeah, I don't know if that's attractive.
I don't think it's an upgrade for the Clippers at all. But if you're just, if you're sitting there and you're hell-bent on you're going to lose him, then is that a guy that at least, again, in the short term is an all-star caliber player to add to the mix to where you can say, hey, at least we're getting an above-average player back for him? Because you're right. From Philadelphia's standpoint, I don't see how, unless you want to sign and trade for a Tobias Harris, which I don't think anybody should want at that money. But yeah, I don't think Philly can do it. Daryl would just love to have him with Embiid and the emergence of Maxey. That would be a great fit for them to upgrade their team. But what are you getting? Because I think Steve Ballmer going into that fresh new arena, that new toy, he's going to want, and they're doing a whole total rebrand on uniforms and logos and the whole works. And it's supposed to be this big splashy thing. And then if your team sucks, what are you going to do? I think he would ideally like to have Harden and George back.
Yeah, that's true. He does have a show on Hulu, though, so there is that.
Does he?
That's going for Ballmer. It's called Clipped. You haven't seen the previews of
No,
that?
that's not about Ballmer, though. That's about Sterling.
No, it's about the Clippers. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
All I hear is everybody bitching about who the actors playing all the roles.
It's pretty bad. I haven't watched it. It looks terrible. I'm not interested. I know that Al Bundy's in it.
Yeah, and
he plays Sterling. Right? Yeah.
And then Austin Rivers was not happy that Lawrence Fishburne plays Doc.
Yeah. I saw Reddick and Crawford. They on the podcast. They were talking about like who plays them and how bad it is. All right, let's make the mock draft great again. Operating from ESPN's latest mock draft, you have the option because Ricochet goes number 1 to Atlanta. He's the betting favorite now, by the way. I pulled the odds earlier today.
One.
Ricochet is the favorite now, according to BetUS.com. Ricochet is the favorite to go number 1 at -200. Sarr's not second.
Really?
Donovan Clingan now has the second best odds to go number 1 at +150, and Sarr's at +400 to go number 1 overall. Now the odds to go number 2, Sarr's at -600, Ricochet at +400, Clingan at +850, so it kind of backs up the number 1 pick claim. And then the odds on favorite to go number 3,
Reed Shepherd.
IRS. Isaac, I think it's his first name.
Is that really? I was wondering where the IRS came from.
No,
what's the I?
His first name is an I. I think it's Isaac. No, it's Isaiah. My bad.
Oh.
Isaiah Reed Shepherd. I want IRS in Houston, and the betting favorite right now is for IRS to be the number 3 pick. He's at -125. Klingen's +250. Ricochet +800. Castle at +850, and then Matas Buzelis at +1,000. So right now, IRS is the betting favorite to be the number 3 pick, but we know how this goes. We saw this with the C.J. Stroud draft,
right?
And how the odds went like that on draft day. So this can all change. But ESPN's mock. Zashir Ricochet goes number 1 to Atlanta. Alex Sarr goes number 2 to Washington. Reed Shepherd, the number 3 pick to the Houston. Stephon Castle goes 4 to San Antonio, and then Matas Buzelis goes number 5 to the Detroit Pistons. You're Rafael Stone. You're putting your feet where his feet once were into his shoes. You going IRS, Stephon Castle, or Matas Buzelis?
To me, it's a no-brainer. It's Shepherd. If you stick and stay, and that you're going to use that pick on your own team, the more intriguing thing to me is just if Sarr was available, would they consider it? Because otherwise, if they don't trade down, they need to take Reed Shepherd because he's 19. He can handle the ball. He's the best shooter coming out. He's got a 40-some-inch vertical, and he could fit right into the core of the young players you have to bring something that, quite honestly, they don't have, and that is more of a knockdown, spot-up shooter within his repertoire to add to all the young talent that you already have on this roster, so he can help you in that way alone, if nothing else, early on. I think that's the pick that I would make if I'm picking at 3.
I'm smitten with IRS, so give me all of the IRS. I want the IRS coming to Houston. Give me IRS.
If Sarr's there, do you consider it at all?
His play is weird to me. because I think he's Rudy Gobert. I really do. I think he's got a long way to go from being Rudy Gobert, but I think like that's his upside. I think he has more touch than Rudy Gobert. His offensive game, though, is kind of limited.
It is.
Like yes, he can dribble, but he dribbles very slowly. Yes, he has some touch, but he shoots the ball very poorly. He's very, very small. He's not physical. Whatever league he was playing in, he was getting bullied and wasn't getting rebounds against guys who were like not that good. So he fascinates me because of his size and like yes, he has some skill. He's got a long way to go.
Here's what I would hope would happen, because he was at the consensus number 1 pick going into this process. On draft night, if he falls to 3, he's available at 3, the Rockets trade offers get a lot better, because now there's going to be a team that wants to take that, that risk on potential and take a kid that they can sell to their fan base as well. Hey, he was, before the draft, he was rumored to be the number 1 overall pick in this draft. But regardless, he's got enough skill, because to me, he has a post-up game without a post-up body. I don't think he wants to face the basket and knock down jump shots. I mean, ideally, maybe he wants to, but he's best suited with the moves that he does have to be in and around the paint and the elbow.
Yeah.
It's just that he's not strong enough to hold his ground.
Or polished.
Right.
Or polished. Like, what he is at 7 foot, 225 pounds, with, like, the skill he does have, the ability to dribble, the ability to have some touch, the ability to chew bubble gum and be 7 feet tall at the same time. Like, there are not many people in the world that have what he has. He just is so far away, I think, from being a good NBA player. Now, is his ceiling higher than everybody else in this draft? I think that could be the case. I think that is fair to say that. He just has the furthest away to meet that ceiling.
Well, and people were saying coming into this draft, he could be the next, a poor man's version of Wembanyama. That's like a homeless person's Wembanyama.
He doesn't have that.
He doesn't have the height. He doesn't have the shooting touch. He doesn't have the face-up capabilities. He's not even close to Wembanyama.
I think he plays like him, but it is a very poor man's him. And he doesn't, like you said, he doesn't have the height. I don't think he has the speed. The handles might be somewhat similar. Like, I don't think Wemby has great handles, quite frankly. I would, if I were to draft an Alex Sarr, if I were to draft him and I'm like building this team on how I want my team to look like, I want him to be a rim protecting 5 that develops a low post game. And then maybe he can be a good shooter from 15 feet and in. I don't want him taking threes and dribbling the ball on the perimeter.
No, there's a guy that I'd like to get an easy tag to a drive-through window to put some weight on and get in the weight room. And then I'd like to have him spend a whole lot of time with Akeem and just realize that, hey, no matter how tall you are, if you can show your athleticism in this type of way around the basket and around the 15-foot mid-range area, you can excel.
Yeah, to me, best case scenario turns into Rudy Gobert. But there's not many 7-footers that are capable of doing what he's capable of doing. He's got a long way to go. Give me IRS. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who do you want there at number 3? Time for our Mailbag Monday. You can ask the Killer Bees whatever you want to ask. 713-780-3776. What's your message or your question for the Bees? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I keep telling you, it's getting hotter and hotter in Houston. We're going to be starting to flirt with triple digits anytime now. Your AC unit ready for it? Because if it's not, the time is now to get in touch with Vanderford Air and make sure that you can get it up to snuff or that they can check it out to tell you exactly where it stands before it gets too hot. And then when it's too hot to handle, you have problems on your hands and you need someone to call. That's why I always give you the phone number, 281-557-COOL. Lock it into your phone right now because you never know when you're going to need a good AC, man. But the fact is when you need an AC repair, you need it now. And that's what Vanderford Air gives you. When you call them within 24 hours, they will be there to see you. It doesn't matter how busy they are. It doesn't matter how hot it is. They are going to make the time and effort to make sure that it doesn't take days, let alone a week, before they get to your house. And once they get there, whether they're replacing a part or they're replacing the entire system, everything is 100% money back guaranteed. Most businesses aren't going to do that. They know that you need them. They don't need you that same way, and they're going to do the work, move on to the next job, and you know what? They're probably going to drag their feet if anything goes wrong or isn't to your satisfaction. That's not how they do it at Vanderford Air. They take care of you, and if you're not satisfied, you get your money back 100% guaranteed. That's why I speak for them. It's the best value at the lowest cost to you. They're going to absolutely ensure that you get the parts and the actual systems that are just to specs and they perform exactly how they're supposed to. and that their workmanship is also guaranteed to make you happy. And if the whole thing and everybody involved doesn't give you the performance guarantee you're looking for, it's 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. How can you beat that? You want all business to give you that kind of guarantee whenever you're doing business with them. And on top of it, they're going to guarantee that 24 hours after you call them, they're going to be there to see you. That's why I encourage you to put this number in your phone. You can check them out at vanderfordair.com as well, but lock it in now because you never know when you're going to need it. 281-557-COOL, 281-557-COOL, vanderfordair.com.
What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. King of Twitch and Largo are asking, how did we get so good looking? Probably because we don't sit behind our computers and watch people talk on their microphones. 713-780-ESPN. Poor Marine Phone asks, Mailbag Monday, would you rather play 10 years in the NBA, winning 3 championships, or play 5 years in the NFL, winning 1 Super Bowl, or 15 years in Major League Baseball, winning 3 World Series titles?
Well, to me, it's just all about where am I going to make the most money? And be the healthiest coming out of it. I think it's either the NBA or it's Major League Baseball, and then depending on what kind of player you are, I mean, I don't think you can go wrong with each. The average salaries are in the multi-million-dollar range. 3 championships, 10 years, NBA, probably sounds pretty good to me. Because with baseball,
this is tough.
If you're baseball, if you're a utility player, you're not going to make nearly the money.
let's say that your stature is the same in either league. Like if you're a GOAT, you're a GOAT. If you're tier 2, you're tier 2. If you're a role player, you're a role player. Like in either sport.
I think the more entry ability wise, if you're more of the role player or whatever, I think you make more money in the NBA than you do Major League Baseball.
I'm with you that the NFL's out.
Yeah.
The NFL's out. Like, I'm going to get CTE.
Right.
I'm only winning 1. I'm only getting 5 years in the league. It's a rookie contract plus a year. You're not getting tons of money there.
You might just get crushed on a play.
Yeah. I probably like to play baseball. I don't know. I like to play basketball when I was younger.
I'm taking NBA.
The thing is, like, 82 games versus 162 games, you don't have to ever worry about elements inside. Like, I think I'm going NBA here, shockingly. I think people would be surprised by that answer.
With NBA, with all the different outlets too, I think that you're gonna with 3 rings and all that money And the ability, look, we're talking about guys that are going right from their playing career to coaching careers. Look, and even if you don't get a head coaching job, Sam Cassell's added an extra decade or two of coaching jobs with more and more money.
Yeah.
Baseball's kind of the same way, but I just think the NBA, the money's better for the lesser than superstar players.
Yeah, I'd probably go NBA. Plus, you're getting retirement earlier. Like if you're
Right, I was
that's
gonna say, I'm only
5 less
putting
years
10
of
in instead of
working.
15, yeah.
I'm going NBA. Why were you surprised about the difficulty we were having to answer the question?
Well, maybe you just answer the question, but to me, if you're playing 15 years in one and 10 years in the other, that gives you 5 more years to make money. I would go with that, especially when in the question NBA and or titles won in either the NBA or Major League Baseball are the same. So I'll take the 15 years 5 more years to make money.
But 5 years sooner? I mean, you're probably going to get FU money regardless.
Sure.
So 5 years more of retirement and like living on your ranch and not having to deal with people.
What are we talking about? Retiring at 33 versus 38?
But
online
you're
poker
still a
all
young
day.
man.
And even if you don't, like Derek Fisher had 3 or 4 rings. Derek Fisher got a head coaching job and got massive. They threw silly, stupid money at him, and he never coached before. And then he got fired. He took the money, walked away. Like, you're going to make more money in basketball for sure. You could do it in baseball too as a coach. I think you got to work harder.
We can't factor that in though.
Baseball's a grind, man.
Yeah.
I love baseball.
I'm factoring in the fact that
grind.
as an assistant coach, you're going to make more money in the NBA than you are in baseball.
Right, but that's not part of the question though.
But it is, because instead of 5 more years of baseball, I'm still going to have the ability to make a good money if I just stick around basketball.
I mean, you could do that with baseball too, though. Like if you're Martin Maldonado, you can manage the day you retire. Or you can work at broadcasting. I mean, there's the same possibilities I think exist for baseball, and there's more jobs in baseball because you have the minor leagues. Now you don't want to toil away in the minors, so like that's the added element. 8341, are you talking about the love of the game, or are you talking about the money? I'm talking about money and then life happiness.
Yeah, just overall, the fact that I got to put 5 more years of effort into playing baseball. I get out at 10 in the NBA. I got 3 rings. I'm assuming I stay relatively healthy, and I got tons of options.
This guy says the Dylan Brooks contract makes me want to just say the NBA. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Beast? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, what's your question for the Beast today?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I'm going to keep it simple this week. Would y'all rather travel to all 32 NFL stadiums, or would y'all rather go to all 30 ballparks? Thank y'all. Have a great day.
To me, I'm gonna go ballparks. I think there's a great mix of more modern baseball stadiums, and you can still get to like Fenway and Wrigley and some of the older parks. And for me personally, that would intrigue me a great deal with some of those cities too. And I've never been to like Camden Yards. I've been to a lot of the NFL stadiums, but I really want to see all the baseball stadiums.
I've been to more baseball stadiums than football stadiums. Now, doing all 32 NFL teams would require doing it more than a year. You can't do that in 1 year.
True.
You can do the 30 ballparks in 1 year if you're really, putting your foot to the gas. I'll go ballparks too. But I would really enjoy to do both of them. But I'll go ballparks.
I think ballparks is the easy answer because I mean, as we get further and further into the future, the football stadiums on the outside, there is some uniqueness there, but a lot of them are coming cookie cutter. Whereas baseball
is pretty badass.
Yeah, it is. I'm just saying with baseball, though, there's so many more unique, I think, experiences and setups at the ballpark with Fenway, with Wrigley Field, even some of the newer fields, like with where the Pirates play. You can see the city and the river in the backdrop. I just think there's way more unique experiences visiting baseball stadiums than our NFL stadiums.
I would agree with that, and like baseball will have that. But what football is going to give you that baseball won't is game day atmosphere. Because game day atmosphere will be better in football.
But I'm thinking Vegas' new stadium, SoFi. Now you're talking about the creme de la creme of like modern day technology, but it doesn't have that overall feel around it. Like
it doesn't have the charm.
Yeah, exactly. You can go to Coors Field and the warehouse district and the way they built around that is cool. Like I said, if you go to Camden Yards with the buildings right there backing up to the stadium and all the kind of history around that, that's really cool. Then you can go to the modern stadiums too.
I've been to Camden. You got to be careful.
Is that right?
You got to be a little careful. You don't go too far off the beaten path.
Yeah, because we talked.
Omar might get you.
Baltimore's a little dangerous.
Bubbles out there making trouble.
Bubbles might make some trouble. 3311 Blankers inspired by Joe Mazzulla's quick success in the NBA and the J.J. Redick hiring. What former NBA players turned coaches have had the most success, in your opinion, with and without prior experience?
Man, I mean, recently you can say Jason Kidd did a hell of a job. I don't think in his first stop and go around he was ready for it. And I guess Giannis liked him, but no one else really did. But he did a hell of a job. I think Doc Rivers is up there. But when you start talking about former players, I mean, you can say Phil Jackson. He's the winningest coach in the history of the league, and he was a hell of a player and won a championship with the Knicks. So you could say Phil's probably at the top of the list. I'm not a big fan, but
yeah.
I mean, I'm not a big fan because I think he inherited a lot of really good teams.
Pat Riley obviously would be up there.
Pat Riley's another one. Yeah, first Rocket. He was the draft pick of the Rockets, and Rudy.
Yeah, Phil would have the resume.
Yep.
He would have the resume, the discussion on this one, no doubt. 713-780-3776, 6860. You can have one of the big three teams in Houston go on a dynasty run for the next 10 years, but during that time, the other two teams will be the worst in their leagues. Who are you picking? Didn't we live this with the Golden Era?
We basically
kind
did.
of lived this. All right, so next 10 years, one of the big three, dynastic run, the other two, worst in their leagues.
I think football's king. I think that if you took the Texans, I think that you would have a lot of happiness. So I'll say football.
I'm going to go with the Houston Cougars here. 713-780-3776.
Even though it says one of the big three.
They are. They're the big one. Who's your Mount Rushmore of Houston sports? We're going to have some Mount Rushmore fun this summer.
Bit Steeler.
Kinda. It's going to be like a bit audible. It's going to be like quasi bit stealer, but not quite.
Every Saturday in the bullpen, Mount Rushmore +1.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant the big cat.
No.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm talking selfish, baby. The Saturday show.
Yeah, but
I
want to do it a little bit differently, a little unique.
All right.
It's Mount Rushmore season, according to Big Cat. 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Bees? Lamont's asking me, because Lamont said he was growing some okra He's been growing okra this year, this season. He said, I told him that I used to grow okra. He said, outside of okra, what other type of veggies have you grown? So I was big into gardening during COVID. I took it up as a hobby because I couldn't do anything else. Okra was good. Jalapeno. I did the tomatoes. Assassin
green
bugs
beans, peas.
He asked me, Blankers. He didn't ask
sorry,
you.
I thought you asked us as part of the show.
No, he said, hey, Branham, what other type of veggies have you grown? Squash, zucchini, green beans, peas. The tomatoes I had better luck with cherry tomatoes than I did the bigger tomatoes. Green beans were growing like crazy. The snap peas were growing like crazy. I like the zucchini the best. That was pretty good.
I'm not a fan of zucchini, so I wouldn't.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't like zucchini?
No.
I love zucchini. Bell peppers, jalapenos. I try to grow everything. Yeah, cucumbers.
Cucumbers are pretty easy to grow.
Cucumbers, yeah, because I like the sun.
Yeah.
Okra, I found okra to be the easiest to grow because very low maintenance. They love the sun. Jalapenos were like that too. Yeah, I kind of miss gardening a little bit. I just don't have time to go out there and tend to the garden each and every day. Yeah. I did enjoy it. but it was just too much work. 713-780-ESPN. Sweet tea or lemonade?
Lemonade
Both.
for me all day, every day.
I don't like the that feel it gives you in the back of your throat
from the sourness and
the
the acid. Yeah, I just don't like tea.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I've never acquired a taste for tea, and I know it's really big down here, but I grew up on lemonade in the Midwest.
That's understandable coming from you. That's not understandable coming from Brian.
Born and raised here in Houston, but I hate sweet tea.
I love sweet tea. I grew up on my grandma's sweet tea. Pick one, so sweet tea for me. Pick one, I think lemonade's overrated. Pick one. Astros win 2 more titles in the next 5 years. Texans win 1 in the next 5 years, or dynasty run for the Rockets.
What you want or what's going to happen?
He said pick one. So what you want, yeah.
Texans Super Bowl.
I'll go Astros 2 more titles over the Texans 1. It's more parades. Give me more parades over less parades.
You big parade guy?
Big fan of parades. Love watching them on the television. Corey, why has Cassell not had a head coaching shot?
It's a good question. I think that there's a lot of people that think Sam's really good at connecting with his players, but then there's a lot of people that believe that because he connects with his players, if he actually was the head guy, would he be able to have the respect and the command of his players when it got to kind of brass tacks time? I think Sam has definitely he deserves a shot. If you ask me why, I think that's why.
Yeah. I think it's because he ran around like this whenever he was a player.
He did that, yeah. Yes.
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Didn't Joe Boo do that in Major League as well?
Yeah, but he was never a manager of a baseball team. No, I think that's a deal breaker to some.
You do? I don't think it has anything to do with it.
That's a deal breaker. Once you do that, you're done in your sport. You can't be a manager or a head coach if you're running around like that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. That does it for our Mailbag Monday. Who are the best undersized athletes of all time? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now, a word from our good friends at Bull Shirts. Bull Shirts, you don't even know if you may need them or not, but you need them because especially with all the things going on these days, from things in your personal life, like family reunions, and things that you got going on like tailgate parties or get-togethers where you want to do shirts, or the fact that you have a business and you want to take care of some of your valued customers, or you're sponsoring a golf tournament or a hole at a golf tournament, and you need the tent that goes on the hole, or you need all the great gifts that you're going to give away. That's why you go to Bull Shirts. And all you need to do to get the process started is go to bull-shirts.com and see all the different ways they can help you. Because like I said, you might not even realize all that they do. Now, in the name, it says Bull Shirts because they've done shirts for the Astros and the Rockets for years, and all those shirts that they give away and the ability to get shirts from those two teams has been facilitated by the people at Bull Shirts a majority of the time. But they do so much more, and they can help you because they're local. That means that you don't have to go and order your shirts from New York, New Jersey, or somewhere halfway across the world, hope they get here on time, and then hope that they are exactly to the standards and the specifications that you asked for. Nope, you don't have to deal with all that. You deal with someone locally, because then even if there is an issue, they can fix it. From quantities to design to everything in between, they'll make sure you get it and it gets back to you at the time of your event. Check them out today, bull-shirts.com, and see all the different ways they can help you out. Koozies, cups, mugs, they've got them too. It's going to be amazing to you when you see all the different ways they can help you. They can do embroidery or they can do screen printing, and they do the best work. They are fantastic. Otherwise, the big teams in town wouldn't trust them. You should trust them too. Tell them I sent you by. Go to bull-shirts.com.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Desert says playing online poker every day, golf during the day, poker at night. It's Granado. Just describe Granado, except there's
just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Just there's a little bit of radio mixed in there in the morning. I want to get rid of the radio and just do the golf poker thing. I got a ways to go, though, to hit that. 713-780-ESPN. The Texans hired a new social person, I think, that creates content. I think. I don't know this for sure. I think I saw the application or something. But they asked Tank Dell. They've been producing some really good content on Texans Twitter, though. But they asked Tank Dell who his top 5 undersized athletes of all time were. Go Cougs. Now, I do find this to be sizist. Why didn't they ask Laramie Tunsil who the top 5 most undersized athletes of all time were? Why aren't they asking Titus Howard? Why did they ask this to Tank Dell?
It's a fair question. It's a fair question. Yeah,
sizest is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. You should share the wealth, spread it out,
Do
take
both.
a poll, try and get some other guys involved. But yeah, it has the indications of going in that direction.
It's very sizest. So it does bring up the question: who are the greatest undersized athletes of all time? Tank kind of has it going on right now. The city of Houston might be the capital of undersized athletes currently in the world. You have Tank Dell on the football side of things. You have Jose Altuve, who might be the biggest, the biggest or the smallest giant in Major League Baseball history. You also have Fred VanVleet. Like, Fred VanVleet's a small guard in the NBA. Yes, he's a point guard, but he's a small point guard relative to all the other players in the NBA. Tank's top 5, and tell me what you think of them. Maurice Jones-Drew.
Okay.
Not bad. It's a pretty good one.
It's a bowling ball. He used to be known as like the
Huge
bowling ball.
ball.
Yeah, he was strong.
He was physical.
Yep.
Dre would have hated him. He didn't like physicality in football. Darren Sproles.
Yep.
Darren Sproles is a really good
He's
one.
on my list.
He lists 2 fighters, 2 boxers, Gervonta Davis and Floyd Mayweather. Thoughts on those?
Floyd Mayweather should get credit. I think more people are thinking about like big 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, Floyd Mayweather also because he came from didn't he come from like featherweight all the way up?
I mean, he was kind of always in like that, I don't know, the weight classes in boxing. I hate those answers, quite frankly.
Why?
Love Tank Dell, go Cougs. I hate those answers. Boxing's the one sport where they put size requirements in the sport to level the playing field. Like, you don't do that in football. You don't do that in basketball. You don't do that in baseball. You're not like, hey, you're going to go play in the 150 league. You're going to go play in the 190 league. You're going to go play in the 6'2" and over league. You're going to go play in the 6 foot under league. So I don't like that he had boxers in his top 5. I would never have a boxer or a fighter or any sport that has a weight class as one of the most undersized athletes of all time. They are fighting with like fighters at their size.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, it's
I don't like the boxers here. I think Tank's on Bad Take Boulevard for those 2.
I mean, overall, you're completely correct. That's exactly what I was about to say. The only credit I would give to Floyd in this conversation is he did completely embarrass Canelo Alvarez, who's gone up and fought as high as cruiserweight, like it's a 180, 190-pound man.
Yeah.
So Floyd Mayweather has beaten up some much larger men.
What did they weigh in at for that fight?
I believe it was a catch weight of 154.
And they both hit around the 154.
Right, but you have to remember they have the 24 hours though to rehydrate, and Canelo was a bigger man going to the ring.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's a fair point. I still don't like it. And then Spud Webb was his final one.
Yeah.
I always lean Muggsy Bogues.
I was going to say Muggsy Bogues had a better NBA career. Spud Webb got more run because of the dunk contest.
Of the 2 short basketball players, I was always a Muggsy Bogues guy.
Same.
You're also missing one that ties into your fact that Houston could be the home of.
Who you got?
Calvin Murphy is the shortest player ever in the Hall of Fame.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's the shortest player.
What's his listed height?
Calvin Murphy, and now it depends on the stories you hear.
Okay.
But his listed height was between 5'8" and 5'9".
Yeah.
And he also said he wore 9 pairs of socks to make himself taller.
What?
Yep. He used to wear 9 pairs of socks.
Now, is that urban legend or is that legit?
I asked him one day on the plane, and he said, I used to wear a lot of socks every night. I don't know if that's 9, but he used to give himself some more height. He would wear a ton of socks.
That's crazy.
He is the shortest player in the Hall of Fame, and he also, like from a college perspective, I want to say his senior year, he averaged 40 at Niagara.
I know he led the nation in scoring, right?
Yep.
Yep. I've been reading the book that you lent me.
Yep.
I didn't realize he was such a prestigious boxer.
Oh, we've seen it. Because we used to say pound for pound before Roy Jones, Calvin Murphy was the greatest fighter in NBA history. But if you go back and look, too, he was not afraid to just basically throw a haymaker at just about anybody at any time.
That's crazy. I didn't realize that he had that in him. He's got the drum line. He's flamboyant.
The baton, he was a world champion baton twirler. He was a boxer. And then everything he did on the basketball court at 5'9".
He's very unique, that Calvin Murphy. Yeah. How is Dell supposed to know of all time? Isn't he like 20? Yeah, but maybe he's a historian. Maybe he's a student of the game. Keith says Hack Wilson. Blankers, how tall was Hack Wilson?
Off the top of my head, I mean, it was always skewed because of the fact we were so far away, and even in black and white, I couldn't tell.
Nate Robinson says 1.872.
I can't forgive him for that travesty of a dunk contest Nate Robinson had.
Missed
though.
it like 9 times.
Oh, that was the dunk contest that killed it for me.
That's what did it for you? To me, it was him getting knocked out.
Oh, that's in the boxing match. Yeah.
Who did
that was the dunk contest.
Wasn't
way
one of the
before
Paul
the
brothers?
boxing
Wasn't
match,
one of the Pauls?
Was it Jake Paul?
It might have been. I don't remember.
I think it was Jake Paul.
Can I throw another Houston ties guy out there?
Yeah,
Dante Hall.
The X Factor.
Yeah.
He went to
Was he the
Nimitz.
joystick?
A human joystick. Yeah.
Human joystick. Who's the X Factor?
He went to A&M too.
Yeah, he did.
I think he was both.
Was he both?
He was both.
Yeah, Jake Paul knocked out Nate Robinson. That's a good call. He was a great special team player. Not so great at radio though. He walked out on Stoots.
I heard that.
He flat out left.
I was there that day.
Were you there?
I was there in the building, not on the show.
Didn't
But
he
yeah,
get
it was
mad at
awkward.
His own A&M. Didn't he get mad at Lopez one time
I
too?
don't know.
I thought he got mad at Lopez
I
once
mean, he
too.
runs through him though, doesn't he? Lopez talked.
Well, that wasn't what he was mad about that day. Apparently, he didn't want to talk about Brock Osweiler anymore.
That's what. Oh,
yeah,
really?
he walked out on it.
Yeah, 12th man, the 12th co-host. Spud Webb, Doug Flutie, Jose Altuve.
I had Doug Flutie on my list.
Flutie's a good one. Who else you have on your list?
I had Murph, Flutie, Muggsy, Darren Sproles, Altuve, and Dante Hall.
Those are good. My list ended with Jose Altuve. He's easily the best one.
Sure.
Spud Webb won that dunk contest hands down. Yeah, he was able to clear the rim. Devin Hester said it was the human joystick. Joe Morgan, he was really good. You're going to find a lot of baseball players here. I would guess 5'8", 5'9".
Really?
I would guess that, yeah. There's going to be a lot of baseball players.
Yeah, going back, I mean,
you can be short
Jimmy
and play
Wynn
baseball.
was known as the toy cannon. I'm not sure what his listed height was, but I'm guessing he would qualify
I think
for
he
this.
was 5'8", 5'9".
He hit the furthest home run in the dome, didn't he? They had the seat painted.
Yeah, they had the seat painted, yeah.
Charlie Ward, love.
Charlie Ward's not that small. He played in the NBA, and he was 6 foot whatever. He played quarterback at Florida State.
Yeah, you can be a small quarterback in college, but
Yeah.
I agree with you that he wasn't that small. No love for Casey Candell. It's a good call with Casey Candell. I think you could look up to Casey Candell. Gary Player. I have trouble putting golfers on my undersized.
If you go walk
list.
a PGA Tour event, you'll be amazed at how small almost all of them are.
Barry Sanders.
Yeah, I think Barry Sanders is a good call.
I think he's pretty small. Muggsy, Altuve, Ichiro. I don't know if Ichiro is undersized.
But by the way, to
I
whoever
wouldn't consider him
texted that,
undersized.
Wikipedia, Dante Hall, given the nickname the human joystick.
Yeah, well, that guy's an idiot. Then maybe we should put him on Bad Take Boulevard.
Yeah.
Wes Welker says 6167. Personal favorite, Scotty Brooks. A bunch of Spud Webbs. Webb's getting more than Muggsy.
Huh.
Yeah, I
think that's the whole hype of the dunk contest.
Probably.
Could we throw Drew Brees in this list? He was
Sure.
pretty
Yes.
short for a quarterback.
Yeah, good
Absolutely.
call.
He was
Very
short
good
for a
call.
quarterback.
Yep.
Deuce Vaughn. Does Tom Cruise count as a small athlete? That's funny.
He's
no,
a short
he
king,
doesn't.
but
Yeah.
not an athlete.
I hear a lot of the actors are a lot smaller than we would think.
I think that's true.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. John Randall, that's a good call because he was small for a defensive tackle. How about Brian Westbrook? He was small. It's not bad.
Yeah.
No, tennis players don't count. They're all short.
Running back here, I mean, he was a little bulky, but Dominic Williams, whatever you want to call him, he was 5'9", had 2 really good years here as a Texans running back. I think he qualifies for this.
Yeah, he would be on there. Someone said Rey Mysterio.
619.
Ozzie Smith. Ted Ginn Jr.? Smallish. He was smallish. The thing with Ted Ginn is, like, he was kind of based on his time, like when he played. Like, if Ted Ginn played now, I don't think you would bat an eye about his size.
No, the size of wide receivers has gone down.
Recently. Yep.
Honey Glazed Branham says Bryce Young. He's got to do some stuff.
Think about how small like Devontae Smith is.
Yeah, he's so skinny
too.
He's one of the lightest receivers that has played in the NFL prior to Tank. Earl Boykins, that's a good idea. Kenny Pickett. Oh, Kenny Pickett hands.
Oh.
Kenny Pickett hand. That's a pretty good call. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Sorry for the short conversation. Astros are back. The Astros are indeed back. 713-780-3776. Why do you think the Astros are back? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, a word right now from MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. If you're looking for a spot, there's some big games tonight. You got the College World Series final. You got the Stanley Cup Game 7. You want to put some money down and make that game even more entertaining, even if you're not pulling for either team? Go to MyBookie.ag right now, where you can cash in before you even put any bets down just by using our promo code BET975. Any and every time that you get a chance to put in a promo code, if you put BET975 in as your code, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get some cash in your account, and you're going to have more money to bet with, and of course more games to bet on, and that means more chances you can win. MyBookie.ag is constantly taking care of their customers, and there's so many ways to enjoy MyBookie, whether you're betting on sports, or you're playing in their live casino. That's right. They have live dealers standing by with a live casino so that you don't have to go to the casino. The casino comes to you in the comfort of your own home or on your phone. You could be doing blackjack, poker, and so much more with live dealers. Even roulette. It's awesome. And the bonuses, if you're new to MyBookie, you can get a first deposit bonus right now up to $1,000. If you're already a customer at MyBookie, they have reload bonuses to maximize your deposit. As I always tell you, just go to mybookie.ag, and every time you see a chance to use a bonus, use our promo code BET975. It's the best online sportsbook and casino around, and as I always tell you, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
King of Twitch says, who's the girthiest around the midsection at 97.5? I might be in the running there.
I'm definitely in the running.
Of all the... Yeah, but you're not talent. Only on the weekends.
You called me talent like a month ago.
I always say that. It's my joke. What'd you say?
No, you called me talent. I remember. I don't remember exactly what I did to, at least I guess temporarily, earn the label.
I think
talent.
it was voiceover work.
Was it voiceover?
Oh yeah,
you were doing commercials.
That's what it was. Yeah. But you haven't done that in a while, so you lost all your talent. Of our lineup, we might be the fittest in town. Like if we had an anchor man, all the networks are like facing off and having this like battle royale, we might be the fittest. Because, like, I mean, you go Granado, Lance, like, they're in pretty good shape for their age, especially Granado. You know, Lance, but not bad shape, not awful shape. Dell's in good shape. Paul's in good shape. Joe, Me, Blanker's in good shape. Like, that's pretty good for, the lineup. If you go...
La Lima on 790's in good
All right, so let's go there first. Lima's in good shape. He's got big muscles. La Muscle, I think I call him.
Okay.
Quarterback 1, not bad.
Not
Maybe
bad.
he's probably in Lance shape, and then he's got past athleticism.
I think he's stronger than Lance.
Right, but I'm talking about in terms of, like, letting it go.
Oh.
Like, they're probably similar, but he does have more athleticism, obviously.
Okay.
What's, I don't know anything
Then
about
it's
Stan.
Gordy and Northcutt?
Yeah, Northfleet, I think.
Northfleet.
I don't know what he looks like.
I don't know.
Gordy, I think, is probably, my size-ish.
Like, yeah.
Midday, Matt's skinny. He's skinny. Matt is skinny. Ross, I don't know. I don't know.
Ross is in good shape.
Ross is in good shape.
Yeah.
And then their afternoon show, the A's, where Clanton's in good shape
shape
because he wears the Afflection shirts. And then Wex is probably probably similar to me. And then let's see, Highway to Hell. You got
Payne's in good shape.
One of the P's is in good shape, and the other P's in much better shape.
Yeah, he's lost weight.
Yeah,
That's
Sean's
not
been
bad.
taking good care of himself.
They go to the midday after that, which is right now. I don't
Just
know.
Lopez.
They got a little less fit with one of the members
They did
leaving.
get less fit.
Yeah.
The show got collectively less fit. And then they go straight into the afternoon show,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, Sterner and Hughley.
Baytown Baddie's in good shape. We don't call him the Baytown Baddie
And
for no
Hughley
reason.
lost like 100 pounds.
Yeah, but still a little bit hefty.
True.
So which lineup do you think is then the best shape of the three?
I think it might be us.
I think it might be us.
And Bajani doesn't count because he's
It's
right?
too late. Yeah,
Okay.
we all go to sleep.
But then
by
we got Glenn Davis too, who's in great shape.
We do. Yeah, we might not
And
have
Booker
anything.
T's in great
And
shape.
Booker T.
Five-time. He's not in such great shape. He's really
You were
not.
throwing darts today.
I mean, I've seen him walk through an airport. He struggles.
We're not talking about that. We're just talking about fit.
That's true. He is. I mean, that's part of fit.
Hey, don't worry how far,
Oh,
don't
come on,
bring
no,
up how
that's
far he
a
gets his
Well,
drive.
if you're going to say that for him, you
Just
got to
worry
say it
about
for
the fact he's still
QB1.
strong.
The ability to walk, I think, would classify as one's fitness.
I was looking from purely just an LB situation.
We don't
Being
have
able to fit into a reasonable waistline.
We don't have one of the big three teams on our station. We don't have anything else going for us, but we are the fittest. We are the fittest of the three.
Booker T doesn't have to walk to his enemy to beat the hell out of him. As long as
Hell,
he's
he
within
won our
arm's
fight.
reach.
He won our Fight Club bracket. He must be able to walk a little bit.
How old is Booker now?
50s?
He's older than that, I think.
Think so?
No, I think he's in his 60s.
He's in his 50s.
Booker's been around. Booker's been in, Booker was in WCW whenever I was like 6. That was 30 plus years ago.
Well, I just thought he was about the same age as Taker, and Taker's just below 60.
I bet you he's close. Okay, maybe he's close to 60. He was born in 65. So he's 59.
Ooh, yeah, so I'm right. He's in his 50s.
You just by a hair. Just by a hair. All right, so
Seth Payne's kind of went away from the football body now, right?
Yeah, he's gotten slimmer.
Yeah.
He looks good. Yeah, I think we got this.
I think we'd be all right.
I'm going to sit in the back and just be like the mouthpiece and let all of y'all do all the work.
If we just do it like in Anchorman in like a parking lot setting, as long as Lance can't trip over anything, I think he's all right.
We just can't let Lance carry the trident because he'll impale himself.
The trident. Let's see if anybody has anything to say about. Somebody said the smallest athlete was Seabiscuit. That's brutal. You can't use Seabiscuit. Seabiscuit was on. Remember when ESPN had the greatest athletes of all time?
Yeah.
Do they include Seabiscuit?
They include Seabiscuit on that list. Yeah.
How about Simone Biles?
Simone Biles, maybe, and she's from Houston.
That's what I'm saying. She's from Houston too.
Oh man, that's brutal. Lance breaks bones playing disc golf. Yeah, if he breaks bones playing disc golf, wait till you see a radio station fight. He's gonna break other people's bones.
Have him walk through a crosswalk in Indianapolis.
17
anything worse.
1779. I better hope Booker ain't listening today, brother. What's he gonna do? Hit a spinner Rooney and then say, "Can you dig it, sucker?" Like it's fake. He's not a real fighter.
I have never hated you more than I do right now. Wow.
So many darts being thrown
Use the
now.
F word.
What's he gonna
Should've
do?
dumped
Fake
that.
punch me and pin me for a 3 count? Like what?
Oh, Jeremy.
He's gonna give me a fake kick and then I have to sell it. Like what's he gonna do to me?
I think he could take you.
He's gonna give me a fake elbow drop from the top rope.
I would take Booker with one leg and one arm in a fight with Jeremy Branham.
I can outdrive him. He does hit a 220. Blankers is right.
There it is. It's coming. I knew it was coming.
Somebody said, "Don't forget Stoots." Well, he's not on radio.
He's not with us now.
Yeah. Oh, he said, "Why didn't Stoots call in for 610 day?" I don't know why he didn't call in for 610 day. Why didn't Branham call in for 610
why
day?
didn't I
Because
call
I'm
in for
employed
610 day?
somewhere else is why I didn't call in for 610 day. All right, the Astros are back. Why do you think the Astros are back? 713-780-ESPN. Why do you think the Astros are back? 713-780-3776. This is why the Astros are back, guys. They swept the Orioles. The Orioles are one of the best teams in baseball. They didn't stand a chance against the Astros. Outside of 2 innings, the Astros dominated the entire series. Don't look now, but the Astros trailed the division by just 6 games. They trail the wild card by just 4 games, and also you jump teams in the race. It's not as congested. Boston has a half-game lead on Kansas City, then only 4 games back of Boston. You are tied with Tampa Bay. We mentioned this earlier. The Astros are 22-12 without Jose Abreu. That means they're 16-28 with him on the 26 man. So you have that element. Astros were 15-10 during his minor league assignment. They were 7-2 since his release, 647 win percentage, which is a 105 win pace over a full season. So for all of those reasons, the Astros are back.
And take it further than that to say, can you get better? Well, when you add all-star Kyle Tucker back to the lineup, you can get better. With your pitching, if you add Justin Verlander back to your lineup, you can get better. The fact is, without making a move at the trade deadline, you're getting those two guys back at some point, and then you're looking at Garcia and you're looking at McCullers as possible reinforcements from the starting pitching perspective. You might get Penn Murphy back in the bullpen. He might be able to help you, whether you get Kendall Graveman or not. So there's even more help coming for a team that has been dinged up with injuries all season long. And then the guys that were underperforming, not named Jose Abreu, Chas McCormick is starting to hit the baseball. So now he's a more viable option for you to play on a more consistent basis. With Abreu out, you know that the way that Dubon has been hitting the baseball, no matter where he plays, he's a better offensive option than most of the guys that were being force-fed to you by certain positions when management was taking a bigger role. But now with Loper Fido and with Dubon and the versatility of those guys added to the fact that there's no more Abreu and Chas is hitting, there's a lot of reasons to think this team can get a lot better down the stretch.
Yeah, there's reinforcements on the way. Like, that's the added element.
Right.
And you know what else? Like, another factor in this? The Astros haven't had one of the best players in baseball for almost the entire month. Like, they're 7-2 post Abreu. They've done all of that without Kyle Tucker. The Astros have been really good in June. They haven't had Kyle Tucker for most of June. Like, so all those reinforcements, and they're winning ball games without one of the best players in baseball. I look at the stat leaders every Monday. Kyle Tucker's still like top 5, top 7 in WAR. He's still top 5, top 7 in OPS. Kyle Tucker, before he got hurt, and I hope that he still will be this way, and I have confidence that he will, is one of the best hitters in all of baseball. And they've been winning games without him. So you bring, like, once you get him back, knock on wood that he comes back and you stay healthy, all of a sudden that lineup starts to look a little deep. Like, a lineup that has, whenever there's been injuries, hasn't looked very good at times, becomes pretty dang deep.
Yeah, and you weren't, and previously we were saying you weren't even trying to put your best lineup out there. You were force-feeding Abreu into the lineup every night. You expected that Chas had to be the player he was a year ago, so you were force-feeding him more times than not until he spent some time on the IL. When he came back, he wasn't very good. So you're doing all those things. You're not doing those things now. You're putting your best lineup out there where you have all that. And let's take a look at the Orioles series from the standpoint of, one, a guy like Blanco, who you were still every single start saying, okay, against better competition and better competition, is he going to still be the same guy? He was. Fromber seems to be straightening it out between his ears because we know the stuff is there. So he's been really, really good. And Yordan really didn't play a major role in beating the Orioles in 3 games. And Yordan is your best hitter in that lineup, especially with Tucker out. And the fact that he's been getting better and better, but he hasn't been the kind of Yordan we've expected and grown to be accustomed to when he's been playing since he's put an Astros uniform on. There's so many different reasons why the ceiling is so high, and the potential is this team can get really, really hot and really good here pretty quick.
Cranker says Lance McCullers will save them with his coffee. 9440, huge Astros fan here. Didn't the A's sweep the Astros the last couple of years? Just keep winning series is all I'm saying. Yeah, they have. I think the Astros at times in the past have played down to competition. Maybe they still are, and they're playing up to competition when they play good teams. Just keep winning series. You're right. That's what they have to do. Keep winning series.
4 of the last 5, 5 of the last 6. They've won the series.
I think it's 5 of 6.
Yeah.
It might even be 6 of 7.
The series, the last.
They've won 3 in a row. They've won 3 series in a row. The last series that they lost was, I think, the Twin series.
It was here.
At home over the weekend?
Yeah, it was here.
Which kind of stings because the Twins are in the wild card race.
Right.
So, like, that's one that you hope doesn't cost them. Let's see. They won Baltimore. They won the White Sox series. They won the Tiger series. That's 3.
Yep.
They lost the Giants series at San Fran.
Okay, there you go.
So that's the one that they didn't win. That's 3 of 4. They beat the Angels. That's 4 of 5. They beat St. Louis 5 of 6. And then they lost to Minnesota previously. So they've won 5 of their last 6 series.
That's
and
awesome.
they've won 3 in a row.
Yeah, and you know, to the listener's point, look, there were times when the Orioles were one of the worst teams in baseball, the A's were one of the worst teams in baseball, and the Tigers were one of the worst teams in baseball. The thing they had in common, they all swept the Astros in a series. It happens. But the one thing, as much as people expect, kind of unrealistically, they should sweep them. They should sweep them. They should sweep the White Sox. They should sweep all these teams. As long as you keep winning these series, you're going to be all right at the end of the year, and they're making up a hell of a lot of ground.
3062, Chaz needs Dusty's pudding. He had something going Saturday. So there was that. The Astros are back because the pitching figured it out and reinforcements are coming. I think all those things are true. Alex said I have to run out of the studio before Booker T gets here in 3338. I would not mess with Booker, LOL. What's he going to do, cut a promo? Oh, Branham's terrible. Can you dig it, sucker? Five time. What's he going to do?
You're actually getting me to laugh out
5798, real body slam. Cool, through a padded table. Like, why should I be scared of a fake fighter?
I heard McAfee.
I'm going to dump you the next time you use that F word.
McAfee said today that when he was trying to flex his money, he bought a wrestling ring and built it in his like barn, and then realized how much it hurt just to bounce off the ropes,
or to take a fall.
Yeah,
like taking a fall is not easy to do.
I mean, he has wrestled
Yeah.
several matches in WWE.
He's taken a couple bumps. He said, "I'll take a Booker T bump."
I mean, hell, McAfee has had a steel cage match.
Did he?
Yeah,
Did
it was.
Really?
He did an angle in NXT.
Was that the Cole thing?
Yeah, with Adam Cole. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so scared. The fake fighter. 713-780-ESPN. Why are the Astros back? And a serious question, because we're very serious on this show. Is Paul Gallant a baseball savant? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Honey Glazed Branham, what I learned today, any athlete in any sport can be a professional wrestler. A lot of times you don't even have to be an athlete. 4965, why have the Astros improved? Not only because they swept the Orioles, but because Jim Crane finally pulled his head out of his bad word when it came to Jose Abreu.
Maybe he just pulled his head out of being involved in his fantasy baseball team on a daily basis, at least not as frequently.
Crane?
Yeah.
Playing fantasy baseball?
That's the way he treats this team.
Yeah. I think he allows others to play fantasy baseball with it. And as long as they're favorites of his.
You know, they all went in together to own the team. In terms of running the team, anyway.
Yeah. 4-2, Aaron says, since the Astros rock bottom at 7-19, they've gone 31-21. It gets overlooked. They have been slowly and steadily getting to this point. That is true. They've been playing better baseball. Like they have some moments where it frustrates you. They've had some ugly wins. They've blown some easy wins. They have been playing some better baseball. Speaking of baseball, do we have our very own savant when it comes to the sport of baseball? Like you think of our lineup and you think of the great baseball minds. You think of Blank. You think of Branham. You think of Granado. You think of Del Olaleye. We've never thought of Paul Gallant as a great baseball mind. But were we being foolish in our ways? Were we erring with our smartness when it comes to the one baseball savant, Paul Gallant, last Friday talking about this series coming up between the Astros and the Orioles?
I want my sweep. I want my sweep. I brought a broom.
I was going to say, you only get one, Paul.
I got the Tequila Sunrise jersey on. It's Nolan Ryan on the back. In honor of going down to Alvin yesterday. I want my second sweep. 2 out of 3, it would be nice. It is the Orioles. They are arguably the best team in the American League. They just smoked the New York Yankees yesterday. I want my sweep. This is the last stand. This is your World Series. Show up at Minute Maid Park this weekend. I hope that we are all pumped right now. This is literally possibly it, okay? And, it's weird being the rah-rah cheerleader guy.
I mean, I love it.
But with this team, I have done it so many damn times. We're doing it this weekend. It's going to be a sweep.
You know why he was in Alvin, though? He was in the gentleman tasting room. You'll love what's not in it.
That's right. That's exactly right. He wasn't enjoying every minute of it.
He sounds a little bit white, elitist, whiny, give me my juice box now, 12-year-old, kind of, a little bit, demanding his sweep like a spoiled baby would. But maybe Gallant's the savant. We didn't know we had a baseball savant here. Maybe it is indeed Paul Gallant. Serious question. Is Paul Gallant a baseball savant? 713-780-3776.
The answer is no.
Whoa, shots fired.
No, it's just reality. He'll tell you himself if he's being completely honest. He's not the biggest fan of baseball. I think it's boring and it's slow and it's uneventful unless teams are winning and dominant like the Astros. And so he admits it. So he made a great call, and I'm glad that it came to fruition. But there's a big difference between that and being a baseball savant.
I think you're selling him short. I think he is a baseball savant. I think he understands the nuances of the game better than anybody. I think he understands the ebbs and flows of the game better than anybody. And the reason that he hates baseball more than like we love baseball is because he's mastered it and he's been bored with baseball. Once you master something, you become bored with it. You lose interest in it. And I think that's why Paul says, well, they're too long. They're not that fun. Why? Because he's mastered the game of baseball. Why? Because it's Gallant the savant.
So does he say RBI or RBIs?
I know he says RBIs. You know why I know that? Not because I've ever heard him utter those words, but because he's a baseball savant.
Of course.
Only the baseball noobs and casuals say RBI, not RBIs.
You got BMAC shaking his head.
Like Carl Ravitch.
This entire half hour, BMAC has
It's
done
been
nothing
one
but
personal
shaking his
attack
head.
after the other. He's calling wrestling fake. We're rehashing the RBI debate for the 5,000th time.
I kind of did it purposely after the wrestling thing. I was like, well, you might as well have some more fun.
Blankers was stirring it up. Yeah, Brian loves me until the last 26 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of you this hour.
What do you think, Brian? Is Paul a baseball savant?
No, clearly. Baseball Paul is obviously a baseball savant.
Yeah.
Savant rhymes with Gallant. I think the math checks out.
I think so, too. Like Joe Espada, the most interesting manager in the world, Gallant should have gotten the job. Gallant should be the manager of the Astros.
Did anyone else predict a sweep of the Orioles?
Nope.
Ozzie Guillen?
Did he?
Okay.
Oh, Ozzie Guillen. Well, I mean,
because Paul got into it with Ozzie Guillen.
I was trying to
and
find
Paul
the
was trying to tell
connection.
Ozzie Guillen at the time he knew more baseball than Ozzie Guillen.
he was right. I mean, between Paul and Ozzie Guillen, how many managerial jobs did they have collectively?
One.
No, none.
Not now, but they've had in their career.
And he got fired multiple times.
Has
Did he get
Paul
fired
ever been
twice?
fired from
Paul's
a
never
Major
been
League
fired
Baseball
as a
team?
baseball manager.
No.
Not as a manager, no.
Yeah, Ozzie Guillen's has been whacked twice as a baseball.
Oh, that's right.
Manager.
He was in Miami too, right?
Yeah, he was in Miami. He's been fired twice. Paul's
right.
never been fired. Never. And we're calling Paul
As a
not
manager.
the savant as manager.
Right. I was going to say, because he's actually outwardly talking about other firings, but not as a manager.
Yeah, he's never been fired as a manager.
Don't dig into his business.
He tells it on the air.
Yeah, I've been fired here. So this place has fired me before. So there's no shame there. 3338, there's no debate. It's RBIs. Thank you, 3338. Too much General Benz, says 0834. I think he's talking about Paul.
No such thing.
I think he's talking about Gallant. Yeah, there is no such thing because you're not going to fill it in the morning.
Of course, the first thing I thought about was the rhyme aspect that Brian brought up, too.
Yeah.
Gallant the Savant. Yeah.
9953 just tuned in. I hope that reference to an earlier conversation was out of context, and one of you did not actually believe wrestling is real. That's what I'm saying. 39953. These jabronis think that Booker T is going to do damage on me because I'm talking trash about a 59-year-old because he was a five-time sports entertainment champion.
So first off, 6-time, and he's a professional wrestling champion. He will kick your bad
So
work.
the sports entertainer can't even count right?
Hey,
He only counts to 5.
5-time flows better.
He never
It's for
counts
the
to
promo.
6.
It's for the promo.
He doesn't even know how many times he's won a title. He's been knocked up on a fake chair too many times.
It won't take him even 6 seconds to knock you out. It won't matter. He doesn't have to count past 5.
He couldn't catch me in 6 seconds. He
He
can't
won't
move.
have to. You'll be this is a tiny room. You'll just reach out and grab
What is he
you.
going to give me, the finger poke of death?
No, it's not Kevin Nash.
713-780-ESPN. It's my birthday week, if y'all haven't figured that out now.
I was going to celebrate, not anymore.
I celebrate birthday week. I don't do the birthday day thing. I do birthday week.
I'm a dog.
I do birthday week. Which places do the best birthday giveaways? I've already gotten a couple of offers in my inbox that are quite frankly insulting. Quite frankly, they're insulting. I need better birthday giveaways. Which places do the best birthday giveaways? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Alex says, I fear for Branham's well-being. All these wrestlers are going to get him. Watch out for the nature boy Ric Flair. He's going to woo me to death. That's what Ric Flair is going to do. Yeah. That was me getting wooed to death by Ric Flair, in case you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Ric Flair can't have a wrestling match without nearly dying now. I think you're fine.
UFC guys are different.
What's that?
UFC guys are different.
Yeah, I'm not messing with UFC guys.
They are not afraid to go after radio hosts.
And they're real fighters.
Yes.
They fight. They don't act. Alex Branham, do you want The Rock to drop the people's elbow on you? I bet you that's so painful. I bet you that hurts so much.
I don't think he could survive that. I mean, he literally. I mean, Jerry Lawler had a heart attack off of getting elbow drops from Dolph Ziggler. I don't think he could survive a people's elbow.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt me so much.
You're not gonna survive it, Jeremy.
6167. There's a reason you're 5 times because you lost 6 times. Good point. Yeah, he might be a 5-time champion, but he's lost it 5 times. Would be 6. This one says there would only be 3 hits: Booker T hitting Branham hitting the floor, and Brian hitting the dump button because Blank says a bad word upon seeing it all. That should have been a rhyme, I think. There should have been a mixed-in rhyme. There will only be 3 hits: Booker T hitting Branham hitting the floor, and Brian hitting the dump button because Blank says...
Hollered for more.
Yeah, there needs to be a rhyme. That should be a rhyme.
Yeah.
That needs to be a nurse. That needs to be a rhyme. I like that one. You said hollered for more? Mm-hmm. Well, I don't appreciate that.
How about Blank ran for the door?
I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be running for the door.
You just saw what he did to Jeremy. You got to get out of dodge.
I didn't say it to him. He ain't mad at me.
I'm just saying you don't want to be next.
I'm just saying he ain't mad at me.
I don't think he can go out. I don't. Yeah.
You don't think he'd catch me anyway?
No, I don't. Believing Booker T can beat you because he was a wrestler is the same as believing Cillian Murphy could build an atomic bomb because he played Oppenheimer.
I saw it. I watched the movie for like 3 hours. He could do it.
3338 says birthday week. How basic? I am a basic. Mostly half. Well, I'm not mostly white. I'm half white.
And I'm Mexican.
And I am half Mexican. Yes, that is right.
I finally had an opportunity to use that drop. Oh, my God. I've been sitting on that drop for a month.
Must have been uncomfortable.
I am half Mexican.
And I'm Mexican.
I am. That is true. Josh from Seabrook, I don't know if I would call Paul a baseball savant, but I like the fact that, why wouldn't you call him a baseball savant, Josh? But he says, but I like the fact that Paulie G launched a precision F strike like a tactical nuke as the Astros bombed out Baltimore. He was very willy-nilly with a very select word there.
He knows he has one with the dump button. I mean, you could say one and get away with it, but it's still rather risky.
What do you mean? You can because you.
Well, yeah, like
live.
If you were to drop it right now, I have an 8-second delay that would eliminate it. But then if you said it again, we'd be in trouble.
I don't think this show's been dumped.
I don't think so.
I mean, if you want to try it now,
I've been dumped twice.
One for soccer, right? With the even.
Yeah, and then I mispronounced the first base coach's name. I'll let you guess which one.
No, I think you explained that.
Did you? Have you ever been dumped?
I believe one got by.
Yeah.
And they didn't
got
catch
by.
it. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I believe back in the day of the Suspects, I think one got by.
Yeah, we didn't.
They weren't as bad as the guys I worked with, but yeah, one got by.
3338 birthday week. How basic? Yeah, it is my birthday week. So Blankers, I can send you my address if you want to shower me with gifts. We can call it Branhamka. You can give me a gift each day this week. I've been getting
cakes in the past,
which I think is a little weird.
Why?
I think I've told you this last year, right? That I think it's odd if one grown man's buying another grown man a cake.
I brought it in for the whole show, but to honor your birthday.
Yeah.
Someone's got to bring in a cake.
I appreciate the gesture, but I do think it's a little weird.
Well, so once you called it weird, I didn't have to buy them anymore.
Yeah, it is. It's June, but it's a little weird. 713-780-3776. Should a grown man buy another grown man a cake for their birthday? But which places do the best birthday giveaways? I've already been offered... You know, if you sign up for the apps and stuff, you have to put in your date, so they'll give you like a free whatever.
Sure.
Which places do the best birthday giveaways? Because this is going to be my breakfast, lunch, and dinner all week. I'm going to go to each and every one of these places that's offering me free things. I'm going to eat like a king for a week and gain 15 pounds. So I've been offered 2 already, and quite frankly, I'm insulted. Kane sent me an offer for a free 22-ounce drink.
Yeah.
We're ringing in my birthday this year with a drink. Not even your biggest drink.
Terrible.
Yeah. That's insulting to me a little bit.
That's pretty weak.
I know some people higher ups at Cane's. I'm gonna send them a Karen text is what I'm gonna do. And then Corner Bakery, which I like Corner Bakery salads. Their chopped green salads. Very, very good. They sent me a something sweet. Free something sweet. Because, they do the pastries and the scones and the muffins and the cookies and stuff like that. They sent me something sweet. So, are these decent offerings here? Or should I be insulted by what they're offering me on my birthday week?
Is Grimaldi's still open?
I don't know what Grimaldi's is.
It's a pizza place.
Okay.
You get a free large pizza with one topping.
That's pretty good.
That is good.
That's a dinner for the family.
One.
That's right. That's a good one.
This is going to be like a drink on my way to work. This is going to be a snack on my way home for work. That's actually like a dinner.
That's a meal.
That's a meal.
Yeah, because most places give you a drink or like a dessert.
There's a couple like Fogo de Chao. I mean, gives you I think it's $25 off their full churrasco.
Yeah,
you're still spending like $20
no, it's
on
not
it.
true.
What's that?
Churrasco's or the
Fogo de Chao.
They had that $44 special right now.
Yeah, and
but
you get $25 off.
I don't know if you can get just probably 2 offers on top.
Yeah, I don't
of
think
each
you can double coupon it.
I've used it multiple times, even when they've had deals going. They still honor it.
25% off that lunch.
No, not
special?
25%. $25 off.
Even off the 44 thing.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I've done it multiple times.
That's Fogo de Chao for $19.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian.
And there's a chain of Tex-Mex restaurants. They've got a couple of different concepts: Gringos, Johnny Tamales, Jimmy Changas. They're mostly out in the southeast side, but they'll send you $15 off of like a $15 coupon on your birthday.
That's legit. Like $15, a free pizza. That's like a 22-ounce drink. Yep. That's weak sauce.
Yeah, that's weak canes.
A cookie. That's weak sauce. A pizza. $15,
Yeah.
$25. That's legit.
Yep,
that's
no
more.
doubt.
That's more than like family members give you.
I think you get 10
Whenever
wings
you're
at
young.
Hooters.
What's that?
10 wings at Hooters.
Oh, is that right?
So then you get some wings.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah. So what are the best
What do you mean?
birthday offers that are out there?
I'm being a white knight. Sorry, it was a bit.
Are you
713-780-3776. LeBurge gives the best birthday giveaways if you're a rewards member. Well, we're a Golden Nugget company, so
That's right.
So
Well, we're out at LaBerge this Saturday, though.
who was that?
Yeah,
I thought you were at the Golden Nugget.
Yeah, me, Joe, and Sean we're out at LaBerge this Saturday.
Oh,
noon to 3.
Okay, that's my bad. We're a LaBerge
Equal
company.
opportunity sponsors.
We're a LaBerge company, so we can do that. Kirby's Steakhouse in the Woodlands will give you a free dessert. Also, I'm a bartender, so I could buy you a drink, buddy. I live about 10 miles from that Kirby Steakhouse.
Okay.
Seems like you should stop by.
What kind of drink we talking about, buddy?
Is it a gentle bin?
Yeah, do you carry gentle bin at the Kirby Steakhouse in the Woodlands, buddy?
Twin Peaks says free chips and queso for signing up on your and on your birthday you eat free.
That's pretty.
There's
good
another
deal.
meal.
Chips and salsa for the birthday. I'm a
Chips
big
and
fan.
queso.
It's worse. I'd rather have chips and salsa than chips and queso, quite frankly.
In general or just there?
In general.
Really?
I'm more chips and salsa than chips and queso.
And I'm Mexican.
That's probably why. That's probably why. Eric the driver says Jimmy John's gives 1 free sandwich for signing up for rewards and 1 free sandwich for your birthday. That's 2 sandwiches for free.
Do you
That's a
really
good
want
deal.
2 Jimmy John's sandwiches, though?
I can have 1 for lunch. I can have 1 for dinner.
Yeah.
You don't like Jimmy John's?
No.
I like Jimmy John's all right.
It's not. I mean, it's not Subway bad, but no, I don't particularly enjoy it.
What's your Jimmy John's order?
Jersey
I
Mike's
don't
is
have
better,
one.
I think.
Well, I mean, I would go Italian.
I think
but
they're tied. That's why I would get the Italian. I like Firehouse.
Firehouse.
Firehouse
Are
is good.
you a rewards member?
No, do they give me free sandwiches
yeah,
on my
you get a
birthdays?
free birthday. And you have,
For real?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sign up to all these places.
Yep.
Firehouse. What else we got for me, guys?
Chick-fil-A usually gives you a free menu item. Like you get like eating one of their sandwiches for free.
Okay, I already have that app. They haven't sent me
Red
anything
Robin?
in the mail yet. I have Red Robin close
Free
to me.
burger.
Really?
Yeah, if you sign up within 24 hours of your birthday.
Red Robin.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
Chipotle does something too. I don't remember what it is.
Did you
though.
just forget the L in
Yeah, it's
Chipotle?
Chipotle.
What did I say?
Chipotle? Oh, you said Chipotle.
Maybe I don't know. But Chipotle, I know
That's
gives
what
you
you
a
said,
free.
Chipotle.
He took the L out because he
He
ate
just
it.
moved it. He moved it to
Ridiculous.
Polte instead of
Yeah,
Chipotle.
what was that?
All right,
The
for
L is
early
just
nominee
decided
for
to
car
change
wreck. I
spots.
can't pronounce the word apparently.
I shouldn't be talking. I'm the worst at this. Red Robin. I like Red Robin. I
Yeah,
haven't been
Red
there,
Robin's good fries too.
and they're bottomless.
Yep.
Oh, you like the
fries from Red
fries? I
Robin?
don't like the
Those
fries.
are the
like
big,
the big thick potato
thick-
wedge
They're
ones.
kind of steak fry, aren't
They're
they?
like
Because
steak
they're kind of
fries,
flat.
but they're
Yeah.
not. They're not ridge with the ridges. They're the original steak fries.
I'm okay with their fries. They're not my
I like
favorite,
'em.
but I like them. Yeah, like I like a lot of fries.
Denny's free Grand Slam breakfast.
Can I get a moon over my hammy?
I hope you get a free stack of pancakes.
I like man over man. I like moon over my hemi. Have you ever
Okay.
had that?
I have not.
It's good. That's what I get from Denny's.
My old boss at the Rockets went to run Denny's marketing for a while, and he used to send me all these this is our latest offer. What do you think? I was like, I'm not going to eat it because I don't go to Denny's.
When was the last time you had Denny's?
I can't. Like, it had to be when I was drinking.
I probably haven't been to a Denny's in 20 years.
Yeah.
I think that's probably right.
At least 15, but yeah.
Probably 20 years. And I don't dislike it. Like I
my
don't
parents were like, if my parents wanted to go somewhere, they would like to go to for breakfast. They like Denny's. But here, there's so many great breakfast spots.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's passable, but why would you go there when there's so many other great places that are pretty close?
Yeah, I usually don't roll out of bed until like the third hour of today. So 6878 free meal at Pluckers. Do I need to sign up for the app for that, though? I wonder if you have to do that. $25 gift card at Landry's restaurants. I am a Landry's guy, too. I'm a big Landry's guy.
Free Blizzard on your birthday if you're a DQ.
Do you have to have the app?
You just have to be a DQ member.
So
you
probably
sign up at DQ, and on your birthday you get a free Blizzard.
A lot of times it's not even an app, though. You just have to like join a mailing list.
You just sign up.
Yeah, it's just like an email list.
I don't go to DK as much as I should. I
DQ,
like their,
you mean?
I like their
DQ.
Blizzard. What'd I say?
DK.
Yeah, DQ.
Yeah.
I don't go there as much as I should. I like their you know they would used to buy what was they call their ice cream something, but whenever they like
the dips.
Or was it the Blizzard? Like they would
Blizzard,
get,
they
they would
turn
turn it upside down.
That's
Yeah, it was the Blizzard.
Yeah.
I used to like when they did that when I was a kid.
Blizzards are awesome.
Yeah. All right. So it's my birthday week. So if you guys want to send me gifts, it's fine. 713-780-3776 or ideas, whatever you got to do. The birthday cake thing. 3082. Find a cake for a grown man. It's not okay, but I will buy you dinner. Brandon, there's a lot of heavy eye contact. I don't really know what that means.
At dinner, there's more eye contact than getting a guy a cake and bringing it into the show.
Unless you're sitting at the bar, which, if you're having dinner with like a buddy,
then I'm just buying you a drink.
But
Well,
you-
buy.
no,
if
but
it
I'm
was
saying,
a buddy, you buy them their meal.
like you and a buddy go to dinner.
Yeah.
You probably shouldn't sit at a table. You should sit at the bar.
Why?
You avoid the eye contact because it's awkward.
Is it?
I think you should sit at the bar. Yeah, I think whenever you're having,
Is it more awkward to turn your head to talk to him?
No, that's a normal thing that one would do. Is sit at the bar, you watch the games, you have a cold beer.
Oh, if there's a game going on, sure, that
Yeah.
changes
I
things.
don't-
But
I don't think
if
you
it's
sit at the
middle of the
table with
day and
buddy.
there's no games on, I don't see the problem with it.
There's not a problem. I'm saying that the bar is the play. That to me is the way to go. All right, 713-780 ESPN. What are we nominating for car wreck of the day? What's your car wreck of the day? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Blanker stepped out. He didn't like that I talked about that keg thing. Car
I
wreck
thought
of
he
the
was
day.
mad about you calling out professional wrestling.
Nah, he didn't care about that. He the day you were out, is he a San Francisco Giant or is he a guy that body slammed Andre the Giant?
Oh, okay.
It was funny, but he was talking about Andre the Giant's record like it was this accomplishment.
Like it wasn't scripted.
Yeah, and it's like that's as much of an accomplishment as Booker T being a 5-time but 6-time world champion. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? Blankers wanted to nominate Matt Stafford's wife. You mentioned that on the way out, so there is that one. I'm gonna nominate 713-780-3776. Get your nominations in. I'm gonna nominate Major League Baseball for not figuring out this baseball thing. Everybody wants a little bit of grip. The hitters want the pitchers to have a little bit of grip. Baseball leagues overseas have baseballs that have a little bit of grip. The minor leagues balls are better than Major League Baseball baseballs. The fact that so many pitchers are having to try to sneak sticky stuff onto their hands, sticky, say that 10 times fast.
Come on, you got it. You got it.
That so many pitchers are trying to sneak sticky stuff on their hands to get any sort of grip on the baseball, and then they're getting thrown out of games and immediately suspended for 10 games, which actually might help the Astros because they're going to face the Mets without Edwin Diaz. But Edwin Diaz got ejected for sticky stuff on his hands yesterday. The umpire said, well, it wasn't rosin and sweat, I can tell. These old eyes never failed me. Major League Baseball's got to figure out this baseball problem.
Yeah, because
everybody wants it.
They can tell because umpires never get anything wrong, right? They've never missed a call. Yeah. I agree with you. And I think the biggest tell here is that the hitters, as you mentioned, even the hitters will tell you they want it because they want to know that the pitcher knows where it's going when he's trying to throw it. Not to mention, obviously, guys have linked it to injuries like Tyler Glass now has mentioned having to, just grip the ball naturally. And because the bigger problem is it seems like baseball's also just changing the baseball flat out every few years. They're either adding to the ridge or they're making the ball either go, travel further or travel shorter. They just need to find one baseball that everyone likes, or at least a nice in between of what everyone likes, and stick with it so at least people would know what to expect from year to year. You never know what you're getting into year to year because they're constantly changing the baseball.
Yeah. They put it in the humidor. They got the Goldilocks balls. They control it. They own the company that does this, so there's not like an independent, arbiter or independent gatekeeper.
Even year to year, I remember there was because we had the live ball era, which I guess ended COVID year 2021.
And they were all talking launch angle. No, it wasn't launch angle. It was the baseball.
Yeah, there was because in baseball changed. They made the baseballs deaden from year to year. But the problem was, even going year to year, they were still mixing in the old baseballs that were livelier until about halfway through the year. So you wouldn't know day to day, are we playing with last year's baseballs or this year's baseballs? It's a complete train wreck or car wreck, and it has been for a few years.
And what's funny too is like a lot of these pitchers they'll immediately throw out a ball they don't like.
Right.
Like Justin Verlander's the king of it, and Hunter Brown's becoming like the prince of it. As soon as he gets a ball he doesn't like, he throws it out. He threw one the other day for a strike, got it back, immediately threw it out. Like they don't like the balls. Like figure it out, make this common ground. The hitters want it too. Like, and I get where you're coming from. You don't want spider tack on the ball, like speeding up the RPMs, et cetera, leads to more pitching, less offense. Like I get that. But you can find a middle ground where a pitcher can hold the baseball a little bit better. Yeah.
I mean, that'd be a starting point. Make better baseball so they don't need as much to be able to grip the ball.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, what's your car wreck of the day?
Well, I guess I got to nominate myself for my pronouncing of I don't even know how to.
You have to go back and listen to the tape.
Chipotle?
Yeah, we watched tape on this.
Did I say Chipotle? I don't know exactly what I said. Yeah, I got to take an L for that one. The one that I took out. What else we got? Usually we can fill this spot with the Astros offense, but that's not something we can do today. So it's a little bit of foreign land here, so to speak. I'm going to have to nominate you for taking so many strays at Booker T. I thought it was unwarranted today. Just out of nowhere, just throwing strays, taking shots at Booker T.
We all said he was in great shape.
He's a good friend to the station. He was our Killer Bees fight bracket winner, and you're taking shots at him.
I don't think he's in great shape anymore.
I think he's good enough. Good enough.
Have you seen him walk from gate to gate at the airport?
Have you?
Yeah.
Recently?
Yeah.
Are you following him around? What's going on?
No, I was at the gate
taking Mark
first.
Berman's job and go into the.
No, I was leaving for a baseball trip, and I was sitting in my seat waiting at my gate, and he walked by, and he's struggling to walk. He's 59 years old.
I mean, get him in a small room. I think he'll be fine.
In the grind of being a fake athlete, like it's tough. It's hard. It's hard for a body. It's hard for a 59-year-old body.
Yeah.
No, I like Booker T. We golfed once together. We played in a scramble. He was taking my drives all day. And we were playing my drives all day. 7869, nominate Blankers leaving early to not tell his car wreck of the day. We wasn't happy with the cake thing. No, he had family
Can
stuff.
we nominate grown men who buy other men cakes?
Depends on the audience.
I'm with you on that one.
It depends on the audience.
I like you. I'm not buying you a cake for your birthday.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
I've never been good at getting gifts and then, like, channeling reaction.
Yeah, it is
Like,
hard.
you're supposed to be, like, you have to, like, show. Like, and I'm not an overly emotional guy. I'm not one who wears my feelings on my sleeve, per se.
Yeah,
so when people give me gifts, it's very hard for me to be like,
you feel like you have to be performative,
I feel
don't you?
fake. Yeah, I feel weird. Like
fake like Booker T?
This is a great, yeah. I could never do what he did because I'm not in theater. Car wreck of the day is Branham for not thinking Booker T will put them spiritual hands on him. Can you dig that, sucker? I'm terrified of the Spinneroonie is what I'm terrified of. Terrified of the Spinneroonie. Josh from Seabrook, we got a Game 7 today.
I know. Oilers and Florida Panthers, right?
Yeah, look at you flexing knowledge. Are you going to watch?
I'm going to probably not live because I'm not going to leave here in time to start it live, so I'll probably watch it later.
I'll watch the College World Series. Panthers, if they don't win Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final later tonight, the very first reverse sweep of the Stanley Cup Final in over 80 years, last time being 42. So that's like a proactive potential car wreck of the day from tomorrow from Josh from Seabrook. All right, who's winning this?
Me for getting the L on Chipotle?
Yeah, you got to take the L.
Yeah, I'm taking the L on that one.
All right, that does it. He's Brian. Thanks for the hard work. He was Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.